Moctezuma to you.
Moctezuma to you, yeah. Look at his back! What the? Stop it! This is absurd! Yes! Yes, you killed him! Yes! Oh, 2v1!
Hello and welcome to the New World Championships LAN final. My name is Zero Empires and it's my honor to introduce the biggest Age of Empires 3 LAN in over 10 years. 3 months of preparation have led us to this. The top 8 players in the world here today to compete for over $4,000. We don't just have the best players, but we do also have the best casting talent too. And we're going to check in with Interjection, Wicked Cossack, and H2O at the sofa.
The New World Championships, can we get a round of applause? Woo! Absolutely. Join us, everybody, for 4 days of non-stop Age of Empires 3 tournament action without any lag at all. Absolutely. Join us right here in the studio today and tomorrow for the group stages, and then this weekend on Saturday, the semi-finals, and on Sunday, the bronze match, and indeed grand finals as well. I'll be joined by H2O and Wicked Cossack joining me to cast the tournament together. Guys, welcome to the studio. Welcome to the New World Championships. How are you doing?
Yeah, thanks for the introduction, Interjection. It's been a really long time coming, this tournament, but I always knew with the right sort of set of circumstances, if the right set of people came along, such as yourself and Escape Studios, something like this was always gonna be a reality. So I'm so pleased that we're finally here. I've just spent the morning watching the players warm up, and they're all looking really, really sharp. So I'm just super pumped and excited to finally get this underway.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, you totally took the words out of my mouth. It's just so exciting to see like 8 of the best players in the game right now all together. We're going to have a great weekend of games. I'm really excited to see who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, this is very, very exciting. I never thought you said you thought it would come about. I don't know. If you'd asked me a couple of years ago, before their Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition, and indeed the Definitive Editions in general, and Age of Empires 4, I would have thought, no, it's not. But yes, this is the first LAN in 10 years. It's not the first tournament. We've had quite a lot of tournaments, actually. I think the count is now 24 ESOC events.
Wow. It's amazing. Yeah, I mean, like, when we started ESOC, like, gosh, when was that?
2014? I know that's when Kamchatka was made.
Gosh, like, it's been a long time, and I just can't believe that from one tournament we've managed to turn that into ultimately 20 plus tournaments and now a LAN. That's just so exciting.
I mean, that includes not just the major $1,600 events, but also some of those smaller ones as well, the invitationals, the grand tours, all of that kind of thing. I think another round of applause for everybody at ESOC and all the work that's been going in on that project as well. But yes, welcome everybody. And Eagle Mutt, yes, I heard that in the audience. And Eagle Mutt! Yeah! And everybody else indeed as well. But yes, the first LAN in 10 years. And I think that's a very relevant thing with H2O sitting on the sofa. The last one was actually, you were at that in, I believe, 2007 and 2008 as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's only been 3 LAN tournaments counting this one. It's not only has there not been a LAN tournament for 10 years, but there was really only the World Cyber Games tournaments. And that was before esports was even really a thing, right? So we were one game of many, and there's no Twitch, so there's no streams. There's maybe 5 people looking over your shoulder while you played, and I think this tournament's just going to be a way bigger event, and I'm so excited to see it.
Yeah, and if you look at the 2 winners of the first 2 LAN tournaments, of course we got Ryan, and we also got I Am Grunt. I think these are probably, arguably, the 2 best Age of Empire 3 players we've ever had, and so I think it's about time that we kind of add a third player to that list.
Yeah, I'm thinking that we should put some predictions out there as casters.
Already?
Yeah, I'm thinking this is a good time.
Who wants to go first then?
Yeah.
All right, I'll take the easy way out. I gotta go with Mitoe. I mean, I've been
Yeah.
playing with him for years, and he's just a great player. The lumberjack in the bottom of the screen here. I mean, what more can I say?
What do you want? Well, we have 10 very, very strong players here, actually, and I think this tournament is wide open. Let's talk about, it's on the screen there, LordRaphael versus Tabben, day 1, match number 1, and that's actually going to be the top seed of the tournament, LordRaphael versus the bottom seed. And often when you might hear that phrasing, you'd think, okay, I know who's going to win that. But I think this tournament is wide open, not just for that match, but also indeed for the whole thing. Because, well, LordRaphael, obviously very, very strong player. We all know this. But I was speaking to him, and we're going to hear more from him later in an interview, but I think he's been putting together the equivalent of a master's thesis just in time to actually get to this tournament. So I don't necessarily know how much practice he has been able to put in. But Tabben, on the other hand, is at a point in his life where he's had quite a lot of time to prepare, and I think he is one of the most prepared here. So perhaps a dark horse.
Yeah, to be honest, I was thinking about this, and I really don't think you can say that there is a favourite for this tournament, just because there's so many additional factors to performing in a sort of a LAN environment. You've got the pressure from all the spectators. We've got the non-trivial prize pool, which is going to be maybe playing on the players' minds. We also got the factors of they're going to have to adapt to a new setup, so they've all bought their own mouses mice and keyboards, and that's not as smooth as playing at home. And then obviously the final, most important one is completely no lag.
Absolutely no lag.
And on that last point, I think we're all pretty lucky that actually Gaia was not able to qualify, as unfortunately he would have straight up been the favourite and steamrolled every series. So he's done us a favour there and not made the qualifiers. But otherwise, I honestly don't think you can say if there's a favourite or not coming into this.
But if you had to, who would you, if you had to, Cossack?
If I had to, honestly, I'd go for PrinceofKabul. He's straight up my favourite to win. He looks like the kind of guy that's not going to get fazed by anything. I saw him warming up earlier, and he seems just so smooth, and he's not going to be fazed by the transition at playing in an environment like this. So I'm going for PrinceofKabul to win.
Okay, and if I had to put as we've said, everyone is really strong here. We're probably all going to be wrong, but if I had to make a prediction, I'm going to say Kaiserklein. I think he's ready. He's been streaming a lot. He's been playing a lot.
Those Tunisia games were incredible. If you remember those.
The one Kaiser played against him.
Like the New England game. Like there's so many great games, and like the Culverin control, for example. Like it's a solid pick.
Yeah,
for sure.
I think all the players are ready. But yeah, if I had to pick one, I would say Kaiser there. But in general, you were at the previous LAN, and I think people are really interested. I don't know if you've ever necessarily spoken about this, Ryan, in depth or anything like that, but what was your experience at that LAN in terms of nerves and feelings and all these things?
Yeah, I mean, so 2007 was the first LAN I went to, obviously, and I didn't even know how to set up my settings properly, and I was terribly nervous, and it felt like you were watching the game go by in front of your eyes, but you weren't really playing. Mm-hmm. And so there's a ton of nerves that come into play in these LAN events. And 2008, on the other hand, I was much more prepared, having done it once. And so I know that for all the other players, this is their first time at a LAN. I think that's going to be definitely the biggest deciding factor.
Yeah, it's not like anyone here has had LAN experience before. I think everyone is going to be feeling the nerves. Except Lumberjack Mitoe, clearly. That man looked very confident. I love that picture. That was a bit of an Easter egg for me. I thought we were going to see plain vanilla pictures, but he spotted that axe and
snuck it in there.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. So, I think also something that's interesting to talk about is, first LAN in 10 years, been a long time. Age of Empires has been around for a long time, and we've all stuck around with it. Every one of you guys watching the stream, everyone here in the studio, and indeed us as well. Age of Empires is a huge part of our life, and or has been, in our lives. And I was wondering where you guys it all started from. Where did you discover the franchise? And in particular, how come you've stuck with Age of Empires 3?
Yeah, so I started back in 2006, and I've just been playing it on and off, for the past 13 years or so. And it's such a cliche to say, but I came for the game and stuck around for the community, for the people. I know it's such a cliche to say, but it is true. It's why I decided to come along to the LAN and see everyone. And I mean, it's a fantastic game though, so I'm super pumped to see the best players playing it out. But also here just to meet everyone and see how they are.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. So I was 12 when I started playing Age of Empires 2. It was Age of Empires 2, the Conquerors expansion. Started playing the game in like a summer camp type thing, and then was hooked ever since.
A summer camp?
Yeah, it was like a summer camp where a little part of the summer camp you got to play any computer game you wanted. They had like Age of Mythology, Majesty. If you ever
Mythology?
Played that. Yeah, Age of Mythology and Majesty. There's this game called Majesty.
I haven't heard of Majesty.
But just all sorts of games. But Age of Empires 2 is the one that stuck with me, and then fast forward a couple years later, and I'm begging my parents to let me connect the internet modem to go on to MSN Gaming Zone. Played there for a while, and then when Age of Empires 3 came out, I jumped over to Age of Empires 3, and I've been stuck ever since. So.
Yeah, haven't looked back.
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, actually, Age of Empires started with. I think for me, it was like in order of the game's release. Obviously, I think the original Age of Empires, I would have been 4 or way too young to actually play it. But I spoke about this before on a podcast with Zuta. He said he found his in a box of cereal. Yeah, they don't distribute games like that anymore. But for me, I was around a friend's house, found Age of Empires 1, we were playing it, and the game just kept telling us to build more houses. It just said, build more houses, and I didn't really know why. We were too young to really understand the population thing, but we fell in love with the game, and I was making maps in my bed when it was bedtime. It was brilliant. And then Age of Empires 2, my dad comes home with one day, and I'm just like, oh my god, there's an Age of Empires 2? That's amazing. But really, where competitive started was with Age of Mythology. That's where we got our first broadband connection, got off the dial-up and could actually play a game without horrendous lag, ESOC-G, and that was where it all started, really. But Age of Empires 3, I was actually sitting on the school bus, right, next to a friend of mine, and he was like, you've got to play Age of Empires 3. It's so much better than Age of Mythology. And I'm like, no, Age of Mythology is the best game. It's got all this strategy and god powers and all this stuff. And then we played Age of Empires 3 because he kind of asked me to, and it was my favorite game. The home city mechanic, I fell in love with it, and I started making YouTube videos, copying all my favorite YouTubers. And that's why I'm called Interjection Videos at the end. That was the name of another YouTuber. They had videos at the end. I thought that was how you did it, but that's where it all started for me.
That's amazing, yeah. We've been around for a while.
We have. It's been a very, very long time. What next then?
Do you want to talk about the groups and?
Yeah, that's a great idea. I suppose we ought to introduce how the tournament is structured. So, as you can see on screen, what we're using are GSL brackets, where basically there are 2 groups, and from each group, 2 players will emerge to go to the semi-finals, where they will continue playing a normal single elimination style tournament. So on day 3 and 4, that will be what you're used to. Winner is eliminated, etc., etc. But Wicked Cossack, would you explain the groups?
Yeah, so if you haven't seen these style of groups before, so what happens is we split the 8 players into 2 groups of 4 players, and within those sets of 4 players, you're going to have to start off with 2 matches. The winner of those 2 matches will go on to play each other, and then the winner of that match will straight up advance onto the semi-finals. Now the losers of the first 2 matches will go on to play a match, and the loser of that unfortunately gets knocked out of the tournament. And then you've got one final match, which is the loser of the winner's match plays the winner of the loser's match, and they'll be the final person that qualifies from the groups. And I actually quite like the way how this is done, as it's a bit different to the usual round robin system you see. In fact, it's very similar now to the GSL system they've used in StarCraft, and it just avoids any games that don't have any meaning. So on every single match, there's something on the line. And you're going to have to play essentially your heart out to win every single match. You can't gamble on a sort of a tiebreaker at the end of it where everyone goes 1-3 or something like that.
Yeah. Okay, so that's how it works. And as I said, the first game will be between LordRaphael and Tabben. That's coming up soon. But I want to talk about, before we get into that, some stats about previous events, because we have some goals in terms of viewers, in terms of subscribers, and let's talk about previous tournament viewer numbers. So the very first, I believe, ESOC tournament, the Autumn Championships 2015, something like that. That, I think, we streamed on the official Age of Empires Twitch channel. And that grand finals between, you again, H2O and
a pattern.
Black Star OP. That was a long time ago. That's that grand final where that was one of my favorite moments, where I have to watch that at least twice a year. I'm hoping to see many more games from this tournament. Yeah, but that reached 1,000 viewers, and we're hoping that we can reach 1,000 viewers. In fact, we're hoping that we can reach 2,000 viewers. That would be sort of the goal. Anything above that would be absolutely astonishing. We'd be really, really pleased with that. So that's what we're hoping for. And we've also got a sub-goal, as you can see. At the moment, the little green flare in the bottom, it's not moved up very much, but we'll update that as progress goes on. But if you want to support Age of Empires 3, Age of Empires in general, and indeed us here at Escape putting on these kind of tournaments, a subscription is one of the best ways to do that. You get a bunch of emotes, and you get a bunch of, you support us, you get a whole bunch of other things. It's all down in the box below. You can see that. Looks like there's a new subscription coming in right now from, can you read that? Scuddegree Dude. That was a hard one to say. But I would encourage you guys, if you're going to subscribe, wait until the games have started, because there's something very special there. And I'll say, that's all I'm going to say. But we're aiming for 500 subscribers by the end of the New World Championship. We'd really, really like that. And basically, that's our goal. So, I think with that all out of the way, shall we talk about the players a bit? LordRaphael and Tabben, that's the first match. We're going to see an interview from Tabben.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see just how strong Tabben is, because I know he's kind of like, in my mind, the rising star. You know, when I stopped playing, no one really even knew who he was. It was a year ago, and now he's here in the top 8 and definitely going to be a big contender. So,
yeah, to be honest, I don't think anyone's sort of improved their level as much as Tabben has in such a short space of time.
Yes, he's so
fast. Gone from like first lieutenant to, well, top 8 player, and we'll see if maybe even vies for like top 1 player if he wins the tournament.
God,
and all in like the space of a year. So it'd be very interesting to see how he does against Raphael, who is, of course, he's the #1 seed, so he's the player that most people are expecting to do very well.
So this first match, I think, is going to be very, very interesting. I'm very much looking forward to it. And I think on that note, let's see an interview from Tabben. Let's get some of his thoughts. And then afterwards, we will resume with game #1 in the New World Championship, the very first match of day 1 and indeed the whole event. We'll see you soon. All right, hello everybody. I'm joined by Tabben. Tell us a bit about yourself, Tabben.
Sure. So my name is Eric. I'm 24 years old and I'm from Sweden.
Okay. Tabben, what are you up to in life at the moment then?
So I've done 2 years of study at university, studying engineering. I'm currently taking a break for working, and the coming autumn I'll be going back to study.
I see. You've not taken a break for practicing Age of Empires. I know out of everyone here, you've probably played the most games between, I think, the tournament being announced and actually making it here.
Well, I've done a lot of work in the past, so I kind of had the opportunity to work less during the last months and been able to like play a little bit more, I guess.
Go crazy. And this has worked out really, really well, actually. On the topic of Age of Empires, then, can you tell us a bit about your sort of history, how you found the game, how you found the franchise? I think, you know, all of the Age games mean a lot to us here, but particularly Age of Empires 3. What kept you playing that for so long to get sort of where you are?
Well, I played Age of Empires since I was a kid. I remember playing like Age of Empires 2 when I was really young, but I don't remember much of the game in itself. But then I picked up Age of Empires 3, like early when I was maybe maybe a bit older, like
quite
8
young,
or 9.
right?
Quite young. But I would just play it very casually, like versus the computer. And when me and my friends had computer LAN, we would like meet in someone's basement and play computer.
Did you win all of those? Were you the winner back then? Were you good at Age of Empires when you were 8?
Actually, we wouldn't play much Age of Empires. We would bring it up during the late hours of the night when we were too tired to play like our main game, which was Counter-Strike back then, I think. But yeah, so we would play it mostly for fun, and so I haven't played it much online since just like 2 or 3 years ago.
Fair enough. And back then, did you have a favorite civ? Do you have a favorite civ now? And is it the same? And can you tell us maybe your least favorite civ as well?
Well, I used to play only Russia, like, yeah.
Like a pleb, right?
Yeah. And it's funny because that's the same for a few other people. They used to also only play Russia.
Yeah.
But yeah, Russia was my favorite civ.
Okay.
And
is it still your favorite civ?
No, I don't think it's my favorite. I enjoy more of the TAD civs now, like China, India, and a bit of Japan too. But I really enjoy China and India.
Fair enough. I was going to ask you then, if you could make one balance change to the game, completely your decision, or go back in time and tell the developers, the original devs, something about the game now to do or to change differently and completely have it differently, what would that be?
Well, personally, I wouldn't mind removing the Ottomans from the original patch, or the RE patch, as it's known. And I'd probably also tell the developers to take an extra look on maps and check the balance of the maps, because I feel like that's one of the biggest balance issues of the game.
I think you're right there. Actually, the one biggest thing I think ESOC patch brings to the game is the rebalanced maps. That single-handedly adds the most back to Age of Empires 3. If you could change one thing, that's what I think I would do.
Yeah, I agree.
So, Tabben, there was a time a couple of years ago when you were just a humble captain, but now Tabben's jacked, man. It looks like you're here, you're ready for the tournament, you've been putting the hours in. And I think, we've seen some very impressive performances from you recently, particularly the Two Towns tournament where you won that quite recently, and you defeated Mitoe in a best-of-9 series. I think that final scoreline was 4-5.
It was, yeah.
So what I want to know is, how do you feel about being the number 8 seed in this tournament? It looks like you're quite prepared. How do you feel about that?
I feel like that if we would have done the seeding right now, maybe it would have been slightly different. But I think the seed I received, it made sense at the time it was done, because that was before these performances you've just mentioned. So I guess people were a little bit less sure of my strength.
Right. That's interesting, because you've either way come a long way as a player over the last sort of 2 years. You've really come up to being a proper top player. I was wondering if you could tell us how you think you managed to close that gap so quickly, and do you have any advice for perhaps players who also want to get good?
I would recommend playing with people slightly above your skill all the time to keep the challenge. But you don't want a too big challenge. If you play versus someone who's very much better, it can be the opposite. It won't be very motivating. But you want to play versus people who's slightly above your skill, and you want to feel like that you can almost beat them. So you keep trying to stretch your abilities.
So there's no secret formula other than practicing against people who are better than you.
Well, it's also important to not get too upset when you lose, and not try to blame the loss on too much. Rather try to think what went wrong, and also spend time watching recordings of players that are good with a certain civilization, so you can get an idea of different build orders and stuff.
Okay. My final question then is, what were you thinking when the tournament was announced on the forums, when you signed up, when you saw, oh my goodness, this is actually happening? And how does it feel to have made it to the LAN and actually be playing in a LAN tournament?
Well, when I saw the announcement for the LAN, I was very excited, and it felt kind of unreal, because I've only played the game online or in a competitive environment for 2 or 3 years or something like that. But some people have played it for much longer, and there hasn't been a LAN in so long time. So I felt like it was great news, and I felt a bit lucky to have the opportunity to compete
to be playing
well
at this time, perhaps.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Tabben, for your thoughts, and I wish you the best of luck in the tournament. Actually, one bonus question.
Yes.
I think you have quite a lot of supporters. How do you feel about that? I think you might be one of the favorites.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I feel like there are many popular players between the 8 of us. But yeah, I do have some supporters, and I hope I can deliver my best performance for them.
Good luck, Tabben.
Thank you very much.
These are quite good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to, actually, the very first game of the tournament. Absolutely. We are about to see LordRaphael versus Tabben, as said, maybe a couple of times now, the top seed versus the bottom seed, but likely to be a very interesting game for the reasons that we have mentioned. The winner will progress. They'll play against the winner of the other match in this same bracket, which if you go to www.escapetv.uk, all of the information you can follow along will be there. And the loser will play against the loser of the other game in the bracket as well. And then those losers, the winner of the two losers, will have the opportunity to qualify, but they do have to win, obviously, that game there. But that's what we're going to see. And coming up very soon, we're going to see, I think, the first ever attempt at live map drafting in Age of Empires 3. So we're going to see the players' faces as they decide what maps to pick and to ban. So the way this works is the top seed, LordRaphael, will pick his map first. That cannot be vetoed. It is locked in. Tabben will then do the same. Afterwards, LordRaphael will ban a map or veto a map. Then Tabben will veto a map. And then it will repeat the process twice. So in total 2 times, I should say. Basically, we'll whittle a pool of 9 maps down to 5 maps. And it looks like LordRaphael is now about to pick his first map here. H2O, do you have any thoughts on this sort of format for map drafting? What the players might pick? What are your thoughts going into this?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen this. We've seen a lot of different ways to try to do map drafting, and I like this one a lot because it gives you a chance to both pick some maps and eliminate some maps in a way that feels pretty fair. And there's also that one map that comes in at the end as kind of a ringer that neither player necessarily felt strongly about, right?
Yeah,
so,
but it's there all the same.
Right.
I should also reiterate that the maps are not, as you can see here, we're starting to see the overlay starting to be updated. So it looks like LordRaphael has picked Thar Desert, and this is the order the maps will be played in. So, and there's the players as well. Oh, wow, this is absolutely awesome.
Yeah, this is fantastic.
I'm really, really pleased with this.
Deep in thought.
So Thar Desert, that's an interesting pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the non-TP maps, and it's one of those maps where there's a lot of hunt, but it's also really far away at the same time, so...
Baja, California has been... Baja, California!
I love that map. Love that map. It's like if you made Yucatan a good map, it would be Baja, California.
LordRaphael's vetoed New England. Do you think that's in response to the Baja?
Yeah, it might be trying to keep the water maps a little bit on the... or out of the pool, so to speak.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I'm surprised Tabben is gone for a water map there. I wonder if there's something unusual on the cards. Or maybe he just likes that map. Perhaps he has a civ in mind that plays out well on Baja, California.
High Plains, oh man, that's one of my personal favorites. People tend to avoid that 5 TP situation. That's a controversial map. I'm also so curious what's going to happen with Deccan. Are we going to see this map?
Oh, that's true.
Or not?
That is interesting. Okay, so Tabben has banned High Plains. LordRaphael is now picking his second map that cannot be banned. This map will be locked in, whichever he picks here. So I'm wondering what we know about these players and their sort of civilizations.
Yeah, I feel like they both play a pretty standard game. I know LordRaphael can play water, but also, like he's one of those people who puts up great games against people like Kinesi and the water folks. But I also haven't seen him gravitate to water. Tabben, again, I feel like he's also more one of those people who likes, the Kamchatkas, the Floridas, the more standard feeling maps. So I'm not really too surprised by the vetoes just yet. But like I said, whatever happens with Deccan is where I'm still totally at a loss.
Yeah. Pampas Sierras, a second non-trading post map coming out of LordRaphael there. Both of them he has decided will be in the map pool.
Yeah, maybe this is a play around, I don't know how deep Tabben's civ pool is. I've seen him play a lot of Euro civs. I've seen him play a lot of China. Is this where LordRaphael is going to try to use those non-TP maps to crack out Dutch, to crack out Russia, and try to play some of those?
Yeah, civs he's traditionally very strong with.
Right.
Speaking to him, we'll see that interview later on, but Russia, we all know a civ that LordRaphael's very comfortable with. something you've dealt with personally in the past.
I've lost a game or two to that Russia, so.
Yeah. Looks like, though, Kamchatka has been selected as Tabben's final pick. And now we're just looking for... I'm starting to lose track, actually.
Well, we're waiting on that ban now. We got 2 more bans coming in.
Two more bans. That's right.
Raphael's banning now.
Okay. Deccan's still in for the running.
I know. Fingers crossed. I feel a Fertile Crescent ban coming out here. If Raphael's really trying to get towards those non-TP maps, getting a no water, no TP map, or a no water with TP map like Fertile Crescent out of the pool would be good for him.
Where's the dryer for Raphael, says Vividly Plain. Yeah, I'm not knowing about the situation. Oh, God, that's funny, actually. I did bring a hairdryer, and I meant to give it to him as a joke on the stage, but I totally forgot. Deccan has been banned, Ryan.
Fingers were crossed and just didn't work out this time.
Okay. So now Tabben will ban his final map, Florida or Fertile Crescent.
Yeah. I mean, what I'm realizing watching this happen, it's so cool, is that you can... there's no map that's going to get banned every time because people can pick maps right up front.
Yeah.
So anything could happen, and I just realized that now.
That's right. The very first pick is always a pick, isn't it? It will be in the map pool. So both players get an opportunity to say, hey, this map I want to play on, and that is what's going to happen.
You can bring your Deccan strategy and pull it off if you want to. Absolutely. Fertile gets banned.
Yeah, looks like the players have just said Fertile Crescent was just banned. That'll be updated on the overlay. So Florida will be the final map in this pool. So we'll be playing a best-of-5 series without Deccan, New England, High Plains, or Fertile Crescent. The ones that are lit up are the maps that we will see. And now that the map pool has been drafted and selected, we will see their first civilizations come out. So in Game 1 of an Age of Empires 3 tournament, the players have a free pick. They can pick whatever civs they like, and they have as much opportunity to change as they like. And we do that for a number of reasons. But afterwards, the winner of the previous match will always pick their civilizations first in the next game. So this is Game 1, and we'll see what they come out with here. The first map will be Kamchatka. It stays in that order. It only bans maps out of the order, so to speak.
Gotcha. Yes, really interesting to see. It feels like a great map to play a more standard and kind of like your core gameplay. And I'm wondering too, with this being the first LAN game, period for all these guys, if people aren't feeling especially, taking the safe route, so to speak.
Yeah. Traditionally, we've seen a lot of German mirrors in previous tournaments on Kamchatka.
Yeah, a lot of, because of the civs that want to take one TP, like the France, the Germany, those type of civs, they love this map because you can't stagecoach it. You can get 2 TPs maybe, but that third TP is always within range of your opponent's town center, so there's no way to play like more of a Spain or a Portuguese ATP type strategy, which is why we see so much German and French on this map.
Looks like China has been selected by Tabben currently, but obviously that could change indeed. So LordRaphael picking the Dutch by the looks of it there.
Yeah, and they're just kind of thinking a little bit about exactly what we were talking about, is like what's that standard pick that I open with, I think, because China is one of Tabben's go-to civs, and it's fantastic on a map with one, like I said, that non-stage coach, but there's a couple TP type of map. China loves that environment. And there's also a ton of goats on the map that can be brought in from the middle. And with those free houses acting as livestock pens, China's really well positioned for the map. So.
Yeah, so they like Kamchatka by the sounds of it. I thought we might just see Raphael lock in Germany and be like, yeah, this is what we're doing, and then Tabben sort of responds with a mirror. I don't know, but it looks like at the moment they're currently on China versus Dutch. Neither player has greened in yet, so definitely open to change.
Yeah, and Dutch is just such a strong pick against China, too, if you're comfortable with Dutch, which Raphael is, because they have such a strong mid-fortress game that they're one of the few civs that can really stand up to China when you get to the fortress stage.
Tabben is going to change from China to Germany. So currently it's Tabben on Germany versus LordRaphael on Dutch. And now I think LordRaphael will... so it looks like He wasn't pleased with the China versus Dutch, probably for the reasons you're mentioning.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it feels like you're playing too much into Dutch's hands if you play a slow civ like that. And yeah, this is kind of what I expected. Raphael might walk back to German, and so now we're sitting on a mirror.
German mirror has been selected.
Wonder if both players are gonna stick with that. And I know there's also some sound issues going on right now with Raphael, so
Yeah, fixing them on the fly. Got to figure that out. That is the thing about LAN, but this is what makes it exciting. It's
yeah,
like,
exactly. Seeing someone walk behind and
fixing
things.
something.
Yeah.
I don't know why that's exciting.
That's fantastic. I'm really curious to see if I think this German mirror might stick. I'm not sure what you think.
Yeah, well, it seems like a mirror to open on the very first map is like that's like a very fair. Well, obviously
Yeah,
it's fair, right? And as the first game, you do have to agree on a matchup. So a mirror often does seem to be a good way to do that. Yeah. And if someone picks Germany, then you're going to match it with that.
Yeah, and both players, if you're feeling confident, you want to have a mirror in the first game because that's where you can get into weird matchups. After that, there's equal counter picking and back and forth that happens. But that first game, you really want it to be as equal as possible.
Back to China.
Yeah, back to China.
Tabben on China. Let's see then if LordRaphael has been offered China. He can play Germany versus China. Let's see if he'll take that.
Sometimes I feel like this is like an auction house, China versus German going once.
Going once, going twice.
twice.
No, now he selected France. Yeah. That's right. But remember, Germany, and the civs you play now in Kamchatka, if you win with them, they're going to be banned for the rest of the series. And that's just how that works now. You cannot play civs that you've already won with.
Yeah, there's no resets here, right? Unlike a lot of the ESOC tournaments where there were some resets.
Yeah.
It's just once you win, you're done.
Exactly. Once you win. But if you pick a civ and lose with it, you can still use it. So it's a bit more forgiving. And it looks like LordRaphael has changed to British. So we have Germany. Oh, no, he's switching between Germany and British quite quickly. He's offering the German mirror again. Tabben, I think, has been shown that he cannot have... I think there is some agreement here. So he was trying to offer... he was trying to play China, but it looked like that offer was not accepted, so we'll play a German mirror by the looks of it.
Seems like we're going to head to this German mirror really soon here. Just waiting for the players to get ready and fire off the game.
Yeah, so the way this will work is when we're absolutely ready, the game will begin. German mirror has been selected on Kamchatka. There it is. Tabben has the Germany selected, as does LordRaphael. That looks absolutely beautiful.
Flags waving in the background. I am so ready for this game to start.
Yep. Oh, baby. German mirror on Kamchatka. This is very reminiscent of what we've seen in the past. I remember that very first game you played in the Grand Finals versus Black Star was a German mirror. We've seen
the
a number...
strats,
Yeah, that was true. And a number of German strategies just in general, or German mirrors in general in tournaments. It just seems like that's how it goes on Kamchatka.
Yeah, and it seems like every top player has like some relationship with Germany. You know what I mean? They've got.
Here we go. It's going to be getting underway. We're launching in now, so very shortly we will see, ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 in a best-of-5 series between LordRaphael and Tabben. This is the first match of the New World Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get a round of applause in the studio here? It's finally starting. The LAN is underway. The first LAN in 10 years. I am very, very excited to see how this goes. It will be a German mirror spawning in the top of the map in the color red. We do indeed have LordRaphael. It appears to be a 100 wood start with the coin there. So this is a German mirror, remember? And because of that, both players will have that same start there. So it's not like getting Germany with a 200 wood start. It is fair, all of these things. But Explorer going to pick up that Freitag right away. That's a really, really nice treasure for him to be getting really this early on. Really, really nice for picking up those early goats, which is probably why he stopped to get it, placing the market there, and he can get the treasures nice and easily as well. But Tabben, spawning on the other side of the map in the color blue, has found the 2 goats right away. He beat his opponent to the center line because of that... because he didn't stop to get the duba by the looks of it. And LordRaphael, he's chasing down the goats here. He's going to have to be very careful. He's going to try and get as much damage on Tabben's Explorer as he can with that Freitag.
Yeah, and this is one of the things that we see all the time on Kamchatka. It just reminds me so much of, everyone always tries to get to the middle for those 4 goats, and once you get there, there's oftentimes conflicts like this. So a very active early game on Kamchatka, and although it looks like Tabben's going to safely walk these goats back, he has given up the map. So LordRaphael's kind of free to grab the other 2 goats and kind of equalize things, and his Duber's free to kind of roam the map. Before we get too far into things, just want to point out the two treasures that they're going to be likely looking for is that 80 food in the middle. And then
a trapped settler, Hawkhorn 7. That's what I was waiting to show everyone. That's a really good treasure. I'm only going to call out the good treasures. So if you subscribe and get a bad one, my apologies. Go on, Ryan.
Yeah, so if you get that 80 food that I'm super excited about in the middle, you'll get called out, which Raphael's taking right now. That's one of the better treasures on the map. Tabben also finding a side of 50 wood, so relatively equal early game here, I'd say. Both players just going back and forth at it.
Yeah. I really like the start of LordRaphael there. Let's take a look at the goats. It's actually very even, but he got a bit of early damage on his opponent with the Duber, got the goats back, and yeah, 80 food is a really, really nice start for him. But Tabben, he's about to come across 80 coin there, but Duber has scouted it, so LordRaphael will know what's up, and if he starts that treasure, yeah, he's going to try and get a few shots on Duber there. Ryan, shall we take a look around the map before this treasure really gets underway and see where those big points of contention on this map will be in Age 1?
Yeah, I mean, there's on the bottom of the map, in the bottom left, there's a 195 food treasure. That's going to be like an early colonial contention with Ulhans. If the game's going a little slowly, we might see someone sneak down there. But otherwise, the map's actually been largely collected. No 90 woods spawned at all this map, and so it's pretty much cleaned up. It's worth noting that with that 80 food, Raphael has snuck in a market and had hunting dogs since basically 2 minutes. And so, when we look at the food counts, they're almost equal. And, LordRaphael just squeaking out a little bit of extra tech there with the hunting dogs that Tabben's got to catch up on.
Yeah, hunting dogs, nice bonus there, absolutely. But, really nice Age 1 from both players, actually. I'm enjoying the scouting. The game has been paused. Okay, we will figure out what's going on shortly, I suppose. But I think overall, I'm going to give Tabben got the 8. He did get the 80 coin there. So yeah, fairly even Age 1 overall.
No.
Okay. It looks like we'll turn the white noise up. So the way the players' headsets are set up, good for LordRaphael stopping there. Obviously, this is the very first game. We tested, basically, players have earbuds underneath their headset, and that's playing the game sound and perhaps any music that they're listening to on Spotify or whatever service, right? But they also have some noise-canceling headphones over the top of those earbuds, and that's just playing some really sort of not loud, but constant and consistent ambient white noise, just like I don't really know how to describe it, but underneath that you shouldn't be able to hear what we're saying. I think the fix will be turning either us down or the white noise up, but we'll leave that to the admins who are staffing it, and hopefully we can get back into this game sort of very shortly. Ryan, do you have any thoughts on the Age 1 so far? This is going to be like, we get to analyze this particular Age 1 in such detail now because of the extra time.
Well, with the extra time, I think I kind of covered my main thoughts on it, which is, Raphael has managed to sneak in that market tech, and if you look at the age up time, they're probably going to start about the same time because they're both squeezing out a 17 age up. So Raphael definitely getting a little bit of a lead in the Age 1, but nothing, that can't be recovered from. And we also have to note that Tabben is floating right now 80 gold and 50 wood, which he picked up, mid Age 1, and so it won't take him long to catch back up in that market tech. But
right. I'm wondering how much we should really say until the game is unpaused, just in case, for fairness reasons, if one of the players can hear. So I think maybe on second thoughts we should. I don't know what to do. Well, I suppose we'll only talk about things that are obvious.
I mean, we could talk about anything, I guess.
Yeah. How was your flight?
My flight was good. I left on Wednesday night, and I arrived on Thursday morning. It's just the usual flight over.
Yeah, nice.
I slept on the way over. I mean, I literally landed maybe 4 hours ago, so I'm still adjusting to the time zone change and everything like that.
Yeah, fair enough. He's straight here out of it, not had an opportunity to get over the jet lag. I think the most I think that it's quite a funny story, actually. There's the audience, although most of them are just below the camera. We'd have to zoom out. Yeah, there we go. There's 40 people in the studio, actually. Yeah, good stuff. It's a shame that camera shot doesn't actually show everyone. But a funny story, the longest... there was no noise beforehand. Okay, so...
In his earphone? Oh.
On my earphones.
I don't know. We'll see.
Okay, well...
what was this funny story that you had?
Right, yeah, Mitoe traveled, I think, he left Tuesday to get here for... no, he left Monday to get here for Wednesday or something like that.
How did
it was
that
like a
happen?
2-day journey. I don't know. It was quite intense. I think he traveled quite... New donation, $10 from the Empyrean. Thank you very much for the support there. He left Yellowknife... and it took him like 13 hours, I think, to get to...
Yeah, I think they only have like horse-drawn carriages out of Yellowknife, so maybe that was the day one was just getting to a major city where he could then fly.
So to actual civilization. Yeah, for those that don't know, Yellowknife is, I'd say, the capital of the frozen tundra that is Canada's northern wastelands.
Are you ready?
It looks like the game we're getting back in. Okay, so
Yes.
looks like the game will resume, and I will assume that everything is fine. The admin can't talk because he's not in the game, but I'm going to wait for confirmation. This is important. So someone
Are you ready?
No.
No.
So I'm going to wait for confirmation. I think that's important. Someone going to give me the thumbs up. Not you.
The audience is eager.
Yeah, we want to see this
we're
game
good.
continue. Okay, let's get into this. Ladies and gentlemen, let's resume game number 1
Are you ready?
at 3 minutes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, let's get this underway. So it's almost like imagine if every game started from the 3-minute mark. You'd get into the action very, very quickly, actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, a little bit of a hiccup in that first game, of course. This is the very first match of the day, of the entire tournament. H2O, can you give us a brief summary for anyone tuning in and what's happening in the game now?
Yeah, so we've got a German mirror here, both players aging up with 17 villagers. Raphael getting a slight lead in age 1 by getting his market up, but Tabben right now closing that gap as we speak, getting his market up and his tax. We really have no idea what's going to happen now. I mean, German mirrors can go in any direction. We could see some, a couple Ulhan and quickly go H3. We could see Doppel play. I love that this is the first deviation we've seen so far actually in build. Raphael going for the middle TP, which indicates either he wants to be aggressive or he wants to ensure that he can take 2 TPs. So I wonder if we're going to see like 700 wood come out as his first card.
And just play it aggressively. Oh, I'm up for that there. That seems really, really interesting. Like, he's clearly got something on his mind, right? He's being greedy in the sense that it's built in the middle. Not playing it safe like Tabben, who's got the TP at home there. But both players going to be up to the colonial age any second now, and we'll see what they have in mind. Perhaps Tabben, I feel like Tabben's going to go for something fairly normal, try and do that sort of semi-FF that Germany is so well known for. But perhaps LordRaphael is planning something aggressive. No forward villages or anything like that. Perhaps he'll place a barracks at home. We'll have to see. But the wood has now arrived, and the first question is, what is their first shipments? Looks like both players are now overpopped by considerable amount.
Yep, that's the 3 settler wagon shipment with 2 Ulhans coming in, so both players playing a very economic-focused game, actually. And when we look at the wood chopped in transition, it was a relatively light amount of wood, too. So
barracks at home from Tabben. Okay.
I love that. I think that's kind of the direction it seems like German mirrors tend to be pushed towards is less Ulhan and more Doppel. And if he discovers that middle TP, Raphael might get punished for this because he did go straight away for the 3 settler wagons and take the middle TP. So he's not really, he's kind of leaving that open to being hit by Doppels.
Yeah. That's kind of tough, isn't it? But both players sort of walking through the base. LordRaphael did see the barracks. He knows it's there. But Tabben a little bit late on the scouting, and that's just a facet of he built his TP at home. So the Explorer took a long time to get into the base, didn't it, to see what was there, and it did get caught by those first 2 Ulans. But he did scout the stable, so he knows what's up. And likewise, LordRaphael also knows that there's a barracks here as well. Let's go to units in queue. 4 Doppelsodners being trained here from Tabben.
And here they come, 4 Dops out. The question is, does he know about that TP? And I don't think he does. So, had he known if he knows about that TP, he's going to get it for free, certainly here. and these Ulhan battling it out at the top of the map here. Looks like it's going to be one of those one swing away from winning here, and Raphael's probably going to take this.
Yeah.
Yep. Just not that one swing, just not getting to finish by like a frame or two. And now there's that 32 HP Ulhan that can just be annoying while everything else is happening. Maybe he'll be able to sneak a Vil out.
Here we
with
go.
it.
Dops entering the battle. Those Ulans there, they're not getting anywhere near. But meanwhile, LordRaphael has got his first batch of Cav out here. He's bringing them forward. There's no units at home sort of to defend this. He didn't leave, you know, one Dop at home or something like that. But he's done a very good job of hurting, hasn't he?
Shot. There's some cover mode dancing going on here, and then the raid's happening at home. Back, Raphael is getting a villager here. But some Dops coming to defend. I think he's trying to bait him so the Dops can get him.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
Nicely
Dops getting big swings off there. That's 3 Ulhans down just from that couple of swings alone. And meanwhile, in Raphael's base, the market's going down, and he took out both the Ulhans. So really nice trades back and forth here from both players.
Yep, market does go down there. Couple of Doppelstockners coming forward. The 3 Cav sort of waiting. He's got enough hunt under his TC though, so he's okay. Did he leave a Dop at home though?
Yeah, Raphael's rack is just going up right now, and there's just a ton of pressure in his base, and he's sending all of his units back, I think, to try to alleviate some pressure here. He's built a nice pocket with the houses, though. I think it's going to be hard to get punished much more from these Dops. They might get a house.
Yeah. But he's done a decent amount of siege with these Dops, looking to get away now. He sees the Explorer there.
Yeah, was that was ransomed for snare, I think. He wanted to snare those and then be able to get some units on top of him. He's got Doppels in the queue. Tabben not letting up. I mean, he's making 5 more Dops, so I don't think those couple Ulhan at the top of the map there are going to be too effective.
Has the Explorer spooked him? Is he afraid of a snare and some sort of
he has to be afraid of that snare, because
something?
if he gets snared and Dops come, like that's not a place you want to be.
No. But he's still not discovered this TP, so LordRaphael gonna keep his trading post up for the time being. LordRaphael's not been able to take it down, and that opportunity to do so might be, you know, closing away.
Wow, he's remarketing. That means he has steel traps and placer mines. He must be. Oh, he's aging now. Raphael's up, so these 9 Dops are going to be very hard to deal with. I mean, Minutemen can be called, but Raphael did cancel all of the Dops he was building to get that age up. I mean, let's just see how much damage these are going to do. This is it right here. These got to kill a lot of houses before Raphael gets his first shipment out.
Yeah, it does get caught there, though. Tabben, couple of...
Look at that. Explorer buying so much time right now. As the Minutemen come out, is he going to kite these? Oh, he walks in, and the Dops are all over the minutes now. I don't think they're going to be able to stop too much of this damage. And now Settler Wagon's getting in the mix as well. And that one Dop getting picked off there by the Ulhans, but it's getting in a couple nice swings. A lot of damage here being done, and all of Raphael's villas are idled. Dops are just basically idling his entire economy.
Yeah.
Oh, but training Dops in transition, this was really smart, because now he's going to be able to hold this off probably just fine. And he does have a shipment, which he just started sending. That's probably going to be skirms or something, which will end this pressure. And Tabben's going to have to use 600 coin to get up behind this.
Yeah, just going to commit to a fight here. But it looks like Tabben's got the more Doppelstockners and is going to take that out there. A couple of Minutemen still shooting in the background, but ultimately, I think Tabben is going to punish LordRaphael a little bit for an age up. He's going to at least force these vills into the TC. But there's only a few Dops left, so I think Raphael mostly going to be fine here.
Yeah, this was a great outcome for Raphael, just because those 3 minutes Minutemen got to just sit around, and now there's just a bunch of 1 HP units here. And Raphael's up to the fortress age, and his first shipment is not going to be 600 coin. It's going to be something way bigger than that.
Yeah, there's one Dop there just going to punt it down with
there it is. Skirms are out.
Skirms are out. But there's only a few all on here. I think the Skirms will be able to handle that just fine.
Still 2 minutes out, though. Gosh, those Minutemen have paid off so big.
Yeah. Doing a lot of work there. Score 108 to LordRaphael. Tabben on 90, but Tabben is now aging up, is a little bit slower behind this, so I think ultimately I'm going to give the age 2 there to Raphael. He found his way up to the Fortress Age without taking too much damage. He's in a fine spot now, and he's going to have a slight sort of lead in terms of shipments and units now that we're into the Fortress Age. But ultimately both players made it, and the game will now play out in the Fortress Age, which is where Germany ultimately wants to get to.
Yeah, and Raphael might be able to do a lot of damage here. Tabben does not have a lot of hunts under his control right now, and Raphael got a lot more goats in Age 1, I think, that we didn't really pay attention to that as much, but that Raphael's still in base eating food, and there's a huge army coming across the map for Tabben right now, and he's got nothing in sight.
Yeah, for him to deal with. That is true. First shipment might
What's
even...
in queue?
Units in queue. He's got a skirm and a war
And
wagon.
a war wagon. You almost have to like, yeah, I guess that's the only thing you can do. Just try to catch up here.
Yeah, that's a lot of stuff to handle, though.
These Minutemen from Tabben are going to have to do a lot of work, and the Explorer Ransom as well.
Minutemen coming out.
Big shipment pop here.
8 skirms and 3 Olans there.
If he's able to get a lot of damage off on these skirms for the couple Wuhan he has here, he might be okay. But Wuhan all over his skirms now in return, and he's just kind of outmassed here from how hard he got beat in that doppel push.
In that colonial exchange.
Yeah.
Looking very good for LordRaphael. Has taken down Tabben's army. A couple of war wagons come out, but ultimately he's very, very far ahead here. Tabben has got villagers gathering gold, but it's going to be too much for him to handle there. LordRaphael takes the very first game in this best-of-5 series, proving to us that the #1 seed is well deserving of his position.
Yeah, that was really solid execution. I mean, yeah, those Minutemen, like, they got caught early, too. I can't believe they're still alive.
All right, let's take a look at the post-game and see what's up there. Military unit count. We can just take a look at those early exchanges.
Yeah, that trade right there in Fortress was the big one.
Didn't go so well. Yep. Okay, LordRaphael takes the first game. Shall we head on out and get into the next?
Yeah, we can.
Ooh. That's cool.
Hearing some theme music here.
Hearing some music, yeah, I'm liking that. Okay, so up next, the civilization picking should be a lot more interesting for you as the viewer. We weren't able to show you the lobby for the very first game. We didn't get to see that civ dance, but here it's a much more simple sort of process, isn't it? The winner will pick their civilization first, and then the loser will pick afterwards, and you'll see on the screens that are above the players when we switch to that shot. So looking forward to seeing what they'll pick next. Let's take a look at the map pool in just a moment, though, because I think up next will be Baja, California.
Ooh, I love Baja California. Like I said, it's that if Yucatan were a good map, there's the water on both sides, which leads to a lot of really unique strategies. You know, you can safely take your side, and then you can even be more aggressive and build water on the opponent's side. So.
Yeah, there it is. Tabben's, I think, first pick, actually. Obviously, I think Kamchatka was actually his second pick there. But, of course, the order maintains or remains the same as we are used to from the New World Championship. But Baja, California, a map Tabben, he picked it. He must be prepared. He must want to do something on Baja, California. And I'm wondering what that is.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I don't know. Is it some sort of Portuguese strategy? Like I said, I'm not too familiar with some of Tabben's like deeper civs in his pool.
Well,
I've seen China, for example, and Germany, but
how do they play out on the Baja, California? Because I don't think Tabben's necessarily a water guy.
I mean, I'm sure you can play China on that map
Yeah.
too. I mean, it's the same thing, right? There's 3 TPs. So any of these like middle-ish size TP maps are really good for China.
We'll have to wait and see. I'm still sad about Deccan being banned, though.
Yeah, me too. There's a lot more Age of Empires left, so we're gonna see
That's
some
true.
Deccan for
That's
sure.
true. A couple of subscriptions coming in. The Empyrean donated $10 earlier. He says, not played properly in like 8 years, but I watched about 30 hours of the qualification matches on YouTube and love that AoE3 is back in my life now. Hope to see more in the future. Well, I hope, and I think everybody here hopes to see more as well. Thank you very much for the $10. We do really appreciate that. And Asperilla90 has subscribed. I believe they got 50 coin, if I remember correctly.
50 coin.
50 coin.
That's not worth mentioning.
No,
Oh, that's a pretty good treasure, actually.
It's okay to mention
if
after
it spawns
the
in your
games.
base, that's like free hunting.
Oh, that's true. It wasn't muskrats, though. It wasn't.
Oh, it wasn't muskrats.
It wasn't, no. So, the players will be getting into game number 2 very shortly. As you can see, we're just figuring out some issues by the looks of it there. But up next, as you can see, Snow versus Hazza. That will be happening later today at 15 GMT. And then afterwards, Kaiserklein versus PrinceofKabul at 17 GMT as well. We have 5 best-of-5 matches today. And I believe, Lumberjack Mitoe, there he is.
There he is.
Versus the Roga. So, you see his shirt, Armag Community.
Yeah.
On the back of that, Diarouga actually has his avatar, his AoE3 avatar printed on it, and it says
No
Diarouga.
way.
It's an awesome shirt.
How have I not noticed that?
I don't think you weren't here yesterday. I don't think he's gonna,
Yeah, because he's not wearing that now.
yeah, he's not
Okay.
wearing it now. Yeah.
Representing the French
I
community. over
love
there.
that he got that made. That's kind of funny. But yeah, Baja, California will be up next. We're just waiting now for the lobby to be hosted, and we'll get into this and bring you game number 2 in this best of 5 series. But yeah, all of the standings are on EscapeTV.uk if you want to follow this tournament along and keep up to date with the standings. Perhaps you have to go for lunch at some point or something like that. But yeah, I want to see in the chat who's watching this, like, or who's booked. Like, I know some people have booked work off to watch it. Certainly, the people here have in the studio. But who's looking to watch most of this tournament? I want to see in the chat.
I mean, I'm expecting it to be a lot of people. We've already got such a large audience just for game 1. I mean, geez.
Yeah. I don't know how many viewers we've got actually. It doesn't say on
I
there.
think it's over 600 right now.
Oh wow, that's quite impressive. I'm pretty cool with that. Yeah, there they are. We watch all games. Yes, you do, Jeramuno in the chat there. Who else have we got? Mama Luke. This is Jesus. Queen. Yeah, all the regulars.
Everyone.
This is very, very exciting. All right, then. Bit of a weird question, but were you expecting the players to look how they do?
I guess I don't really have any expectations at all. I mean,
Yeah.
everyone's, looks fairly different. We're a very diverse community from all sorts of countries, so.
Oh, a beard has entered the... Yeah, that's true. I didn't expect, like, Snow and Prince to be so jacked. Yeah, very tall as well.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's weird because, like, I've streamed a lot and you've streamed a lot, right? So people know our faces, but I don't know a lot of the other people's faces, so I'm constantly meeting people who know who I am, but
Yeah.
they still have to introduce themselves, and it's just interesting.
$100 coming in from Big Willie Wright. Oh my goodness, thank you very much. No comment though, I have nothing to read out. You can't drop $100 and not leave a message. That's just, what do I even say to you? Thank you very much is what I say to you. Thank you, yeah, that's really,
Or
really generous.
give him a real absolutely.
Absolutely.
The game is hosted.
Oh, it is hosted, is it? Okay, let's get into this. All right. So game number 2 has been hosted. The map will be Baja, California. It took quite a while to host up the lobby. Obviously, this is the very first game, or sorry, this is the very first series of the day, and indeed the very first series of the whole tournament there. Tabben has yellow ping. That's really interesting. Must be some kind of bug, because obviously we're all connected via LAN.
It's not lag free.
Yes.
Lag freeze in the chat, please. Okay, it's gone back to green. Everything seems fine. Yeah, Baja, California, coming up next. My train of thought was disrupted.
Oh, you mean regarding the game, or just
I can't remember what I was going to say. Oh well, I guess it doesn't
right
matter.
now-
It wasn't important, is
right now? All
Yes.
I can think about is what civ is LordRaphael going to
Yeah,
pick,
that's
and
true.
for some reason people love picking Rush on this map. I don't know if it just feels like I have that feeling in my mind. I don't know if it's right or wrong, but
We'll have to see. If we could get display 3, none of the TVs are displaying the games, that would be great. And we'll get into this map, this civilization picking. Who's under the table, says Digit. No one's under the table. Oh, wait, on the... I guess he's talking about the LAN, the players are sitting.
oh yeah.
Is there people under the table? I don't think there's people under the table.
I don't think so. Just unplugging Raphael's headphones every so often, just to create trouble.
No lag, says I will spank you. Prove it. Prove what? I don't know what to prove.
I think they're asking for proof of the table situation, but that's
Oh,
probably
right.
not going to happen.
Okay. Yeah, let's get display 3. I want to see what's on the stream. I want to see the stream. But looks like LordRaphael has France selected here. He has to pick first.
He's locked it.
And France and Germany are his sort of stronger civs. He mentioned in that interview we haven't seen yet. We'll show it later on. That you know, those are those strong civs that he's sort of, you know, good with. Bringing them out very early here.
Yeah. I wonder what Tabben's going to do in response to this. I mean, this map's wide open for choices, and there's a lot of choices against France too. So really nothing's off the table right now.
Yeah. Especially on Baja, California, with, you know, water and...
Right, I mean, you can even go German again. Like, France has a tough time against Germany.
Yeah.
They're very similar civs, but Germany's just a little bit better at the fortress play.
You say that, but LordRaphael is the man that I think specifically wrote a guide on this matchup, France versus
really?
Germany. He's I think said a few times he's happy to play France versus Germany. So not something he's afraid of.
China
Coming out from Tabben. So Tabben, you know, he's hovered around this civ a few times now during the picking phase.
Yeah, and I wonder when he's going to pull the trigger on it, because he only gets to win one game with China. But you can play. The thing about this format is if you lose with the civ, you can play it again. So there's not really an incentive to avoid your top civs, right? I mean, if you lose with it, you can still go again.
That is true, yeah.
Maybe wear your opponent down with several hard games against your best civ.
You also signpost that you're going to play these civs by hovering over them earlier, which is sort of what he did during that lobby in Game 1. You know, he tried to play China.
Are you ready?
Tried to get that done in Game 1, but LordRaphael wasn't having any of it. But now he gets to play China into a matchup he's comfortable with. Looks like we will have, by the looks of it, France versus Germany. I feel like I'm going a bit too quickly, and I should wait for the screens to update, because you guys watching the stream can't see it. So I'm going to slow down from now on and wait and only say these things when it's clear. But France has been selected, and it looks like China has been selected as well, as we keep saying here. But let's get into this.
I think we're ready to go. Game number 2.
Yeah, game number 2 will be beginning very, very shortly here. Looks like it is beginning now, actually. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2 in a best-of-5 series between LordRaphael on the left there versus Tabben on the right. This is LordRaphael's perspective. We're greening in now. Let's start with him, the higher seed here, playing as the French. And by the looks of it, he'll be spawning on the left-hand side of the map in the color blue. Playing as France there. It's going to be a wood and coin start. Has a muskrat treasure in base. And you can see him getting ready to quickly, micro those villagers and see. I love this. This is brilliant. You get to see their crate splits and all sorts. And because it's a LAN, like, the thing just happens instantly. You have no time to really handle it. He didn't even check the muskrats. He's just like, yeah, I want that. And going to send the scout off to
like
see.
20 gold usually too, right?
Yeah, it is 20 gold right there. LordRaphael has discovered muskrats. No one on the stream has discovered muskrats worth 20 coin, but here's Tabben on the right-hand side of the map in the color red. Playing as the Chinese there. Of course, he gets a fixed crate start. We all know that as China, and indeed a goat as well. Has not picked up his muskrat treasure, or indeed any treasure. He's just going to send his Zuyen is his name, to the south of the map. He's going to place that TP ASAP. He wants to pop that down. And we just missed a subscription. My apologies there. But yeah, it looks like I was just watching the player's point of view. I forget that I can roam around the map. But looks like here LordRaphael is going to start an 80 wood treasure, but Tabben can see it.
And he's building a TP right next to it. So this disciple is just trying to buy some time here and doing a brilliant job of that. I think the crack shot's still up, right?
Yeah, I think so.
No, it's not. It's not up, and this is going to cost Raphael a lot. It could even cost, like, it's going to cost him his Explorer at a minimum. Oh, and the 80 wood gets stolen. Really nice use of the stun there to get a quick bit of damage in.
Nicely done. Tabben gets the TP up and steals the wood treasure. I think he's going to be very, very pleased with that.
Yeah.
This is a great start for China already. Gets a bit of damage and steals it there. Raphael, he's ignored the mature coyote pup. We'll check in with him later. But H2O, shall we have a look around the map, take a look at the treasures, and figure out where those hot points will be?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the hot point. There's 2 hot points. One is Tabben's walking towards 120 XP, and then at the top, TP is 80 wood. So that's that 80 wood up there. Raphael's probably going to get a chance to get his own kind of redemption for losing that treasure. But Tabben's going to have so much experience going into Age 2 with that TP going up right away and picking up 120 XP. Plus, I mean, the grizzly bears themselves even give a lot of XP when they die, so...
yeah, that's right. They give 15 XP there. So it's almost like a 30 XP treasure as well, one of which you crack shot there. But it is just going to let that Guardian reset, and now he can get his shots on.
Oh, and there's a 95 wood too, which I missed that one.
Where are we looking?
Right here. Yes.
Oh, right. Pardon me. And also another 80 wood. Oh, they're based... Sorry, I thought it was the same treasure. They're actually...
Yeah.
They're actually pretty much next to each other, very, very close. But Raphael working on that treasure, going to pick that up for himself. So we'll keep an eye on those hot pots. But what I think, hot pots, that's like a soup or something, hot spots. Yeah. What I think is interesting is Tabben spawned on the side where you can actually get that first pass here if you build the TP in the middle, but has elected to build it on the bottom. I suppose, you know, doesn't want to have it in the middle where it's more vulnerable. Your opponent can sort of destroy it. And it worked out really well. It's going to be safe down here, and he stole a treasure as well because his Explorer was nearby.
Yeah, it's a lot safer to just go for the TP down there where you're going to get your pass always at a very reliable time. I think it'll be interesting to see if Tabben ends up making it up to find this treasure. It's going to be hard to miss if he scouts up there. But normally when you see that many wood treasures already go, you wouldn't think there's going to be another 80 wood treasure out there somewhere to get. And Raphael might come out ahead in H1 even after that rough start.
Yeah, just after finding two really nice treasures, one after the other. That's really good, but we'll see what he wants to do with the extra wood, but it doesn't look like Tabben is positioned to get that. But he is going to get some treasures of his own. The Scout's not too bad.
Native Scouts is really solid. If you stealth it and keep it alive, it provides a lot of game knowledge that you can't put like a resource value on knowing exactly where your opponent's placing his racks and when they're placing their buildings.
Right. Shall we take a look then at what they, both players are now aging. Wow,
Yep.
Tabben has 2 shipments available already. That's actually incredible. But let's for anyone who doesn't know, perhaps tuning into an Age of Empires 3 tournament for the first time, let's talk about this matchup and how it usually plays out. What is the game plan?
I mean, China's typically just going to try to build. They age up a bit later at age 2, and then they send 700 gold right away. Their goal is to get to Fortress as fast as possible because their colonial units aren't that strong typically. So if you're making anything in colonial as China, you're banking on a surprise factor, or you're trying to defend against like necessary pressure coming out of your opponent. France, on the other hand, really has a lot of options. They can go for like a rack stable forward base, which is what I think is coming out with these 2 CDB that just got spotted. Did they get spotted? No, they did not.
No, they look safe for the time being. They will get spotted though.
Yeah,
the barracks going down.
Oh no, he's really valuing.
Oh wow, that's
really valuing the game knowledge here. He's actually not going to do the rush because I think he feels like if it's known, it's not as good.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that's going to throw Tabben off at all. Usually you don't see a lot of people cancel tech. Ooh, double racks.
Was it scouted though? Like he deleted it. Obviously, the Foundation wasn't built, but he just tried to hide those vills. It looked like from the Explorer because he saw with his own Explorer that the monk was there. Maybe this is not even scouted.
Yeah, and I wonder if it's been delayed enough that it'll be okay for Tabben. Like just so long as he can click up, he's going to be fine here. But it might be a really heavy like bow pike rush coming in.
700 coin coming in. LordRaphael sees it on the floor. He knows what's up. He's just double checking. But it's very clear what China has in mind here, that fast fortress style. He's almost got all the food he needs to hit up to the fortress age, as well as the coin from the shipment there. But Explorer is going to be lost.
Definitely scouted now.
Yeah, he knows what's up. Units in queue. Here we go, Pikeman coming out. LordRaphael going with a very aggressive double racks opening here. 700 wood coming down and probably going to follow up with 600 wood as well. He's got steel traps and gangsaw, both the upgrades he needs to maintain a crossbow pike rush. And that's what we're seeing. Pikeman coming out. This is very interesting indeed.
The Wonder is built really close to the TC, which is not typical. I think you still just go for the Wonder, right? I mean, yeah, you get it like 500 XP for 240 XP for killing that Wonder, and you deny them their banner army.
Here we go, crossbow in queue at each racks now. Is he gonna?
Oh wow, 3 HP. That if he doesn't change that TC shot,
he does. He does, nice.
Really nice. These TC shots matter a ton. You got to get every ounce of damage you can out of the TC if you want to hold off a rush like this.
Yeah, does take them down in the end though. I guess he figures that.
Yeah, and Raphael's doing a great job of being highly efficient with these pikes.
Here's the crossbows.
There's the bows coming out.
But Tabben, he gets 8.
Yeah,
choking of himself.
Next couple pikes, and the Explorer is going to do so much here. Getting onto the crossbow, and he will force a snare there, and actually walks away, lets them go.
Lets them go. And the Wonder's still up. Can he keep it up? If he keeps that up, I'll be very impressed. And it
Yeah,
looks
getting
like
a banner army out of that is going to be really big for Tabben. It should come out like kind of soon, right?
Yeah, more bows come, though, and it looks like LordRaphael now has the army he needs to finish that off. He's got another 10 bow, which will give the Pikes the cover they need to siege down the Summer Palace. I don't think that's going to stay up, Ryan.
I mean, I don't think so either. The question is just, will that banner army squeeze out like it just did? Yeah, so the banner army's out. At this point, the Wonder is essentially useless for a good amount of time. So I think he's kind of got what he wanted to get out of the Wonder. And going tower in the back, so he's not going to get any skirm relief here, but he is just going to safely get up to Fortress with a shipment behind this, right?
Yeah.
And this is all that XP he got early game paying off. He's able to just send the 8 bows and not have to worry. Explorer snagging, ton more pikes out. I mean, really, we're just waiting to see what Tabben's going to send here, because he's kind of like, there's a consulate. Okay, perfect. He's got a consulate hit in the bottom of the map, and he'll be able to get out the muskets if he chooses. Also wondering when are the minutes going to come up for him. There's the hauled minutes. Great pop on those, snaring all the bows.
Yeah.
Do we think 5 meteor hammers is coming, or do you think it's
Let's go into Tabben's perspective. Let's see what he's up to. I want to see that. We'll see what shipment he's and how he intends to handle this. But LordRaphael,
more minutes coming.
A lot of units here in his base, just pikes though, so they should be able to be shot away, and they are going to get out of there.
Really nice split by Raphael. They're using the pikes to
hammers
split on
the
all
way.
the snares.
No units in queue. They're going to drop that barracks now.
Yeah, I think Tabben's done a remarkably good job of holding this. I mean, he lost 0 vills. He just lost a Summer Palace. He had no idle time. That entire time that the sieging was going on, his vills were gathering resources that are going to get him rolling now.
And now frantically throwing down villages and stuff like that. Okay, let's, and I assume he's going to go with that British consulate as well. But LordRaphael, this is what he's up to here. Looks like he's done with the pressure now. He's sort of going to head back home. And he sees that China's up and he's okay. He's figured out that, hold on, my colonial pressure, I'm not going to get anything else done with that. I need to go up to the fortress age. And that's what he's doing, right?
Yeah, and now he's going for that TP. Great use of the pikes. And you can see just, like, by being very proactive on the map, Raphael's first thought is, like, okay, well, my pikes are kind of done in the base. Where can I go? And the TP is the natural choice. I wonder if he's going to be able to squeeze out that kill or if this army's going to flank him. It looks like Tabben's going to actually go for the counter push. Going back and trying to clear out these Raxes, that might hurt Raphael quite a bit, right? I mean, he doesn't have a lot of infrastructure at home. Yeah. He's just building his first stable now, so you know, there's not going to be a way for him to get skirms out when these swords start sieging down his Raxes.
I really like this, actually. You know, his first shipment was the meteor hammers, and you know, Cav are no good against
Redcoats are out.
Let's just go for these barracks and take them down whilst you're away. Do you think LordRaphael is going to be able to get there in time?
I don't think so. I think
look like it.
Even if he starts units here, he won't be able to get goons there to protect them. So it's kind of not good for him to start making skirms right now. And if you look at units in queue, he's only going goons. I'm guessing he's going to try to either chop wood or send 1,000 wood to rebuild a barracks at home.
Yeah, and he's very, close to his pop limit as well, so 1,000 wood would go a long way in sort of that regard.
Wow, and these pikes are still going absolutely crazy in Tabben's base. They're going to start killing a village now, which is huge. That would house Tabben quite significantly, to the point where he's even sending Cav to counter pikes and just kind of hoping his opponent isn't watching.
Oh, God. Yeah,
is this going to work?
Oh, God.
He's right on top of it.
He's like, nope, I'm noping out of that one. Nope.
Meteor hammers attack with range, though. They can actually kite pikes.
That's hilarious. Enough to frighten them away from the village, though. So they've served their purpose.
Yeah. I mean, you almost want to see if he would try that meteor hammer kite, because there's no lag, so it's actually pretty possible.
Oh my God, you're right.
To like get a quick attack off and then go back.
Kiting with meteor hammers is even more viable in a LAN. Oh my goodness, that's a very, very interesting point to make there. But
I think either way, I think this is going to probably get hit pretty hard here. If he goes in with those pikes, they're gonna get caught by all these ranged infantry.
Yeah. Looks like he's okay.
Gosh, the amount of pressure going on just around this one explorer standing here is crazy. Like, they're going back and forth with individual units, trying not to show their armies. Just a lot of tactical play going on here. And like we said, Raphael's been forced to go pure goon. He still doesn't even have a Rax, does he? Yeah, no, he's just pure goon. I don't know how that's going to work against China. I mean, they have a huge ball of units.
Yeah, I'm feeling Team Tabben at the moment.
Yeah, it feels pretty good when your opponent has no barracks at like 12 minutes.
China's got a lot of stuff there. Pure Goon is, not what you
Yeah, it's going up. So the barracks is going up now. The question is when will Tabben kind of move out of his base? He's been kind of dancing around back and forth, giving Raphael the time here to reestablish a barracks, and that window of having a huge advantage with the Pure Goon might be kind of closing a little bit. Not that he's behind, but that one window might be closing on him as this Rax goes up now in Raphael's base, and both players just continuing to mass up here.
What's Raphael's game plan then? I feel like China is just waiting for that critical mass, maybe this next unit pop, and then it's time to go. LordRaphael did get down the Wonder, though, to start with, so that's something he's got going, and he caused a bit of pressure for Tabben, a bit of trouble, but ultimately I think Tabben's up to the Fortress Age. He managed to get where he wants, and everything's going fine, just massing up units, and France has to be pretty scared. I feel like often to deal with China, you need to handle them. You have to be there all the time, taking constant engagements, just sort of trying to not let them get up to that.
Yeah, and Raphael taking a good trade here, just picking off a bunch of skirms. The rest of the muskets and army not there, and then the pike sneaking in the back door here to try to poke a little bit more. I wonder if at some point Tabben's just going to send all of his cav and just kill these 8 pikes. It's only 8 pikes, so.
Yeah.
But they continue to be so annoying on that flank, threatening that house.
They are a right pain in the ass, aren't they? Just sort of wandering around.
Yeah, are we going to get another quick pick on yeah, picked off another cav here. Really nice micro from LordRaphael here, keeping the goons under control and picking off units.
And I guess in that land, look at the scout. He's come. He's going to see the skirms there. Coming back in.
Here comes the cav. He's going to see it with the Explorer walkover, but I think you still just
the pikes are going to be handled, though.
Yeah, just get that out of the way. Like, we're tired of having to constantly worry about losing a house.
Yeah. Are handled. Big, massive goons right now. Let's go over to military units.
Yes, a lot of goons. And I wonder when the first combat card type shipments are going to start coming in and players will feel comfortable shifting off of unit shipments. I mean, Cav Combat's obviously so strong as France, and then there's so many goons out right now. It feels like the time.
The time is nigh. Cav Combat coming forward again with some more goons. Perhaps he can get some cheeky shots off. But both players very passive. Neither player wanting to...
Yeah, I mean, Tabben's got to have 10 skirms on the way right now. He sent those 11 swords, and I think that kind of slowed him down a little bit. He was probably expecting some cuirassiers, and none showed up. So he's just got this huge bolus of swords that he can only use to kind of defend his skirms, but he can't really push with them.
Cavalry combat.
There it is, cavalry combat.
Wow. I'm not no lag in the chat. Okay, I guess like a big tech cave in or something. I don't know. That was weird. What are you doing?
Oh, just scrolling through.
Oh, right.
Chat's not actually.
There it is.
There's the 10 skirms. Now it's got to be go time, right? I mean, you've kind of rebalanced your army. You got the 10 skirms is the ideal shipment to deal with goons. I mean, now's the time, right? You got and I think Tabben is kind of feeling the same way. Looks like his army's starting to jockey around the map.
Coming around the back here.
And there's these villas gathering on the left that are seen by the native scout. He may actually just go straight to the left here. I think he's just going to say, screw those goons, I'm going for your vills. And here he goes. He's going to have to transition all these vills to hunt somewhere else. There's only one deer on this coastline, so where does he really go from here? I mean, he's going to have to pull his CDBs either down to the coast, and then he's committing to a fight, which I don't know that France ever wants to do against China. So this is kind of hang on a razor's edge here.
Yeah.
And every second that goes by, Raphael's gathering 2 food, and Tabben's gathering 20. So this is a fantastic time just to be walking around the map in circles for Tabben here.
Yeah. Tabben's feeling good. So he's waiting for Raphael to come to him. He doesn't mind.
Yeah, exactly. Is Raphael just gonna go berries here? Nope. I think he's gonna walk towards that middle hunt. But gosh, he is just totally zoned off the map right now.
What resources has he got at home? A couple of cuirassiers coming out now.
Yeah, and I don't think those are going to be terribly effective at all, actually, because of that sword situation we talked about earlier.
He's going to pick off a couple of Changdao. Nicely done.
Yeah, but the skirms are getting a lot of good volleys off here.
Just small skirmishes, neither player wanting to commit, playing very passive and very safe. And this is what we kind of expected, I think, from a LAN tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to see Tabben get out here and just kind of force the situation here before this French army gets too balanced out. I mean, there's no hunt left.
Yeah, he's
right?
having
This is
to.
it.
This is it. Like the villagers are having to gather with the units, and that makes sense because he
You can at least fight with them, right? So that
Exactly.
does make it tough to. You don't necessarily want to walk into 20 CDBs in the middle of your fight without your opponent even having to idle. And meanwhile, the Cav's going to come up here and start poking at a house. Skirm's doing some trading over here, which is good for Raphael, because again, those Skirms are easier for him to replace, and his opponent has a lot of Cavs. So,
raid going on with Cuirassiers down the bottom though.
2 Vills. 2 Vills lost. A lot of back and forth happening on this fight here, though.
Yeah,
and
3 vills lost.
at some point, the tension here is just going to be too much, and they're going to have to fight over this hunt right here, I think.
Just a big ball of units for both players. Those Cuirassiers
Is he gonna,
getting out of
denying
there.
the Explorer escape? Nope. I think he's just going to let him get out.
They're going to head away from, get these villagers getting back to work, but they don't want to stay too long because of this army here. He's not sure where it is. But
Yeah.
Cuirassier up in the top of the map now.
Yeah, single Cuirassier. Losing 2 vills over that and idling gold vills, which is a big deal. There's really only 2 mines left for Tabben if he's holding that one up there.
And it looks like a fight might break out here. Tabben going back. He's not wanting to commit. Okay, the Cav coming into
just gotta
position.
go for it.
Let's go into
Yeah, he's going
Tabben's
for it.
perspective. Tabben's perspective. I want to see that.
Double-faced armor just comes in.
Oh,
That's
wow,
the timing.
this is it for him, isn't
That's
it?
so strong against goons.
Okay, big fight here. And the goon, the CDB's just getting in the thick of it there. Trying to soak up as much as they can.
And they're soaking a lot of damage from the swords. I mean, the cure count is not dropping too fast here, but lots of CDBs falling, right?
Changdao's coming forward. They're going to find their way
getting in on the goons.
onto the goons there. LordRaphael is going to have to move those units. Okay, they've mostly melted away. More Cuirassiers joining the fray here. But this looks like an overwhelming amount of stuff. There's a lot of Cav left here.
Yeah, and really solid fight from LordRaphael, I think. It looks like he's in a good spot. The redcoats are still up, but they didn't get a lot of hand attack off on the cures, and I think this might be enough to clean up the Chinese army.
Damn. I actually thought China had that.
Yeah, for a long time it looked pretty good, but
Thought the China mass would be too big, but he's been forced off the map there.
he lost 8 or 9 vills there, so
11 villages for France have been lost as a result of that fight.
and he did not win that. The question, yeah, well, up here is all these gold vills. That's a good. I guess it's true.
But Tabben's also lost 8 villages as well.
Yeah, he got raided instead, though, right? So the raids kind of got converted back into an army advantage here for Raphael, but he's going back to the mine, and it's only got 400 gold left on it. Looks like they're just going to duke it out over this mine.
400 gold. 2 falconets now in for LordRaphael.
That's going to be good here.
Very
There's no
good against
cav
the
out.
infantry.
Yeah. There's still a ton of mines back here, too. Raphael's got this other one by the TP, which he surely knows about because he was working that treasure up there. And, yeah, Tabben's running low on gold. Only 800 left. Ooh, Manchu coming out, though. That's going to be really nice, I think, with the Cuirassiers still coming out, right? Yeah, 4 more being made.
So Tabben's not out of the woods yet. Perhaps he can find a way to quickly deal with those.
Yeah, where's the
With
Explorer?
those cannons, they're very far forward.
Oh, wow.
No, they're going back now. LordRaphael's safe.
He's going for it. I think you got to go for it here. It's now or never. Like you have to overwhelm these Falcons. Yep. And he's going in. Swords, everything on the Cuirassiers here. And I think it's going to clean up the Cures really fast, actually. 1 Falc going down. Are we going to see any Disciples coming out? Nope. I think we're just going to see the Explorer continue to snare here. But Cav is surviving to get onto the skirms. And those Manchu are still firing really hard on the goons. Gosh, that 1 Meteor Hammer at 1 HP is just such a nuisance right now.
Yeah. And the monk's still alive as well, just going down here.
Yeah, these skirms are all dying here.
Hey, do you pull the skirms out with the goons?
Yeah, I think
away
that's what
from
he's
the
doing.
fight? Changdao, Don, and now
And look at the
LordRaphael
fallout
trying
on
to
that.
get away.
Equal armies, 10 villager lead for Tabben, right?
In a great spot.
Yeah, well, the only thing is, will he be able to get those villas off that mine up there to some sort of productive resource gathering here?
Let's take a look at the resources left on the map generally. LordRaphael gathering food up in the top here, but there's a lot of vills up here. And, oh, wow, look at...
Oh, he's found him. He's going for it.
All those units now coming over
Those
here.
5 swords are going to be a big game changer here.
And if they have to get off this food, they're going to be out of commission for a long time.
Yep. That gold mine's up. I think you just got to send all your vills up and just go for that fight up there. But it looks like Tabben does not feel comfortable starting this. I wonder if he's waiting for either a shipment or maybe a cav batch. Yeah, here's oh yeah, there is 4 iron flails and a cav batch. I think he's going to probably try to force the issue here. Because now he's got snare, so if he's going to win this fight, he's going to win really hard. Oh, look at these skirms out of position. Oh no, they're all getting caught out here, and those goons are just going to get crushed up against the wall here with these skirms on them.
And that LordRaphael
This is
made
a
mistake.
huge positioning error by LordRaphael. I don't think he anticipated that much cav coming out. Never expect the 4 iron flail shipment.
GG being called. And it looks like Tabben will even out the series to 1-1.
What a game. I would love to see the resources gathered because it felt like they were like just dead even the whole game. Yeah, look, dead even on resources gathered the whole game just from all the idling and stuff going back and forth. That 10 vil lead didn't even really make a difference, you know?
Yeah. Let's take a look at the military unit population and just, you know, just building and building
So
up.
much, yeah.
No one looking to really take any fights. Just a little bit of skirmishing here and there. And then one big clash of armies at the end. You see these players being very, very cautious.
Yeah, it was interesting, though. Like, if you look at the rebound, Tabben had a really nice rebound there at the 4 iron flails, and I think that just was not expected at all by LordRaphael, and he just got caught out really hard. You can see that spike at like 21.5 minutes, where his military pop like doubles.
Hot damn. Yep. And we'll take a look at village account as well.
That big exchange that Raphael won looks like he won it really convincingly, but then you look at the vil graph and he lost
a number of vils to make it happen.
To make it happen, yeah. Which was the right call, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Let's head on out of this, though. Game number 3 will be coming up next. We're approaching, by the looks of it, about 100 subscribers. Sorry, yeah, no, that seems right. If that marks 200, half of that would be, I don't know where. It feels like one of those graphs that you know, don't show the 0 point. I'm not sure, but yeah, we basically everybody we're hoping to get 500 subscribers by the end of the New World Championship. If you want to support us, make more Age of Empires 3 tournaments and tournaments in general, then subscription is a great way to do that. I just thought I'd reiterate that. Our viewer goal, we're hoping for at least 1,000, but which I think we might be close to. I don't know, but yeah, certainly 2,000. We can't check. We'd have to. Maybe the chat can spam how many we've got. That would be cool. 2,000. Anything more than that would be absolutely wonderful. But yeah, the next map, by the looks of it. Coming up next is Thar Desert. The players are now going to pick their civilizations. Actually, it looks like Tabben is very nervous and is actually going to go and empty his bladder. But after that, we'll pick some civilizations. I think what we should do is... hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. That's a cool angle. I like it. But let's have a look at the Thar Desert. We have a map video prepared that will show you how the map is. I forgot to utilize these in the previous maps, but I have remembered now. And then when we come back, we'll see what matchups have been selected. But thank you very much for the subscriptions, Peach Rocks, and to Fat Chode as well. We really appreciate that. You got me there. I said Fat Chode on stream. Well done. Let's take a look at Thar Desert. Shifting sands and rolling dunes cast long shadows across the Thar Desert. This vast open landscape is far from barren, though. Gold is plentiful, and although food is not scarce either, the wild elephants are not easily controlled. Settlers will quickly find themselves out in the open as they venture away from their town in search of food. There's also no passing trade in the desert, and the native Udasi offer little by the way of alliance, acting mostly as an obstacle, which makes controlling the center of the map much more difficult than it would first seem. All right, I think the summary is there. Yes, as the audience said, there's no trees on the map. That's basically what we're getting from that. Thank you very much. A few more subscriptions coming in. How to Talk, Please Help has gifted a number there. I can't see how many, but we won't see what treasures they got to pick. So if you subscribe during the games, which is what I would encourage you to do, then you do get a shot at picking up a treasure, and you'll see what I mean when that starts. But shall we take a look at the player overviews? I want to see what civs they have selected. There's no one in the seats. How about the wide angle? Maybe this is a silly camera then. Okay, that's what's going on, guys. Everyone's nervous by the looks of it. Having to go to the loo. But thank you very much. How to Talk, please help. We really, really appreciate the support there. Looks like, though, we'll see the civilizations picked. I thought that was all done, pardon me, but we're going to see...
I think it's almost done, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, we know it's done, but we gotta wait for all of that good stuff.
The suspense, right? We gotta keep people guessing. But with that sub bar, how do we know? Is it supposed to be going up, or?
Yeah, it will go up over time. We're manually doing it.
Gotcha.
Increasing the... Oh, there it goes. There it is, 200. Yes, come on, everybody. Round of applause. 200, we did it. Yes. Okay, next barrier would be 300. Maybe that's not quite 200, but either way, we're getting there. Thank you for the support, everyone.
It was still worth a round of applause.
It was. I'm convinced that is the case. Damn, we didn't get to see those map videos. I feel bad now.
I know. Well, there's other series. We've got time. I can't wait to see what you have to say about Baja, California.
But, okay, that's actually the one we haven't got done yet. But we've got 8 map videos out of 9 maps.
And I just had to guess the one that...
Yeah, you guessed the one that we don't have. But Baja, California will be done at some point.
Yeah,
So,
I love the Janissaries in the middle of the map just getting destroyed by... what do they call it? Colonial Soars?
yeah, so Soars versus Janissaries, yeah.
It's a very typical matchup.
Yeah, you always see that, yeah. Oh dear, that's funny. Tabben locked India.
I love the India mirror. I hope that we get to see that.
On Thar Desert here, yeah.
There's just so much. There's so many options you have, and if you build the agri-forts, there's a lot of it's hard to get information. There's a lot of things you can do, like hide strategies, and just interesting.
I've seen Raphael actually play. God, I'm glazed, aren't I? I better clean up. Holy crap! It's very exciting, this tournament. You know, you can see it on me. But I've seen Raphael select Russia, even against India on this map here, and I'm wondering if India locked. He says, okay, so it looks like we will see an India mirror on the cards here. Oh my goodness, the subscribers are still going.
Yeah, that one person gifted quite a few. So.
And a couple of people, I won't read out everyone's names, there's so many, but thank you very much everyone who did subscribe. Good lord, that is quite a few. How to Talk, please help. Wow.
Might be like 20.
Yeah, that's a lot of support. Cheers for that. But we'll be going into this matchup very soon by the looks of it. India versus India. The players are putting their headsets on. Having a bit of a stretch there.
These flags are so detailed.
Yeah, they're very cool, aren't they? I suppose we ought to green him.
Ready to go.
Yeah, it's like zoomed in on the focal point of the flag. I think there are some flags that are very obvious what civ it is. Dutch, France.
Yeah,
Germany.
A lot of people couldn't figure out Japan.
Yeah, it's zoomed in on the thing in the middle of the flag in the circle. And India as well here, sort of. But that is India. I really, really like the flags.
Yeah, they're really cool.
Okay, India mirror.
You can see some of the stress on the players' faces as they get ready to go into this game. Tabben taking a side there right before locking in.
Yeah, we are now launching into the game. We will see. Look at LordRaphael looks pretty stressed. Let's see how this goes. We'll start with him. I don't know on what side of the map, but it will be on the Thar Desert. He's on the top of the map in the color red. Let's take a look at this man's perspective here. Getting ready. You can see him anticipating the clicks. Oh, look at, he's so ready for this. Onto the trees, onto the crates, let's go. This is an Indian mirror on the Thar Desert. Looks like he's going to go for that muskrat treasure nearby and then get the other elephant out onto the middle of the map there and have a look around. Nothing unusual in that deck. Let's take a look then at Tabben and see what he's up to here. Has a food treasure in his base and is also sending the other elephant into the center there. Let's see what treasures he'll come across. He does find a 85 wood treasure. That's a really, really nice treasure for him.
He's on the good line, yeah, because the 90 wood's just above that, and those are the two big wood treasures on the map.
Let's go
right
into
now.
the third person here. Yeah, there's two wood treasures, the two big wood treasures that spawn on this map. 85 wood there, and right next to it, 90 wood just up here as well. Oh my goodness, Gimp's coming in, has discovered the lost blanket of Empress Zoe worth 480 XP. I have to give a shout out to the big treasures. I do. Sorry, go on.
No, it's totally fine. That's like it's a treasure you can't even ever get.
Yeah,
so
but he got it.
Yeah, somehow. So Raphael picking up 65 coin here and 50 wood, working the corners of the map. That's typically where you find the big treasures, but this time they spawned in the middle. Tabben able to pick up pretty effortlessly here, an 8, and both of these wood treasures potentially. But Raphael does find the 90, so he can at least contest it when Tabben starts it.
Yeah, 90 wood here.
I wonder if Tabben's just going to start it anyway. I mean, you almost want to just start it anyway because you've seen your opponent pick up 2 other treasures. You know one of the elephants is far away. Or at least heal, you know, I mean.
Yeah, how much health do they have? He's sort of having a look around for the time being. Raphael's not around. Perhaps he'll go back for it. It's a very, treasure quite close, waiting for those stuns to recharge as well, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really curious to see how far away Tabben's going to go from this treasure. Maybe he's just waiting for time. I don't know, but this is really where the explorers need to be.
Yeah,
so.
And they're both aware of this treasure. By the way, Redark getting 135 coin. Thank you very much for subscribing. And Lomas getting the 90 wood treasure. That's,
there we go.
Maybe it's actually, this is a standard, but it's also 90 wood. I wonder which player will get 90 wood. But both hanging around here. LordRaphael, he's just standing outside it, is going to get some healing done before he goes in, perhaps waiting for the stun. But Tabben just wants to check in and see what's up. This is a hot point, this treasure.
Yeah, I think Tabben seems to be playing the steal approach, where you just kind of use your other elephant to scout and try to keep pressure on the treasure, just with one elephant, so you can't ever take it. But if they started, then you can go for the steal.
Tabben sending a villager forward, going to place an aggro fort by the looks of it in the middle of the map, not at home.
And going for one less villager than Raphael on this one. Look at Raphael only has 500 food to Tabben's 700, but Tabben is idling a little bit for this, and Raphael's going for the idleless 14 essentially. But look at how aggressively placed that aggro is if it starts. Come on. What are you doing? There we go. Very aggressively placed aggro.
Yeah.
And, we'll see how many vills he trades. Maybe 1.5 vills that's going to cost him. But he is up way faster than his opponent. And, if this aggro drops right up in the front, that's going to be hard for
480 XP.
Raphael. Yeah, I mean, look, Raphael's placed it right in line of sight. And he's way behind because he didn't want to idle.
Yeah. What's Tabben? Tabben's clearly... Okay, so the blue one's going to go up.
I love this. This is, pushing away both those hunts. Look at Raphael's next hunt. That's his next hunt. Like, both of those. That's all he's got. So... And Raphael has to start fighting for these herds to move in his way, otherwise he's going to be in big trouble here.
Yeah, and Tabben being such a cheeky bastard. Look at this.
This is absolutely what you have to do. I mean, he's aging before his opponent. Oh, and he's going to get the shot to herd right now if he shoots. There it goes. They're going to move. Oh.
Who's going to get
He's got it. He's got it.
Tabben!
This is big. I mean, no hunt at all for Raphael. Even now, he's literally got one animal left.
This is such a cheese strat, but I love it.
Oh, wow. And he's going to get the next one, too, if he's up. Oh, he wasn't on top of it. But a lot of the animals still dying, and those will drain. And the 4 elephants is, another 4,000 food, so.
Yeah. Just going to start pummeling the aggro fort with the elephants there.
Yeah.
A big fight over these animals, and as you said, a lot dead here.
Yeah.
Pretty low.
Right, yeah. Well, I mean... You gotta do what you gotta do. This map does have a lot of food that's pretty far away.
I'm telling you, it's this is a non-trivial amount of money on the line, and this is you do what you've got to do. That is, I don't have any problems with it, but of course, LordRaphael going to be a bit frustrated by a move like that, all this anti-herding, so to speak.
Yeah, and I wonder, this console's coming up too. I wonder, I almost hope that Tabben doesn't get too aggressive here. Like, what do you think? I mean, he's kind of already got the clock in his favor. There's this hunt is all draining out. Like, don't you just want to sit defensively here and wait?
Sort of just, you know, control the food best you can. Don't get too aggressive, something like that.
Yeah, use the Agri Fort to your advantage, right?
He has got the consulate going down, though.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to... That's what I'm saying. Maybe he's going 300 export first.
Yeah.
That's got to be it. Which it could be a very economic shipment.
A very nice use of the elephants.
Wait,
there.
how did the 2 Seaboy get here so fast? I guess he did age way faster.
And going to force those animals onto the Agri Fort there.
Is he going to go for the steal?
The elephants.
5 Seaboy coming out and diplomatic entry going to Ottoman. Okay. So he's getting zoned off of his hunt again. And the elephants can't even finish up shooting down the lions. So there's 90 wood picked up for Tabben. Really nice play from him, using those 5 Seaboy to kind of zone his opponent off of hunt. And is Raphael Raphael's not hunting really, right? Yeah, he's got 3 vills on an animal that with this UI doesn't show much food he has left on it. But
there's a villager over here trying to bring desperately herding elephants towards his TC.
Yeah,
I'm not sure the
don't
other
like
two
to be herded.
Yeah, not sure where the other two, but no, they don't like to be
3
herded.
Hussar coming out too. He's going to put some raiding pressure on. Do you think he's watching this hunt too, and that the Hussar are going to go hit that?
Where are the Hussar?
They're out here in the left of the map.
Oh yeah. They have it. So he's gone with Hussar first. I was expecting villagers, perhaps. Just wants to control all of the hunt. Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, not unfortunately, but I mean, these animals will sit here and decay, and they should be huntable. I mean, it's pretty hard to stop with Agri Fort being as close as it is. But I wonder if this Vill's going to get picked off on the side here.
Yeah, the Vill he's using to sort of bring the hunts into his base.
Yeah, hopefully, I wonder, is next shipment going to be 4 Soar? Is he going to go for that type of play with the Minutemen pop out of the TC? There it is, 4 Soars.
Okay, he's going to be really aggressive.
And the Seaboy shots are going to pick off a Gurkha, which is nice.
Just
there we go. Get the Vills here, big part of this exchange. But look at going right past the Vills and forcing this fight. All those Vills build up, not gathering, and he's going right onto the Seaboy here. Minutemen coming out, but that's not going to be enough to stop this much Cav and Seaboy. I mean, he's still got 8 Vills in the Agra too, so Tabben's just really coming out ahead here. Only 2 Seaboy batch coming out for LordRaphael, but he does send his own Soar shipment. All the Gurkha have been cleaned up.
And sentries of his own. The rally point not quite on point though. So going to come in a little bit late here and give Tabben the time he needs, possibly to escape here.
Those Soar, if they snare well, could be a big problem for Tabben. Maybe he got a little bit too aggressive here. Raphael is going to be able to get back out on the map and hunt, but he is. The Vill's coming out
just
for the punch just to get the extra damage in, right? Because they're doing nothing in the Agri Fort. So, and a lot of cleanup potential here. Minutemen coming out, really going all out on the Ottoman consulate techs here. Is he going to pick up some Vills here?
My screen.
What happened? Oh, he's bugged out.
What is he doing?
I don't know, but he's not going to be around for long.
He's figured it out.
Just in time to get away?
Oh, God, get up.
Look at that Minutemen flip. Yeah.
No, not that. Oh.
He tried. And after all that, where are Raphael's Vills? They're all back at home, right? There's a bunch in the Agri Fort, but they weren't gathering.
Yeah. Now coming out.
Look at this, so much pressure.
Ottoman Minutemen.
Those Minutemen were huge.
Yeah. Rip. Hot damn. I mean, all the dust is sort of settled there. Let's take a look at the economies. 30 each, and the military unit population is even. Both players able to gather food again. I guess Raphael is going to have a bit of a harder time for future food, but for the time being, you know, as this has sort of decayed a bit more as they're dead. But he's back on food, and the game state seems pretty even here.
Yeah, it feels good to. I feel like you'd rather be Tabben right now though, because the game state's even, and you didn't have to send 5 Seaboy to make it even, right? So his 600 wood is right now is going to start to catapult him a bit.
Civil servants just coming in for Tabben, hunting eagles. So he's not really gotten any upgrades behind this.
Yeah, he's getting them now.
He's getting them now. LordRaphael has got a few in there.
Upgrades, so
some Gurkha now coming out.
But these Gurkha can kill a Vill here. I think they should pick off that Vill, yeah.
Just these Vills gathering out in the middle of the map.
That one Soar is definitely not going to get anything done here.
Yeah, he's pretty hopeful, isn't he? No, he's decided that that's not for him. Yeah, but the fact that LordRaphael has to gather out here, he's just going to bleed out vills every now and again to random poking from Tabben's Gurkha shots.
Yeah, I think it's probably better for him to send the elephants now, but every time Tabben goes in like that, there's villager seconds being lost by Raphael having to shuffle things around, and economic population-wise, he's up by 3 vills, Tabben is. We'll see if the Ottoman consulate tech comes in for vills.
Yeah,
Hussar coming out, actually, for Raphael, not vills.
Yeah, I guess Raphael just more concerned about staying on his hunt for the time being. An expedition of sepoys. I thought these were villages for a moment, but
yeah. One thing I want to mention is, remember we were talking about that 600 wood. There is a stable up for Tabben, and foreign logging in now, and that's the difference I think that 5 sepoys making. We're gonna start seeing Zams come out. We're gonna start seeing Sowars get made, and that is usually a pretty big tipping point in India's strength. Is when you're also building on top of your Gurkha, you're building some cav.
Gurkha, sepoy. Villager tech now coming in for LordRaphael. So
this raid is going to get caught.
Yeah, he's going to get out of there with the 3 cav, taking a little bit of damage, it would seem.
Yeah, he lost a vill there in exchange for 1 Hussar, which is about 1 Hussar. It's a pretty good trade for Raphael.
And now LordRaphael, he's gotten the villagers out of the consulate, and will start to end relations with the Ottoman.
He's making Sowar not Zams, actually, which surprises me. I figured you'd just kind of pop out 5 Zams to get those cav out of your face, but every time Tabben keeps rallying all his new Gurkha out in the front of the aggro still from the rush, and they keep getting hit by these cannonballs.
Cav coming in for a raid. No low HP villies there to pick off. Just a drive-by.
Just checking things out.
This is a very even game, I think.
Yeah, it's just dead even. There's like 1 market tech advantage right now for Tabben, but he's down 2 vills, and army sizes are very even. But there's going to be a lot of walking happening very soon for Raphael.
3 Soa coming out to try and handle these Hussars. Remember,
but they lose.
They
lose quite hard to Hussars.
They've taken a bit of damage, though.
Yeah, but Sowars are weaker, and they also don't they're specialized.
But he gets the snare, so
he does get the snare, and hopefully that's going to be enough time to get these Gurkha over there. No, I'm surprised he's going to let that. He's letting that one go.
Does lose 3 Sour there for 2 sort of low HP Hussar, and 5 more Sour come out. And it looks like that Hussar is just going to stay there. He is going to get caught.
So Raphael's now hunting in this bottom corner in the far right. I mean, just the walking distance he's had to eat all game has been much more than Tabben, I think.
He is traveling a long way. I guess he just doesn't care about these. It's too close. He doesn't want to risk those Gurkha shots, although this coin mine's a bit further back.
Yeah, and those walking distances really are the intangibles. Like when you look at the end game and you've just gathered like 500 or 1,000 less resources than your opponent. So they're definitely important. Reviving 1 elephant to start the heal process, I think, on those Gurkha. And another thing to note, Camel attack down for Raphael, and he's on Brit consulate, whereas Tabben is still on the Ottoman consulate. Looks like he just got the Viltech out, I think. That's what that was. And now he's probably going to start the switch to Brit.
There it is. I found it. It's
next and 10 Tiger Claws instead of Camel attack. So that I wonder, this has got to be go time. That's probably why he's also been training Camels and or Sowars and not the Zams.
Yeah, it feels like LordRaphael switching into sort of that Skirmgoon. He's got a lot of Gurkha, he's getting a lot of Zambarex, but Tabben's sort of mostly stuck with, he's still got a lot of Sour, still training Sours, or was a moment ago.
This has to be where we're heading, right? We're walking that way, and we're just going to try to kill every Vil.
Yeah, I guess so. LordRaphael.
Yep, there we go. If this does not get seen,
he's not going to see it coming.
All those Camels kind of regrouped up there, and he's going in. This is probably 7 Vils. This is definitely 7 Vils if he just starts that snare.
And the army's over here.
Yeah.
It's not going to be able to get there in time.
If he keeps his army together, because he went for the Tiger Claws into the Camel attack.
Medicine.
His opponent can't really do anything about that.
No, the Vils will be saved. Eastern medicine is enough.
Yeah, apparently, but I mean, I don't think LordRaphael actually wants to fight here, because he's sent, like I said, he sent upgrades, not Tiger Claws, and this fight is really well positioned from the Sowar here. Once those elephants and Sepoy go down, he's gonna free reign on the Gurkha. And and just continuing to plow through this army. The Tiger Claws getting on the Zams, they do not, they kind of prevent the Zams from hitting the targets they want, which are the camels, and just a whole slew of villagers and units in here. And it looks like he's just getting steamrolled by these Tiger Claws, right?
Yeah.
Like, Vills are dying left and right here. Even if he gets to walk his army out, where is he going to gather?
The Vills, there's a lot of Vills up here. The Vills on the mine, they're just soaking a lot of damage
Yeah,
here.
I love these Gurkha continuing to pick off the Zams, but those 5 Soar pop out, and
Nice.
there are still a bunch of Sepoy in the back, though.
Yeah, it looks like that will be enough. The Gurkha there, I think, will be okay. The Sour don't look like they're lasting very long. The villagers, LordRaphael just throwing them. They're soaking a lot of damage, and he's able to stay in the fight as a result of it. He's actually, let's go to units lost. 15 villagers.
More. He's about to lose. He's going to lose at least 3 more here. There's 2 on
Sacking
there. They
off all those Vills, but
he's got to run now though, because there's Soar coming out of that stable. Like Raphael's so all in right now. He needs to have more Soar come out and just win off of this.
So does trade off a lot of his villagers to win that fight here, like a considerable number. And now Tabben has a big eco lead, and in fact even going to kill some more villagers. Has Sour there attacking them. They've just finished up a mine, and indeed some Sepoy entering the fray there as well. They're going to go towards the Agra fort, but off the back of this, LordRaphael is ahead in military population, but only by a little bit.
Those 5 Gurkha,
And now
though,
it's
walking
even.
into suicide, I think Tabben's just got to regroup here and wait for Raphael to make his move.
Play the long game now. He's killed so many
just
Vills.
wait, right? Yeah, and he's not gonna be able to get through that aggro fort. Although he does have the Brit tech advantage here in camel attack, I don't know that that's enough to make it through this.
But LordRaphael knows it. He has to push there.
Yeah,
Villagers coming forward to gather from this mine.
Yeah, he's like, well, I may as well gather here because I have to win now. So
yeah, 600 coin coming in for Tabben.
I love that shipment too. That's one that's really, you know, about. It's very immediate getting a coin in. It's going to help him get full batches out and really rebolster his army. He still doesn't have camel attack, like we said, but does he even need it, right? He's got such a huge eco lead.
Yeah.
5 Gurkha popping out of the front of that aggro again.
There's a lot of Soa here. There are enough Zambrax
These
to
trades are
handle
going really well. I mean,
LordRaphael, he's kiting back. The Gurkha, the blue ones, haven't got into range yet, only just coming in. Bit of a snare on those goons.
This is very scary for Tabben. There comes 10 Soar, and this could clean up his entire army.
Big pop.
There's only 4 Sepoy behind it. This is why you kind of want to have Zams up. I mean, you don't want to take this gamble.
He's getting back. Does have a couple of Soar of his own, but they're not Zambrax.
And there's no, and the problem is Raphael's Zambrax can deal with his Soar.
Raphael, despite losing all the Vills, he's in a great spot here.
Where's all the army population from Tabben? Like, they're relatively
Sepoy. There's a lot, and he's calling the town centers
minutes.
But the Gurkha, there's a couple of Sepoy, but they won't last long, and the Gurkha just on top of the Sours are on top of them.
Yeah,
this is looking great for LordRaphael.
Yeah, I mean, the not making Zams thing finally punished him. It's really hard to get away with not making Zams in this matchup, and because once you get caught out, you lose every unit that you have if you don't have Zams.
Yeah, it looks like though we do have some Zambrax on the board.
There we go.
Couple of
Zams and the Minutemen might be enough here, right?
Yeah, but not before he's given a LordRaphael a great shot at getting back into this game. Remember though, Tabben still has an insane economy.
He could delete every Vil on our screen right now and still be equal.
Yeah,
5 Sepoy coming out the back here, catching the Cav off guard. Raphael's not seeing this.
Sepoy do get some good hand attack
cleaning
hits
this
in.
up.
Yeah.
And there's going to be Soar coming out of the stable in like 3 seconds. There they are.
GG, LordRaphael calls it. Had a pretty good run there, but ultimately Tabben able to pick that up and takes the lead in the series.
Those Tiger Claws were so big. I don't think I've ever seen Tiger Claws be that impactful. I mean, it all came off of that early hunting, right? So he forced Raphael to be hunting 10 minutes later out in this corner, and then the Tiger Claws were able to make a big impact.
Damn, this is looking very, very interesting. Tabben now on match points, and remember, for everyone watching, Tabben is the bottom seed. LordRaphael is the top seed here, based on the seeding. You know, LordRaphael is supposed to have an easy early bracket. He's the top seed, but this is looking very challenging for him.
Yeah, this is what we said, though, right? Tabben is looking really strong, really prepared. You can see just both looking at the players, they're both just like LordRaphael was a little in shock, probably, thinking about what happened here. How did I lose this game?
Yeah.
Because I'm sure he felt pretty good once he had kind of stabilized with the hunts.
Wow, I don't even know what to look at. Look at this fight, Ryan. That's the big fight we saw.
That's the Tiger Claws,
And
right?
he chucked all the vills in as well. Let's take a look at the villager graph.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Like we said, 20 Vills dying there. That was just
But it
10
almost
Tiger
worked.
Claws.
It almost worked out. He
20 Vills for 10 Tiger Claws seems like good shipment.
Good, yeah.
I'll
Nice.
take it.
All right, let's leave the lobby and tee up the next game, which will be happening very shortly.
What happens now? What's in that? What's our next map again?
The next map will be
We
not
have-
Deccan. It will be not, well, obviously not Deccan. We've just played Thar Desert. It will not be New England. It will not be High Plains. So skipping over straight onto Pampas Sierras. This is a $5 tip. Yes, thank you very much, Bobaboo. It is a map, not a tip, of LordRaphael. So this is a map he's picked, a non-trading post map. And perhaps this is, maybe he can play India again. He's still got Dutch.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm really trying to figure out what's on Tabben's mind. I mean, he's got to pick first, right? And he's got a smaller civ pool remaining because he's won those 2 games.
Yeah.
Russia, I like it. Look at the confidence. He's not waiting either. He's just really thinking about Russia.
Russia locked, says Tabben. The overlays will reflect that in a moment. But yeah, this is a very good map for Russia, right?
Yeah. I mean, we talked about lots of no TP maps here in the order, and we had originally talked about like Raphael playing those civs.
Yeah. I don't know. I would like a glass of water if that's what you're saying. Yeah, okay. That would be good.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I've already got one.
I didn't want to presume that was what was being said. That would be good. Yeah. Zealy Flower offering me some water. So yeah, I'm going to take that. You can see Tabben. He's getting stuck into that. That's what I want. But Pampas Sierras is not a water map, and I don't know why that's relevant, but it is not.
Thank you for that. Is this the map that also has the Incan natives on it?
Yeah,
too?
it is.
Yeah, there's the treasure, but it also has the TP with Incan natives on it too. There's some really like wonky builds you can do with like French and other civs doing native rushes. I see. Raphael's just going to take the India versus Russia matchup, which is it's really technical when you play the India side of it, but I think you're favored.
Right. I've seen LordRaphael play this matchup in reverse and have good success.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like some of the games that you probably watched me play where you just like have to defend 5 Cossacks and like 15, 20 or 20 Strelets with like 3 Gurkha, You have to be able to do some of those types of things. But then once you get stable and stabilized in the late game and you've got, all your upgrade cards in, it's hard to lose.
Looks like the players are ready. And the matchup will be India versus Russia. Shall we take a look around Pampas Sierras? A new subscriber, Algae Dinosaur. Thank you very much for the subscription. In fact, 5 gift subs from Nunalas, by the looks of it there, or 6 actually, something like that, or a number. Yes, thank you very much. Let's take a look at Pampas Sierras, and then we will get into this match. Wild llamas roam the western Pampean mountains, and new colonies must choose whether to invest into the wealth of livestock or take their chances picking out the first treasures in the lowlands. This semi-arid region offers no trading routes. Though native Incan and Mapuche tribes do populate the landscape, players should watch out for potential alliances which can offer a variety of early aggressive options, as well as valuable late-game technologies. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the New World Championship. Game number 3 in a best of 5 series. The score is, game number 4 in a best of 5 series. The score is 2-1 in favor of Tabben. Give the dirty coming in with the subscription there. GIBs in the chat. Let's get into this. Pampas Sierras, we're loading in now. Let's take a look at LordRaphael and see what he has going on in his base. He will be playing in the color blue. And indeed, on the south of the map here, getting ready to micro those villages. He is prepared. Let's go. 3 in the town center, onto the trees, onto the food crates, onto another wood crate, and a wood crate. Okay, and by the looks of it, starting with the blowgunner treasure there in his base, going to be able to pick himself up 60 food right away. That's pretty nice. Gets the stun off and a stomp as well, and can just go for that with the 2 elephants. In fact, one going to head on out, of course, because it is Pampas Sierras. But admin has paused. We may offer one of the players a restart here. LordRaphael is missing 1 mine in the back.
Yeah, we probably need to...
LordRaphael now will either take the decision to rehost, and he does. Admin re. I kind of wanted to listen to the music there, the little you know, when you resign.
Yeah. Well, I'm still listening to it right now.
I cut it short.
I got to enjoy the whole soundtrack. Oh, you are in too fast.
But you are not.
I am not.
Damn. I like this admin re thing. It's just
it's really nice. I mean, no more will we be roasted in the chat for missing the map or making a bad call. It's just some admin who know what faceless and nameless.
Yeah, it's actually so the guy the people looking at the rehosts is actually, you know, this is an Age of Empires 3 LAN tournament. There's a lot of Age of Empires 3 enthusiasts here that know about map balance and are capable of making these decisions. So volunteers from basically the everybody here in the studio. There's 40 people in the studio. We're having 3 people at a time in the office to make a call on the maps, and that's how that is working there. So this particular map, we will get the rehost, but let's get back into it.
Yep, here we go. Tabben ahead in the series.
Yeah,
going into
point.
game number 4. This is match point. Yeah.
Can he? If he wins this, I think that would be very, you know, that sets Tabben up. I think there's a lot of confidence there. Tabben's jacked, man. Let's see it in the chat.
He's on a roll, right?
Well, actually, we can't say it yet. He's not won just yet. But will LordRaphael bring it back to 2-2? We'll have to wait and see. Ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 4 in a best-of-5 series between LordRaphael and Tabben for the very first match of the new World Championship. Let's take a look at LordRaphael. Here he is, this time on the top of the map in the color red. In his base. Can't see it on his screen just yet, but has 40 coin in the front and 40 XP in the back. Both blowgunners, so we'll probably skip those, not going to be interested. And as we can see, because there's no good treasures, going to send those elephants off at slightly different angles towards the llamas in the Pampian Mountains, as I explained. But this map looks fine. Admin has resigned, so they will be gone. But let's take a look at Tabben in the south of the map, in the color blue, playing as the Russians, going for a native scout here. Has actually not attempting to get any of those llamas. Perhaps he intends to pick up the scout quickly and then get over there.
Yeah, I wonder if he can also go for the backdoor, like steal type thing, where you just kind of stand where the llamas are going to walk, and your opponent assumes you're obviously have 1 explorer's rush and you're going for the llamas. But it looks like Raphael has been so fast here, and honestly, this is, I think, one of the more important moments of Age 1 is if you know, you can deny these llamas from India. That's like their TP, right?
Yeah,
like,
and
it's a no TP map for everyone but India.
Tabben's been a little bit too slow. Maybe he was banking on using his explorer to capture some of the returning llamas, something like that, but hasn't been able to do that. 7 llamas to LordRaphael at the start of the game. Tabben, he went for that treasure in the lowlands, and it did not pay off by the looks of it here. A nice attempt, but not quick enough.
Yeah, this is huge. Like, it's hard to really quantify this just by looking at it, because, I mean, you're just watching a couple llama go sit in his base, but he basically got a free TP there. 200 wood worth of XP is trickle, right? So...
yeah, that's, you know, it's a lot.
But our favorite treasure is definitely about to get picked up for some vengeance here.
2 stray sheep? Is that our favorite treasure?
No, our favorite treasure is in the bottom left.
Oh, right, okay. Let's, oh, my, here it is! The Inca Humanica. Yeah, this, there was a lot of...
controversy is about to hit the chat if that native kills 2 elephants, which it very well can.
Yeah, he's 15 times 3 versus cavalry. One of the strongest treasures in the game, and indeed on Pampas Sierras here. It is in the back of the base, though, so Tabben going to pick that up. There was a bit of sort of discussion about this treasure among the players there. We even had to do a straw poll to see if it would be banned from the tournament. Ultimately, it wasn't, but it looks like Tabben will pick up this guy. He's a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely puts Raphael out of aggressive plays, but at the same time, Raphael's probably not going to try to get too aggressive here, I would imagine, just because, you know, Russia's a civ that does so much. They're just so strong early against India. So hopefully, you know, with some good play here, Raphael can be largely unaffected by that native.
Going to pick himself up 60 food without any problems as well. That native scout or Inca, yes, we all know what I'm trying to say. I picked him up. Okay, get you. 170 HP in age 1. He's also got 30 coin in base as well. But let's take a look at the treasures of LordRaphael. He's currently going for 80 coin, and he's not going to be, you know, contested. That homunculus is he's quite far away from anything that's relevant there. But all the treasures have been scouted. Ryan, have you noticed anything on the map that we should point out?
Besides the three villages,
besides the three villages,
the blockhouse as it's close. Like basically, he's just going to put the blockhouse until it goes red because he can't go any closer, and then that's where he's building it. So this one hunt getting herded in, that might get disrupted by the native. Actually, he's also hunting down this elephant. He's going to get it. If he's paying, he's on it. He is on it. Oh. Raphael trying to sneak by, but I don't think you can even pull away from this thing. In 3 swings, kills it. Wow.
Yeah, he's a monstrous treasure. But yeah, that barracks or blockhouse going to go down very, very close to his opponent. And
this is something could even die to that too, by the way, if he really gets cheeky with the native scout blocking the pathing.
Yeah,
that Ville's very exposed.
And let's see if he does. It looks like Ville will be fine. They're going to try and get one final herd, but ultimately
12
he's definitely. Oh, what's going on? He's still going. That villager could go down, LordRaphael.
Yeah,
this looks like a mistake.
I think it's okay. I think he'll make it barely.
Okay. But Agrafort very close to the TC there.
This is where you almost just need to TC shot that thing. Like if it's in TC range, just kill it. Get it. Get that out of play here.
Tabben up to the colonial age.
Gosh, I guess maybe he's also just trying to get as many resources as he can, because when that native dies, there's still a whole Russian army coming out of that blockhouse.
The second elephant has been scouted down. He has got the cavalry tag.
He's going to die too.
He's not going to last much longer. That is really unfortunate for LordRaphael. Losing a lot of HP there that can be really spongy, really, really great against the Strelets.
Yeah, I mean,
does not have those elephants now.
That's huge. I mean, those elephants soak a lot of shots to get from Strelets. They soak a lot of musket shots, and they heal your army too. So like as you're poking, but look at Tabben playing super slow here. Second blockhouse before doing anything. So I guess there's not going to be a ton of pressure, and it's going to be more of that starvation type game with a. I guess I'm very confused now because 13 Strelets just came out. So I take it back. I know nothing. And stagger mode, so he's completely lost me.
Completely lost. He does pick up a Ville,
nice Ville pick up there,
which is what he wants. And there is that low HP one from earlier going into the gold mine there. He's not going to find it. But yeah, he's basically got there's only, all the hunt here in LordRaphael's base. That's all he's got to work with. Perhaps he's just looking to reinforce the middle of the map and just sort of starve him out. Hard to do versus India, but
yeah, I mean, and Raphael has made some Seaboy here, which is generally a solid like hold strategy against 5 Cossack, but when just 13 Strelets and 5 muskets come, they basically just had to run away, right?
Yeah, but
and that native scout up there is going to be a big deal too, I really think. I mean, he's got perfect vision on when the expansion out of the base is going to have to come.
Yeah, he can see that for sure. But LordRaphael, I think he's doing okay. He's not really... I mean, he lost a villager, which is, just the one there, which is not ideal. But he's not been slacking on his upgrades. He's got civil servants in. He's got, all of the basic Age 1 techs there. Consulate now coming down, and he's open with 300 export here. So yeah. I think he's okay. 600 wood will be his next shipment.
700 food from Tabben. Is this about to get very aggressive? Or
units in
not
queue.
Very aggressive.
Well,
yeah, 10 muskets in queue, so I guess this is about to get very aggressive.
This is an interesting build. Do you think he's prepared something against India?
I don't know. I mean, it seems like this is not a typical opener, and there's going to be no Cossacks in the mix at all.
Going to pick himself up the 40 XP treasure. Might as well.
Let's see if he gets another batch of 5 I think he's going to go for another batch of... now he's back to only 5 muskets at a time. Okay, that makes more sense.
Just spamming musketeers off the back of this food shipment. But
and Raphael's skipping the Vills, going for a safe. I think he's skipped the Vills. Yeah, he skipped the Vills, going for a safe. Just get 3 Hussars out now and be able to do 3 Hussar plus the minutes. So I think he's anticipating something.
Yeah, he knows there's something unusual. those the food resources is dwindled down now. He's only able to keep one blockhouse working at a time, so it looks like this might be go time for Tabben, coming in with a number of musketeers and of course those initial strelets that he shipped as well.
This is exactly what India wants. If he walks into that little pocket, Minutemen are going to pop out the back, the front, every which way, and it's going to get real ugly.
Yeah, let's take a look. Just take off another Vil here.
Are techs being researched right now? Minutemen not being researched yet, so I guess he's walking out of there for right now. But you can see Tabben's a little bit anxious about going much deeper than that for exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah, big reasonable number of Gurkha there, sort of pursuing them down. He isn't going to take any damage. They're not quite in range, but he lost a few units walking in there, but did manage to kill one of LordRaphael's villagers. Actually, I don't... Yeah, no, that is true. He did. So he got another villager.
You know what else is interesting, though? If look at Raphael's villager count in general, he's down by 4 vills. And I say that because he's clearly been under pressure and hasn't been keeping up constant villager production, I think.
Right. So he's been cutting vills just to sort of keep safe. Then Russia is ahead, yeah, 28 there.
Yeah, and when Russia gets ahead, usually India is ahead economically early game for a long time because of their shipments, but eventually that batch training speed ends up catching you up as Russia. So he's already at that turning point where Russia's eco is going to be taking the lead, I think.
Right, right. But he has got the Otto consulate down, and that wood trickle is still something he can send. So
yes, he still has a couple more options, absolutely.
Potential to get that sort of back up. Did start, though, by the looks of it, with the 3 hussars just to be safe, those gardeners. But at the moment, they're not needed at home, so they're coming around the back here. Let's see if they can get some raiding done whilst Tabben's army is, right out on the front there. He's going to force the Vils into the TC, but I don't think he's going to get a Villy kill. These two, though, are quite far. I think he's going to be able to get a couple of
He's running to
Vils.
his army, I think.
Looks like he is. But he's quite far away. I think LordRaphael's going to get the Vil kills, and that's what he needs to catch up. Does get one. And not confident enough. The army could be nearby. The other does get away.
Yeah. Also, you notice that 4 Soar was the shipment at 8 minutes? I think that was right when Tabben was going into the base. I think he was just trying to bait him into also popping the 4 Soars on him. Which is why we saw the eco gap. And now, like we expect, the eco gap's dead even after foreign logging comes in. So still a couple of Vils behind.
With the 13 Strelets?
Like, when that big push came in the middle of the Agri Fort? Like this big, kind of like what's happening right now.
Right.
There was a 4 Soar pop that happened just after he left.
Yeah, there was. Okay.
This is still on auto cons. I mean, there's still a good chance that this could be really. Oh my gosh, this could either go really well or really poorly. That little choke is keeping a lot of the hand cav out of the way, but Vils are coming out. Minutemen from Ottoman must be on the way, right? No, but he just finished up villager HP. That's going to help him tank. Elephants in there soaking, a lot of things soaking, and muskets are probably starting to thin out here a little bit. It's always hard to tell with the Russian mass. Yeah, well, all the muskets have actually been really well focused by Raphael during that fight.
Muskets all down now, and just Strelets left, really. Perhaps, Cav Pop, he's got Soars in queue, and there's a few Soar there, or Zambrex actually. He's going to get out of here.
Yeah, that was a really nice hold by Raphael. Really nice job focusing down the muskets and getting the most value out of the army while he's fighting.
So how do you feel about the match then? Dead even?
Yeah, dead even. I was just so surprised we saw no Minutemen come out there. We saw nothing out of the TC or out of the Agri Fort.
You didn't feel threatened.
I know. Like, I'm just wondering when is that going to happen, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
he's still got them. And he's got Eastern Medicine in as well. Still lacking Imperial bureaucracy.
Oh, look at that. He was holding on for the villagers.
Ah.
There we go.
I didn't want to send those auto minutes.
Yeah, that does slow down your 4 Vil progression quite a bit if you go for it.
Right. But not being baited into that. Wants to get those villages. And he's looking all right, He's got quite a lot of llamas from the earlier game, as we saw. A couple of sheep there that he picked up from a treasure. Nice for him, as India there. He's got a Vil lead, and the Otto Vils, I think, have just come in. Is that right? Which is given him the lead, so...
And this is now...
Yeah, now 41
now we're in
Vils,
that phase of the game, right?
Where he's coming out to get more map.
Yeah.
How will Russia handle that? He's added in a stable now, and with that 700 coin, looks like we're going to mass up some Cossacks, whilst continuing musk production from the 2 blockhouses here. There's the first 5 Cossacks.
Yeah, and we've got Boyers in already too, so it's a pretty good time to push. I mean, India's got no upgrade cards in yet on their camels, so you don't have to worry so much about your Kazakhs getting melted as fast as they would with like double carded Zams. I'm sure that with that line of sight from the scout, Tabben's going to be seeing that big blob of villagers walk over there to the hunt, and then it's going to prompt some conflict up there. And these 4 Sepoy going out for a raid, I like that a lot. I don't think they can really do too much with the current compositions.
Just going to see what work they can get done. He probably expects to see Cav at some point, but...
Yeah, but he's going Zam now, Gurkha Zam.
Right. So he's okay. I'm feeling India's feeling pretty good at the moment, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, they're slightly ahead in villagers because of that Ottoman villager
scouts
shipment.
The Sepoy, and he's going to get them out of there ASAP.
Yeah, where's he going to walk to? Ooh, it's so easy to kill village Sepoys. He has the coat thingamajig, though, so he will survive.
Great coats. We'll call it that from now on, the technical term.
The coat thingamajig is definitely a technical term.
210 XP coming in from Raptor Formica.
5 Cossacks come out and 5 Cossacks in queue. I think Tabben's just got to not get distracted by these 4 Sepoy and make sure his game... Oh, wow, and the push on the front door. This is exactly what Tabben wants. Look at these Cossacks going to flank around the back. This could be huge. It will be huge, actually, if he doesn't get out of there. Wow, but Raphael seems to sense it, and he runs away. Very smart, but look at all those vills in the back. Like we said, this native scout is actually going to make this raid happen. And there's 20 vills. 15 vills here? Oh, wow.
That's a lot of villages.
Wow, that's a lot of villagers.
Cossacks are on top of them.
And look at the infantry's flanking the Zam defense. So when the Zams get there, they'll start taking damage immediately. Really good positioning from Tabben here. And he could even just walk away content now. I mean, he just killed 7 vills.
Yeah, 11 in total this game.
And but meanwhile, he's bleeding a little bit in his base here from the 3 Sepoy pressure. Like lost 1 vill there. Not too big of a deal.
The TC should handle that. 2 Sepoys left.
Yeah.
A little bit annoying.
We have to remember, this is match point for Tabben. I mean, and Raphael's in a really desperate spot here to hold on to these hunts. I just don't know how he's going to be able to get out there and do that with how badly his eco just got hit.
So he's got to find a way to... Yeah, he's now further behind, and as you said, Russia's Vil bonus just sort of catches you up. So Tabben now looking good.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Tabben's been in a really strong spot this whole game.
Army.
And Cossacks are just such a good unit in Colonial. Like what the Boyer's card buffs them way too much. I mean,
yeah, they get super beefed.
Where are the elephants? They're not with the army. They kind of need to get there because he needs that soak. Because this fight right here is about to decide the game.
The elephants are at home.
I think they are now
coming.
Tabben looks like he wants to go for this, and I don't blame him. I mean, Team Cavalry Scouts too. His upgrade card is coming in right now. This is like the 3rd or 4th game in a row that he's really timed an upgrade card with the conflict. And Cossacks getting all over villagers again. There's no SOARs to stop these Strelets either. They could just walk right in. And I mean, look at the villager just melting, right? And no army from Tabben's being lost here. You can just walk away and do that again.
Lots of vills
Another
going down.
vill going down here too.
And now over a 10 vill lead. This is looking very nice for Tabben.
Yeah, and look, these Zams are really getting flanked by the Strelets here, trying to chase down the Cossacks. There's just no SOAR, right? So there's no reason for Tabben not to be aggressive.
And LordRaphael, he's lost a lot of villagers here. A couple of Musks walking into their death. That's what LordRaphael needs, because it's not looking so good for him now.
Yeah, I think he knows it too. He's feeling the pain from the economic loss here, and I think he's just going to have to push the issue. It doesn't look like he wants to fight this, but he has to do it.
Yeah, he's pushing. I don't think he can make that work. That's a lot of Russian stuff, especially with Boyars in.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm like just scouting the map right now before this conflict to see is Tabben going to even run out of food, and he's not. Like this hunt is going to be here for a while. Sometimes if you run out of hunt, you can like have this lull where you just can't make units, but that's not going to happen to Tabben here. He's got tons of time.
Yeah, and some strong units with the scouts upgrading both of them. Has LordRaphael found food yet? He's coming out to the side here. The villagers are going there, but
that's where he's going to live for the rest of the game. Is in this corner. He can't leave the corner ever, and he's going to have to kite like a madman here to pull this one out. 4 Cossack shipment coming in too. I mean, Tabben's probably going to put the pressure on with that shipment coming in as a little power spike.
Here we go. Looks like...
And look at this. Don't you think he can just walk straight ahead here and just sneak the cav around the back?
He's just jamming everything through that hole.
Exactly. There it
Having
goes.
a bit of trouble with those units
Cossacks are
at the
through.
back.
They're walking around a little bit stupidly, though.
Yeah, a lot of a lot of the infantry in the back.
There we
though.
go. Now they're engaged. I think they weren't in like an
See if
attack
those
situation.
Zambaraks can get those Cossacks down. It looks like they've closed the gap. The Strelets now able to start shooting.
Jamming it in there, and the 3 SOAR come out, but there's still a ton of muskets that Raphael can't get close to those muskets either with how much pressure's on his Gurkha right now.
That's a lot of stuff there.
And he's got no unit pops coming anytime soon either, because he just got the SOAR out, so this is his army.
And those Strelets right exactly where they want to be. They've closed all of the gap between the units. You can see him actually focusing the Zambaraks.
Yeah, really nice focus fire.
I'd like to see Tabben's perspective.
Yeah, he's
cool. Big botch of
that
Sours
stable is fresh apparently. Yeah, that's a big pop. But look at how many muskets are behind this.
Yeah, lots of musks in there. You know, without the musks, it looks a bit more even. But just with all that supporting fire in the back, 18 shot a pop, he's gonna clean this up.
Yeah,
and it looks like LordRaphael.
And meanwhile, like while the army's happening, there's also
a raid. GG, LordRaphael calls it, and Tabben takes the series 3-1.
What an upset! The Rising Star coming in big here.
Yeah, it started.
Taking out the #1 seed. Holy cow!
Tabben's jacked, man.
Wow.
Well done to Tabben there. Of course, LordRaphael he drops down to play against whoever loses the next series in his bracket, and that game he must win, otherwise he will his tournament life be ended. But you know, LordRaphael, he's not been playing so much recently as a result of university. He's got to get all the papers written and all of those things. Tabben looks very prepared for this tournament. I'm very excited to see what he can do, what he can perform in this tournament. I think a lot of people will be watching him closely, Ryan.
Yeah. I mean, I know I am. I mean, geez, that was an incredible series.
Yeah, just look at the resources gathered, and just because he was able to maintain a villager lead.
Yeah.
Lots dying in the end there. But that was very, very exciting. Up next will be the next series. I'm actually not sure. I think it's
it's that one.
Is that one?
It's got it. Yep.
It's got to be Snow versus Hazza. Okay. All right. There will be Snow versus Hazza. I think. Pardon me for not doing. Okay, there it is. For not doing my homework. Hazza versus Snow. There will be up next. We'll get into that in a few minutes. But first, we are going to see an interview from Tabben. We're going to get a couple of words from him, get his thoughts on that match, but not before a quick break. So stay tuned, and we will bring you that interview and indeed the next series soon.
we see a transition, the escape logo, and then we see ourselves. Okay, just try to focus on me. Yes. I'm nervous as well, so.
That's good.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're here with Tabben. Let's hear a round of applause for our first winner of the first series. Tabben, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Ida Holland.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very relieved. It was a lot of pressure to play on the stage, so I'm glad that I could win it.
Yeah, and now you're next going up against the winner of Snow versus Hessa. How are you feeling about that?
I'm just relieved to have done my game, and now I can relax and watch the rest of the games for
now you
the
can
day.
go home happy.
Exactly.
You already
yes.
beat one person. Okay, so let's talk about the last game first, because it was maybe the most exciting one of all. You were playing Russia against LordRaphael's India. How are you feeling when he chose India again into that matchup?
I know it's a tough matchup for Russia. I think most people believe, and I know he's comfortable in the matchup as Russia. But I also know that he has been beaten in the matchup before, I think versus Snowww. So I felt confident that I could beat him as well.
Well, and you did so pretty convincingly. It was a long, drawn-out fight, but eventually you came out on top. But maybe it was because of a little bit of cheating there in the first age. You got that Uominka treasure. Do you think that should be removed from the game in EP, or do you think you could have won without it?
I mean, they asked the 8 players actually before LAN if we wanted to remove the Inca on Pampas Sierra. So we were polled and everyone got to vote. And I thought it could stay, but there were mixed opinions, and I wouldn't mind if it was removed, but I'm fine with having it as well.
Yeah, for those who don't know, you killed I think both heroes of the Indian player with that one Uominka, so pretty strong treasure indeed.
Yeah, that was quite big, but I feel like the way the game turned out, it didn't have that big impact because I wasn't really committing to pressuring him, his base, that early. So he had time to heal up his elephants before I'd really committed with a push, I think.
Yeah, so in the end, it's not super broken in your opinion?
It can be, but not in this game, I think.
Okay.
In this particular game.
And now let's go back all the way to the first game, a German mirror. Have you been practicing that matchup specifically? Since LordRaphael, well, he's probably going German one game, right?
It's a matchup. It's probably one of the mirrors that I play more often than others, so I feel quite comfortable in it. But there were a lot of pressure in that first game of the LAN that made me perform a little bit worse than in the other games. So I think any matchup could have gone bad in that first game. It wasn't really about being a German mirror or something. Yeah,
so what's it like playing at the LAN? How different is it from playing at your own computer at home?
It's just the feeling that's a little bit different, and basically it just takes some time to get used to. So we had practice games before, and but after the first game, I felt like I was getting in the zone quickly.
Okay, and there's not a lot of distraction from all the people around you and from your opponent literally sitting right in front of you?
No, I feel like once the game started, you don't think about that too much. So you're very zoned in.
Okay, well, and then one last thing that LordRaphael talked about as well in the game was, of course, the Indian mirror.
Yes.
And you place your Agra fort very far forward to his second hunt, and you started shooting at his deer. Was that something you made up on the spot, or were you preparing for, okay, I have a villager anyway, might as well shoot some of his hunts?
It was quite improvised. I know it's considered a bit bad-mannered to do that, but it's a tourney game, so I feel like you kind of have to expect it. And I noticed that my Agra, I was much earlier to place my Agra, so I could afford to idle the Agra building and instead go and do some herding instead, and that would help me more in the game than building the Agra with the villager.
Yeah, exactly.
And also, he was the one that chose Thar Desert, which has very far out hunts, so it's kind of you have to really compete for them, or you're just gonna end up with no hunts. So I feel like if he wasn't prepared for that, then maybe he should have gone for another map with more safe hunts.
Yeah, exactly. So you took every precaution to make sure you took the best out of this matchup and this map.
Yeah.
And well, it's a competitive setting, so you can do whatever you want to win, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, and that's the spirit Tabben won the first series with. Give another round of applause for our winner, Tabben.
Thank you.
Thank you a lot. Good stuff. I think that was fine.
Yeah,
It was nice. That was came pretty naturally, right?
So I think I can hear you breathing. Yeah, that looks good.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the New World Championship. Game number 2, or series number 2 of the day. We will have Hazza versus Snow coming up right now. And we'll be getting into it very, very shortly. But the winner of this series will play against Tabben. And the winner of that series will qualify for the semi-finals. So, and the loser will play against LordRaphael. And the two losers there, only one of them can remain in the tournament. But I am joined by Wicked Cossack. How is it going?
Yeah, it's going really well. I was sat in the audience watching the first series. It looked like a good one to get started off with, but also looking forward to the series we got coming up between King Eric, otherwise known as Snow, and Hazza. And both of these players, they've kind of got rather unique styles, I would say. They're both very mechanical players. They don't rely on timings too much. They just kind of rely on out multitasking the opponent. And considering that's both their strengths, it'll be interesting to see how that kind of
who's got more muscle?
Yeah, who's got more muscle,
Yeah.
and who comes out ahead on the raiding game.
Yeah, we are definitely. This sounds like a muscle game, right? Hazza is very, very good and very well practiced at the moment. We've seen him playing a lot of, he's playing a lot of Age of Empires in general. I think he's just good at Age of Empires. He's just good mechanically speaking. We've seen him do very well in team games. But here he is in a 1v1 tournament. He's not just a supremacy player. So a 1v1 player, I should say. But Eric, he is the current reigning champion of the ESOC events, beating Kanisi in the previous ESOC major tournament in a 5-4 showdown, a best-of-9 series. So he's definitely a strong player. I'm very interested to see how this goes, though, because they are indeed the seed 4 and 5. So should, in theory, be very, very evenly matched there. You can see both players are ready by the looks of it, and we will begin this map draft sort of very, very soon.
Yeah, and as you say, actually, the one main difference I would say between the two players is that Eric, he's got previous tournament wins under his belt, so he is actually he knows what he's doing in a 1v1 kind of setting, whereas everyone knows Hazza, he comes from that rather expansive team game background. He's more at home in those big 3v3s, raiding all different locations. But obviously, he would have been preparing sufficiently for the 1v1 tournament. But there is that sort of experience difference in previous tournaments, in that Hazza hasn't actually taken home a big 1v1 tourney yet. But I mean, that could all very well change.
Yeah, perhaps if there were a tournament for him to do it in, it would be this one, perhaps. I think everyone looking to perform today, looking to perform in general. We will be drafting maps very, very soon. Snow is the higher seed. Only by just, though.
Yeah, it's very close. And I think it's interesting to look at what their map strategy is going to be. So I think one thing people know about King Eric is that maybe he doesn't like water play so much. And Hazza, he's not a super water player himself. He's fairly comfortable and confident on it. And I think what he's going to try and do is exploit the perceived weakness that King Eric has, or Snow has on, and he's just going to try and pick as many water maps as he can. That would be my guess.
Right.
We'll see. We'll see if he actually decides to take that option. And then, of course, we're also presumably going to see Eric try and veto as many water maps as he can, while Hazza's going to try and select as many as he can, and see who comes, see who gets the most water maps in the map already.
Eric picks his first map. It is Kamchatka, a very standard map there. He wants to play on Kamchatka. He wants to play, his stronger civs. He's actually very good with British, but we know France, Germany, he's good with those two. We've seen a lot of them on Kamchatka.
Yeah, I mean, Eric is known for his Nilla civ play, so just the 8 European civs, he's played Nilla a lot longer than most other players. Though recently in the qualifiers for the tournament, I have noticed he also added Sioux in India, so he's added a couple of extra strings to his bow. But I think I was talking with him yesterday, and he was telling me, well, actually every time I did pick Sioux in India, it didn't go very well for him.
Right,
so
right.
I really expect that actually he's just going to rely on his just his raw experience with the 8 European civilizations. So he's, as you say, he's really well known with Brits. But I'm also thinking Germany and France, 2 of his other most like civilizations.
So it looks like New England has been picked by Hazza, and he's banned Florida, and Baja California has been banned. So you're right, that water theme coming out here. Looks like Hazza does want to play on water, but he's only got the one. Oh no, but he's great at. Okay, so maybe not. He's picked a water map, but also banned a water map.
Yeah, I was actually talking with Hazza a little bit earlier, and he was saying that he doesn't actually consider Florida to be much of a water map. So he was saying the only really 2 water maps in the map pool at the moment are Baja California and New England. So he has taken the one option that came up as New England. That's a rather unique map that you definitely need to have practiced on. But I don't think he would have actually water boomed on Florida anyway, just judging from our conversations that we had earlier today and yesterday.
Okay, that's interesting. Thar Desert coming out as Eric's second selection there. So wanting to play on a no TP map and on Kamchatka as well. 2 land maps.
Yeah, so he's probably looking at sort of possibly Brits or Russia. I know Eric has played a lot of Russia recently. He might be opening up Thar to use Russia on. But yeah, and then we can see Hazza. So Hazza, he's queued in Fertile Crescent here.
He has. He's selected Fertile Crescent, avoiding High Plains. That's interesting. I thought he might want to pick High Plains, as a player that quite good with the Spanish. I wonder if he...
He's countering Hazza there. Hazza plays Spain a lot. It's well known that he's probably the best Spanish player at the moment, and we know how good Spanish ATP is. And I mean, if you see High Plains in the map pool in the best of 5, you just know Hazza's going to pick Spain on it. And if you haven't got something prepared for that, well, even if you do have something prepared for it, it's really hard to counter actually. So I think he's picked that one specifically because he's playing against Hazza, against another player. He might be fine to keep that in and play Germany or France on that. But I'm pretty sure that he's just trying to counter Hazza's Spanish pick there.
Looks like the map pool, though, will be Kamchatka, followed by Deccan, Thar Desert, New England, and Fertile Crescent. Deccan being the one map that neither player was able to veto or pick. It will be in the pool by default, and the order of their picks and bans does not matter. They will play the maps in the order from left to right that you can see on the screen there.
Do you reckon... I was wondering if we were just going to see maybe another German mirror. I wondered if every series is just going to start with a German mirror on Kamchatka. Yeah. I would hope not. And it looks like Hazza's, he's sort of selected Russia here, and he's greened in very confident against Germany. And this is, Russia's been more and more on trend, I would say, in the last six months, maybe. Previously, this matchup was heavily so skewed towards Germany. You would never see someone counter-pick with Russia.
But it looks like it will be Russia versus Germans. The matchup has been selected then. So I guess we can talk about that a bit more once the game is underway. But shall we take a look around Kamchatka for anyone tuning in that may not be familiar with the map? Let's have a look at Kamchatka whilst the players just finish off their decks, make sure they've got all those cards that they will want for this particular matchup. So we're going to take a look at Kamchatka and we'll get into this series very soon. In Kamchatka, a watercourse divides the region and forks in the center to form an island. Shallow crossings offer passage, but only in predictable locations where a keen awareness of your opponent will be rewarded, as they can only approach you from limited angles. welcome back. Kamchatka, one of the very first maps from EscapeAoE, and it's, I think, one of the best maps too. Just one of my favorites, I should say, just because of that sort of my memories of games being played on it. It's a brilliant map. I'm really pleased to see it in the map pool, which is kind of why it was picked. I'd really like to have a chat with Gaja at some point. After the stream, the plan is to, for all of you guys who are subscribed, we're going to maybe go live for an hour with the new feature that Twitch has, which is subscriber-only streams. We're just going to be messing around after the stream, nothing super serious. So if you're interested in that, by all means, subscribe. You will be supporting Escape, you'll be supporting Age of Empires 3 tournaments, and our goal is to reach 500 subscribers by the end of the New World Championship. We're currently on about 200 there, which is a really good start. So if you want to help out Escape, a subscription really is a great way to do that. But it looks like we will be getting in to game number 1 in this series, Snow versus Hazza. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the New World Championship, series number 2. The winner of this will play against Tabben, and the winner of that will qualify for the semi-finals. The loser will play against LordRaphael, and they'll duke it out for their tournament life. But right now, as I said, Snow versus Hazza. We will not have the in-game perspectives for this particular match, but they will return at some point. So we'll introduce Snow, the higher seed, in the top of the map, in the color green, playing as indeed the Germans here. It is a 100 wood start. Hazza's going to be quite pleased about that. Doesn't mean that Germany can get themselves a TP here. But in base, he's got himself a 40 XP treasure. Going to ignore that because, as we know, on Kamchatka, we do have some goats in the middle. This particular spawn, just the 2 goats there. The rest of the goats are dotted around the map, as you can see. But is a race to the middle by the looks of it there. Okay, sure. I guess I can't stop him.
I guess that's bound to happen in sort of the first series for the players, because it's obviously the first time they're playing up on stage, and so there's bound to be the odd sort of technical issue. But this one was resolved fairly quickly, so that's nice. We can get straight back into things.
Yeah. Okay. I guess so.
Yes.
Yep.
All right, let's get into this. Russia also only going to have that 100 stop woods. Yes, we know. Trapped macaque being picked up there. Nice treasure from Hazza, but he's going to get it with a villager and not delay going to the center. And looks like he will be rewarded. 2 goats just behind him here. Having a bit of a skirmish, some pot shots in the middle of the map there between the 2 players. But Hazza does get those first 2 goats. Yeah,
Hazza's going to be pretty pleased so far. I mean, it's only 40 seconds in, but just knowing that German's not going to be starting off with that TP in Age 1, I think it's a really big deal. And not only that, but he got the random crate was a food crate, which is really nice for Russia. As if you played Russia before, you'll know occasionally there's a bit of idle time getting up to the colonial age. But with that food crate, Hazza's going to be able to click up with no idle time, and it just feels really nice and smooth, and it kind of puts your mind state into a really comfortable feeling, and you just feel good about the game.
Yes, good point. Thank you very much. The score is not 3-1, it is 0-0, but that is now fixed. Good stuff, because we didn't restart the game. Not used to that, but going to pick himself up 40 wood here. And as you said, yes, Hazza going to have a nice smooth start. He's going to be in a good place. But let's take a look at the map, shall we, Cos? I can see what treasures are available. It looks like there is 85 wood in the center here.
Eric's going to come across this, though. Surely, look at where he's walking. He's going to come on down, but Hazza's just going to pick this up just in time, which is nice. But the thing is, Eric has to be careful that he doesn't reveal his Explorer to Harry, because he needs to make sure that he gets a TP up. I mean, he's okay. He's got like 259 hit points at the moment. But if Hazza was to see him, he might kind of melee him and try and stop him getting the TP up.
Especially with Duba, right? That's kind of, it's a big deal.
Yeah, and the TP is, for those of you who don't know, it's so important for Germany to get those shipments out and rolling. But it looks like that King Eric will be fine to do that.
Looks like he's going up on 20 vils by the looks of it there. We just got to the perspective. I don't think you noticed.
Wow.
He had 20 vils queued. I don't think he'll actually go up on that many there. Yeah, he's back to us now. Okay, so it looks like perspectives are working, and I will assume that I can use them unless told otherwise. So that is now the case. Excellent. But let's take a look at the treasures then. 85 wood to Hazza, and 30 coin as well. But Snow, 35 coin there. I think Hazza's slightly ahead, especially with the goats. Has he eaten them? I think he has. I think Hazza's going up real fast.
Wow, so as you can see, even with the extra food crate that Russia got, he still needed to eat his goats to avoid any idle time. But he'll feel good about getting up using those, and I think that's a pretty fast age up for Russia. I mean, Snow's not too far behind, and he's now going to start heading back to build his TB. I assume he's going to build it closest to his base, as usually in this matchup we kind of expect Russia to be taking the middle ground. We can already see Hazard's got out 2 villagers, which is it's an interesting choice, and he's going to start getting the blockhouse down, taking a bit of map control next to this coin mine.
Yeah, I'm going to stop orientating the map. That's now I'm just trying to look at your screen to make sure it's the right way. This will be fine.
You're close enough.
Close enough. Blockhouse going down in the center of the map, as you said. And yeah, it looks like Harry is looking... God, that's slightly off, isn't it? It's driving me nuts. I shouldn't... I'm never doing this again. Oh, my goodness. But yeah, eating the goats to get up, not interested in that long-term bonus. What Russia wants is to be in the colonial age and just get things rolling ASAP. And that is exactly what he's doing. But market now going down for Eric. He's also got his trading post in queue, and no doubt will start getting his hunting dogs any second now. But Hazard, he's nearby. He's going to see what's up. Wants to get a good look, see what military building is going down before that first German shipment arrives, right? We don't want to be killed by Uhlans.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Snow's going to do here, actually, because normally in this matchup, Germany's looking to get up to the 3rd age at some point, right? But is he going to choose to do it with a stable, which is being conventional? But on EP, the Uhlans are slightly nerfed, so it's not quite as good.
And the DOPs are slightly buffed.
Yeah, exactly. And so I've seen occasionally players are sort of doing a semi-FF with a barracks. You can make a few pikes, a few DOPs, a few expos, and you can hold using that. And it gets you up a little bit easier, as the Uhlans are so expensive and you don't get much bang for your buck. But he's got a stable going up here, so he's playing it very conventionally, which is, I guess, kind of what you'd expect from Eric. He's doing something that he's done a million times before. He knows it works. He knows like all the ins and outs, and so it's not a surprise.
Villager is going to go down there by the looks of it, and the house is not quite finished. Oh dear. And it looks like Hazard going to be able to siege that down. Settler wagon coming forward just to finish it off and stop that ×4. House is fine though. Cossack shipment coming in, and it looks like Hazard, so far so good.
Yeah, I think he's, because he did a bit of damage to this house, he might commit to it on the way out. But first of all, he's going to look for idle settlers to kill. We'll see if Eric can bring them all in. So the settler wagons are a bit safer, but there's 2 vills on the mine out the back. He's just going to pull them in here. That's nice. He does catch the Uhlans here. Again, a really good pickup. I'd say it's a very nice start from Hazard. And it's even forced the Minutemen from Snow.
Yeah, Minutemen forced, and that's, a good outcome from Hazard. I think kills a villager, forces Minutemen, and a bit of idle time there. Looks like he's going to try and finish this Ulan up, which is causing a snare, and then he can get away from these Minutemen, which are shooting him down until they go to low HP. But Hazard going to follow up with 700 wood here, so not another military shipment. He's not guns in, full blazing, or whatever the phrase is. He is switching gear a little bit. He's going to be able to put a market down, perhaps a second blockhouse, and indeed maybe even a trading post as well. So he's not fully committed. He's done a bit of damage. I think he's pleased with that. But second blockhouse going down now, Wicked Cossack.
Yeah, and actually already has his market up. He's had hunting dogs in, so I'm assuming he's going to start adding steel traps. But his eco is pretty good. And I mean, Eric really didn't get much from this stable. He just got a batch of 1 Uhlan, which I don't really think you can call it a batch. And this next batch is only 3 Uhlans, joined by the 2 from the shipment here. So he's not getting many cav. But this is what I like to see from Snow. He's immediately going to send them out and try and do some raiding. That's his sort of strongest suit. So it's nice to see him going and do that. And Hazard's coming back in here to pick off the house that he knew that he damaged early on.
Yeah, nicely done. Didn't forget about it. Takes that down, and now the Minutemen are all 1 HP again, coming in with a few, reasonable number of muskets, a few Cossacks that remain from the shipment as well, and might even be able to take down this second house here. Units in queue, a couple of Uhlans for Snow. There they are. It is literally a couple of Uhlans, and of course the Minutemen are now on 1 HP. They can't be called again. I think this house is going to go down here.
Yeah, luckily for Snow, though, because of that 700 wood shipment, he's actually got enough population space. So this isn't going to cause him too much trouble. And if he can actually use it to get some TC fire damage, try and reduce the amount of mass that Hazard has in his base, then it's not necessarily a bad thing for him.
Yeah, Uhlans in base, though, causing Hazard a little bit of issue here.
Oh, yeah.
Is belling him up a bit, but doing a good job of keeping the villagers. You know, he was trying to just have 9, no more than 10 villagers in there, but now having to put them all in. Looks like they're sieging the TC. So Eric a little bit distracted by what's going on in his base here. Muskets, Uhlans, big bow patch, +2 Uhlans do come out there, and it looks like he's going to be able to catch the red units that are on the back there. They're going to be toast, and their musketeer buddies are going to abandon them there. So forcing the 8-bow shipment.
Yeah, that's a really nice cleanup by Snow. But at the same token, if you would look back to Hazard's base, he's actually cleaned up the Uhlans there without too much damage being taken on his end. And he stole a goat as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, yeah, he did steal a goat, yeah.
Well, at this level, you take every advantage you can get, really.
Yeah, big plays there. I'm sure
Big
he's going to be
plays.
very, very pleased with that. But looks like the Uhlans now coming across the map as well. They will be met by a few Cossacks. No, they're returning home. Okay, shall we take a step back and think about what's sort of just happened here and where the game is at?
I think this is the stage where Eric's going to start thinking about trying to age up. We can see he's actually banking now quite a lot of food here, quite a lot of coin. And it's about this time where, as Germany, you're always thinking, is there a window now where I can age up? Because you always want to get to age 3. That's where Germany's the strongest. But it's just not always easy to do against an aggressive civ like Russia. But he knows he cleaned up Hazard's last push. We got the 700 coin here. So yeah, he's easily going up to the Fortress Age. And we'll see what kind of mass Hazard can put together to maybe punish him for that.
Yep, going up, 700 coin down, but before he got up to the next stage, he did lose actually only 2 vills. Could be worse, but that's not too bad. And he never got steel traps though. That's worth pointing out.
Yeah.
And he was forced to call his Minutemen and send an 8-bow shipment as well. But ultimately, Eric is now going up to the Fortress Age, which was kind of his game plan. That's where Germany wants to be at some point. But Hazard did kind of make him pay for it. But now let's see if Hazard coming forward has a few Uhlans there, some muskets, does find a villager out in the open, does take that down. Can he get some punishment done? Retribution. He's not going to go up for free. Let's see what Hazard can do.
Yeah, I don't know if he can really get too much done here. He knows he has to push though, because he's smart enough to know Eric's going to choose this time to try and age up. I mean, he's looking quite scary now, actually. He's got a few more Cossacks come in, and I mean, without the Minutemen, as you say, Eric might have to pull some settler wagons here, because Hazard sees the age up. He goes straight in. Now, with some good focus fire, Eric's going to lose his whole army. He's got some settler wagons to tank a little bit.
Yeah, it's not looking too good. And of course, that first shipment is not going to be here for a while. Hazard wants to get some work done before it arrives, but there are Doppelsodners in queue. Maybe we'll see them pop, but looks like these units, the crossbows, everything of Eric just going down here, and a big batch of Uhlans now coming in to the fray. This is looking like a pretty big army here. We're about to see a shipment pop from Snow, but look, the town center's surrounded. Where's it going to go?
Wow, and yeah, to be honest, I wasn't sure, but are we going to see a shipment pop? Because Snow's only just got a shipment now.
I assumed he had one when he hit up.
And so I'm not sure he did, and if he doesn't, he's in huge trouble. He's still not sending it. He's busy with Micro and his settler. Right. Oh, okay, so only just now it's sent.
He's trying to. GG.
That's it.
He's got 1,000 gold there. Was he going for mercenaries? He's got 900. He was trying to get onto the coin mine, but GG. Hazard takes the first game in very convincing style. Well played to Hazard there. A quick, dirty game. A first victory with Russia there. It will now be disabled. He cannot play Russia for the remainder of the series. Looks like that was not Snow's game.
Wow, and how this matchup has turned in the past. And as I said at the start, no one would have ever clicked into a Russia against Germany as Russia. But now it seems to be completely the other way around. Players are figuring out Russia, and definitely it's a really on-trend civilization. So I'm expecting it to be used a lot this tournament, and especially with all the players watching the games here live. I mean, they'll see they would have seen this and seen how well it's performed. So that might kind of influence their decisions later on in their own matchups.
Yeah, Russia performing very well there. Look at this final fight. He doesn't even drop any units. It's just like, look, Snow gets Fortress, boop. Whereas Hazard doesn't seem to really lose very many units at all. Very convincing game there. Let's head on out, and we'll get into the next map, which will not be Baja, California.
All right.
It was vetoed. We'll take a look at that Civ selection screen in just a moment. I'm pretty sure the next map, though, is Deccan. So we will see that in just a moment. Hazza says, I, Otto. Expect that, everyone, on the screens in just a moment there. But yes, Baja was banned by Eric. Now moving on to Deccan. New donation coming in, $2 from Bobaboo. Thank you very much for that. Deccan, the only map that neither player banned or picked, so I don't think either of them particularly enthusiastic about it in either direction, I suppose. But Ottoman will be his next civilization of choice.
Yeah, I don't think either player is gonna mind this. I was speaking to Hazza earlier, and he said he was actually practicing a lot of Ottoman for this tournament, and they synergize perfectly well with Deccan. Actually, you benefit so much from all the resource crates, getting up so many TPs. You age so fast, but then also, probably arguably the other civilization that benefits the most from Deccan is what we see King Eric picking, which I would probably say is his best civilization, and he's gone for the British.
There it is on the screens, Ottoman versus British. That's glorious. Those are two of, I think, just because they're so like iconic, those flags, and they fit very well in the frame there. I'm really, really liking that. But both players looking very serious at the moment. Hazza picked first. He picked Ottoman, and Eric going to go with British. This is a civ that he's very strong with, and I think British a strong civ on Deccan as well. Speaking to Eric, we'll see that interview at some point during the tournament, during the next couple of days. But he said British is a civ that he's very familiar with. He's played a lot. He's really comfortable with. And even against Ottoman here, he's ready to play it. I think, Deccan, with all those extra resources, I think both these civs going to look really good. Lots of trading posts for Ottoman, right? And those extra resource crates, I think, going to help British out get up nice and safe.
Yeah, they help British so much in the sense that you can build just so many manas early on. It's like rather than starting with the 6 vills Brits actually get, you just start off with 10 vills. Or
all those manas, right? Or a trading post, whatever you want to do. Yeah, it opens up the strategy of Virginia Company or something else.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see if he does. I know a lot of players like Diarouga quite like the taking the TP on Deccan, but I'm not sure Eric is the kind of player to take a deep TP on Deccan. I think he might just go 4 manas.
Yeah.
It kind of is his style, but I'll be curious to see.
Yep. All right then. We will see that in just a moment, but first, for those who do not know Deccan, which I believe is no one, because if you've played Age of Empires 3 or even seen it, you've seen Deccan. Can we get I'm just going to ask for a round of applause for 3v3 Deccan. It's the one true game mode. Okay, boo.
I'm glad that was the response you got. That did not deserve a round of applause. So.
Okay, I'll sheepishly go to, let's watch the Deccan video. Bye. Deccan video. Yes, there is. Okay, I'm told there's no Deccan video and it's not in the folder. Oh, we did receive Deccan, but it's not been... okay, I was supposed to render that out this morning, clearly. All right, we do not have a Deccan video.
Well, we can discuss the map, but I'm sure most people know it in general. I mean, the main features are just the insane amount of resource crates that you start with, as opposed to any other map in the map pool. You probably start off with twice the number of resource crates. So it's actually just a lot of fun to play on. But for experienced players, they want to be picking civs that can actually utilize the resource crates as soon as possible. So things like Ottoman and Brits can put those to work, making manas and TPs right from second one, as opposed to other civs like Russia, where you kind of have to wait till you age up before you can really put the resources to use.
Yeah.
So it heavily influences what civs you're gonna choose here.
Yeah. Civs have been picked. Ottoman versus British. I don't really think Deccan needs an introduction. I think everybody has seen it. Yeah. But all the same. I'll get that rendered out, and we will have it for the remainder of the tournament. Big mad rush at the end. I saw the chat enjoying that Deccan video, and there was no Deccan video. But yeah, little hiccups like that bound to happen. But Snow just fixing a couple of settings by the looks of it, and then we will be ready to get into this match.
Yeah, it's always a good idea. Take a breather after the first sort of match and make any alterations that weren't quite right, and get them all sorted out for the rest of the series.
I'm looking forward to... I don't think I've seen actually all that much Ottoman on Deccan in this tournament. We've mostly seen it.
That's a good point. It's been Brits and France a lot, I would think, and actually Russia a tiny bit as well. To be fair, I don't think we've seen Ottoman just that much in general. I know it's been a big pick on New England actually, so I should mention that. But it's not been the most popular civ, which is possibly why Hazard invested some time into practicing it and decided it would be a good one to pull out in the tournament, just because other players aren't going to be expecting it as much. And actually, it's really nice coming from Hazard, because Hazard probably has, I would say, the biggest civ pool out of anyone here. He's pretty much can play all 14 civs, maybe bar 1 or 2. So it's kind of annoying going up against Hazard, because you never quite know which civ he's going to pick unless you've been following sort of what trend he's been playing recently in like the past couple of months. And as I said earlier, I was speaking to him this tournament, and he said he's just been practicing a lot of Ottoman, so he really just wants to use that. All right, so we need this Snow to rehost this.
So, looks like Snow has fixed his settings. Eric will be jumping into this in a moment. And he is now hosting up. So we'll get into this very shortly. Yeah, it's still a good map for Ottoman, though. Lots of trading posts.
Yeah, any map with a trading post is a good map for Ottoman.
And indeed a lot of trading posts. And I'm wondering, those crates only make you age up faster as Ottoman. You get this...
Very fast, very fast.
Very, very fast indeed. Gerrit, donating, I think, Gerrit donated $5. Thank you very much for the support. And let's get into this.
Yeah, so we just need the map to be switched over to Deccan.
Deccan. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's probably the map in the map pool that most players watching in Twitch would be familiar with. That's one of the original maps.
That and Great Plains, right? Those are sort of the most well-known maps.
Yes, at least this one I'm a fan of, though. Unlike Great Plains.
Yeah. We do have High Plains in the map pool, but ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2 in a best-of-5 series between Hazard and Snow. The score is 1-0 to Hazard, taking a very convincing first game. We will be seeing Ottoman from Harry, and indeed British from Snow on Deccan. Let's start with Harry in the top of the map, in the color green. Right. So, Kamchatka, there's some sorcery was going on there. But by the looks of it, gonna start grabbing up those crates right away. An even split on the food, and indeed wood. And it's always a rush to get going on Deccan and just make sure you've got everything going there. But gonna pick himself up that XP treasure real fast. Not gonna go straight to the middle, which is often what we see happen on Deccan. Looks like Snow is missing a mine. So he will be offered... Okay, and he's taken the re. So admin re. Fair enough. Takes the responsibility off our shoulders. I'm pretty pleased about that.
Yeah, very much appreciated for that.
And it's good that we have this system in place to make sure that this kind of thing happens.
It's one of the most stressful points of casting, actually, to make sure that, especially at this level, you want to make sure that the players are playing on the most fairest map possible. And to have a dedicated team for that is really going to help solve any map issues that we have.
Yep, it'll give them we want the players to have that confidence that their maps are being assessed and that everything will look okay. But let's get into this then. Attempt number 2. We'll make sure everything is all good. But yes, let's start with Snow playing as the British. In the top of the map here, or on the right-hand side, actually.
We got a different orientation, so it's tricked you.
It's tricksy maps there. Let's see what he does this time. Not sure what that treasure is. Looks like it's a 20-coin treasure. Maybe he was valuing the XP because of the villager shipment, get that quickly or something. He's going to go for it anyway and ignore the cows for the time being. Yeah, just going to gather up the food, get those vills in queue, and indeed, we'll see where that explorer goes. Perhaps he will make a trading post. No, he's sort of heading, I think, towards the plateau.
Yeah, it's not usually Eric's style, but we'll see.
Oh, maybe he... I don't know where he's going. Okay, he's going up the side there. He's found like a geological survey. He's going to go... Trading post going to be placed. Okay, interesting from Eric. Going to not go on the map there. Going to get that trading post. Let's take a look at Hazard, though, on the left-hand side of the map. Here he is in the color red, playing as the Ottomans there. And he'll be aging very, very soon, it might seem. But, yeah, interestingly... going to leave the coin on the floor. It's not useful right now. Mosque going down, and indeed he is also constructing a trading post, as we can see there. So nothing unusual from the Ottomans, but something unusual from Eric.
Yeah, and what's interesting here is they've actually taken both trading posts on the same trading post line, and I'm just trying to figure out if that's actually... maybe who that is an advantage for. I'm thinking that could actually help Hazard, because what he'd want to do is if he's going to forward base, he's going to want to forward base next to Eric's TP and just take that down and help him secure the line. Whereas if Eric had built his TP on the completely the other side, then Hazard would have to send his army quite far out of the way. So that might actually be an advantage for Hazard, while at first it might not seem like one.
Right. What is an advantage for Hazard, though, is the cows he's got. And he's got 6 cows already. Oh, wow. Well High discovered the lost blanket of Empress Zoe, worth 480 XP. That's a rare one. Well done. Thank you very much for the subscription. Eric, though, 6 cows. Hazard, pardon me. 6 cows.
Yeah, he'll be pretty happy with that. But to be honest, in this matchup, I don't think they make the hugest of differences. And it's actually quite rare to see like an Ottoman explorer picking up the majority of cows. Usually as the Ottomans, you kind of accept that you're actually not going to get many livestock. So that's a nice added bonus for Hazard that you probably wouldn't have been anticipating.
Yeah, looks like though Hazard now going up with the governor, and has got his market down as well. Let's see if he sends any sort of villagers out forward there. $10 shipment. Thank you very much for the donor there. Thank you very much, Lane 11. We do appreciate it. Looks like Villager is just going to herd, though. Nothing forward from Hazard just yet.
Yeah, it's actually quite hard to know what Hazard's going to do in this matchup. Ottoman is quite flexible in the sense that they can stay H2 for a very long time, but they also have an incredibly strong fast fortress. I'm kind of expecting that he will try and stay H2 for a bit, as you want to secure a stagecoach line. Ottomans is so weak on economy without stagecoach up and running. So what I suspect is he's going to try and get stagecoach here up on this top line and play it out in H2 for a little bit. But the H3 option is also open to him, and he might delay that stagecoach till then.
Yeah, British following up behind, and we'll be going with the Virginia Company build there. Now starting to see a couple of manors come down. Looks like he was going to place it here, but actually going to start blocking up this hole, and that's another advantage on Deccan. You know, you can, if you're going Virginia Company, you can do that and make these like passes really, really small and really create lots of chokes.
Yeah, he's going to have some time to get away with it as well, as Hazard is actually going for an H3 play. Though the issue is Snow has to be careful that he doesn't get overly greedy, as I suspect Hazard with 2 TPs is going to be piling on the shipments when he does actually get to H3. So we're expecting 700 coin here to come through to Hazard, and it's going to be an incredibly fast there. I mean, this fortress age time is going to be so fast.
Yeah, Hazard, though, he wanted to check out what Brits is up to, and is probably... I don't know if he scouted all of the houses necessarily, but he does find the outpost, and the Explorer just going to harass that straight away, get that maximal siege damage. But Cossack, you're absolutely right. 700 coin hits the board there, and it looks like his macro's absolutely on point, even eating those yaks, because the strength of his strategy is not the long game where these yaks have lots of food. It's just, let's eat them now and get that Fortress Age in queue at 4 minutes 32. He is aging up very, very quickly.
That is ridiculous, to be honest.
Going up with the scout for 4 hussars.
Yeah, and what is nice for Eric is I believe he did actually scout this outpost as it attacked his explorer, so he's going to have a bit of a heads up of what's coming. As the only reason that you would age up with the outpost to H2 is if you were making a fortress age play. So Eric knows kind of what timings he has to counter here. He knows he's got it's sort of a minute and a half of freedom, shall we say. But then after that, he knows he's going to be under a lot of pressure. So we'll see what he does with his minute and a half. And in kind of classic Snow style, he's not gonna use it just to sit in his base and boom. He's going to send out some musketeers and try and get some raiding done.
The 3 musketeers. Let's see what they can get done. They're heading out onto the map there. Perhaps they can kill some villagers or just before, as you say, the shipments come out. Maybe siege, trading posts. I don't think you'll get much siege done with just three units. I don't think he's going to get much done in general with just 3 musks. So I think Snow needs to be really careful with those units. Attacking with small number of units under a TC can often not go out too well. But forward barracks coming down from Hazza right next to this outpost here. And it looks like we're going to see that naked Ottoman FF. Just plain vanilla FF here, 700 wood. You know, we know what this is, and Ottoman do it well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, yeah, I mean, he might actually get a Vil here. The Vil's running at a very awkward angle, but can it get round? I think that one's gonna go down. Hazard's gonna chase it.
This will be so worth if he can get the Vil kill.
Well, I'm worried about the other 2 villagers now. Okay, that first one's gonna go down, but these other 2 villagers.
Oh, not quite. Can he get out of there? Oh my goodness. Looks like he's. But these 3 now. There's 6 villagers very far away. Oh dear, Hazard.
He never got the first one.
No, he's not got neither of these over here. He does pick up a villager finally, though. A couple more musketeers coming through, but the scout, 4 hussars that is, and the Minutemen are going to capture these 5 musks, and these 3 supporting look like they're going to try and get away, and Snow going to lose a lot of units to start with here.
Yeah, I think that's actually quite nice for Hazard to get the clean up. He should get the... Oh, but actually Eric is going to go after the 2 Vils he got earlier, and I think he gets... Yeah, so he's got 3 Vils in total now, I believe, which when you're Ottomans, that is actually a significant chunk of your economy. So 3 Vils is nothing to trifle with. But at the same time, Hazard's in Eric's base, and he's causing some serious disruption over here with 5 Janissaries.
Yeah, it looks like he's managed to kill a villager. Yes, 3 Vils is a lot to Otto, but so is 8 musks to British there. Yep. So perhaps not the most ideal exchange in terms of military, because there's a lot coming Snow's way. There's going to be a lot of stuff. 8 Jans now coming out. Veterancy almost in, and Hazard, no time to be wasting, going to start sieging down that outpost ASAP.
Wow, and Eric's just so confident with all these manners. I was thinking maybe he'd stop like 150, 160 pop, just because you want to be able to be sure that you're going to hold whatever the Ottomans is going to throw at you. But he's gone right up to 200. He's feeling super confident that he can actually boom to the max and still hold whatever Hazard's going to be able to throw at him. And at the moment, he is doing just that. But we'll have to see. The real test is going to be when the Falconets come out. But for the moment, Hazard's...
1,000 wood?
Yeah, he's going to play it a bit slower with the 1,000 wood. Be very interesting to see what he does with that. He's going to need to try and take down this top TP to maybe use the 1,000 wood to invest in the final TP and get Stagecoach. That's probably the best thing he could do with that now. Yeah.
Looks like there's 2 battles on each side. Down here, a lot of green musketeers are going to force away these Janissaries. But up on the top here, there's quite a lot of, as well as Minutemen. Looks like Hazard did get the forward British outpost down. And oh dear, awkwardly shipped the 1,000 wood to the tower. But it's not a super big deal. The 2 villagers will be able to gather that up. But 2 Falconets have arrived. And it looks like this trading post is going to be hotly contested. Here comes Snow, going to get a volley. But the cannons are going to set up. And he sees them, cannons come out, no volley.
Oh yeah, Eric just gets away just in time, so Hazard will be a little disappointed. I mean, this is exactly what you'd expect from a Snow versus Hazard series, to be honest. I think every time there's a fight going on, there's always been a second one on the exact opposite side of the map. And it's just goes to show you the mechanical skills of both these 2 players here at the moment.
Yeah, their team game skills knowledge coming in here. We're just seeing a lot of stuff happening out on the map. Lots of different places to handle. But looks like Snow going to win this here. But the melee musketeers are being kited by the Jans now. Hazard keeping an eye on both fronts here, leaving his Falconets to kite whilst he's over here. This is some real shit going down. Falconets though, 1 volley onto the house there. Looks like he's packing. He's going to head away. Doesn't want to stay by the town center.
Yeah, he really disrupted. Yeah, he disrupted Snow there. Snow was floating enough resources to actually go up to H3, but he forced him to make some units. And he's going to get the Falcons.
There's 4 Hussars here. Jan's going to hand combat here, but he's onto the Falconet there. 1 Falconet going to be handled quite easily, but lots of musks as well. 1 big volley though. But ultimately, I think Snow going to be really pleased that he killed those Falcons.
That was a really impressive trade. In fact, he got both Falcons down before losing a single Hussar. He split the Hussar at the end to try and avoid the melee mode from the Jans. That was very well microed. He had the Musketeers put into stagger mode, and now they're immediately back into normal mode. He's just really using the unit formations to his advantage there. And those 2 Falcons for Hazard just went down. It looks almost for free. That's a huge moment in this game.
Yeah, they didn't get too much done, it seemed. And the 5 Abbas were called to the town center here to handle some Janissaries, and it looks like Snow might have an opportunity to take down a barracks stable, whatever it is. I mean, not stable, but these buildings here. The Abbas aren't nearby yet. It looks like he's not going to go for that. He's just going to pursue he's going to push forward. He's got a big army. Those Abbas guns being closed in quickly by Hussars, but he does have a reasonable number of Janissaries, but they're not quite into the fight. Going into melee combat here, trying to get the Abbas guns behind the Jan line is going to move the Cav away here, and the Abbas guns are safe, and Eric going to back out of that fight.
Yeah, this is nice for Hazard to try and come back into this. But have you had a look at the recalculated economic unit population any time in the past 3 minutes?
53 to 17.
It's a little skewed in one person's favor, but at the same time, Hazard's now getting the good trades. He's chasing Eric's army, and now that Hazard's actually got out some hand cavalry, this is actually going to stop Eric's army from escaping. So that's going to ensure that he gets another good trade, and so he might not even need the eco at this point. Eric's going to try and escape some of his infantry, but it's not quite working.
Yeah, those Abbas guns are they baiting the Hussin? What are they doing? They're just getting far forward. He knows that these Cav aren't going to turn on him. They're going to clean up that army there. And now, British not looking too healthy. Just a handful of Musketeers. He's got 5 Hussars over here on the map, though. The constant raiding party that is Snow, always raiding. He is, very, very good at that. That's what he's sort of known for almost here. But 20 Janissaries, 4 Hussars, and 4 Abbas guns. Hazza looking pretty strong. But the trouble is, well, I think the question is actually, is this enough? Because,
yeah,
he's up against an opponent with 56 villages.
It's a straight up can Hazard make use of what army he has. Oh, really, really quick wall building, and that's going to save a lot of villages on this south side. I mean, Hazard's going to siege it, but it's going to buy enough time, even if it doesn't have many hit points. What it is doing, though, is actually, I was noticing earlier as well, a lot of Eric's villages have just been on the move. They were actually gathering in the center of the plateau. You can see a few dead animal herds there, and he's just had to move them. So even though he has had a big unit, big eco population, they haven't all been gathering. But they are safely doing so for the moment. So we'll see what army he can put together.
We will. Hazza, let's take a look at units in queue. Just training Janissaries at the moment. He needs to use his military, make a big push, do some lasting damage here. But Hazza, he is under constant pressure. Eric is so good at raiding. He's just got units all over the map here, really causing him some issues. And now Musketeers closing in on these villages as well. Hazza down to 15 vills.
Oh my god, 14. Wow, Hazard's going to be feeling the pressure. And also as Ottomans, it's so annoying to deal with raids because it's not easy to get a good mass of hand cavalry up. So we can see he's sort of walking around with Jans and Abus, really strong, okay, but they're right back in the middle of his base. And he wants his army to be all the way over in Eric's base. He doesn't want it to be back here next to his trading post. And so, I mean, okay, he's going to clean it up. But again, Eric's just bought a ton of time here. And by the time Hazard gets back over, he's going to have another 15 musks or whatever raiding again.
Yeah, that's true. But 31 military to 6 is quite impressive. And remember, I was going to say something about shipments, but they sent quite a few of those. Hazard's still not out of the woods. If he can make something lasting happen soon, he might be okay. But that is a lot of economy that he's up against. British, just the raw power of production. Mind you, though, villages on berries here. I guess there is some hunt over on this side. He's rebuilt those, or was rebuilding those walls. Those villas are going to be nice and safe to gather. Actually, I think Hazard might have his work cut out.
He needs to make something happen. He knows it. And one thing he can do actually here is take down the trading post. If he was able to get the 3rd trading post here,
I mean, I can't say it's going to even it up because it's quite obviously not going to even up the eco, but it's certainly going to help.
You can get the stagecoach in, and then that's 12 extra villages.
Yeah, so the stagecoach has actually been in for a while, but if he's able to get the third TP up, each TP is worth about 4 villages, so we're looking at another 12 vills, but I mean that's still half of what Eric has.
Up to the Fortress Age, he's felt comfortable enough to fit that in. He's up. And look at them, he's still over here with 5 musks, just causing Hazza constant issues. These villagers having to get off there. Hazza, does he know where to go? He's just in the middle of the plateau. Is he going to go south? Where's he going to go?
So he's got a few Jans.
Can he make his mind up?
He's got some Jans up top doing a little raid, but this is where Eric's main army is, so he's able to push it off there. And Hazza needs to make something happen, but yeah, as you said, he doesn't know where to go, and he's just decided, right, well, I don't know where to go. He still doesn't know where to go. Yeah. He's coming back down.
Indecisiveness. He's having a thonk, or perhaps he just doesn't know. 2 Falconets now out for Snow, and he's got Vet Musk in. This is looking better and better for Eric. I think he's in a great position at the moment. Yeah. Double wall coming down, but the villager is executed before.
Yeah, I was going to say, I just absolutely agree. This is a really good position for Eric. Oh, and here we go. So the one thing maybe Hazza still has is the Mamelukes. This is kind of a big unit shipment that can occasionally swing fights just because they're so incredibly tanky. But the issue with the Mamelukes is you need a lot of unit mass behind it to actually deal the damage why the Mamelukes tank. So he needs to bring his army up from the bottom to the top, and maybe he can get a good engagement once they all meet up in the middle.
Yeah, but Snow, no times are wasting. Going to siege with the units that are closest to that tower or that building, and the cannons on the barracks here. And it looks like he's going to lose those buildings because Hazza can't commit until this massive Jans has made its way slowly across the map. But the longbow is going to scout them. He's going to know them. They're here. I don't know if he's seen the Mamelukes. He may well have done.
Yeah, Hazza's got the Falcons.
Can he get the volley? And there's Abbas guns mixed in there. Looks like we're just going to have to set up, but 1 Falc down before the fight even starts. And Mamelukes now coming forwards. The cannons out in the open, they do go down, and that's exactly what Hazza needs, but still a lot of green musketeers there. Mamelukes getting in for the fight there. Lots of Jans in the back, a couple of Abbas guns as well. A few more reinforcing units from British. Let's switch on over to the military units tab here. We're looking at 50 musks and 30 Jans with 4 Mamelukes mixed in. This could be enough for Hazza, but even if he wins the fight, British can just and Jaeger's coming out. British don't have skirms, but now they do.
Yeah, and this is it's actually going to be quite close, I think. Maybe the Jaegers are gonna swing it at the back. Good focus firing here from Eric, and that's all the Mamelukes are down. And now once they're down, Hazza doesn't. He's only got 1 Abus gun of his own left, and so yeah, he calls it GG.
And the GG coming out. Snow takes the second game. The score is evened out to 1-1. Very well done. A very interesting game, actually. That one was quite exciting. I really enjoyed that one.
Yeah, it was pretty back and forth, but I think Eric's just raw experience with Brits came out there in the end.
He's just everywhere, like 3 musks just harassing these villagers. He's just constantly over the map.
Yeah, I really like that theme of this series, that anytime there was one fight happening, or quite oftentimes there'll be another fight happening at exactly the same point.
Yeah. Absolutely brilliant. A really great game. And it just proves that even a strategy as bland and flavorless as the Ottoman FF can still produce.
Well, that's a bit biased. I think it's a nice strategy. But okay, yeah, I see what you mean. No, I know where you're going with that.
It's pretty strong on the RE patch, right? Yeah, and it's not very hard to execute. But obviously, that's the fact that it's easy to execute is evened up at the top level, where you can play any civ effectively. But yeah, that's gonna even the score out, and it looks like we're gearing up for a good one here. Let's take a look at the post game, and I think we'll just look at the all resources gathered. And the overwhelming theme of this game is that the British just get stronger over time. Ottoman, if we take a look at the military unit population, they do have stronger population in general, just because Jans represent more than 1 pop, or should do. But ultimately had more units, and it was just a race against. That's now that the minimap's gone, that doesn't look quite so good. But Zilla Vanilla has donated $10 dues. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's head on out and get into... Okay, let's go back in. What graph did you want to see? Villager graph. All right, let's take a look at the villager graph. There it is. Villager population. Yep. Has it not really... going anywhere this game.
Yeah, I think he had about the same vills he did at 5 minutes as he did there at the end of the game at 17 minutes 25.
He aged up with 13 vills and ended the game with, it's not 13 vills, but yeah, you get the point. Let's head on out then. The next game will be on, I don't know, but we will, yes, I do know, Thar Desert.
Ooh, that'll be an interesting one. I'm kind of expecting. So who's picking first on this one?
Looks like Snow will pick first because he won that previous game, right?
In which case, I'm highly expecting he's gonna pull out Russia on this. I mean, he can't pull out his other two main civs, which are German and France. I mean, Dutch is also an option. So Russia versus Dutch is quite a common pick. I know again, he was telling me that he's been playing Dutch a lot. So that might be a civ that Hazza feels comfortable to pull out on here. But yeah, Russia and Dutch are pretty common picks here.
All right, Russia and Dutch, keep an eye on that. But the civilizations will be picked in just a moment. Here are the players, both looking pretty serious.
That they are.
So just to reiterate, they've got their earbuds on, which are playing the game sounds. And then on top of that is a noise-cancelling headset. And it's playing ambient noise, so they really can't hear anything.
What does that actually sound like? I've never...
It just sounds like shh.
Right, okay.
It's kind of annoying at first. But
does it fade away to the game sound when you're in game?
No, you just get used to it.
You just get used to it.
It just doesn't feel like it's there. But the score is 1-1, as you can see on the screens there. It's the wide-angle studio shot. Snow picks his civilization first.
Yeah, so I'm really expecting Russia. Small percent chance he goes Dutch, but I mean most of his civs are sort of.
Well, there's Lumberjack Mitoe on the right, Kaiserklein in the middle, and Le Castet. I won't even try. I'm sorry. I've never. It's just a meme now at this point.
Look at that.
Okay, there we go.
There you go.
Look at you.
He was wow. He was.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Cossack.
No, I don't do. I don't do any more than le casse-tête. That's the only French word I do.
Le casse-tête. All right then. Well, I'm le casse-tête.
Yeah, it's quite impressive actually how because everyone's come from all over the world here, and everyone speaks incredibly good English. So I feel slightly embarrassed that we only do one language ourselves.
Yeah, I can relate.
Yeah. And there we go. Eric, as expected, clicks in Russia, and so this leaves a couple of options open for Hazza, and he's gonna take India to counter that, and immediately greens up, so he's feeling confident about this one.
Russia being locked in for Snow, as you can see on the left there, as Cossack is saying. And there are the flags. Glorious. Shall we, now that we know the matchup, let's take a look around the Thar Desert, and then we will get into this game in just a moment. Shifting sands and rolling dunes cast long shadows across the Thar Desert. This vast open landscape is far from barren though. Gold is plentiful, and although food is not scarce either, the wild elephants are not easily controlled. Settlers will quickly find themselves out in the open as they venture away from their town in search of food. There's also no passing trade in the desert, and the native Udasi offer little by the way of alliance, acting mostly as an obstacle, which makes controlling the center of the map much more difficult than it would first seem. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 3 in a best of 5 series between Snow on the left and Hazza on the right there. We're getting into this match right away. It will be, as you can see, Russia versus India. The score is 1-1. This is, indeed, the New World Championships 2019. Let's get into Thar Desert. Spawning as Hazza. Snow. On the bottom of the map there in the color green, playing as, indeed, Russia. Getting ready to micro those vills. Here we go. One in the TC. onto the food crates. I guess he's going for that wood crate on the far end with that one inside the TC. No, for the food crate on the end there. Nicely split. Very well done. And he's going to pick himself up that food treasure in base right away. Going to get that crack shot recharging ASAP there. Vilbatch goes in queue at 11 seconds. Really nice start there from Snow. Everything's looking good. Let's take a look at Hazza in the top of the map here, playing as India. Both those elephants, scouting with them nearby, but covering enough ground that they're covering maximal blackness exploration opportunity. That's the technical term, I'm sure it is, yeah. But close enough that they can come together. Bit of lag there. No lag in the chat. But yeah, he's going to find himself. Oh, look at that. A nice big wood treasure. ASAP 85 wood. And Hazza going to go right over to that and start the treasure immediately there.
Yeah, but at exactly the same time, though, Eric's picking himself up the equivalent treasure, which is the one guarded by the 2 lines, which is for 90 wood. So it's going to be an even trade, which is always nice sort of to see. You don't want one player getting both of those treasures and getting a big advantage. Eric's having to micro this a bit more cleverly, as he actually already used his crack shot early on, but he's taking
a lot of damage.
It's not quite complying as how it normally would. That's a huge amount of damage. He's already down to 70 hit points. He was trying to ever so slightly move his Explorer a little bit to de-aggro the Treasure Guardian, and normally that works, but for whatever reason, he couldn't quite get him to do it, and that's really going to impact his ability to take future treasures.
I wonder if it's the LAN setting. I don't know. That's true. He will find it more difficult to treasure, but something he doesn't need to be afraid of, really, are those Indian monks. They don't really do very much damage.
Yep, that's true.
So having lost a bunch of HP, yes, it's annoying, but it's not as a big deal as perhaps in another matchup there. But he is going to come across 30 food, and let's take a look around the map. The 2 big treasures are sort of taken. We don't need to worry about that, but there might be a few slightly more interesting ones left. 65 coin over here. I think, when 65 coins is the biggest deal on the map, that's, you've treasured.
Yeah, so actually this hit points won't matter too much with this treasure set, as usually you only get that one big treasure, which is the 85 and the 90 wood, and once that's done, you can actually pretty much take nearly all the other treasures without having to concern yourself with taking any more damages. The monkeys, they're very easy to micro, and the lions and tigers for the single food treasures, you can crack shot them, not a problem.
Yep, going to find himself 60 food over here. So Hazza, I think, has had... Oh, mistake.
Are you ready? Yes, yes.
Okay. I meant to hit page up so that I could see the treasures, but actually hit the pause button. So, whoops. But everything's fine. We're back in the game. I wanted to look at the treasures, and I wanted to see who we can award age 1 to. Very even. I'd say Hazza, just because of the... he didn't take as much damage on his Explorer.
Well, actually, if both civilizations come out even in treasures, then you kind of have to give it to the Russians, because India has 2 Explorers, 2 Scouts, so you'd expect them to find more treasures and locate those treasures. And so you're always expecting to actually pick up more resources as the India. But we can see maybe he will take the lead now with this 60 food. So it's about what you'd expect now.
Yeah, I'm going to go for that 65. But he is now up to the next age, or is aging. And it looks like 3 villagers coming forward from Eric here. Going to place down a blockhouse in the center of the map. Is going to be aggressive, it would seem. Hazza is going to aggro 4 in base. There's a house in between his TC and the aggro, but fairly close to his town. Picks himself up 55 coin nearby as well. But shall we, whilst they're aging, talk about this matchup a bit for anybody that's perhaps not so familiar? And I don't know anyone more qualified to talk about India than the man sitting right next to me, Wicked Cossack. What do you think?
Yeah, well, it's actually going to be an important matchup to talk about, as we already saw this matchup being played in Series 1, and I highly doubt this is going to be the last time that we see this matchup. So essentially, Russia, as you see with Snow here in the middle, they take the map control, and then they try and apply some pressure early on to India, and then throughout the rest of the game, just try and starve them out, stop them getting access to extra hunts, which Hazza is aware of, and we can see he's already herding a hunt here, which is quite far out. He knows it's a possibility that he won't be able to access this if he doesn't quickly get it into his base.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get tabbened. That would suck, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and so India has to just play really, really defensive for the first 5 to 10 minutes, and Russia's just going to come with twice your army, but you have to try and micro really well, use the Minutemen pops from both the town center and the Ottoman Minutemen to hold specific timings that the Russians can throw at you. And at the same time, Eric's just going to try and look to starve Hazard at certain points and try and break him with just big timings with Boyars and 13 Strelets and so on.
Yeah, and you can see it there, 10 Strelets coming out and 5 Cossacks as well. Looks like Snow is gearing up for a big push, and the Strelets now coming towards. But the Elephants, they've seen them, and they've got, quite a lot of HP. This actually Elephant is stagger mode, okay, but he's going to get a couple of volleys on that Elephant there. These are, the Strelet killers. We've got to watch out for them.
Yeah, and actually a big issue for Hazard is trying to protect his villagers now. We got a couple building the houses. Is he going to see them? They're going back to the trees. I think Eric's going to pick one up here. Hazard's trying to move it away at an angle, but Eric's going to chase it down, and at least one villager is going to go down here. So good start for the Russians.
Yeah, it does pick up a villager there. The Elephants are on top of the Strelets, doing lots of damage. Stomp coming out, but the Cossacks have arrived. That is absolutely wicked.
4 Sours as well. So if the India micros this well, he's going to do quite well. The Strelets are really low. That first element did a disgusting amount of damage to the Strelets, so they barely have any hit points left. And so, okay, he loses a villager, but he cleans this up now, and all his villagers can get back to work. So I think it's hard to say who came out ahead there. I think both players are going to be pleased. Eric will be pleased he got a villager, but a good cleanup here by Hazard.
Yeah.
I mean, the only issue for Hazard, though, is he hasn't been able to sort of get down any infrastructure. He's delaying things like his 600 wood shipment. And we can actually see he's got no market. He's got no consulate. In fact, the only things he has in his base is 3 houses.
He does have a market. It's built very far off.
Oh, of course. So he's got that down over there.
But in terms of upgrades, he's not really gotten started, has he?
He's got civil servants, and that's the important one, I suppose, to get. And another villager up top here.
Yeah, going to go down. But he does spot it, and it's going to come in there. Soa coming forward, and the villager looks like it'll be safe. Nice reactions from Hazard there.
Yeah, that one could have very easily gone down. And he's investing very heavily into eco now. I'm very curious about these extra 5 sepoys.
Yeah, this Hazard is he shipped the 4 Sour, which is almost like being forced to send military to sort of handle it, but he's now sent 5 Sour as well. He's clearly looking for some kind of timing pressure.
Yeah, well, he has to go now.
This is a great time to come. Look, his opponent's building a stable and a blockhouse. It's like he's planned this. It's like he knows the matchup well and is coming in just as that 700 wood is down to start adding in the infrastructure. And the stable could even be denied. The villager does go down there, but there is a fight happening. He can't siege it just yet. There are Strelets in the back here. But India's got a lot of stuff, and 3 Sour coming forward to get on top of the Strelets. This is looking good for India.
Yeah, and it's actually a risky position to take the fight between 2 blockhouses, but I think he knows the timings quite well, and that Eric didn't have another shipment at that point. And he's really going after the army, and I believe he's going to get it all down. There's nothing to stop these Sours now. All the muskets are gone. 5 more muskets at the back, but they're sort of in the wrong position. 4 Cossacks. Where'd they pop out? They popped out at the coin mine at Eric's base.
And Hazard gonna take that fight in convincing style, and he will be able to take on the stable as well.
Yeah, and these 4 Cossacks need to be careful what they're doing. We got one goes down there, and another one almost goes down. Eric's he's in trouble at this point.
He is in trouble.
Though Hazard's reinforcements being caught out here, a bunch of Gurkhas were rallied straight through the blockhouses, and Eric's pouncing on those. So small little pickup from him there on the way out.
Yeah. And that's, I suppose, what he needs after that fight here. But he's got a few Strelets, and
yeah, and Hazard now needs to be a bit careful and start moving away from this production. And he's gonna possibly clean this up once again. The thing with the Strelets is they're so fast. Actually, they move slightly faster than the Sepoys and the Gurkhas, so it's actually kind of hard to chase those down. And especially now that he's shipped 13 Strelets, Eric's finally stabilized a little bit, so he can get on with the rest of his game plan. That was pretty disrupted by Hazard there.
Finally stabilized, but not stabled. It's still in the middle of the map there, not quite complete, but Villager has arrived and will finish that out there. Caravanesi Villager looks like he had to get going, but these two Cossacks, again, Snow always on top of this kind of thing. Hazard keeping him on his toes there.
Yeah, and now it's settled down a bit. I guess we should kind of look at who's come out of that ahead, because that's quite unusual. Usually India sort of stays pretty defensive for, as I was saying, the first 5, 10, even up to 15 minutes. But Hazard did something quite unorthodox and just used his double shipments to try and push Russia, which was
probably quite unexpected.
Yeah, we can clearly see Snow was completely unprepared for that. It stopped his stables going up for the longest of times. But I think Hazard's got in a pretty nice position now. His economy is really flying. We can see the recalculated eco unit population. He's got a solid lead there. And he's now starting to add in the extra market tech, so we can see the level 1 food and coin also joining in with civil servants. So I think Hazard's looking pretty good here, and we'll have to see what Eric does to try and get back into this.
Yeah, Hazard's looking pretty good. He's leading in the economy there, and he's still got that big trickle. I don't know if I'm just repeating what you said. I was looking around on the map. But yeah, he's looking at a really, really sort of nice spot. Currently, though, Snow sort of running out of hunt. He's got his elephants just behind his base, but maybe, okay, so not running out, but is gathering quite far away on the side here. And I've seen in previous games Snow really forced around the map to, really run around the map here. And having his villagers out there is either, like, this will be great because they'll be out of the way and safe, but Hazard's, very good at having the units where he needs them to be, and this could be an issue.
Yeah, and we can see Snow tried a little raid up at the top, but once again, really nice reactions here from Hazard, and I don't believe that was able to get
700 coin at the blockhouse.
Has he got vills nearby to pick it up?
There's none garrisoned, but he better win this fight, basically.
Yeah, Hazard seeing this 700 coin actually is probably more encouraged to try and force this fight, as he knows there's no shipment coming, right? Because the 700 coins just arrived.
Yeah.
And so we can see everything going into melee mode, including the Gurkhas here. They're now frantically trying to rearrange themselves behind the sepoys. Big reinforcement batch from Snow's stable there with the 5 Cossacks.
Yeah, I think India's going to be okay. He's got 10 sepoy, a couple of Sour now entering the fight, 5 Gurkha in there as well. And should be able to clean that fight up. And that's a really big deal. The villagers are gathering the coin. But look, he's now turning his attention to the villagers there. Villager is destroyed. And there's 400 coin here on the floor that he's just captured. That could be a really big deal for Snow if he cannot take back this location quickly. Because Hazard, I imagine, will be sending villagers over very shortly.
That's really unfortunate for him. I'm curious to know, actually, if Hazard would have maybe not even taken the fight if he hadn't seen the 700 coin on the floor. Because it's not only that that he's got the resources, but you know that there's a shipment not on the way as well. I mean, 10 must, but look at Hazard's reinforcements. We got 5 sepoys, 5 more Sours coming in, and these are Russian muskets, right? They pale in comparison to the sepoys. So Hazard's totally fine to take this fight. And Snow's units, they're just sort of trickling in batches at a time. He needs all these together. And they're just coming in one at a time. And he's trying to back out with the Cossacks, but the Sours are a really fast unit, actually, slightly faster than the Cossacks. So he knows that's not possible and just tries to take the fight. And he pulls the GG.
Hazard takes game number 3. Very well done. I don't think it came down to the coin though, but it certainly helped.
No.
It was the case that I think the biggest factor there was seeing the shipment and knowing.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't the coin itself, but just knowing that Eric couldn't have sent a military shipment at that point. Though, admittedly, I think he had already sent everything that he could have done, the 5 for Cossacks and the 13 Strelets.
Right. But, maybe Boyas.
So it was probably a little...
Maybe
little
a moot point after all.
Yes.
But if we hadn't pointed that out, no one would have known. That's how that works. Right? But Hazard now on match point here. And Snow is, in theory, the higher seed here. So if we see Hazard take the next game, we are going to see Tabben versus Hazza, which according to the seeding is the least likely matchup. And of course, the winner of that qualifies, and then the loser will play against the winner of LordRaphael and well, it's Snow, I guess, if he doesn't win. But obviously still in this series here. So lots, you know, this is match point for Hazza. It's a best of 5. Let's see if he can take the final game, or maybe Snow can even it out to 2-2 there. What should we look at on the graph?
Yeah, so let's have a look at the military. Wow, have a look at the military unit population. You can see the big fight there at the end. I mean, so that's just India's units being so incredibly powerful, and I suspect a lot of people know Hazza's views on India and how strong their units are. And I mean, this graph just pretty much details the difference in unit strength between Russia and India's units.
Yeah, it's funny that Hazza, you know, says so much that India is a strong civ and it's too strong, but he's playing it here. And
yeah, it's nice to see people backing up their kind of views, because often you'll have a player say, "Oh, such a civ is really strong," but of course they never play it themselves.
Yeah.
And but Hazza here, he's saying India's strong, and look, I'll prove it to you. I'll play it and I'll win in the tournament.
He's putting his sepoys where his mouth is.
Yep.
But yes, thank you very much for the support, everyone. We're pushing 250 subs, nearly 300 subs. It's hard to, I'm not sure. It's just a general graph by the looks of it, but it is filling up. We started the day below 200, and if we can keep this up, I think we'll smash that 500 subscriber goal. So thank you very much, everybody who has subscribed. It is one of the best ways to support what we're doing, and that helps us do more tournaments, LANs like this, etc., etc. And of course, you get all the perks below, as you can see in the description below, all the emotes, etc., etc. But coming up next,
I'm liking the look of this. This is the first time we're going to be seeing New England in this, in the actual...
In the whole tournament, yeah. Well, it's only game, it's game 2, so we're not that far in. Greater Gator coming in with the subscription. Thank you very, very much. Just to finish my train of thought, we're hoping to get 500 before the end of the New World Championship, but Spain coming out for Hazza. He has selected them by the looks of it on New England here, and New England is a great map for Spain.
Yeah, I think we saw that during the qualification events. There were 2 main picks that seemed to come out on the map New England, and they seemed to be Spain, and Ottomans proved to be the strongest. And since Hazza's actually already pulled out the Ottomans, I think it was just a done deal that he was going to pull out the Spanish here. As I think I mentioned earlier, Hazza's probably the best Spanish player at the moment. There's not too many Spanish players, admittedly, just because the civilization itself isn't considered super strong. But well, when Hazza plays them,
yeah,
he makes them look really good.
He does. I mean, Spain can be strong, but they seem to rely on that ATP, right? It's like you have a whole bunch of shipments, but nothing to send, because they all seem a bit garbage. But
they rely on a unique map, so something like New England, where you can make use of the 4 TPs and the ponds as well.
Yeah.
So High Plains and New England are 2 very Spanish favorable maps, and we got on both here.
I think Hazza has done his homework.
Yeah.
He is a Spanish player. Well, he's not from Spain, but he's a Spanish player. And it's just a matchup people aren't going to be perhaps super familiar with, because it's just not played so much. So he's playing it to his strength, right? Like playing these matchups that Snow might not be able to, might not have as much experience with.
Admittedly, though, if you are going up against Hazza in a tournament, I think it would be a bit remiss if you didn't do any Spanish practice on New England or High Plains.
That is true.
Against Spain. So we can actually expect that Eric will have planned or at least practiced a certain matchup here and have some idea of what he's going to do, as it's kind of a very predictable civ pick from Hazza.
Yeah, but it looks like Russia will be his opponent, the civ that he's going up against there. Let's take a look at New England before we get into this. And game, will Hazza take the series, or can Snow even it out to 2-2? Let's have a look at New England. On the shores of the New World, players begin surrounded by dense forest, lakes, and beautiful, unspoiled wilderness. This classic Age of Empires 3 map boasts some unique naval options where warships can play an important role in influencing the mainland and controlling the central trading route. An island just off the coastline offers an excellent strategic position for anyone casting an eye to the surrounding fish stocks. Alright, welcome back everybody to the New World Championship game number 4 in a best of 5 series between Snow and Hazza. The winner of this series will play against Tabben, and the winner of that series will qualify for the semi-finals, and then the loser, they could still get there, but it's perhaps more games to play. But let's take a look at Hazza, at Snow. Here he is, playing as the Russians there. 100 wood and 100 coin start. The rest of food, of course, will be the same for Spain. And I can't really see too much on his screen there, but nearby, take my word for it, is a 50 coin treasure if he heads off to the left, which he is actually doing. So he will find that 50 coin treasure, and that's going to be really, really nice for him. His opponent, though, Hazza, in the north of the map, in the color red, playing as the Spanish. So far, no treasures, but the War Dog, as you can see on the mini-map, and the Explorer going straight up towards the trading post. He's narrowly avoided 2 sheep, as you can see here. Didn't quite get that pathing. They're not in line of sight, but is getting straight into the middle of the map here. Does find himself a native scout, and is just going to be really, really aggressive with his scout and get over to his opponent's side of the map, contest those treasures, and indeed find the sheep there. Scout coming forward as well. I thought that might go back for the sheep on his side that he didn't find, but just coming really, really far forward here, looking for everything he can.
Yeah, it's actually a really nice first treasure to pick up the native scout. It's just going to ensure, as Spain, that you pretty much get the whole map scouted so fast. And he's come across Eric's Explorer, and he's just going to go straight in on him. And,
oh my goodness, MemTV delivered a shipment of 349 skirmishers. Thank you very much, Mem. That's a big shipment. I think the game would be over if 300. That's a lot. But yes, everybody joining us. This is the Age of Empires 3 New World Championship LAN finals over the next 4 days. We will have the top 8 Age of Empires 3 players battling it out for the title of New World Champion and $4,000 in prizes. This is the first LAN tournament in 10 years for Age of Empires 3, and we're very, very excited. But Snow almost getting the War Dog down.
Yeah.
And Hazza almost getting the Explorer down.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do here as Snow? I feel like you just have to accept maybe that your Explorer's going to go down, because as Russia, you just can't afford. He's going to put Vils into the TC. It's going to slow down his age up so much, and it's something as Russia that you never really want to do. And we can see, yeah, he was only concerned about taking down the native scout. Actually, he realizes the Explorer has too much hit points, and as Russia, you just need the age up. You can't afford to idle Vils. So Hazza knows he can go after this Explorer.
Yeah, Hazza knows he can stand under this TC, and the villagers won't be going in. They won't be providing any damage, and he's just going to take that. Nice use of the village. He's going to get the Explorer away. The villager just being used to block, but the deer also blocks. I think that deer there has just given him enough time, and of course the scout has more speed. Looks like though Snow's Explorer not going to be able to escape. Does end up killing it there. Nicely done from Hazza.
Yeah, I'm wondering how much he can make use of this though. Like, what other good treasures are on this map? There's admittedly 2 stray dogs in need of rescue, which, I mean, that's the equivalent of 160 food. Means Hazza won't need to train 2 dogs, so that's actually a very, very strong treasure. And we also do have a 95 wood also at the top, so that is actually Hazza can certainly make use of his advantage by picking up the good remaining treasures here.
Yeah, or you can train 5 War Dogs and then get these and have 7 and break the game. Oh my goodness. No, I don't think he's going to do that. But he's certainly working on the 2 War Dogs there, which is going to be quite nice for him. But both players now going up to the next age. Hazza going up with the Governor there with a 200 coin and an outpost, which is usually what you see Spain go up with for that sort of fast fortress style. You're checking his deck pretty quickly. What are your thoughts then? Looks like it's just going to be that vanilla fast fortress. He's not gone for ATP.
Yeah, I was just curious just to look out for if he had schooners and if he was going to exploit Eric's perceived weakness on dealing with fishing ships.
Oh, he is going to go with ATP. Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, he knows that Eric's Explorer is dead, and actually the the best counter to ATP is just stealing as many trading posts as you can. And wow, okay, so Eric's immediately going to respond with a blockhouse right next to this trading post.
Yeah, but he's going to be sandwiched between these two TPs, and ATP, you know, with units fire, I mean, I guess they don't have the biggest range.
Yeah.
But they are there. Dogs coming in, though. They're not so good against villagers, though, so I don't think the villagers need to be too scared. They can get in the blockhouse once they finish building it. Oh, that's kind of funny, isn't it? You're being mauled by dogs. Oh, no problem. We'll just finish building this. We can get inside afterwards. That's fine. But the dog's going to get away. Blockhouse will go up.
Yeah, and the nice thing about this blockhouse is it is actually going to prevent this TP going up on the left, as the blockhouse does have enough range to attack an explorer building a TP just on the left. The one on the right, though, will go up very slowly. You can just see so how insanely slow villagers build trading posts, but it should just go up.
Yeah, he's going to get that up eventually. That villager will get it up and then can sort of head home. But Hazard, he's got 3 out of the 4. Snow's done a good job of placing this. It stops this TP. It covers the water. And he's actually already moved his flag into the pond here. But maybe he just had a spare moment to do it. No, but he is going to ship 2 caravels. But there is an outpost. It's already up on the coast there. So outpost very strong against boats, but immediately going to just try and take that down. Broadside's coming out. Going to try and get that boat to safety on the far side of the pond.
Yeah, it looks like the outpost is actually gonna win this fight, and the outpost only went up maybe 2 seconds or so before the shipment arrived. So that was really good timing by Hazard, and a little bit unlucky for Eric there. But yeah, these boats are going to get pushed back, and now Eric's in an awkward situation. Does he waste 200 wood to build a dock to try and repair him, or just accept that these 2 caravels have not really got much done and almost a wasted shipment?
Yeah, it's not looking good for
Oh, wow. Hazard with his own 2 caravels. He's just going to clean this up.
Yeah. Hazard, you know, these weak. The boats were quite weak. And because of that, just knows he can get that, take them down. And now he's got a lot of control. He can ship his ferry his units to and from. The boats are very mobile in the pond. They have pretty good range. And that's really, really nice for him. Back in the base, though, I think we missed a few units dying there. 1 villager and 3 dogs going down to the skirms. But Hazard training more war dogs there. That villager trying to escape into the boat. And these war dogs really, really strong against Strelets.
Yeah, that's really awkward for the Strelets. The war dogs are almost like hand cavalry, really. And the Strelets will barely scratch them. And poor Strelets.
Yeah, rest in pepperonis, I think, is the correct terminology there. But Snow, he lost his caravels, but what he has got is some military units. Nicely done. Takes the low HP musketeer, and it's going to bring it straight back. Hazard is going to have to pay attention if he wants to continue killing that low HP one there. But ultimately going to try and use these musks to take down the trading post. Hazard now 700 wood on the floor, and it looks like he is nearly up to the fortress age. He's going to be going up with, by the looks of it, the Admiral of the Ocean Sea. Going to have a 3rd caravel.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if he uses the 700 wood to add a dock, and he actually is going to add one, so he can keep repairing up these caravels.
25 HP though, that was down to the wire.
But well, good timing to pull it back, but it means that he can keep focusing down this blockhouse, and even if Eric repairs it, he can immediately come back in. And even this ATP, I mean, is it going to go down? It's just taking forever, and it's still slowly dealing with the musketeers. It's getting so much work done.
Yeah, it's killed a lot of musks there. That is for sure. And Hazard now up to the fortress age, almost unscathed. I think he's in a great spot. Eric didn't really get much done with those caravels, and the musketeers clearly haven't been overly effective either. I guess he will finally take the trading post out.
Yeah, and Snow did actually get up another blockhouse, which is really, really nice. This is actually going to prevent Hazard from doing as much damage as he wanted. I guess Hazard's idea was to try
but this blockhouse, it is close enough to kill one of the boats there. But these other 2 are able to be safe. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's going to take a while to heal up, though. They can only heal up 1 at a time. So actually, I don't think Hazard's going to be able to take down these blockhouses without land support. But of course, now that he's in age 3, we can sort of expect the 2 falconets to come out, and he can combine the land push along with support from the caravels, and he might be able to break that position then.
Yep. Frigate.
Oh, wow.
You say that, but he just keep adding water. Why not?
Yep. Yeah, and that is going to be enough. He's gonna bring his extra caravel in, and if he takes down this one blockhouse, that's gonna give him a nice avenue on the right as well as the left. Eric's going to try and respond with raiding, since there's not too much he can do to counter the frigate at the moment. So he's going to do what he does best and try and put some raiding pressure on.
Yeah, tech's complete. Hazard has got the market, but no hunting dogs or anything at all, actually. So it does lose a villager there. 65 coin going to Alter Harry. Congratulations. Thank you very much for the subscription. But 2 Falconets now out for Hazard, being ferried into Santa Cruz. Going to be deposited on the other side of the map here. And the Falcons plus the boat shouldn't have any problems taking down this blockhouse.
Yeah, he's going to make short work of that blockhouse. At the same time, though, Snow's taking down the trading post line, which just got stagecoached, actually. So if you were going to take it down, now's the perfect time. But the issue is with the frigate out, the frigate has enough range that Eric's never going to be able to build the 2 trading posts on the right. He might be able to secure possibly the ones on the left, but I think Hazard's gonna try and take those for himself.
Yeah, and the Explorer now coming down, going to start getting them in queue. And these Falcons are just, they're so good. They're not vulnerable to anything because they can be garrisoned in a giant boat. He doesn't really need any support for them. These Musks can't get close. They're going to try and finish this TP up, which is away from the boat. That's something they can do. Coming forward with his Falconets, he feels confident enough. Nice volley. Feels confident enough to have his Falcons out in the open away from the boat.
Yeah, he might have sensed actually that Eric's going up to age 3 just because Eric hasn't had a big military presence in the past few minutes. So he kind of knows that these Falcons are a bit safer than they could have been. And yeah, this is a little bit of a surprise coming from Eric. But yeah, I was just taking a look at the recalculated eco unit population and was wondering where it all came from. And that would explain it. He started a fishing boat boom, and it's not even one dock. He's gone for 2. So if Hazard doesn't detect this, then it could certainly pay off for him.
Yeah, going to scout out the map with this fishing boat here. I hear some rumbling, though. It must be time. Those muskets and the cannons have... And the boats, he's captured the trading route line now. Just going to build that final one here. So Hazard, remember, he's got 25 plus, 4-ish for each trading post here. He's also got a pretty good economy. And the boats, the fishing boats, they don't gather quite so quickly, remember, as...
Yeah.
So it might be quite even in terms of economy.
Yeah, but now that Snow's up to the 3rd age, he's also going to have access to the 2 Falconet shipment, which is probably, ironically, probably the best counter to Hazard's 2 Falconets. And we'll have a little Falconet skirmish and see who comes off the better of that.
Yeah, I wonder if he went for the water economy Cossack, because he saw all of the boat shipments, right? So it's much safer then. You don't know nothing's coming there. But Hazard is now got his own dock. Snow has scouted it, though, so he knows what might be coming. Let's switch on over to units in queue. And there's another dock coming down. So Hazard going to start taking that sort of water presence here. But Spain very much in the Fortress Age now. We've seen 3 military shipments, one of which was 1,000 wood. Going to use that wood to obviously get the trading route line and start getting or finishing those upgrades at the market. And we're going to see, military production buildings going down, barracks and stable, and now I think that army starting to grow quickly, and Spain going to be quite frightening. But a frigate is spawned into the pond, into the ocean.
Yeah, and this is actually going to be really annoying. I mean, Hazard's used up his frigate shipment, so he can't respond with one of his own, and they're so expensive to train that Snow might be able to take down these docks before Hazard's actually able to get out any warships of his own.
Yeah, that could be troublesome. He'll have to, train his own warships, but unless he's got one in queue, which he doesn't, unless it doesn't show on the UI, I think it does. He's going to lose his dock, as you said, and he's not quite at 500 wood yet. I don't think he's not going to train one at all.
Yeah, he might just concede that. Did we actually figure out if he knows that Eric's fishing on the bottom hand side?
I don't think he's seen it.
Because Hazard's been playing quite passively so far, which is to be expected. He's got the 4 TPs. It kind of feels like it's up to Eric to make the push. But if Hazard does at any point sense that there are fishing boats out, then he might look to be more aggressive.
Yeah. He might suspect that there's fishing boats because he shipped a frigate to the water, which seems like quite the investment if you're not planning or if you don't have anything to protect there. But has now coming forward, has quite a number of units there. Lancers, Rodelleros, muskets, and of course those 2 falconets still alive, both at full HP. Has some war dogs mixed in as well. Going to go straight past that market. Let's take a look at what Snow's got in base. A number of strelets and a few cavalry archers there. 20 strelets, 10 cav, and 5 musks for Russia. I think Spain is well poised to do damage here.
Yeah, Spain's army looks significantly better, but it could change at any point if Snow manages to get out his own 2 falconets.
Which he does. There they are. They're setting up, and now we're going to have a Falcor volley onto the muskets. But okay, looks like we're going to see a bit of a Falcor here. The trouble is Snow has the advantage with that extra line of sight. Thing is now coming forward, creeping forward with the 2 house. Does get the first shot there, and has is now 1 Falc to 1, and the second Falc is still alive, but they're now targeting, locking the 360. It goes down, not too good. And Snow, I think, is going to be okay. Those 2 Falcs going to be able to clean up those muskets. Meanwhile, the Lancers are doing a lot of work on the side, but I think having won that Falc war, he'll be okay.
Yeah, and we have a huge reinforcement batch from Hazard, but imagine if that had arrived maybe 20 seconds earlier. This fight could have looked very different. But these 2 falconets from Snow are almost untouched, and that was a really, really nice defense. That was actually looking very scary for Eric there.
Yeah, he's handled that really, really well. And with the fishing economy behind it, knowing that all the warships are out the way and that both the docks are gone now, he's in a good spot. He's got all the fish to himself. He's got pretty good eco, in fact double, although that doesn't take into the TPs as we know. And that army's looking pretty healthy too.
Yeah, and what's really useful about these 2 falconets is if he chooses to do so, he can start sieging some of these trading posts as well. And if he manages to take down the odd trading post, then his eco is already miles ahead. We can see it's 63 to 34. And if he was able to take down some of these trading posts, then he might be able to secure himself the win here.
It's looking good, that is for sure. Yeah, now coming forward and going to start on those TPs. And if Hazard can't defend these, they're upgraded. His opponent's just going to take them. Artillery Foundry in queue for Snow. Here it is. Going to start making artillery of his own. Oh baby.
Yeah, I wonder if it's a culverin actually, because Hazard still actually has a lot of boats in this top pond. He's got the frigate and the 2 caravels. So I wonder if he's maybe just going to train the odd culverin to help him push past this frigate and 2 caravels.
Yeah, they're all back to full HP. Yeah, they are a big issue, right? Pushing into that area is going to be tough. So that would make sense, absolutely. It is now up. We'll see what it is. Yeah. Equally, falconets are good against boats too. I guess they don't have quite as much range.
Yeah, the issue is the range, and that okay, you can take down the frigate, but the frigate will probably get off a nice volley with its broadside and possibly take down 2 of your falconets.
Looks like there's a rod raid coming in.
Oh right, how successful is this going to be?
Well, they've got 14 hand attack. They're half a hussar each.
Yeah, well, actually not bad. He's going to pick himself up 3 villagers here. Eric's just moving the ones off the mine here he's preemptively moved them back and back again, so it looks like it's just going to be the 3 villagers there. And he's going to try and deal with the raid with hand cavalry. Sorry, the ranged cavalry archers here, which is enough to push them back.
Yeah, those rods don't want to be taking range damage. They're going to get out of there. They have 6 speed. The cav archers have 6.75. So it's actually all nice. He got a volley there, but there's too many cav archers, I think. But still, it could be if he gets a few kills here. I guess it's better than just being chased down.
Yeah, and these cavalry archers have range resistance, so the rods won't get too much done. The Hazard has actually invested into infantry combat here, so those rods are actually pretty strong. So
beefy rods.
Yeah, and we have actually got some Oprichniks out on the map, so I imagine Eric will be able to make good use of those in trying to find loose villages around the map. And we're kind of getting to that stage now where the villages are having to move closer to the middle.
The floor the floor vibrates when these falconets shoot. This is quite cool actually. But the culverins there, you were right, they've come out now. and those boats are going to have to get out of there. They don't want to be dealing with culves. And Snow, he's starting to build this trading route and start taking this down. Going to get a really big economic lead. Hazza really needs to do something about that, but I don't know if he can. He's going to try and cause as much distraction as he can. He's back on that coin mine with more rods.
Yeah, so that's a nice counter raid, but we're getting to the point where this fishing boat economy is now paying off, and I mean, now that he's losing the trading posts, Hazza's in a really bad way. I'm not quite sure how he's what he can do from this position. He needs a way of dealing with these falconets, and he normally you just use the frigate, but the culverins have just zoned it out. You can see the culverins slowly moving up on the left. I think they are going to close down on the frigate and finish it for good.
Yeah, they're getting closer and closer to it, and the caravels are just tucked away in the corner, rest in pieces. Santa Cruz and Pinta, I don't think are going to last much longer there. Hazza has got a number of lancers and rods and a big massive skirms there, which will be quite strong against the skirms against the cav archers, but there's a lot of stuff. I don't know if he can...
Yeah, throughout this, Hazza's getting a nice raid on the bottom. Again with rods, so it's not quite as fast killing as you'd expect with hand cavalry, say hussars. But I mean, Eric's not noticing that because there's a massive fight going on here in the middle. Hazza's decided he needs to do something, even if it's not looking good for him. So he's engaging here. The lancers are pretty buffed, but it's pretty close here actually.
Yeah, I don't know. There's enough cav archers I think to handle it. But to handle the lancers, that is, which are now all down. But there's a lot of skirms in the back. Let's switch to military units. Yeah, he's got 17 skirms against, you know, just strelets.
Yeah,
he's looking okay.
Yeah, but so the issue here though is he's not looking for an even trade. He needs, if Hazza stood any chance in the final of this game, he needs to clean up this army from Eric. So he's going to keep pushing the issue. Actually, he's going to keep cutting forward with the skirms, and he might actually be able to clean this up. At the very least, these two culverins can't run.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get the culves, that's for sure. And the rod's in a nice position on top of those Cossacks there. They're going to go down. And just ignoring the culls for now. They don't really do very much damage here. Really trying to focus the cav archers down. And nicely done, but that's a lot of strelets. 20 strelets have come out from two separate blockhouses, and you're seeing that. Hazza's going to call the GG, and even the score out to 2-2. Well done to Hazza. Snow. Whoops. The score is 2-2. We're going to see the final game.
Yeah, this series is incredibly close, actually.
And it's going to come down to that last match.
Yeah, Hazza, I felt he had a good lead going into the mid game, but then I think what turned it around was Eric's two timely falconet pop from his town center, and he handled the big push from Hazza incredibly well, and then he made use of his the fishing boom. Just I mean, it was completely uncontested. And so any fishing boom that's uncontested for upwards of 10 minutes is really hard to deal with.
Yeah, and you can see his economy just sort of take off.
Wow.
That being combined with being Russia. Yeah, by the end of that, he's looking pretty good. All resources gathered. Yeah, you can see he's got a nice lead there that's only getting sort of wider. But you're absolutely right. Military unit population there. That was sort of this fight here where Hazza lost his Falks and then everything sort of didn't go very well.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that fight is almost went even better than I thought it did.
Yeah,
that was the turning point in this match for me. That was just a really, really nice defense by Eric, and I mean those swings happen a lot in the two falconets versus two falconets. Well, whoever gets the first shot off, oftentimes just straight up wins the fight there.
And that was the case. Can often see some very even Falk fights, but that was not one of these times. Let's head on out into the next and final match in this series. I'm afraid, though... Oh, there's the bar. It's certainly going up. I want to thank everybody who has subscribed so far. Our goal is 500 by the end of the New World Championship. And our viewer goal is we'd like to reach... have at least 1,000. That would be, well, to reach 1,000, that would be good, because that's the last record on the official Age of Empires stream when we did the very first ESOC tournament. And we'd really like to get to 2,000. That's, you know, sort of our ultimate goal. And more than that would be absolutely fantastic. So thank you very much, everyone, for all the support so far. If you would like to support Escape, a subscription really is one of the best ways to do it. And you get all of the perks of being a subscriber. Ad-free viewing when you tune in. And indeed, all of the emotes, etc., etc. The human one coming in with the subscription. So thank you for that. But the next match will be on the final game, which is, you know, Fertile Crescent here.
Wow, okay, so I'm guessing that we might be seeing something like France come out from Eric. I mean, so far he's stuck to all Nilla civs as we were expecting. I think his best civ still to pick is France, but is it Hazard to pick first?
Yeah, Hazard. No, it's Snowww will pick first because he.
So yeah, and France, to be honest, is actually quite a good first pick. As France is notoriously kind of hard to counter.
Yeah.
It might not be the strongest civ, but then there's also the one benefit of France is that it has no major weakness in that as well, versus pretty much any civilization that Hazard can come up with, really.
Yeah, France is just hard to counter, and on a map like Fertile Crescent, where the hunts do sort of end up being a bit further away from your town. You know, Strongvilles is really, really nice. So
actually, did Hazard play Germany yet?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Because I think he might be keen on taking that matchup. I know Hazard likes to complain about India a lot, but the second most civ that he would complain about is Germany, and I feel like he'd be very happy to take a German versus France matchup against Eric.
Yeah, let's take a look at the civ screen. I'm almost certain that yeah, Germany not been taken from Hazard. He can no longer play Russia or India.
Oh right, and actually Snow still has Germany available. Looking at that, so he did. Snow did play Germany, of course, in game 1 on Kamchatka, but he did lose that against Russia. Sorry, Hazard's Russia. So actually, Scrap saying Eric's going to go France. He's probably going to take Germany. Just take Germany instead.
Certainly one of those two. Yeah, it is on the cards, and we know it's a civ that he's particularly, you know, well practiced with, something that I think he'll be happy to play. So I think that's, you know, the biggest determining factor here, and we're seeing players play those civs that they're very comfortable with and very used to.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think in an environment like this where there's so many additional factors, that's probably what you should be doing. You don't want to add any further complications by maybe taking something that you're absolutely not 100% comfortable with and haven't done like almost 100 times before. So yeah, it's almost inevitable here that Eric's gonna pick Germany, possibly France, and I suspect Hazard might be thinking something similar along the lines of German, but we'll have to wait and see.
I think he was really hoping to win that as Spain there.
That. He does.
That was very nicely.
He does look disappointed.
New subscriber. Hitri Darmer, and I think I missed somebody as well. Dark Knight, thank you very much.
Eric's looking very, very pensive there on the left. Oh wow! Okay.
So you guys can't see this yet.
I'm a little bit surprised at that one, yeah.
Snow, yeah, I'm quite surprised at that. Maybe he has been putting in some hours.
Yeah, so he has actually used. So for those that can't see, Snow is clicked in as Sioux, and he has actually picked that a number of times, I believe, in the qualification event. I believe he said didn't necessarily all go to plan when he actually picked Sioux, but I mean it's a very, very good pick for this map. Oh, and that's, again, really surprising.
Spain. Oh, wow. Sioux versus Spain on Fertile Crescent here. Okay. Well, that's the matchup. That's we'll wait for the overlay to be updated. That's really interesting.
Yeah, I'm incredibly surprised with Spain as a counter pick to Sioux there. I'm curious to see what Hazard's got in store.
I mean, there's 4 trading posts. ATB is still reasonable, right? And in fact, it might even be harder for Sioux to siege them down. Okay, that's the matchup. But before we get into this, let's take a look around Fertile Crescent. and then we will get into this final game. Game number 5 in a best-of-5 series. The winner will play Tabben, and the winner of that will qualify for the semi-finals. Let's take a look at Fertile Crescent. A pair of rivers divides the Fertile Crescent into 3 sections. Your settlement is positioned on the outskirts of the central plain and is faced with a decision. The center represents a solid strategic position, but offers no trade and little in the way of resources compared to the surrounding east and west. Influencing all 3 regions as well as 2 separate trading routes is tough. You can't be everywhere. Absolute control over the Fertile Crescent is exceedingly challenging. Fifth and final game. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're about to get into our 5th and final game in this best of 5 series. The score is 2-2 between Snow and Hazza. The winner, this is big. It's
Yep.
This is the winner will play Tabben, and the loser will have to play LordRaphael. I'm actually not sure if which is the advantage here. I suppose playing against Tabben seems really, really strong right now. So obviously, winning this would be better.
It's always an advantage to win in this format.
Absolutely. So let's take a look at Snow. Here he is on the bottom of the map in the color green, playing as the Sioux. With the 5 villagers start. They're 3 vills inside. Gonna try and micro them onto the crates there, and 2 straight onto the hunts. And gonna send that Sioux war chief across the map. And he's gonna find himself 90 wood ASAP. Gonna get that convertibility in. Gonna be really, really pleased with that. A very, very nice start from Snow. But his opponent, Hazza, spawning in the top of the map in the color red, playing as the Spanish. Again, this with a 200 wood start, which will actually be, I think, better for him. He's going to put vills on wood right away, Cossack. It looks like he wants to get himself a trading post, which he's already placed down. So going to go for that immediately and actually gather the wood here. That's going to delay his age up by a bit.
Yeah, and we can see actually Eric's doing the same things. I think this is one of those crate starts where you sort of say to yourself, okay, if I don't pick up any wood treasures, then I won't go for a TP. But if I come across a nice wood treasure, and we can see Eric came across the 90 wood, then it's absolutely worth to gather the extra 10 wood, and hasn't needed to only gather the extra 50 to get both the trading posts.
Snow got a geological survey, and so did the most recent subscriber. well done.
Yeah, that will be of some use to him.
Yeah, congratulations, TG Wood. That's the synergy. And another one coming in there as well. 75 wood to peck a lot. Well done there. But yes, both players going for a trading post at the beginning.
Yeah, so...
I'm not sure how I feel about it. I often feel like Spain... delaying the age up is always quite frightening.
I know, but it's if you get a wood treasure, then it's possibly okay to
and he did get a wood treasure,
yeah.
50 wood there. You're right.
Yeah, and it's the trading post in Age 1 is such a big deal. It's almost like an extra shipment you have available to you, as you're going to get like 2, maybe even 3 passes on this map before you hit up to the next stage. And so, okay, you have to gather an extra 50 wood, but it's going to pay off so quickly.
Oh, the doggie's been found. press F to pay respects for Pinter. He's not going to last much longer versus this Tiger. Oh, get fucked on, Tiger. Holy shit. But the dog is still going to go down by the looks of it.
Yeah. And he's going to try and melee the Sioux Explorer, but that's not going to do anything. Snow's just going to say, see you later, and he's going to run off.
He's off. He's not sticking around. But.
I mean, he did take some damage, though, so that's going to limit his potential maybe to pick up future treasures, but he might come across this 50 wood, which just needs a convert, so hit points there isn't even going to matter. And we can see, immediately takes that up.
50 wood to Snow. Just hoovering up all those treasures.
Yeah, and that's what Sioux just do really, really well. Even though you only have the one explorer, well, you can get all the extra treasure gardens as well, but you can just scout the entire map in 2.5 minutes, even before the enemies are able to cover half of the map.
Yeah, and it looks like now Hazza has clicked the button and will be aging up actually before the Sioux here. Snow, it's got 850. I assume he's got a villager in queue. He's still got that villa in queue there, so going to have almost 900 food, 135 coin. Well done, Steftabo. That's pretty good treasure there, so congratulations. Thank you very much for the support. But yeah, Hazza going to be up nice and quick. He's got 2 shipments already available as a result of that trading post there and being the Spanish. Looking good.
Yeah, and I think...
And he's in position to build the next one. The villagers are switched over to wood. It doesn't look like he's going for ATP, but...
Yeah, due to the... So you can get 2 trading post spawns on this map. One where they cross diagonally in the middle, and then the one which we can see here, which is where they're just 2 horizontal lines. And I think because of the way that they're 2 horizontal lines, both players are going to feel pretty comfortable to pick up their own second trading post, and I imagine they're both going to be looking to get... stagecoach in pretty early on.
What do we have here?
Ooh.
2 forward villagers coming out from Hazza. And that's quite early. That doesn't look like a fast fortress.
That is most definitely not. We'll see. I guess he's gonna put down a barracks.
Is he gonna see? I don't think he will. He's crossing line of sights, but he's not gonna scout the villages. Snow gonna head on over to see what's up. He's gonna find the outpost there. And but he's going to see the outpost quite far forward. He's going to suspect something.
Look, so presumably Hazza's not going to lead him to his forward base villages. He might put the outpost somewhere close by, but I don't think he'll want to give him full vision of the barracks. So we can see like the outpost is moving at a slightly a small angle just to stay away from the barracks in case he hasn't scouted that yet, which we believe that Snow hasn't actually seen that yet.
This is very exciting. This is quite unusual from Spain, and I think this surprise factor is going to play into the LAN quite a lot. I'm really looking forward to seeing what we have, but this is completely unscouted. The barracks is not going to be known about, and Snow, I think he's going to have units in his base that he's really not expecting Rodelleros in queue.
Yeah, he's going Rodelleros. I mean, normally you might expect Musketeers, but the Rodelleros are going to be very interesting. We saw Hazza actually likes to raid with them quite a lot, so he might be heading after villages, and they'll certainly shut down any Axe Riders if that's what Eric chooses to build. Oh, no, so Snow's going with Bow Riders. Oh, but the 4 Axe Riders...
They do pop, but the rods are seen, and he gets away from them, so not going to be able to get a big swing or something like that. But rods? Yeah, I think now Snow's probably thinking, oh, what on earth's up here? This is interesting. Hazza coming in with 5 vills behind this. They're going to play, by the looks of it, for the time being, some kind of colonial Spain.
Yeah, and we can see him in response to this, Snow's training Bow Riders, which they're really awkward to... Oh, and actually, is he going to pick up a... He's going to pick up a villager?
Oh! 6 HP! Oh dear, didn't manage to finish that off, but did avoid the rods. That's the important thing. Doesn't really want to be taking swings from that. But very similar builds, actually. 700 wood from Hazza and 4 Axe Riders from Snow, but both following up with 5 villages there.
Yeah, and so now that Eric's actually got out ranged cavalry, bow riders, technically you can micro the rods, but it's really tricky as the bow riders, you'll see they have a really long setup animation that just makes it quite frustrating to try and micro really fast hand infantry such as the Rodelleros.
I mean, you're absolutely right, but Oh, you're saying it's hard to do that with the bow rider.
Yeah,
and that's only
it's actually, you have to be really skillful to be able to get a hit off with the bow riders and then run them back before the Rodelleros close in.
Nicely spotted by Harryville's going into the TC there. But and also remember, this is a LAN, which might be why Hazard's gone with rods. He's got absolutely no ping at all, absolutely no lag in the chat, and perhaps rods are just a better unit when you can control them better like that.
Yeah, and we can see really nice control here from Eric, just pulling away the targeted bow rider and letting the other bow riders and axe riders kill the Rodelleros.
He's catching those bow riders here, and they do pause for a moment and a good few swings. One does drop back there. He's going to chase them down. 6 speed compared to 6.75. Another drops back. Does kill a couple of bow riders there. Really, really nice. And Hazard behind this has sent 4 villagers as well. Not often, like in theory, Spain has quite a reasonable economy once they've sent 5 and 4 villagers. But especially since they can send so many shipments. And 700 Fu going to help make even more units as well. This is really cool.
He's coming in before the war huts come up. This is if he can stop this war hut getting up, this is really big actually. So he's going to siege it and get the Rodelleros onto the army here. Eric is going to benefit slightly from these 2 TPs that are going to boost the hit points of the bow riders, but it's not quite going to be enough.
It looks like Hazard actually winning both fights. There was one up in the top as well. Does manage that. And here down in the bottom as well. Hazard is in a really great spot at the moment, it looks like.
Yeah, so at least for Snow, though, he's managed to get up his war hut, which was really nice. Seatonbow's coming out right next to dog soldiers, but the villagers will actually make it really hard for the dogs to take, not the dog soldiers.
It's topical, but
topical, yes. Yeah, so nice cleanup here from Snow.
Yeah. Another villager does go down. Let's take a look at units lost. A 3rd villager being killed. Some nice pickups right there from Snow, from Hazard rather. And Hazard's now 33 villagers compared to 27 after those. And I don't know what to say. This is looking really, really strong. And the stagecoach as well. In fact, both players.
Yeah, so both players getting in the stagecoach, and that's to be expected. I mean, so Hazard is then still up on economy. He's up on army, and he has prevented Sioux from aging up, and he's forcing Seaton bows, which they're not the strongest of unit. Once again, Sioux actually suffers from huge setup animations, so both the bow riders and the Seaton bows just take forever to actually fire off their shots, which really weakens the strength of the unit.
Is this Vil going to be saved, though? I don't think so. Rods are quite close. Eric takes the Vil and he's going to get out of there. Is Hazard saving to age now? He's not got any units in queue. 600 coin on the floor there. Almost all of his villagers on food.
He might get a nice trap up here. He's maneuvering his army really well, and he's going to net himself 1 bow rider. Snow does split it off. Oh, and more muskets coming in as well. So 2nd bow rider goes down. So really nice army movements here to try and stop some of Snow's raiding.
Yeah, and then whilst he's in the area, he's just going to siege the TP. Whilst he's here, that makes absolute sense. Going to take that down. And now Hazard has clicked up to the Fortress Age. Let's take a look at who he's going up with. The scout for 4 hussars there. Taking a look at Harry's viewpoint here. Does take down the stagecoach there.
Yeah, and that's
here at Eric's as well.
That's a real issue now for Eric. He's going to try and move his cavalry into places where Hazard's army isn't, and as Hazard only has infantry. Oh, wow, that's a ton of villagers.
But he does have the rods nearby, though, so not too bad. The rods can scare them away, but not before a couple of villagers do go down. I think ultimately Hazard trying to get away with going up to the Fortress Age. And I think he's going to do that. A couple of vills he's not going to be too worried about. Obviously, it's annoying, but going to reach that Fortress Age and in good shape.
Yeah, he's looking in excellent condition. And Eric does actually have the 200 wood to rebuild the stagecoach if he wants to, but he's been making use of the speed bonus from his Explorer to benefit the raiding on his cavalry. He's going to clean up 5 rods here on the left.
Yeah, although he's got quite a decent amount of damage. Didn't kill any of those, but the rods they've killed quite a lot of health HP on those bow riders.
Yeah, the rods, Hazard's using them to surprising effect here. They've been really strong.
This is brilliant from Hazard. The trouble with this style is Spanish. One of the biggest problems they come into is not that they can't do this colonial portion. It's that when you try and go up to the fortress age, you don't have that age fast option. But he's successfully gotten now to the fortress age, and I think it looks like there's quite a lot of snow units there, but he's going to be able to get back. I think he's going to be okay. And has now reached the fortress age. Harry's done it.
Yeah, so he's now going to be able to get veteran Rodelleros, which is going to be even harder to deal with. But Snow immediately sees him aging up and is going to try and force a fight where none of these units are veteran level teched.
Yeah.
And so he's going to be able to clean up at least all of the musketeers. I think Hazard's trying to pull them away. Really nice pull trick here, but I think Snow's going to keep chasing them.
Yeah. Veteran Rod's almost in now, and he did have a shipment when he hit up to the Fortress Age, so absolutely going to see Falconets here, and that's going to make those Sea Tambo very, very afraid. I think we'll see that any moment now. Veteran Rods, look at them, glorious.
Yeah, and so Snow's going to actually respond up.
By aging himself.
Yeah, with an age up of himself, and I mean, he kind of needs to do that. He needs to be able to get
hand infantry combat.
Yeah, Hazard's a really big fan of this card, actually, and just Rodelleros in general. I don't know any other players who enjoy making Rodelleros as much as he does.
Yeah, I have heard him say before he thinks rods are underrated. And here, like, again, putting his sepoys where his mouth is. So he's proving to us that that's the case. Yeah, and fair enough, he's got a lot of rods and looking to commit to those here.
Yeah, they seem to be dealing with the raids, actually, quite well. On the right, again, okay, Eric gets one, but then they should be forced off. And yeah, this is the issue. When the rods actually make contact, it's really hard for the bow riders to start kiting. And these bow riders are really expensive. They're much more expensive than the Rodelleros. So I think this is again an okay trade from Hazard. Though he does need to move these villagers away, or else it suddenly becomes maybe not such a big trade.
Couple of rods. 182 hit points on these bad boys now. They're pretty beefy now with all these upgrades stacked. There's a lot going on the map. Let's take a look at units lost. Hazard lost 9 vills, so the eco is kind of evened up now. Mind you, 1 TP is down, and his explorer's quite nearby. Perhaps he can rebuild it.
Yeah,
rods. It's just a lot of rods chasing bow riders this game, isn't it? That's what we're seeing.
It must be really frustrating for Snow, actually. I know how annoying it is to try and micro bow riders against really beefy rods. And yeah, just once again, we got two fights going on. Snow does seem to be getting the better of Hazard in his base. We got 5 Lancers coming in. But there should be enough bow riders just to clean that up.
Yeah, there are enough. There looks like there's 5 bow riders in the back there, and only 5 skirms and a muskets. They are focusing those bow riders, and the dragoons on them as well. The Lancers cleaning them up is doing a good job of now tasking the Lancers specifically onto the Sea Tambo, but a Wikina shipment does come out.
Yeah, and throughout this, Snow's actually had a few villagers on war dance, so just trying to improve the effectiveness of his army there, and it's enough just to force Hazards away. But again, into some more villagers.
Yeah, he's found a lot of villagers and is now sort of on top of them here. Where's the rest of Snow's army? He's got 15 military pop, not too much. Hazard's got a big lead, 10-ville lead here, a 10-unit lead population.
Yeah, and he's really making the most of it as well. I mean, he knows that Snow just shipped a unit shipment in, so he knows he can keep staying. And I mean, he knows that the dog-soldier Big Button must be miles off as well. So he's comfortable just to stay here and try and clean up as much as he can. And he's really pushing Snow now. Snow's trying to micro just like a couple of units. We got the war dogs out, and Snow's in big trouble.
Yeah, Hazard's got this, and here comes a batch of 5 Hussars shipment. And I think he's captured this location. GG, wow. QP, WP. And it looks like Hazard does take that series. Very well done. And there's the handshake coming in. But both players good friends. But well done to Hazza. He'll play against Tabben at some point.
I think that one's later today.
That'll be
it's the final match of today.
Final match of today will be Hazza versus Tabben, and the winner of that will go through to the semi-finals. The loser will play against the winner of the losers in this side of the brackets. Yeah. And that's... what a game. That was really, really fun. What a series.
That was a really, really nice series. And we've actually just had, I guess, what you call two upsets today, where the lower...
Yeah, in theory,
the lower seed has gone through and defeated the higher seed.
I think certainly Tabben versus LordRaphael was an upset. But this one, the seeding very close. Hazza seed 5.
That is true.
Snow seed 4. But yes, I see your point there. But both sort of the lower seeds going through so far. But the tournament by no means, over for those players. Certainly have opportunities to get through. And just again, to reiterate, well, you can see the sub goal. I don't need to say it every time it's on the screen there. But yeah, Snow's still in the chair. You can see the...
Analyzing where it all went wrong for him.
Yeah. But up next, we're going to have an interview with Hazza, actually. We're going to have Eddie Holland over on the couch. We'll get some of Hazza's thoughts. We'll get to see how he feels. He's just won, and that should be a lot of fun. But first up, though, we're going to throw it over to a timer whilst they get ready to have that interview. But thank you very much for watching. You are watching the New World Championship, ladies and gentlemen. This was... Series number 2 out of 5 series that we will be seeing today. Coming up next, Kaiserklein versus PrinceofKabul. We'll have that after the interview, which will be happening very shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're here with Hazza. Let's hear it for Hazza. Yeah, man. So this is the second time the lowest seed won the series now, and you're bringing it home, our only UK player. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, how are you feeling right now?
I'm quite relieved, actually. It is. Oh, sorry. I'm quite relieved. It's quite stressful up there, actually. It's quite hot. And
right.
Yeah, it just gets to you sometimes. Like that New England game, I sort of panicked and just suicided all my stuff on just TC. But yeah.
Because the New England game, me and a few other people included, we were like, you had it.
Yeah,
you won the points,
did.
and you were aging in the back of it.
I know, I did, but I just totally threw it. And then he was C-boom behind that as well, so I was just like, okay, it's time to quit.
Yeah, and at what point did you scout that C-boom? That's one of the things we weren't really sure about.
I didn't actually see it. I never actually saw a C-boom.
So you just figured his score was going up
but
so
yeah,
high?
It was like, when his score was like matching mine, I was just like,
something is up.
Something is up.
right.
So he's just out-ecoing me by a lot. So.
But you did pick New England, right, for your Spain?
Yeah, I was in a good position. So, I mean, like, it's a good map for Spain, and obviously Spain I've been practicing quite a lot recently, and I'm quite good with it. But I just totally messed it up and I panicked at the wrong time.
Right.
So I had such a military sort of lead. I think it didn't look like. Yeah. Okay. But I didn't. What was I saying? Yeah, the military graph says that he had a lot more stuff, but obviously it's Russia stuff, and obviously my stuff was carded and veteran and that sort of stuff. It was like way techier, so it struggled for him to kill it, but. It was like the pathing, a couple of misclicks here and there. Like my cannons kept packing at the worst possible time. My lancers didn't attack. Oh, it just all fell apart. Right. So I was just like, oh god.
So was it like the nerves of the LAN tournament, or up against Snow, one of the favorite players here? Or?
Well, Snow's obviously a great player. I mean, you could see in like a lot of the games where he's like out multitasking me, and I'm usually considered quite a good multitasker, but he's just insane in that aspect. So I was just like. So it's quite a formidable opponent. There's always like some random raid of like 5 muskets on your bills or something like that,
but
and I'm just like.
In the last game, you did make up for it though. He had like 3 bow rider groups running around, but you had even more arrows running around. Was it something you prepared against his Sioux?
Well, I played Sioux a couple of times, and it's like I'm confident that as soon as Sioux plays like some sort of H2 sort of thing, I know rods are going to be really good. Because bow riders have to keep kiting, and if he's like split up, it's good for me that he's split up actually, because it means he has to keep moving back and kiting for all 3 separate groups, whilst I just have to keep surrounding and get good flanks and that sort of thing, which is quite easy to do. Well, I wouldn't say easy to do, but it's easier than what he has to do.
Right.
And then in the meantime, I'm macroing better, getting my eco going, killing his TPs, that sort of thing, whilst I've got my stagecoach going. So it's working out quite well.
You played the last game formidable.
Yeah, okay. I made up for my poor performance in my previous game. But
so let's go all the way back to the map selection process.
Yeah.
Because, well, you picked New England, right?
Yeah,
but
I did.
Didn't you want to go for High Plains as well to practice your Spain?
Well, he banned High Plains the second time there was a ban, I think, or the first. No, I can't remember which one he banned first. I think he banned Baja first.
Right.
And I think I picked New England first. Because I think I prefer New England. Because Eric's not the best C player, but obviously he somehow did better at C than me this series. But in general, he's like not the best C player. So I thought, okay, I prefer Baja to High Plains because I played him before, and he played Brits on High Plains versus my Spain, and he ended up beating me quite hard because that matchup's not the best, but obviously it's a good map for me. So he counter-picked me with Brit, so I was just like, okay, I'm not really too confident about that because he can just always bring out the Brit.
Yeah.
But, and I preferred like the C play. I like New England. It's my favorite map anyway. So,
right. Okay.
Yeah.
And on Deccan, you picked the Ottomans. Was that something you prepared? Because it doesn't seem like a popular civilization on that map.
Well, initially I wanted to do some sort of FF into like maybe a revolt or just like industrial play, but he ended up like raiding me too many vills. He did a really good job of like abusing his mobility. Because obviously Otto's army is quite immobile. They don't have a single cavalry unit apart from what they ship, essentially. So I'm just running around like Jans, and he's running around Huss, Musk, that sort of thing, killed vills all over the place. And Otto can't really afford towers as well, so he did a really good job of like abusing like Otto's mobility.
Right.
So he did a good job there.
Okay, so and now next up, you're gonna play against Tabben tomorrow, who just won the series as well. How are you feeling about that?
I think I'm playing him actually this evening.
This evening?
I think so.
No, I think the other two groups are this evening. So Mitoe and Diarouga and Kaiser and Prince.
Yeah.
So how are you feeling about Tabben?
I think I'm actually was more confident versus Eric than I am versus Tabben, because obviously LordRaphael is considered quite a formidable player. He was seeded #1, and Tabben obviously just won a series versus him. He's been playing. I think he's been playing the most recently, and he's just been like such a formidable opponent recently. And he plays a lot of civs as well, and obviously that's a good sort of thing to have in a tournament situation. So, yeah.
Exactly.
So I am a little bit.
All right, you're excited.
Yeah, I'm all right. Yeah,
okay.
I'm feeling all right, but it's not the easiest opponent. None of these players are really.
None of them are, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we're excited too to see you back tomorrow. I want to thank you a lot and congratulate you one more time for Hessa.
Cheers. Thank you. Cheers. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, that's all right.
Welcome back to the New World Championship. I'm H2O here, joined by Wicked Cossack. We are about to get underway with Kaiserklein versus PrinceofKabul. I think this is going to be a fantastic series.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. And we've, in particular, PrinceofKabul. He's my pick to win the tournament, so I'm kind of excited to see how it pans out here for him. And also because he's one of the players that plays what I would say is more fringe civilizations. So I think if we're going to see civilizations like Iroquois being picked here, this is our best chance to see them from Prince here. And then Kaiserklein, well, we all know him. He's seed number 2, huge favorite for this tournament as well. So we'll have to see if he can manage to perform and live up to those expectations.
Yeah, I know Kaiser was just trying to get in a practice game, and Prince has been practicing all morning. So, I mean, these two guys are taking it seriously. I think this is one of the closer series on paper that we've seen. Not that that means anything. We've seen tons of upsets already. I mean, that last series was fantastic.
Yeah. And Kaiser's an interesting player, actually. After watching, I've watched a lot of his streams. He's a prominent streamer, and while his mechanics are good, he just seems very methodical with all of his clicks, and he just seems to know exactly what to click and when.
Yeah,
and I think he's just a really smart player. He doesn't have the raw APM of someone like Raphael or Snow, or maybe yourself back in the day, but I feel like he just understands the game and understands like what to prioritize and when he should be microing, when he should be macroing in his base, and he's just a very hard opponent to come up against. But I wonder if Prince might be able to throw him off guard with some of his more unique civilization picks. So I'm really hoping we see some Iroquois here from Prince. But I know he's got a few other cards under his belt that he might pull out.
Yeah. I mean, I think some of the style that Prince has is also very difficult to deal with. Like he does a great job with India playing, some of the Sepoy pressure. Back when I used to play games against a lot of people who were doing those Sepoy type things, it was always Prince
that's still happening, by the way. The Sepoy type things. I don't think that's ever
It's never gonna go away. But I distinctly remember like there's some of those games where Prince would just be like very difficult to beat in that setting. So.
Yeah, so I think it'll actually be quite hard to guess what Civ's Prince is going to pick. So they're just going through the map vetoes, and picks at the moment.
Yep, looks like we're about to get started. Can we get that overlay up for the maps? Perfect. And Kaiserklein picking first here, choosing Kamchatka. Now Prince is up to pick, and he's picking Thar Desert. Much faster now. I mean, Kaiser's up to ban next.
Yeah, so this is unsurprising that Kaiser's locking in Kamchatka. It's kind of the most standard of standard maps that you can get, really, and just suits his playstyle perfectly. So for those of you who don't know Kaiser, he predominantly plays Germans. Backup Civ is along the lines of French,
yeah.
Russia. I know he's been playing a lot of ports recently, but for the most part, these are heavy TP civilizations. He likes to just play on standard maps and just outsmart and outplay the opponent. So I'm guessing Kaiser's going to try and stay away from the maps like New England, which are a bit more out there, should we say, in terms of strategy.
Yeah, and the bans are pouring in exactly as you predicted here. I mean, Baja, California, and New England getting eliminated. Looks like we're now waiting on Kaiser to pick his next map that he wants to play on.
Yeah, and so...
And there comes High Plains. These players are moving fast. They both know exactly what they want.
They're no LordRaphael, that's for sure.
Right.
But yeah, so again, unsurprising pick here from Kaiser. He's locking in High Plains. Again, he just loves his TP maps, loves his TP civs, and it kind of really suits his style. And we got Prince here. Is he locking in Deccan?
I think he has locked in Deccan, yes. Which puts us right back onto the ban from Kaiser, which you guys see he's all flying in as fast as we are. It's Pampas has been banned by Kaiser. Not surprising, that is a very tough map just to play in general.
Yeah, so it seems that Kaiser's actually just vetoing any any non-trading post map and picking any map with trading posts. So,
Well, Baja though, Baja, California.
well, it's got some water on it. But I wonder if some of the other players watching are gonna sort of be paying attention to what people are picking on day one in terms of map vetoes and civ picks, and maybe trying to come up with using that information to come back on day two and maybe counteract what the players have done.
Yeah, absolutely. And final ban coming in is Florida. I can't remember if we mentioned that or not with how fast we've been going. That leaves Fertile Crescent up as our closing map here. And the players right now are just trying to figure out what map or which civs are we going to play on that first game on Kamchatka.
So yeah, I'm guessing Kaiser's.
It's French or German, right?
French or German, yeah. And on the one hand, I was thinking it might actually be quite nice to go up against Kaiserklein in the first matchup, because you know what civs you're going to be playing against. You know that you're going to have to practice versus Germany. You know you're going to have to practice versus France. On the other hand, I know when I played Kaiser previously, sort of in quick search and online, it doesn't seem to help the fact that you know he's going. It doesn't matter that you know he's going to pick Germany. It doesn't matter that you know he's going to pick France, because he's just so solid, and there feels like there's no chinks in the armor that you can exploit just by knowing that he's going to go certain civs. So yeah, on the one hand, it's nice you can get the practice in. On the other hand, does it help?
Yeah, I know. Well, we've also seen a lot more depth from him lately. I mean, some of the games in that Kinesi series that he played to qualify, that one was like some of those games just showed deeper civ pool than just France and Germany. So I think we're going to actually see. I understand opening with a French or German, but I expect a lot of different civs coming out of Kaiser too.
Yeah, absolutely. And
looks like we're ready to go here. French and German are locked in. Kaiserklein French, Prince as German.
Yeah, so this is actually another, I'd say, fairly common matchup. I think in the past people have said it's ever so slightly German favored, but I mean, if anyone's going to understand this matchup out of any player in the game, then it's going to be Kaiserklein. He understands the ins and outs of France. He understands the ins and outs of Germany. So I imagine he's going to be pretty comfortable playing this matchup from either side. And then Prince as well. He's just a very solid German player, and I think he'll be happy with this matchup. So
yeah, I mean, this just totally takes us back to like the beginning of ESOC, right? Kamchatka with French and German matchup here.
The times never change.
Yeah, some things never change.
Yeah.
And we are loading into the first game here. Kaiserklein versus PrinceofKabul in the group stage. The winner of this moves on to the winners finals, and the loser will go down to that loser bracket for a second chance at staying in the event.
Each game matters so much, though.
So we have Kaiserklein spawning in the bottom right-hand side of the map as the color blue, just spreading out his CDBs here, getting his scout and explorer moving. He's going to be looking to grab some of those goats in the middle of the map with the scout, while his explorer is going to pick up this nice 40 wood that's sitting there. Really curious to see what kind of opening he's going to take with these crates. You know, he's chopping some wood. It's probably a market opening. When you get a gold crate, it typically is. That's kind of what I'm expecting to see here.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. So France always goes for that market. Germany also going to go for the market, but not always. And so we can see Prince here getting down his market as well, and he's going to slow down his age up a lot more. But it's going to mean that he's going to have a good economy going into H2.
Yep, and I think you have to go for a market as German in the early game. It's just so strong to do so. It looks like he's, again, like you said, mining that gold to be able to be ready for that.
Yeah, and
big treasure contention happening though in the middle of the map right now. The 90 wood is under contention, and Kaiser is aggroed, and this is one of the areas where Kaiser really shines. He does a great job of kind of being surprising with the way he uses a crack shot.
Yeah,
like right there, just absolutely getting that treasure. 90 wood locked down, despite being in a really odd spot. trying to keep those tigers at bay.
This is what he's known for, right? I mean, you could almost bet your house on Kaiser picking up that treasure. As soon as you saw both Prince and Kaiser having their explorers next to a 90 wood, for whatever reason, Kaiser always seems to pick up that treasure, no matter what you do. It's amazing how strong he is at doing that, actually. And now you can see he's just going to try and ensure there's no snare happens on this explorer there.
Yeah, and you can tell like he's really paying attention to that. Again, if the scenario turned out the other way, he'd be hunting down PrinceofKabul with just as much force as he's trying to get away here.
Yeah, it's a big deal actually. Is when an explorer is that low, 70 HP, and you're playing as France or German, getting up that trading post in transition is so big. That you cannot lose your explorer as you'd have to send out a villager, and that just wastes so much villager seconds.
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about the TP in transition. That's so important. I mean, even this 75 food, right? By having done all that damage, now this is kind of a free 75 food, which will make up for the 90 wood that he wasn't able to lock down. So.
Yeah, I don't think Kaiser's going to be too disappointed though, because since he got the 90 wood himself, and he's heading back to his trading post, so we'll see him picking that up shortly. But he's not quite at the wood yet, so he'll probably just have a little scout around with the explorer, see what else he can find, and he might actually come across this 50 wood here.
I think he definitely is, and that's a great find on the corner of the map here. Going to just make the TP all that much faster. Oh wait, he can't see it. I guess he's like, I've got time.
He finds it. Yeah. That's really nice.
Yeah, there we go. Now he definitely sees it.
He was seconds away from walking back as well, but it does come in just in time for him.
We should check decks real quick and see if there's anything of interest.
So I would expect fairly standard deck there from Kaiserklein. Lots of unit shipments, and he's got the odd eco upgrade there, refrigeration.
Yep, exactly. And PrinceofKabul. Yep, very much the same thing. The big 4-unit shipments and the mercs, right? And he's got the crates as a backup. So very standard decks, I'd say, all the way around.
Yeah, at this level, it's very rare and unless you've got Azamp playing, it's very rare to see some sort of standard deviation from that. So
yeah, there's some civs you just don't deviate with. And French and German on a LAN TP map, there's just not much room for reinvention there.
Yep, they are the standard civs for a reason, really.
Yeah, and a lot of wood being chopped by Prince here in transition, just trying to get all his market upgrades rolling and get ready for a colonial. We got to keep an eye on how much wood he chops in transition, because that kind of hints at what he might do when he gets to colonial.
So, what do you think we're expecting here? Is it just going to be stables from both players, and then looking to go up to H3? I mean, that's how this matchup used to be played for the longest of times. Occasionally we've seen the France player actually adding in the barracks and making timing around the 7 or 8 minutes just to really punish the Germans who age up that little bit quicker. But both players might just decide to do a Cav semi.
Yeah, I mean, Kaiser, I feel like the French player is kind of in the driver's seat a little bit in the early game because they can choose to put that, that rack stable pressure on. And 3 Hussars is the first shipment. That's really aggressive. I wonder how, I mean, if you look at the age-up times, it felt like Prince was not as fast, right? I mean, he must have done like a 13 Vil or something, because these 3 Hussar are going to be out on the map so fast. But Kamchatka is a map where you can get your hunts under your TC like this. So I don't think a Vil's going to die, but there will definitely be some idle time. Unless this guy gets, Prince right on top of it, pulling that 1 settler in.
Yeah, but he's certainly...
Oh, wow, look at that jam. Oh, I thought he was going to get that Vil.
Oh, and the 2 Ulans pop out just
and the settler wagons too are also punching quite a bit, which matters here.
Yeah, but he stopped Prince gathering on this coin mine. You'd see Prince is actually stuck at 90 coins. So unless he gets back to this, but to be honest, Prince handled that really well. The 3 Hussars is an incredibly aggressive shipment. You really need to get damage done if you're going to send this. And he handled 2 of them pretty quick. But we got 4 more Hussars trained from the stable coming in, and they're going to carry on to idle Prince. And we can see the effect that that's had in that Prince has only been able to get out 2 Ulans from his first batch.
Yeah, and if you ever played against that Irish Faithful player, he used to do this all the time, and you'd think like, okay, well, I don't lose any villagers, but you end up getting belled for so long because the 5 husk comes right after the 3, and you just can't ever get unbelled, and just really tough to deal with. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing here, although an Ulhan did finally get in the queue, and Prince is stacking food, so at least he won't idle his town center.
Yeah, and I think this building placement has actually helped Prince quite well. He's just got enough of the coin mine to gather on, and then one of the sides is blocked off by the market, and the other side is blocked off by the 2 houses. So that's made it a bit more awkward for Kaiser to actually get damage done. Though, yeah.
Snagging this Explorer quickly. This is actually a big bait because he's got 5 more cav coming, and he's going to make a really nice trade around his Ulhan. They can't get back through that very same positioning that was helping them when they were hiding. Just overextended a little too much there, and now he can get belled really hard here if Kaiser wants to force the issue, and it looks like he does.
I mean, so he's still got the Minutemen available.
He just clicked it. He just clicked it.
Yeah, he at that point he didn't have enough coin to gather for the Minutemen. He does lose a villager. The Minutemen do come out.
I'm okay. If I'm Kaiser, I'm happy about this. I mean, you're killing 3 vills and you just cleaned up all of his calves.
He's gonna get another villager.
Oh wow! No, he didn't. He didn't.
The magic of teleportation there.
Yeah, that cost another 2 volleys of the minutes on the cav to not get that vill. There he is up there.
So, do we think Kaiser did enough damage to justify that free Hussar shipment so early on?
I think he definitely did. I mean, if you kill a vill basically with that, where's the units lost?
Yeah, let's have a look at how many villagers Prince has actually lost in
only 2 actually.
Only 2.
But he has lost 8 Ulhan versus 7 Hussar, and he's called minutes. And there's a huge batch of Hussar coming right back in, and there's no real response here. There's only Ulhan in the queue. And the minutes have already been used.
There is a barracks up now for Germans, and the 3 doppels have come out. So that's going to defend almost an infinite number of hussars. To be honest,
he's probably going to pull trick his native scout. Kaiser loves the pull trick.
Yeah,
look at that native scout hustle.
He's gonna keeps doing
it. Actually, he's probably going to clean up those Ulhan and then walk away. I mean.
Wow.
Just really, really solid control from Kaiser. They're basically killing 3 or 4 Ulhan for free here.
It's so ballsy to micro like that because there's 3 doppels. He can see them like just 5 meters away, and the confidence to just still take fights like just 5 meters away from these 3 doppels. But of course, when you have the ability and the control to do it, then it's
and this raid coming right back into the base. Is he gonna find? He's gonna find that 0 HP vill up here at least, maybe 2 or 3 dying here. He's going straight for a settler wagon that's low. Wow. Settler wagon and the vill right away. 1 clean shot, and he's going to pick up this other guy. That was 4 vills right there.
Yeah, and he's
This could be 5. This is 5. Oh, it's 4. Okay.
Yeah, he might come back for that later on, but so meanwhile throughout all of this, he's actually dropped double racks in the center of the map, and he's now spamming out batches of 10 muskets.
Yeah, I mean, so he's playing really hard this game. Yeah.
So he's not taking it to age 3 or anything. He's happy to try and close this one out in age 2.
This is going to surprise Prince quite a bit because this feels like you're aging, right? You haven't seen any new units.
Yep.
He's kind of running away, and you're going to push your 3 dops right into these muskets.
Yep.
And that's just going to be really bad.
It's going to be incredibly painful. I mean, really nice micro on the muskets here. We can see they targeted one of the dops down. Another dop goes down. So, though the Minutemen are still getting some really good value, actually. Yeah. I think all 6 Minutemen are still up here. But just the sheer number of muskets and hussars is just going to be enough to clean this up. And I mean, 5 Ulans are not really going to do much here. They're going to have to back up, surely, or else they're just going to get... And there we go. Yeah, we can see they're running off. Trying to get to some sort of safety there.
Yeah, and they are on the run, having to throw away 1 more full HP Ulhan here. 7 Ulhan in the queue for PrinceofKabul. I think he's kind of unsure of what does he do at this point. There's 20 muskets walking into your base, and you have no military yet as Germany, right?
Yeah.
He's got to find a way to replenish. I don't think he can age.
No, he can't. Yeah, so that's so big in that Germany really comes into their forte if they make it to that fortress age, and Kaiser's just completely prevented that from happening. Prince has no window to. And look at this.
He's just gonna walk right in. There's nothing left. I mean, what's gonna happen? Worst case, 8 bows come out and you still just win.
And these muskets are going to kind of, they might even try and body block. Oh, there's a small little gap between the house and the stable that might save some of the villagers. Didn't help one of the settler wagons. It was a little too fat to fit through there. But yeah, it's just more Ulans, and that's not necessarily the best unit you want against a must-husk composition. Here comes 5 dops, but Kaiser's just going to try and kite away from that. Ooh, and the 8 bows. If only Kaiser was just still in the base at that time.
Yeah, he just had already done all the damage he could possibly do. And now he's running away. I mean, this army is one he actually can't beat, but he's almost a fortress, so he's just going to go ahead and toss those muskets away, I think, and, you know, do some... Oh, look at this. He's taking this fight, too. He's going to actually clean up all the Ulhans and then run away.
I just really love his confidence to actually still take cavalry fights within short distances of Doppelsolners and still feel like you can actually get away from that. I mean, the ability to do that is very impressive.
Yeah, he knows what he's almost a fortress now, and he definitely is comfortable pushing the limit on unit positioning. But there's a lot of pressure under this barracks right now, and if you remember the game earlier today, losing both your Raxes when you hit fortresses branch is not a great thing. So.
Yeah, so these Doppels are doing some serious work. One of them's pretty low HP, but even 2 Doppels still are left alive. You can see Kaiser's having to run for it.
Yeah.
It's just too...
I think he's going to turn on that 1 HP Doppel. He probably will. No. Oh, it's out of there.
But has he bought himself enough time to get, say, a batch of 10 skirms out? He might have...
well, they're not in the queue, so I mean, he's making goons right now. He probably has a 5 goon shipment or something on the way.
So that would be the safe thing to do here. And Prince, we can see from his end, he's got no intention of aging. And another raid coming in from
oh my
Kaiser.
gosh. Oh. I think that raid was enough.
Yeah, so presumably he just saw the raid and called the GG right there.
Yeah, really solid play from Kaiserklein in game 1 there.
Yeah, I was just very impressed with Kaiser's unit control. As always, I mean that's one of the things that he's known for. But you could really see it in that game there. Just taking the fights next to the Doppels. That's not. It might look easy, but it's a very hard thing to be able to accomplish without losing your entire cavalry mass.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and you can see kind of, well, I guess villager population, but you can see in the graphs too, right? Like just little moments where there's not much lost and villagers just kind of keep disappearing, right? Those little trades you were talking about, just picking up value throughout the game. Even like this trade right here was so good for Kaiser as well.
Yeah. Really solid game 1 here, and that's going to give Kaiser a lot of momentum going into the rest of the series. I'm wondering what Prince is gonna do to try and come back from that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, something's going to have to change here. I don't think that Prince is going to want to have a repeat of a matchup like that.
No, I want to see him pull out his some of the more fringe civilizations. So Prince he's a very good Iroquois player. Yeah, I want to see that Iroquois, because if Prince doesn't pick Iroquois, I don't think I'm not convinced it's going to get picked. Maybe I know Mitoe
plays some Euro as well.
But
I think Kaiser actually plays some Euro too.
He does. Yeah, he does, and that might actually be a disincentive for Prince. If you play a civ against someone who's very good at that.
Yeah, you might just end up getting either mirrored or.
Yeah. So we got Deccan coming up next, and it's going to be Kaiser to pick in a civilization first. So it'd be interesting to see if he maybe saves Germany for later on, and actually chooses to go with something like Ottomans.
Yeah, I think the thing about Deccan is it's such a unique map. Like it's one of the maps I think most players have to prepare something a little special for, and that's why I love watching it. I'm really eager to see how people are going to use those extra crates, and just kind of see what the outcome is going to be. I mean, you don't want to play your standard civs like German necessarily, right?
You would think so, but then when you play it as well as Kaiserklein, then
I mean, yeah.
Then you could pick it on any map. And in fact, from what we've seen here, Kaiserklein has actually clicked in as the Germans, And, oh, Prince, he didn't take too long to think about that one. His counter pick is going to be the Indians.
Yes, and it's another classic matchup. You see a lot of this, too. It's going to be a lot of Sepoy pressure, and Kaiser, we'll see if Kaiser can kind of navigate his way into the Fortress Age without losing too much.
Yeah, I believe Prince subscribes to the to the mass Sepoy way of playing India.
Yep. He's the consulate build. That's the one that I always used to have so much trouble with. You know, sending the brick consulate first and then doing the redcoats and then the Sepoy later.
Yeah, I know. I know Sompu likes to use that a lot, and Prince practices a lot with Sompu, so it might be something that he's played a lot with him.
Yeah,
and could come out in this match here.
Yeah, well, here we go. We're getting into game number 2 here. Kaiser up 1-0. It's Kaiser versus PrinceofKabul on Deccan. All right, spawning in the left-hand side of Deccan, we have Kaiserklein. Well, we have an admin pause, maybe a map issue here. Prince is missing his second mine, so Prince will have to decide if he wants to keep going or and as I'd expect in stakes like these, everyone's going to take the rematch.
I feel like at this level, no one's going to be. Yeah, that's fine. I'll play with only one mine.
Well, there's one time someone mentioned it's on. You know, like when the 1 TP doesn't spawn on Hudson Bay,
yeah.
I had already found a CDB treasure or something, and so I was like, I'll forego the TP in exchange for my treasure set.
that is the one issue, is if you have a really nice start, you come across a really good treasure, then maybe you'll consider it. But for the most part, I think we can expect players to be agreeing to rehosting the maps if it's not in their favor.
Yeah, exactly. And the way that we're doing this now with the admin involved is so fast to identify the map, right?
Yeah, it's really useful to have that team in place there.
All right, here we are, getting into it again. Kaiserklein versus PrinceofKabul. Colors have swapped around on me, so I will be going to red this time instead of blue. Kaiserklein is spawning in the top middle of the map, I guess. We're rotated a little bit here. As Germans, tons of crates on the ground together here, and he's crack-shotting a 50 coin right away. Going to use that. Oh. And we have another mine issue.
Yeah, so that's
an RE map. I know we tried to fix it, but
there's only so much you can do for RE maps.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I mean, missing a second mine as Germany, that's not something you can live with at all. So reliant on having those resources there, so definitely needs a rehost.
Especially if we're going to see a Kaiser Merc game where he just
I would love to see that, but I think I've spoken to him about it before, and he sort of said it feels like a bit of a gamble because obviously you don't know what you don't know what you're going to get in the saloon, and while he has done it many times before and it's been very effective, I'm not sure he's actually going to pull it out in the tournament. But if he did, I'd be very happy.
Yeah. I mean, he's the one who could do it, but I mean, very surprising to see that. Although you do have 5K mine on the map. I mean, if there's a map to do it on, I suppose it would be this one.
And yeah, no, I have actually seen a couple of games where he uses it quite effectively against the Sepoys. As you can get out the Renegados and the Fuggies, which really 1 and 2 shot the Sepoys.
Right. In the colonial age, it's really good. Oh no, what's going on?
I believe we have a theme here.
Yeah, this map is not.
Yeah, we need to.
Yeah, you see it's.
We need to get Gaia on fixing this.
It's all right. We've done. I mean, 3 restarts in an entire. Well, this is like the 4th restart of the day. I mean.
Yeah.
Back, like some of the older tournaments, it used to be like 5 restarts for a game was pretty common.
I do remember you'd be watching the tournament and they'd be sort of loading in, and then you'd have to do something for half an hour. You'd come back, and for whatever reason the game still hadn't quite started yet, because as you find out in chat, they've rehosted about 7 times in a row. But hopefully 4th time lucky. Not quite sure that's a saying, but maybe we can.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll be fine. I mean, hopefully we've gotten it all out of the way now, and we'll spawn into the perfect mine setup. It's good. It's always that second mine, though. It's good to know. That's the mine that you're going to be missing on Deccan. All right, I'm tempted to not introduce the players this time because maybe that'll break the bad luck streak here. All right, perfect. Maybe. It's actually, I think it might get paused again. We'll see. All right. Spawning in the bottom center point on the map here is Kaiserklein as the Germans. 3rd time is the charm. Gathering crates, picking up small treasures here. There's a lot of different things you can do on this map with the extra gold and the wood. A lot of times we'll see TP market and house, or sometimes you even see things like double TP. So we'll see what Kaiser's doing. Looks like it's going to be a TP opener. Nothing too surprising there. Meanwhile, we have PrinceofKabul spawning at the top of the map, playing as India, gathering up all those crates. It's actually a little bit of the opposite. Everything is all about getting food pulled together, so he can drop that aggro as fast as possible.
Yeah, and one additional thing that he seems to be hoovering up is are all these yaks. So we can see that that's the one issue is if you go for a fast trading post, as most civilizations do, like Kaiserklein,
right,
and you only have 1 scout, as you do with Germany, then you're not going to get many of the yaks, and the yaks are so important for India. And has he got all 8 of them?
Yep, and a lot of times it feels like, I don't know about you, whenever I walk through the middle of the map, it always feels like at least 2 of them, I just can't find them. Like even if my opponent hasn't looked at all, I just can't find them. But this time, Prince has grabbed all 8, which is, almost making up for the fact that he hasn't built a TP, and he can just walk right to the center of the map, uncontested, and slam down an aggro at 1 minute and 25 seconds. So.
Yeah, it is almost not quite to the level of a trading post, but almost. And wow, look how fast the aggro. It's 1 minute and 30, and it's already gone down. And interestingly enough, he's actually choosing to leave his villager on to build that. Oftentimes, just because you have so few villagers at this stage, just because it's so early on, people choose to actually move that villager off the aggro fort. But he's leaving it on, so he's really wanting a super fast age up.
Yeah, and. Oh no,
that
no
could
decks?
possibly be an issue. Let's have a look. Yeah, he hasn't
we
sent.
Can't check, I guess.
Well, yeah, he hasn't sent a shipment there. Then yeah, I guess you kind of have to.
Wow, that's unfortunate. I was so excited to see this aggro rush happen. I'm sure it's going to happen again. By the way.
Yeah. So yeah, that's quite unlucky. But you can't play without a deck there.
Yeah, we definitely. I think we gotta wait for an admin decision to see what we do here.
Yeah, it seemed from what Kaiser said. Then I mean he understands. I guess it's also before 2 minutes. I think that's the rule we used to have in place for these sort of informal ESOC tournaments that we've had previously. Oh, I believe the admin resigned there, so they might not be able to type to us.
Ah, okay.
But I believe we can.
Someone come over and make sure.
Yeah.
Kind of leaning around, trying to figure out. Bail me out here.
Yeah, I expect we'll do a rehost. Kaiser seems happy to do a rehost, and
yeah.
Oh, we finally see the deck. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Let's get back to trying to launch this game again. I'm all about that. Let's see if we can make it past. Yeah.
Yep, all good.
All right, we're good to rehost.
Brilliant.
Perfect.
Right, so 5th time lucky?
I think it's going to happen.
That's a thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Has to start at some point. All right, and Kaiser going to use this opportunity to take a short toilet break. Maybe the nerves are getting to him a little bit.
All the restarts here are.
No, I wouldn't necessarily think
that's stressful, right? I mean, he just won game 1. I feel like a lot of the wind gets taken out of your sails, right? When you can't just jump right into the next game.
Yeah, I can imagine it just disrupts your rhythm just a little bit, but I don't think he doesn't really have anything to worry about after looking at his performance in game 1 there.
Diarouga joined.
Yeah, I guess he was aiming to join a practice match there. So I guess we could talk a little bit about the matchup in Germany versus India. Is it one you've had much experience with in the past?
Yeah, I mean, I've always had trouble on both sides of the matchup. You know, it's one of those types of deals for me. Whenever I play as India, I tend to be a little bit too slow, and then Germany tends to beat me. And then when they play India against me, they tend to just hit me really hard with a lot of sea poison. I can't make it to Fortress. So.
I feel like I have the exact same issues, I'm afraid. Yeah. I mean, the issue is so India is obviously going to try and punish the Germans a little bit before Germany can get into age 3 and really get into the swing of things. Unlike what we saw in the previous game, where Germany wasn't able to get to age 3, wasn't able to get into the swing of things, and we saw what happened there. Age 2 Germany, it's fine for a bit, but you can't just carry on playing it out for 15, 20 minutes. You do need to reach that age 3 as Germany. But I don't think that would be a problem on Deccan.
I don't
even
think so
against
either. I mean,
a steroided India.
Well, maybe it will be actually, because Germany doesn't get that much faster of an age up. They just get like more stuff. Like, they have TP market, all that set up really quickly, and then maybe like 1 vil faster. But India builds nothing and just slams the aggro at like 1 minute and 30 seconds. So if Prince has kind of ironed out exactly how you execute that on Deccan, it's going to be really hard, I think, for Germany to stabilize.
Yeah, I'm still, to be honest, I'm still a little curious about this Germany pick from Kaiser. I mean, we know it's his number 1 civ, but I feel like they don't benefit from the map as much as
say in India, right?
Say India and Brits and Ottomans, which I also know that Kaiser can do okay with. But I feel like he's just sticking to the plan of comfort civilizations and sticking to exactly what you know. And to be honest, I think I mentioned in the last series, in sort of this unique environment, I think sticking to what you've done 1,000 times in the past is absolutely the way to go. So from that perspective, can't really criticize Kaiser for picking Germany.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you look through the map pool as well, I noticed that before he decided on Germany, he asked for the map pool. That was kind of vetoed again. Like, you can't play Germany on Thar Desert. You can't play Germany on High Plains. And Fertile Crescent's kind of awkward to play Germany on, so maybe.
Oh, right, yeah.
Like, maybe he's like, this is just my best shot. I've just got to get my French and German out on the board right away.
Absolutely, yeah. I hadn't twigged that the third map there is Thar Desert, so Germany was never going to be an option on that. I'm curious though. Did you say Germany wasn't an option on High Plains?
Yeah, they're just not TP enough.
You don't think so?
Not, yeah, it's a 5 TP map. I mean, you got to be playing Port, Spain, Auto, like all those civs that really work the TP line are just going to kill your TP and outvalue you with Stagecoach, I think.
Right, you could be correct. My theory, my thinking so far has been, if there's a TP, you're fine to pick Germany.
I mean, sure.
It's rather simple, but I feel it holds significant weight in my testing anyway.
I mean, sure, but there's like better maps and worse maps, right? So,
of course. Yeah.
Okay, well, we're back at it. Everyone's seated. We're clicked in. We said 5th time. We're on 6th time.
I don't know. Sixth time. That's a thing, right?
It is now. All right. Kaiserklein versus PrinceofKabul. This is game number 2. We are on Deccan and jumping right in. All right. Spawning in the top of the map, we have Kaiserklein as the Germans. He is gathering up all those crates as he did last time, and again, crack-shotting. He seems to love a little bit of a delay, but getting whatever's in his base, just to really round out. No lag. Just to really round out with all the extra crates he has. The extra 50 wood or gold can help you like click hunting dogs. After doing all the other crazy things like buying a house and TPs.
Yeah, I was a little curious. He keeps going for this treasure, as you mentioned, in Age 1, rather than immediately go for the TP. And I wonder if it's that he's just timed out. He knows how quickly to build this trading post on the right, and if he knows that he can just get it in time before the pass. And it's going to be quite close, but I think that he has timed it out perfectly, and he's just going to get it.
Yeah, and on the other hand, let's see what Prince of Kabul is up to. Spawning in the bottom of the map, color is orange. He's hunting and, again, probably looking to drop that aggro fort. I wouldn't be surprised if we see one of these vills turn and start walking any second now. He has also found all the cows. I thought these two on the left might be one of those ones that you just don't find, even though your opponent didn't even try. But, again, he's all 8 cows. I think we've essentially got a mirror of what we walked into in the game that we did get to start.
Yeah, and that's really nice. So
Ooh, 90 wood sitting in the back of Prince's base is pretty significant.
It is a big treasure, and we can see already Prince is sending out a villager to try and find a good place for this aggro fort. I'm actually looking at this. There's a big 360 food treasure, and one thing you have to be careful of when placing your aggro fort is that if it's next to...
It got blocked. Kaiser's blocking it. He deleted the foundation too, so he can't restart it. He's gonna have to aggro at home.
There's no other place.
He has to aggro at home. He hasn't committed to it yet.
He doesn't want to.
Oh wow, he went back. He's gonna get it. He's gonna get it.
Yep.
No, he didn't get it.
Has he sent out another bill? This is huge.
He got it. Oh, he deleted it after starting it. This is unbelievable.
The issue is that's the only place he can that's the only place he can put it in. He's put it in the same place again. Kaiser's just...
The Thuggy's blocking him. I think he's just got to build it at home.
He needs another plan.
945 food. Is he just I think he's just committed to the macro game. Kaiser's up before India.
This is... So he has five, but the herds are blocked. It's walking back on
blocked. Wow, this is
the herds are not. Oh, this is
spawn.
horrendous.
Yeah, you can't expect the herds to move.
It's not.
There,
so it's finally down.
Finally.
Wow.
Wow.
So what was that? Like 40 seconds? 50
it's
seconds?
Gotta be more. I mean, it was 30 seconds.
Was that a minute?
It was 30 seconds after he deleted the foundation, so it's got to be at least like a minute, maybe a minute.
Oh my God.
20. A minute 20. But since he's gonna, I'm sure, he's gonna consulate rush. I mean,
yep.
It's not like he wasn't like gonna miss out on many shipments there. He was still chopping wood. He wasn't idle, so there wasn't a lot of things that were really hurting him there.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, that does not feel good, though. I mean, what does that do to your sort of confidence? It
definitely frustrates you. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, I mean, if this hadn't been a tournament game, he might have. I can imagine someone already resigning at that point. And also, the other thing it's done is it has changed the location of that aggro fort. Okay, it's not too much different, but
I would say.
But yeah, well, I mean, it's added just that extra walking distance to Kaiser's base. Probably an extra 5-10 seconds from like every batch that's now going to come out from that for the rest of this game. And yeah, Kaiser up to the colonial age, and Prince is still lagging behind there.
Yeah, 3 vills on the Wonder trying to catch up here. His consulate is up, and it's going to be a timing. So hopefully, with the fact that it is a timing, he can kind of rest on that. And
fantastic! Have you seen Kaiser's base?
Yeah. Oh, yes, I did. He was mining a ton of gold. Actually, I didn't know why, but now it all makes sense.
Brilliant.
So the Thuggies are about to make an entrance into this game.
Yeah, so the Thuggies are such a strong unit. They have a huge loading animation, but they will two-shot shoot.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one thing they are amazing at is killing Sepoys. Sepoys are such a strong unit, but if you've got Thuggies on the board, they make Sepoys look like Strele.
He did get a little bit of a weak roll here, right? Only Swiss pikes and the Mamluks, which are obviously not accessible. So
yeah,
he's probably gonna. Unfortunately, we probably won't get to see the full Merc here, but definitely we'll see a couple Thuggies, I'd imagine.
Yeah, and so if you're watching and you haven't sort of seen this build before from Kaiser, what he likes to do is send the house car. I'm not quite sure what that's called actually.
Palatines.
Yes, Palatine settlement. So he sent a card that increases the population of his houses, and that just helps you build the Thuggies as they cost so much population there.
Yep, that's the thing about the kind of outlaws is they're very pop heavy but low in cost. So 6 pop and 150 gold. Each one of these is like 3 hussars worth of population.
Yeah, and they feel really, really cheap for their cost, but again, they do have a number of drawbacks in that loading animation. They take a very long time to train, I believe, as well. So if you lose them at any point, they're very hard to replace.
Yeah, the first thuggy's being fought already in the middle of the map for 360 food.
So Prince is getting his practice in, is he?
Yeah, practice shots over here, just picking up 360 food. That's really nice.
Yeah, that's...
he's a little house right now, too, though. You really got to keep an eye on all that, because every second that he can be producing a Seaboy is going to make this mass all the stronger.
Absolutely. And I think this is his go time, right? So he's just had those 5 Seaboys come in. He's just had the British Redcoats come from the consulate. So he's gonna charge in. We got a villager actually joining the. Oh wow, 3 villagers joining the fun as well.
Maybe they're hurting now. Yeah. I really am curious to see, because the saloon has not been scouted yet. How sneaky can these thuggies be? They could come around the back, or is he going to go into his base?
Yeah, this is going to be a true test of Kaiserklein's micro as well, as these thuggies can do a lot of overkill if you don't try and micro them individually. But if you do have the ability to micro these, you can make quick work of these Seaboys.
Minutes are out. Ulhan are out.
He's got a few Ulans, so we'll see how he micros this.
Yeah, it looks. And Prince is just charging into these thuggies. That's the thing, is if they run fast though, and with all the snaring, Minutemen are even being used to snare. That's how much he values these thuggies, knowing they're high damage and need to run away. All the Ulhan and the Minutes are doing a ton of damage, and there's some other thingies out that also
Marathon
shoot.
the coins, and essentially Kaiser's just made short work of that. These melee Minutemen, I love that. It's a really clever decision to try and preserve his high value units there, the Marathon Thuggies, and
he
slow
lost
down the
4 of them, right? I mean, it's like nothing.
Yeah, I mean, that's completely cleaned up. So Kaiser can almost do what he wants now, and it seems what he wants to do is solidify his lead and grab the 2 trading posts on the left. Possibly might even get a stagecoach for that. So we can just see he's shipped in the 700 wood there, and he's going to try and spend that as much as he can.
Yeah, I honestly think he didn't know what the outcome of that situation was going to be, and when things came, that's why the 700 wood's a very flexible shipment, right? And when things went as well as they did, he's probably like, yes, okay, I guess I can just drop 2 TPs and stagecoach with it, right?
Yeah.
And so far ahead, I can just...
Yeah, that did go really well for Kaiserklein. I wasn't sure how that fight was going to go, but I think what did it was really the melee Minutemen and just the decision making there that went into the micromanagement behind that fight.
Yeah, this Ville is a little vulnerable. Prince is not giving up yet. He's putting he's going to keep putting pressure on the front door with the 4 SOAR card, and I love these wall segments too coming in here. That's going to be really nice with the thuggies behind it.
Yeah, so the one thing Prince does have going for him, I mean, he's still got a lot of map presence, actually, and we can see he's forced Kaiser to be gathering on mostly berries, actually. He's not able to pick up any more villager kills, though. These Marathon Thuggies are still too scary. They just have too much damage. These Sours, with their really small and weak hit points, aren't going to be enough to concern those. And that's enabled Kaiserklein to actually now age up to the Fortress Age, where Germany starts to really shine.
That's what we were talking about, right? Is the Germany just kind of wants to make it to Fortress Age, and that's one of the cool things about these saloon strategies. Is it feels like Germany gets to Fortress almost every time. Like the Thuggies are just so good in the early colonial.
I feel like he might actually commit to this mercenary play. I was just looking at his villagers.
He just thinks he's far enough ahead just to go for it.
I hope he does. Yeah, so he's got 22 villagers on coin, so we can expect that possibly he might even choose to send advanced mercenaries, or the first shipment might be those Jaegers or Black Riders.
I mean, Swiss pikes are pretty good, actually. They're better than you'd think. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, so I mean, now that Prince sees Kaiser age up to the Fortress Age, he's going to push in, try and get some damage done. And wow, that is 2 settler wagons is nothing to be scoffed at. That's a really nice pickup from him.
Yeah, the only thing that's a little sad here is that he is going to lose quite a few of his units at a time when his opponent just got all of his tech settled in. You know.
Yeah.
But that was a great pickup, I think. I mean, 4 vills is a big deal.
So I mean, looking at this from Prince's perspective, how do you try and come back into this? Do you just try and make more Seaboys and cross your fingers and and jam them in?
I think you have to do what he's doing here, which is making some hand cav and trying to get something to initiate on those thuggies with. But little does he know, Swiss pikes are in the saloon just as much as Kaiser had no idea. Prince still has no idea.
He's going full merc, so we can see we've got the there's the improved mercenaries card has come out, so that's improves the attack and hit points of all mercenaries shipped and trained by 20%. And I mean, you can just see the villager distribution here from Kaiserklein. 90% of his economy is on this coin mine, and it's really handy that it synergizes quite well with Deccan in that you start off with that 5k coin mine.
Spies are out.
Oh wow! And so that's actually
the 4 spies from Brit.
Yeah, that they'll genuinely be useful here. They have a huge bonus against mercenaries. The issue is though, as India, once these 4 spies go down, unfortunately, I believe you can only get them just the once there.
Yeah, you won't have access to any more. And unfortunately for Prince, those Swiss pikes are going to do really well against all the SOARs he's training to try to kind of like re-win the thuggy battle, if you would.
Yeah, so I'm expecting Kaiser's going to try and round out his composition with the Jaeger shipment. I guess he feels that he won't need the Black Riders since he has access to those Swiss pikemen. But the Jaegers aren't here just yet, so his army doesn't look too big, and might give Prince another opportunity to pick it once again a couple of villagers up, and maybe the odd Ulan here as well.
Yeah, I wonder if they're on their way or not. There's now 10. There they are, and 10 Swiss pikes. This could be very rough if Prince doesn't find his way out of here.
Yeah, I don't see how these Jaegers are gonna die at all. I mean, and there's no way for Prince to get out. His army's trapped. It's gonna get snared here by the Swiss pikes, and these Jaegers are gonna clean up everything. Yeah. There's just sepoys left.
He's on his way out. I think he's gonna get out.
I think he's gonna carry on chasing with these Swiss pikes. So these Swiss pikes should be ever so slightly faster than the sepoys.
The problem is the sepoys just don't kill the Swiss pikes fast enough.
Yeah, and okay, there's a batch of sours coming in, but there's just enough Swiss pikes left to deal with them.
They 2-shot the SOAR. You need one Swiss pike to clean that up.
That's ridiculous. that is ridiculous. And I mean, again, really good focus firing here from Kaiserklein. Just Prince's army has just melted there. I mean, look at the military unit population. Okay, mercenaries take up a bit more than their fair value, but I mean that just goes to show how that fight went, really.
And these 2 spies are just letting the base of PrinceofKabul know that there's trouble coming, and there's nothing that they can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, Prince is probably still looking at the score and thinking, well, it's not looking great, but maybe he's still got a shot here. And the one thing he does have going for him is his economy is still very good, and possibly even superior to Kaiserklein's, actually.
Yeah, the problem is he's got to be able to clear out those Jaegers, and at that point he'd be in a much better spot.
You are never going to clear out these Jaegers. These Jaegers will be here when we finish this game. And even Royal Mint coming in, he's just so confident.
Yeah, wow. And that's game number 2, going to Kaiserklein, seeing a mercenary strategy come out in the LAN. I'm so excited about that.
Yeah, because I know he's mentioned it. He's mentioned it before in that he considers it a bit of a risk to do this mercenary strategy, but I'm really pleased that he decided it was worthwhile to put out. I mean, we can see the strength there. He didn't even need to rely on having the random units, those Swiss pikes, and the I'm not even sure what the last one was. The Mamelukes.
It was Mamluk. Yeah.
Mamelukes, yeah. And I think that's because it does really well against India. I have seen it's a strategy he uses a lot against India, and that's just down to the India's insanely strong sepoys and redcoats that he used to push there with.
Yeah, exactly. It's interesting. It seems like there's a lot of different sets of marks that just seem to work. You know, like gosh, what else works? Obviously, Black Riders, Manchus work. Highlanders work way better than I ever expect them to work.
Stratiots are pretty solid units as well.
Yes.
I mean, so the ones you don't want to see are the arsonists.
Yeah, the arsonists.
If you see the arsonists, you can.
Yeah.
That's the one where you think mercenaries are really good. You do it a number of times in a row. Suddenly arsonists appear, and you remember why.
Yeah.
You remember why you don't do it every game.
Yeah, the arsonist is pretty bad. Like Grens are bad, and then it's like a bad grenadier. So.
Yep.
All right, we are coming in. Next game is going to be on Thar Desert. Kaiser has to pick first again, and
again this matchup. So we're seeing Prince of Kabul's countering Kaiserklein's Russia as India, and I believe we've seen this matchup now in all 3 of the first.
Yeah, we did. Did that happen with Hazza?
Yeah,
it did.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, it did. So I think the matchup actually went in Russia's favor in the first game that you casted.
Yep.
And then in the second series with Hazza and Snow, I believe Hazza's India was able to prevail. So we've had 1-1 in this matchup, and this will be the tiebreaker for India versus Russia.
Yeah, I think it's a really fair matchup. I mean, there's room to play well on both sides, I think.
Yeah, yeah. And yeah, it won't be the last of this matchup we're seeing. I do like Prince's confidence to carry on using the Civ. He's still very strong with India, so sometimes you can falter a little bit when you feel that you've lost with a Civ, but he knows he's really strong at India, so I like the decision to stick with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And okay, we are getting into game number 3 now. Kaiserklein versus Prince of Kabul on Thar Desert. Kaiserklein playing as the Russians. And he is spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of the map in the color red. Gathering up his crates, as is always the case in Age of Empires 3, trying to get to that 270 food to fire off that first batch of villagers. An explorer is on the hunt, most likely going to go to those corners and look for the 90 woods, like one of these type of treasures out here. Meanwhile, on the upper left-hand corner of the map, we have Prince of Kabul spawning again as the Indians in the orange, looking to perform a little bit better than he did last time. Hopefully, his aggro won't have as many things in the desert that can block him.
I don't think that's possible. To be honest, I don't think I've seen an aggro fort blocked for that length of time.
Yeah, usually people just give up and build it in base, but I mean, I gotta admire the commitment. He did get it down eventually, right?
Yeah. And so, positive start here for Prince. He's come across an 85 wood treasure, and that's the one thing that you're looking for well, to be honest, as any Civ on this map. So this map always spawns an 85 wood treasure and a 90 wood treasure with either 2 tigers and 2 lions. And to be honest, that's your main job in Age 1 with your explorers, is you pretty much walk past nearly every other treasure, and you're just looking to find that big wood treasure to kickstart your transition.
Yep, exactly. And I think he was waiting a little bit to see if Kaiser was going to start it, because he just knows that if Kaiser sees the treasure, he starts it, right? So I think he was like timing it out. Yeah. But not sensing Kaiser anywhere near, he's just going to go ahead and grab this 85 wood and consider himself lucky here. Meanwhile, Kaiser is actually cutting right back to the 90 wood, so this is really great for him.
Yeah, we're just going to have to watch the trajectory of these 2 Indian elephants, as they could possibly come across this, actually.
They're definitely coming across it, and now it's going to be on Kaiser. Ooh, wait.
Kaiser, he's got enough.
Look at that. The ship, it just might barely make it.
Not to mention, even if Prince does see this, Kaiser will pick it up, surely.
Kaiser is quite good at the treasure steals, but I mean, Prince is awesome too, so...
Oh, that was a bit of hesitation.
Go for a stomp?
There.
A stomp? Oh, nope.
So
and Kaiser does pick up that treasure, and rightly so. I mean, he put half of his HP into it, so...
Yeah, he does deserve to pick that up. And I mean, there's if you don't know, there's a 10% chance that an Indian monk can cause a stomp on a melee hit. So it's not likely that Prince could have disrupted that, but it's always worth a try, and you can always get 2 melee attacks off while the enemy explorer is kneeling down to pick up a treasure. So there is always a small chance you can disrupt that.
Yeah, and Kaiser for a while there was actually running his explorer like next to the elephant just to be like a little bit ahead of it. Yeah. Getting a ton of damage in. I think that by zoning that off, he might be the person who's going to get this 50 wood. Look, Prince is highly worried about it, but did Kaiser just not see that? I think it may have just squeaked by his line of sight.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get back to the bases and just kind of check what's going on.
Oh, wow. So I didn't notice that Kaiserklein actually made a market in Age 1.
Yeah, with the extra crates, it looks like he didn't have to chop anything at all between the treasure and the 55 coin he picked up.
Oh, wow. That's just such a nice... You just feel so good if you can get a market in Age 1 as Russia with hunting dogs?
Yeah, you're
just curious what those villagers would. They were admiring it as much as I was, to be honest.
We missed it though. Prince of Kabul just beat Kaiserklein out on that 50 wood treasure, and his aggro has been started in base. I think we're going to see a much more normal matchup this time around.
Yep. So obviously Kaiserklein's going to look to put that blockhouse in the middle of the map somewhere. But I mean, I'm still expecting the say the 5 Cossack, the 10 Strele push. See if you can kill a villager or not. And then, yeah, it's always curious to see what India send as their first card here. I mean, we used to see recently everyone was sending Trickle during the qualifiers.
Yeah.
But apparently that wasn't quite working, and we saw a lot of people sending Trickle and losing pretty quickly off that. So
that surprises me. I mean, yeah, that's why you got to go 600 wood first.
Yeah.
You just can't afford to.
Well, in the first 2 series, I think we've been seeing military ship. I think we saw actually 300 export maybe one time, and then like 4 Sours was the first card in the other game. So I'll be curious to see if Prince decides to do that. Maybe send 4 Sours, try and immediately shut down that 10 Strele and 5 Cossack aggression, or if he decides to do the eco play with the 600 wood, as I'm sure you'd prefer.
Yep, absolutely. I want to have what's the one imperial bureaucracy before I make a military unit as India. So
yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be possible in this matchup here.
We'll end up getting out like you can hold off that first wave of units with just 3 Gurkha and the 2 Sepoy.
Yeah.
You have to really play it carefully.
Well, considering Prince is 2-0 down in this series, the amount of confidence you would have to be able to feel you can pull that off. I feel like he's going to play it maybe a bit safer, and I'm definitely not expecting the trickle from him.
Yeah, let's see shipment sent and units in queue, waiting for that shipment to arrive. 10 Strela is in queue, so I think you're probably spot on that we're going to see 5 Cossacks coming out. And Prince is queuing Sepoy, so regardless of what he sends, he'll be able to hold. I mean, if you're willing to make 5 Sepoy before doing the market text, it's pretty much a no-brainer to hold off the Strelets.
So we can see here, Kaiserklein's going to push in, and I'm just having a look at these the tree placement for India. Like, he's forced him off the trees. There won't be any wood.
Is that Vilta?
Any wood gathering here.
He picked off a Vil in base. That's huge. On the first couple Strelets, you should, as India, you really want them to just get nothing and lose the units.
Yeah. On the other hand, though, this just small batch of Sepoy, and just the amount of damage elephants do against Strelets always surprises me. Every time you think like an infantry unit would be quite strong, but the elephants in 3 or 4 hits, they've just reduced the number to only 4 Strele left, and he's hunting them down still, even with just only 5 Sepoys. He's not going to let them get away.
Yeah, really good control by Kaiser though. Like those 4 Strelets taking a pot shot there to finish off the elephants, so the Cossacks could keep running. He also did pick up a Vil on the wood line, putting him up to 2 villager kills, and like we talked about in the game with Tabben. You want, like usually as India, you want to be economically ahead for as long as you can in the early game, because those batch villagers do catch up eventually, and like right now they're already tied because of the Vil kills. So
yeah, and Kaiser not discouraged at all. He's just straight back in there again with 10 more Strelets, and he's playing Russia the way it was meant to be played, just brawling it out.
With Russia, right?
Yeah, and again though, this elephant from Prince, we can just see the amount of damage a single elephant is going to do to these Strele. It's going to be able to help clean them up.
But he's got 10 more Strele coming in. The Hussar batch is on the way, which should be a pretty big deal here. If those Sepoy can actually do a lot of damage to these Cossacks before he shows the Cav, he might be able to clean up all the Strelets.
Yeah, so we've got the 300 export in here for Prince of Kabul, and yeah, I was just wondering.
And the Soars, wow, this he's going to totally turn this fight around. Now he did have to send basically 2 military shipments in a row, because he sent 300 export and then 4 SOAR, and he used the export for the Hussars. So,
I mean, it looks completely worth it though. So he's going to completely shut down this aggression, and those. I mean, that's just taken all the military off the board here for Kaiserklein.
Yeah, and on this map, it's so hard because you can't get a lot of hunt coverage, right? The hunts are so far away. Once someone's got a bunch of cav, they can just go raid you.
Yeah, and that's the other issue. We can see Prince, he's not wasting any time. He was just poking in there just to see if there was maybe even another Strele batch that he could pick off. Fortunately for him, there wasn't. It was a musket batch that came out, so he decided not to engage that under 2 blockhouses. But he is going to then rotate around to the right, and maybe we'll look to see if he could do a raid. But we got Kaiserklein's Explorer positioned, so he does scout that. But for his troubles, he's gonna fall over.
Yeah, pick up 45 EXP, and he's going to revive this elephant so he can start doing some healing.
Yeah, either way, I get the impression Prince still feels like he might have to do something here, and maybe that's the decision behind this 5 Seaboy shipment. Even though he sees it's 2 blockhouses, he wants to break it now. And all those 5 muskets popping out just in front there enables Prince to get a couple of pot shots, and he's going in for the snare.
That villager! Did you see that villager?
I'm assuming
he garrisoned it mid-volley and canceled an entire Seaboy volley with it.
Beautiful.
But there's so many muskets that are.
Oh wow! Another batch of Cossacks and muskets. So this might be enough.
And Strelets come out. 13 Strelet shipment.
And that just is a lesson on why engaging under 2 blockhouses is very dangerous. And yeah, he just calls the GG. Well played.
And that is a quick 3-0 from Kaiserklein here. What a series.
That was a commanding performance here from Kaiserklein. A 3-0. The first 2 series I believe we've seen today been fairly close, but Kaiserklein just making it look easy. And
that was a scary series. I don't know if I were watching as a player, I'd be like sweating a little bit.
Yeah, that was an intimidating performance. And I kind of got that impression from Kaiser earlier. He was feeling pretty confident, and it just showed there in his gameplay. I mean, there didn't seem to be any chinks in his armor in any of those games, to be honest. They all seemed just commanding victories, good unit control, good decision making, and I think he's just kind of established himself as possibly the favorite on day one. But
looks like Interjection might be on something here, right?
That was his pick, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Interjection's pick.
And Prince was my pick.
Yes.
He'll bounce back.
He can bounce back. There's time.
Yeah.
So coming up next is going to be another big series. We have Mitoe, the lumberjack himself, facing off against Diarouga.
That's a good one.
We probably need to head to a quick break here, and then we'll be back with an interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're here with Kaiserklein, the winner of the third series of today. Let's hear it for Kaiserklein. So yeah, congratulations. You won 3-0 against PrinceofKabul. I think you were feeling pretty confident ahead of time, but were you feeling this confident?
Well, thank you. And I guess I was quite confident because Prince himself told me that he was not confident. I didn't know if I would win 3-0 though, obviously, but yeah, I was pretty confident I would win.
All right. And how are you going into your next match then?
I don't really know because we'll have to see who I play against, right? It's either going to be Mitoe or Diarouga. I think they're going to play right now, actually. I'd be actually even casting myself, I believe. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
I'm going to be able to study their play styles. And
exactly. As a caster, you can see everything they're doing, so might give you a slight edge even. Okay, so, well, PrinceofKabul is, I think, pretty famous for his India. Have you been studying that matchup exactly? And is that where, like, the Merc strats came from and the blocking of the Agra fort, or was it all improvised?
No, it's pretty much improvised. I mean, well, the blocking of the Agra fort is something quite standard. You should always do it if you can. And on a map like Deccan, where there's not really a big open space in the middle, it's rather easy to block it. On some more open maps, you can't really do it that well, but so that was improvised. Then about the Merc strats, it's just that Thuggies are so good, right? The skirmisher unit is like super strong, and I know how strong it is, and especially against India, and especially against Prince, because I know Prince likes to go for sepoys usually. And when I picked my mercenary deck, and then when I saw the British consulate, I knew that going for Thuggies would be super good, right?
Right,
so
but you were still really lucky with Swiss Pikemen, right? You could have had like Lille Bombards and Fusiliers or something.
I wouldn't say I was really lucky. I got MAMs and Swiss Pikemans, I believe. And Swiss Pikemans are fine, but not against India usually, because India goes very heavy on infantry and they have very strong infantry. And you don't really want to be spamming pikes into super strong skirms and musketeers. Then again, it's fine because I could ship the Jaegers and they complement each other. So
right.
I could have got worse, but I could have got a better Merc.
Yeah, like, but you made it work.
Yeah, because I got such a good trade in H2, so then it didn't really matter what kind of unit I was going to train. I was really ahead enough, I think, regardless.
And the 3 hazard start in your first game, was that something you made up, or did you study kick-ass movements beforehand?
It's just that, for one thing, it's not my style, and it's usually good to surprise your opponent in tournaments, so I knew he would not expect the 3 has, although he actually reacted pretty decently. I thought he would lose at least one villager because he wouldn't even see them, but he directly pulled back his veil. But that was improvised as well. But it's also by experience. I know that as Germany, it's hard to struggle against a big cav mass early on when you age up with 13. I wouldn't do it if I had 14 CDBs age up, because that would be too late to actually be interesting. But if I'm able to age up that early and ship that extra cav, then it's kind of scary for Germany, yeah.
Right, exactly. Well, we're not making this too long because you have to cast soon, but just want to ask you very quickly, you were playing on your own laptop, but you're in this LAN environment. Did that impact the game at all, or were you feeling very comfortable?
Well, if anything, I think it helps me because obviously other players have to adapt a little bit to the setup, even though they have their own keyboard and their own mouse. There's still some change in the screen. Prince, for example, said that he felt like he couldn't click. I don't know if that was just him or if it was an actual problem, but my point is that with my laptop, I'm totally comfortable, yeah.
Right, okay. Well, we're going into Diarouga and Mitoe soon. I want to congratulate it one last time, and let's hear it for Kaiserklein.
Thank you, but I don't think they can hear you actually right now.
I think they should.
Well,
I don't know.
I don't hear us, but anyway, yeah, I'm gonna go cast then.
Yeah, cool. See ya.
Moctezuma to
Moctezuma to you, yeah. Look at his back! What the? Stop it! This is absurd! Yes! Yes, you killed him! Yes! Oh, 2v1! rivers divides the fertile Crescent into 3 sections. Your settlement is positioned on the outskirts of the central plain and is faced with a decision. The center represents a solid strategic position but offers no trade and little in the way of resources compared to the surrounding east and west. Influencing all 3 regions as well as 2 separate trading routes is tough. You can't be everywhere. Absolute control over the fertile Crescent is exceedingly challenging. In the race to colonize the Americas, new arrivals are settling Florida and the East Coast quickly. Neighboring trade flows through this bustling region and directly into your new colony. Your town starts on top of the trading route, and you begin with a market and 2 trading post sites within arm's reach. A strong early economy is ensured, especially with coastal fishing up for grabs too. But expanding your trade into the opponent's territory will be very challenging. Finally, native Seminole and Carib tribes offer some incredibly powerful archer technologies. Beware. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. Welcome to the New World Championship Series number 4 of the day. We're going to the other bracket now. We will have Mitoe versus Diarouga, the lumberjack himself, versus the Frenchman, or one of them. I'm joined by the other. Hello, Kaiser. How are you doing?
Hey, well, pretty well.
Yeah. And we're casting in person. This is going to be great. Oh, I'm really looking forward to this. My shirt's going crazy on it. That's pretty good. But yeah, it's we're going to the other bracket, and then the game after this will, I believe, be Hazza versus Tabben.
Yeah.
And the winner of that will progress through to the semi-finals. And then tomorrow we've got an even bigger day. I think 3 qualification matches. Yeah, as you can see, Hazza versus Tabben there. And then I think group match 8, 9, and 10 on the following day will be those qualifications there. Thank you very much for the subscription just now to RS Web 1993. But let's join the game and get into this. We will be beginning very, very shortly. So Mitoe, you guys can't see this on the stream, but Mitoe has a level 1 Spanish city, which is pretty fun. I guess that's interesting. Mitoe, maybe he's like mind gaming Roger a bit, just picking a city or making a city even. I know he's gone out of his way to do that, make a level 1 city, because they all start at level 10 now. And just to like make Roger not know what civ he's going to pick. But yeah, before we talk about civilizations, I know you guys can't see what I'm talking about. We will do a map draft, and we'll figure out what best of 9, well, what maps they would like from the 9 map pools. And they should start appearing on the screen in just a moment here. What are you expecting then? Because I heard Roger say earlier that he's not intending to play Aztecs, but I think he was just, you know, bluffing. Mitoe was in the room at the time. He was within earshot. I think Roger was just, you know, putting out some bullshit.
I would be quite surprised if Diarouga doesn't play Aztecs at least once. I mean, obviously he can play it only once or win once with it, but I think he will do that because he just has a really good win rate, I think, doing that Aztec fast industrial that we know.
Yeah. Well, Thar Desert was the map that I think Aztec is also quite good on.
Yeah.
It's still in the pool there. It's what? Oh, okay, right. Yeah, we know this. Diarouga doesn't like Thar Desert. It's really a map he doesn't enjoy playing. He complains about it, all the time, and it looks like he's going to ban it there as his first ban comes in. Pampas Sierra's banned by the Lumberjack, but he's picked Fertile Crescent and High Plains. New England now coming in as a pick from Diarouga. He's leaning in there. He's looking intently. He's really considering this final ban.
I think Diarouga is pretty comfortable with water maps overall. So that's why he picked Baja California and New England already, which makes sense. But then again, Mitoe is pretty good against water as well.
They both know what they're doing. The chat's saying, oh my goodness, it's Kaiser's voice in high quality. Yeah. Do you want to move your mic up a little bit just so that your breath doesn't, above, towards your nose, yeah.
All right.
Just so that when you breathe out, it doesn't...
Yeah, sorry for that.
Yeah, no problem. You've not worn this before. Okay, Florida.
It still does.
Florida is banned.
All right.
It does need to be close, though, because it's not very... we'll...
I just try to not breathe.
Don't worry. I'll fix the mic when no one's looking at us. It'll be fine.
All right.
But it looks like Florida being banned there by Mitoe.
Oh, that's interesting, actually. Why not? I guess. But it's also the last map of the pool, right? So it's potentially the least relevant because we might not see a game 5.
That is true. Kamchatka banned by Diarouga. So we will see the map pool being Baja California, Diarouga's one of his picks, followed by Deccan. Interesting that, a Deccan is another map Roga not a huge fan of, but it's a map that he's, I guess, comfortable playing on. And that's the second time I think at least I've cast where Deccan's not been banned or picked. So Baja California followed by Deccan, then New England, High Plains, and Fertile Crescent is the map pool.
Yeah, so like they're saying, it's quite a non-standard map pool. Further Crescent is probably the most standard one, I guess. But Baja California, Deccan, New England, High Plains,
Yes.
under standard. There's always a weird feature, at least one weird feature, like the ponds on New England, the big TP line on High Plains, and Deccan being Deccan,
Deccan being Deccan, yeah.
Yeah.
The crates and what have you.
And everything.
Yeah. Let's see what civilizations they go for then. They're having a bit of a dance-off, but currently you guys I know can't see that. Mitoe on China, he's just switched from Iroquois. So currently Mitoe offering China versus Portugal.
Which I doubt Diarouga will actually accept, because it's known to be quite China favored. But we might have a surprise. It's a water map after all. So.
I'll play this one, he says.
All right, interesting.
Okay. And Mitoe gonna play China.
Looks
He was
like.
saying to me that during the actual event he would avoid China and he wouldn't play it, but that's gone out the window. It seems he is going to play China.
Yes.
Well, that's... well, I didn't see what happened there, but that's a pretty good matchup for China. Then again, on water it's a little bit different, but I don't think Mitoe would like... even if he said he wouldn't China, I don't think he would refuse to play China into ports. So, sounds like a pretty good deal for him.
So, looks like Mitoe should be pretty pleased with that based on what you're saying there. China versus Portuguese, as you can see on the first map, which will be Baja California. This is series number 4 of the day. We're about to go into match number 1, but before we do, let's take a look around Baja California. No, we don't have that actually. So let's not take a look around Baja California. Instead, we'll continue talking.
All right, then let's talk. I guess we can see Diarouga probably going for something very heavy water on this map.
Cheeky wink.
China is pretty aggressive usually in Fortress or even in Industrial against Portuguese. So I wouldn't be surprised if Diarouga would go for something like Bastion, Kinesi style.
Yeah, and we've
heavy
seen that.
water boom.
We have seen that from him.
Yeah.
I've seen him, against Soldier, I think, in his qualification match in the in the upper bracket.
On the same map, yeah.
On this map, yeah, went very, very water. Something Diarouga is comfortable with. But, Soldier did very, very well in that game.
Yeah.
And I think Mitoe may be a bit more experienced than Soldier. And China, I think, this is a map Mitoe, I've seen him play China on a lot. I think Baja California.
Yeah, there's this middle TP, which is really good, right? And as China, you always get the opportunity to grab a trading post. So I guess that alone is a good reason to be China on that map. And then I don't actually see why you'd want to be China on Baja California, aside from that. But in this case, against Portuguese, it's pretty good.
It's that Comic K on the stage there, bringing a glass of water over. Got to get hydrated. So just a quick briefing for you guys watching the series. Sorry about the longer timer for this one. We were, figuring out catering. We've had a pizza van arrive, which is quite exciting, and we thought that we'd get the players fed before the series, which is why we had a slightly longer timer. But actually, it will be between after game 1 or after game 2 that actually we do the food, and that's important because the van is only here for 2 hours, so we do need to get Diarouga and Mitoe fed, so there may be a brief intermission, but here's the brackets as they stand. LordRaphael and Tabben played earlier. Tabben was victorious in a bit of an upset, and he will play against the winner of Snow versus Hazard, which you can see was Hazard. And the two sort of lower seeds going through, and they'll play against each other there. The winner of that will be first of Group A and will go through. And I'm being told to join the game room. Whoopsie. We're in here now. Whoops. It's all right. Let's get into this. It looks like China versus Portuguese has been selected. We saw that matchup earlier. And we're approaching somewhere between 200 and 300 subs. It's hard to tell. But thank you very much for all of the support, everybody. We do really appreciate it. A subscription really is one of the best ways to support the channel. But looks like we are going to get into this. China versus Portugal on Baja, California. So I'll take this opportunity to suggest just pushing it closer towards your mouth, or closer to your face rather, but it still needs to be not below your mouth, right? Otherwise you're going to hear that. Yeah, that looks good. All right. Okay. So we've adjusted the microphones.
Yes.
Everyone's ready. And we will begin this first matchup. We're now getting into game number 1. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1 in a best-of-5 series between Mitoe and Diarouga. This is an interesting one. Diarouga and Mitoe. Well, Mitoe's never beaten Diarouga before in a tournament. And of course, there's many tournaments. So players have beaten people many times before in various different times. Trading blows. One player wins this game, the other wins that. But Mitoe not actually beaten Diarouga before. So I think he might be... I was speaking to him earlier, I think a bit nervous about this matchup. He's a bit concerned about handling Diarouga. Very strong Aztec player, GLHF coming out there. Let's take a look, though, at Mitoe. He is the higher seed, playing as China. Standard crates, of course. And first villain queue, a little bit late, actually, but ultimately is okay. And Disciple and the Explorer there. Pause coming in, super laggy. No lag in the chat.
Yes.
I guess it's just the start of the game.
Yeah, I think we should just give it a shot for a little bit more than 15 seconds.
Are you ready?
Yeah,
Yes.
I imagine it's just the just the start of the game there. I'm sure it'll be fine. It makes sense. He was going for a treasure. Here's Diarouga on the top of the map in the color blue. And that treasure is going to be 75 food, so a nice start for him there. To finish my train of thought with Mitoe, we saw that Explorer, by the looks of it, going to the south here to construct a trading post.
Right. Actually surprised he didn't go for the middle one. As we know, it's very, very good. Then again, as China, it doesn't matter that much since you're anyway not going to really be able to ship your villager shipment, since you first need to build your village to get the second villager from it. But still, it would have been a nice boost. Maybe he's afraid of that TP being a little bit more exposed. We'll have to see if that really matters later. Maybe I could see Mitoe potentially getting a stagecoach at some point anyway, if Ports is being really passive.
And that's what you're expecting, is it? You're expecting Ports to just sort of wall up, do that sort of Kinesi style, lots of stone walls, get Bastion, and just sort of go on the sea.
Yeah, knowing Diarouga, I'd expect that, indeed. We'll have the confirmation quite soon when we'll see the decks. I think Diarouga's deck will tell us a lot. And we already can see it, actually, it's very water-focused. He does have a few unit shipments, not going completely for water like Kinesi does, for example, with like absolutely no unit shipment in deck. But still a very heavy water deck, obviously. So yeah, we know what's going to happen, right? There's no way you play land with that kind of deck. It's not possible.
He's looking to go water, yeah, for sure. But Mitoe, playing as China, we can take a look at his deck as well. He's got the infinite 2 Flying Crows, 26 Rat and Shield. There's enough potential here to do something industrial orientated, and we have been seeing that from China a lot recently.
Yeah, that deck
Not
is
just the Fast Fortress, which obviously his deck is set up for as well, but going to have plenty of time, it seems. It looks like Mitoe is going to be up against a very passive opponent.
Yeah, Mitoe's got a lot of late-game cards. Usually in that matchup, you'd see more unit shipments in industrial because you want to be really aggressive. But Mitoe decided to replace that with just eco cards and one water shipment only. Just one, like it's the equivalent, the Chinese equivalent of the 2 caravel shipment. So looks like Mitoe is probably going to try to just shut down Diarouga's boom on land, just pushing him on land and not really being too aggressive on water, apparently.
For the time being, it seems. Diarouga now going up with the Quartermaster for 400 wood there. And Diarouga fully intending to go water, as we know, and has sent schooners. That first card has already come in here. A villager sort of very far down the coast, getting ready to drop a dock. Currently no villagers walking over to the other side of the pond. He's going to pick himself up 80 wood there, but Mitoe's coming in, Kaiser. I think a bit of a contention here.
Yeah, and Diarouga's Explorer is probably dead, no matter what happens, no matter who gets the treasure. And I think Mitoe's got it, actually. It's very close, but yeah,
Mitoe takes the wood treasure. Nice steal there. And the Explorer very low on HP. Diarouga fought those bears quite a lot.
Yeah, so he's going to die, most likely. Not going to be able to take a trading post. We don't really know if he would have liked to, but now we know that he won't be able to. And also one thing we have to say that Diarouga was able to age up with only 12 villages, which is really fast. Probably thanks to that 75 food, and also because he idled his town center a little bit.
Damn, Mitoe discovered 80 wood twice. That's, holy shit, that's really, really good for him.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And directly finding that villager on top with his native scout, gonna punch it, potentially gonna kill it, actually. If that vill is not fighting back, and if he tries to just build a dock, I think it's gonna die.
Yeah, he's only got 90 HP there, 5 a punch. Do you think the dock's going up quite quick, and then he can fight back? But actually, the Disciple coming in, he does have 0.2 against vills, so he's not particularly good. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that vill's going to go down.
Yeah, it's dead.
So Mitoe, absolutely phenomenal start, stealing that wood treasure there, and also scouting the dock and being able to kill this villager here. He's trying to get away, but ultimately that's not going to work out.
One thing though is that Diarouga's Explorer died right after he aged up, right before he aged up. I mean, sorry. So he got the 100 HP, but didn't actually stand up. You know. So Mitoe couldn't kill it again, if you see what I mean. So that means that Diarouga was able to send the villager and rescue his Explorer and actually steal the middle TP, which is going to be annoying for Mitoe because as we can see, he's already starting to siege it down with his Explorer. He was obviously planning on a stagecoach since he's got the 2 other TPs. So at least that's one win for Diarouga, being able to take that middle trading post.
Okay, I didn't spot that, but yeah, at least he's not... he's got some advantage there from that early start. But yeah, he's going up, Mitoe going up very slowly, going up with the Summer Palace here. No villagers on it at all, just going to go up, you know, nice and slowly. He knows he's not in a rush. He's seen this dock up in the top here. He's not expecting any kind of pressure at all.
Right, and there's also 2 docks on the bottom. So that's a pretty heavy water boom. 3 dock schooners, because on the Isak patch, schooners means that you can also train fishing boats faster.
Mitoe has 3 shipments.
That's like basically 5 docks worth of training time, I think, which is huge. And yeah, 3 shipments is a lot as well. He just went for that. He's going for that naked FF, you know, where he just doesn't set any villager on the Wonder and just gathered everything for the age up.
Save all of those shipments for that, you know, making the timing push work and really, you know, battering down Diarouga, who is like starting to wall up. He's got, you know, he's basically finishing those walls out now. But yeah, rendering plant coming in behind this, and we've got recalculated economic unit population. Diarouga's almost double the economy there of Mitoe.
Yeah, that's kind of what you expect when you got someone going for water and then just China, right? So Mitoe's probably gonna get 700 wood. I don't know how he will get that TP down quickly though, because he wants to get a stagecoach from 700 wood, I think. But he's got only... Oh yeah,
9
I guess
pikemen.
that's also possible. He's gonna go for the dock, in fact, which is quite scary because I don't think a caravel would be able to pop in time to defend that dock. And Mitoe also walled up the chokes, which means that Diarouga will probably not going to be able to replace the dock, especially since he lost the villager earlier. So he's going to basically shut down the whole water on the top just with 9 pikes. And then he's going to go down to the middle TP and just get a stagecoach, I guess. So that's pretty smart from Mitoe.
Yeah, he's had his disciple and explorer there, his monk, so to speak, just sieging that down since for several minutes. 2 war junks do pop out, though, and that... Oh, it's fine. It's Mitoe. But he's going to kill off the... I mean to say, I thought they would challenge the pikemen.
Yeah, that's just like... that's...
An overcommitment, perhaps?
No, I don't think so, because look at how many fishing boats he's killing. So that's like he's trading 1 shipment for what? Units lost. He's lost already 3 boats. It's not that many, actually. It's going to be 7 boats. So, you know, he's basically killing 7 bills with these 2 warships.
Yeah, but they're very cheap and fast training villages, right? He's got schooners, so... Okay.
Yeah, but it's making sure he's totally denying the water on top. And then he's also going to be able to set his warships on the shore to make sure that there's going to be no more sneaky dock on this side of the water. And he's going to find that last fishing boat here. So it's actually going to be 8 boats. Even though they're cheap, they're still like 8 wheels with rendering plant, right?
Yeah,
so
that's
it's
true.
like an 8 wheel shipment for Mitoe, pretty much.
Yeah. But looks like early plays. So what we've seen, Mitoe's gone up with that sort of naked FF, so to speak, where he doesn't train, doesn't send the gold shipment, and instead has just done other things. Sent military. He's sent the 9 Quang pikemen, which has dealt with the dock, as we saw, and indeed the trading post as well, and are now heading over, perhaps towards these other docks, which Diarouga is being forced to frantically sort of wall up there. In the meantime, Diarouga, he's been very passive, built walls, and as we saw, got those docks down. He's got a really nice economy. Now getting the Navajo there. Let's take a look at what's in store. Increases gather rate from whales, mines, plantations, so all coin gathering.
Yeah.
30% gather rate for villagers on hunts, and weaving that gives soldiers superior garb, but apparently doesn't tell us by how much garb.
It's not on hunts, actually. It's fattening rate and...
oh, I just read the bottom one. I saw herded animals and thought herding, huntables.
That's basically just for the weight upgrade and the fact that he's able to train canoes from his docks now that he took a native post.
That's true. That is the more interesting thing he's built it for. But Mitoe has battered his way through the wall, and this one's not constructed yet, so was able to get through. And these Quang pikemen that he sent as his second shipment have actually they're getting a lot done. They've killed a dock, they've killed the teepee, which has allowed him to get this teepee and indeed the stagecoach as well. Yeah. And now these 2 docks as well.
And look at the eco. I mean, with 3TB Stagecoach, it's quite close, especially if you add the Chinese wonders, which are worse sources of economy. Gonna have to stop now, though. Yeah, the Caravel is gonna shut down that aggression. By the way, is this not kind of a questionable dock placement for Diarouga? He could have just placed them in his base. So I'm not sure why he wanted to place them down here.
Mitoe clicking up with the Confucius Academy to the Industrial Age, though.
Yeah. Just not going to waste time in Fort West, just going to go straight for the Industrial. Probably going to spam these artillery shipments, the Flying Crows, which deal really well with buildings and with other artillery units, with pretty much everything, actually, once in Industrial.
Yeah, and Bastion coming in as well, Kaiser.
There you go.
The walls are being upgraded. And also a organ gun factory, or an artillery foundry as it's more commonly known, in the back of his base. Is starting to train organ guns, as you can see. Mitoe's perspective here, knocking on Diarouga's door with those Quang pikemen there, Industrial Age in queue, and looking pretty good.
Yeah, and still forcing these organ guns. It's not too bad for Diarouga, but it's delaying his Industrial. Calling the Minutemen as well, I'm not sure I like it. I mean, 2 organ guns are more than enough to shut down that push, but it's not a huge deal. And now Bastion coming in, so Diarouga is definitely going to be safe for the time being. However, when these big unit shipments coming from Mitoe, it's going to be a little bit more tricky for Diarouga to defend.
Yeah. But he sent 1,000 coin now, so looking to be very efficient. Up to now the, which he used, to get to the Industrial Age, that 1,000 coin, but is now here, has a shipment available, and got the Arquebusier off the Confucius Academy Age up here. This is where Mitoe is really looking to pile on the pressure and sort of even out that economic disparity, really do some damage, really force Diarouga to actually spend some resources and some effort. And that's coming his way very, very soon.
I think Mitoe did a like really good job actually of slowing down that industrial age up from Diarouga, because obviously he will go industrial, but we have seen some Kinesi games where he wouldn't age at like 14 minutes like that. Like we will see Diarouga being aged at 14 minutes, but more at like 11 minutes or something. And that's just really good for Mitoe. He's bought himself plenty of time with just like one pike shipment and one warship shipment. And now he's just going to apply so much pressure. And Diarouga is going to have to train culverins. I'm not sure if he's got them in queue already, but he definitely needs culverins to deal with these flying crows.
Yeah, and Mitoe being very diligent. He's got his war junks. He's just scouting the coast, making sure that Diarouga hadn't snuck back on there or anything funky was going on. Anything fishy. No, nothing like that. But here he is knocking on the door. 2 flying crows here, and he's got honored arquebusier in. This is a pretty big army now for Mitoe, given that Diarouga's halfway through aging with the Tycoon. He's trying to throw up some walls behind this, but this wall very, very low HP, setting up those organ guns. Villager does go down.
We do have 2 culverins in queue though.
Oh!
Diarouga. Oh, what actually happened? I'm not sure. Everything just died, but I mean, but regardless, there's organ guns and 2 culverins to deal with the artillery. So I'm not sure Mitoe is gonna be able to do that much here. He does have much more stuff in the H4 units, but Diarouga has the correct unit composition to defend. And look at the organ gun volley, just really, really good.
Yeah, having to be very careful. He's getting these flying crows away from those culverins here. So they're coming forward and going to target those, try and finish off that organ gun. He's just going to try and batter them down. But the flying crows are sort of out of commission until those organ guns, pardon me, those culverins are sort of dealt with. He's going to start sieging down that trading post here instead. Diarouga makes it to the industrial age, but 4 organ guns come out, and that's going to shut down any pretense of Mitoe pressuring with these infantry.
Yeah, I think now Diarouga is in a really good spot. The game has just turned in like 5 seconds just with these organ gun volleys, and it's going to be hard for Mitoe to deal with that. I guess he's going to have to ship the... Hopefully he has the 8...
Flying Crow takes a volley, but he is, I think, far enough away. Big cav batch coming in, though. Is this going to be what he needs to take out the culverins? Yes, it is. Diarouga walking them in. The culv's going to be handled, and now the 2 Flying Crows will be relevant again. Mitoe bringing them forward. Also has a big batch of Changdao coming forward as well. But yes, 2 heavy cannons are here as well.
But the Changdaos are not that helpful here, unfortunately. And so Mitoe is going to pose the game, but I still feel like Diarouga is in a solid spot here. He can't really deal with the Flying Crows, but as soon as he gets culverins out, he'll be fine again.
Okay, Mitoe pausing. We'll figure out what's going on, and admin will sort him out.
His keep nord is not working, that's why.
Right. Okay, that's fair enough. He needs to change the language settings. Not the language settings, but the keyboard layout settings. Maybe Canada has slightly different. If the UK's toggle, if the PC's toggled to UK settings, that could be an issue there.
Yeah.
But we fixed it earlier with Prince and Diarouga by changing the language on the PC from Finnish to French, that kind of thing. Okay, looks like we are going to continue here. 100 bitties coming in. Thank you very much for that. What do you think of the position from both of these players then?
Well, again, I feel like Mitoe is in a solid spot. Right now he's got the advantage because his artillery is just stronger. The Flying Crows kill the heavy cannons pretty easily. But as soon as Diarouga gets some culverins out, he's going to be fine. And a wall is going to go up as well. I'm not sure. No, it's not going to go up. Okay. Mitoe has to be aggressive now.
Factory wagon coming out. Bear in mind, you didn't see this, but if we go to text complete, he's actually got mercantilism in Diarouga. He somehow managed to fit that into his build and is going to have like shipments for days. He's got a shipment just arrived, a shipment already stacked, and indeed a shipment almost ready. So that's like kind of 3 shipments there, and it's going to be the second factory, and then he's got these big beefy Portuguese upgrades to follow as well. I think Diarouga, you say Mitoe's in a great spot, and it looks like he is, but there's
I said Diarouga is in
you said Diarouga, okay, and I agree. He's got a lot of shipments coming. It's looking pretty good for him.
Yeah, I just said that Mitoe has a window now to try to do some damage because there's no culverins yet, but it's going to be a very small window, I think. Then again, China is still really scary late game. They have a strong army, and there's a Rattan Shields coming in, 26 of them, and that might actually be exactly what he needs. I think that's going to be just a huge cleanup for Mitoe here. When he just slams his guys in, they're going to just kill everything.
He's running them through. The Rattan Shield's having trouble getting onto the front lines, though.
And the Flying Crow's getting in position, probably going to snipe the Cavalry. No! Boss Flying Crow's basically dying, one barely alive. But
Culverins do handle the 2 Flying Crows there. The Rattan Shields have found their way onto the front line, but not before those heavy cannons have obliterated a good number of Arquebusiers there. The Minutemen fighting the Changdao on the bottom. One of the heavy cannons handled. There's one, both of them handled have gone down, and Mitoe is going to finish off that Culverin there, and it looks like this push has worked out. He's now inside Diarouga's base, and Diarouga, both his factories are here, which is good for him, but they're exposed.
Colonial militia coming in.
Okay, and that looks like that's an important shipment. He's going to need stuff.
Yeah.
These factories need to be defended.
Although they're not that scary anymore in H4, right? Minutemen are not very good against H4 units, but they're still going to help for sure. We have also to keep in mind that the water is going to run out of fish. There's only ways basically left, so that's going to be a lot of fishing boats deleted for Diarouga. The fact that he was not able to keep the top water is going to hurt him a lot, and in fact, I think this is Mitoe's game, probably.
Mitoe's won it.
GG, actually.
The BM trade monopoly coming in there. Mitoe takes game number 1 off of Diarouga there. That was a really fun game to watch, actually. It looked like...
Really close, in fact.
Yeah, it looked really good for Diarouga with the mercantilism, somehow, fitting that in.
But in fact, Mitoe did a great job of denying that wall. The wall was not going up. Again, Diarouga was constantly trying to wall up, and he couldn't. And I think the mercantilism, by the way, came by from the 1k gold from the age up of Diarouga.
I see.
But that was a really good game, I think.
That was a really fun game. I love that trade monopoly at the end.
Yeah.
That was good fun.
Could have taken the native post, probably, but it was like so much pressure on Diarouga right now, and he just resigned because next he's going to lose his factory, most likely. And, and going to delete all his fish, like 10 fishing boats. Not even going to be ahead in eco at the end of the day, and
it's close.
Game.
And Diarouga pretty good at this style. He knows what he's doing, but Mitoe really well executed build order and some really good early damage with those 2 shipments there. Very, very convincing game from Mitoe. Let's take a look at the post game, and I want to look at villager population, because that's obviously in Diarouga's favor. Much higher up, and he's got this really big eco that's above. But China, as we can see, just shipment after shipment after shipment. Really powerful once he gets up to that industrial age. They're really well done from Mitoe.
Yeah, China just getting so many free units, and there's something Mitoe usually says is that to counter Kinesis playstyle, or that kind of playstyle, the key is to do as much damage with as little commitment as possible. So he was able to do so much damage with just a couple colonial shipments, which he could actually afford to send without disrupting his build order.
Yeah. That was really cool.
Aging at the same time and just doing that much damage with a couple units shipments.
Let's take a look at the Civ screen, and whilst we do that, we're actually going to be taking a short break for food reasons. We have a pizza van catering for us here in the studio, and of course we need to feed the players. Of course, Mitoe and Diarouga are players. So we're going to take a short break. I don't necessarily know how long, but afterwards we will be back and we will continue the series on Deccan, the only map that wasn't picked or vetoed, but still in the pool as the way the veto system works. So join us for Deccan, and we'll be back very soon. A pair of rivers divides the fertile Crescent into 3 sections. Your settlement is positioned on the outskirts of the central plain and is faced with a decision. The center represents a solid strategic position, but offers no trade and little in the way of resources compared to the surrounding east and west. Influencing all 3 regions as well as 2 separate trading routes is tough. You can't be everywhere. Absolute control over the fertile Crescent is exceedingly challenging. In the race to colonize the Americas, new arrivals are settling Florida and the East Coast quickly. Neighboring trade flows through this bustling region and directly into your new colony. Your town starts on top of the trading route, and you begin with a market and 2 trading post sites within arm's reach. A strong early economy is ensured, especially with coastal fishing up for grabs too. But expanding your trade into the opponent's territory will be very challenging. Finally, native Seminole and Carib tribes offer some incredibly powerful archer technologies. Beware. High Plains is a throwback to the classic vanilla Great Plains, a fairly open map where large, plentiful herds of bison roam freely. A long trading route spans across this map. Monopolizing it is a surefire way to a powerful economic victory, making fierce competition over each post an essential factor in remaining a relevant power in this region. In Kamchatka, a watercourse divides the region and forks in the center to form an island. Shallow crossings offer passage, but only in predictable locations where a keen awareness of your opponent will be rewarded, as they can only approach you from limited angles. On the shores of the New World, players begin surrounded by dense forest, lakes, and beautiful, unspoiled wilderness. This classic Age of Empires 3 map boasts some unique naval options where warships can play an important role in influencing the mainland and controlling the central trading route. An island just off the coastline offers an excellent strategic position for anyone casting an eye to the surrounding fish stocks. Wild llamas roam the western Pampean mountains, and new colonies must choose whether to invest into the wealth of livestock or take their chances picking out the first treasures in the lowlands. This semi-arid region offers no trading routes. Though native Incan and Mapuche tribes do populate the landscape, players should watch out for potential alliances which can offer a variety of early aggressive options as well as valuable late-game technologies. Shifting sands and rolling dunes cast long shadows across the Thar Desert. This vast open landscape is far from barren though. Gold is plentiful, and although food is not scarce either, the wild elephants are not easily controlled. Settlers will quickly find themselves out in the open as they venture away from their town in search of food. There's also no passing trade in the desert, and the native Udasi offer little by the way of alliance, acting mostly as an obstacle, which makes controlling the center of the map much more difficult than it would first seem. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the New World Championship. This is series number 4 out of 5 series today, and the score is, if you're just tuning in, well, we just stopped for pizza because the van is only here for 2 hours, and Mitoe and Diarouga, and indeed Kaiserklein as well, and myself need to be fed before it goes away. Because it's only here for an hour and a half, 2 hours, something like that, and the series could be sort of quite long. 2 very, very strong players here, Mitoe and Diarouga. So the score is 1-0. We just witnessed a very, very, that was a great game.
Pretty good game, yeah. Really close. Actually, we were both wrong in thinking that, that Diarouga was in a really good spot, and I said there's just that small window now, and in fact, Mitoe did manage to abuse that window, and it was just enough to win, which was quite surprising and quite a good game, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, had Diarouga survived that, it could have been very, very different. But
Yeah.
the timing pressure worked out from Mitoe, and we saw what was a very, very interesting game. Very pleased with that. Even Trade Monopoly coming in.
Yeah.
That was very, very fun. But up next will be Deccan. We'll be getting into this shortly. The players are back at there.
Deccan's going to be another really interesting game.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know. Maybe it's going to be super one-sided, but it's potentially super interesting because you can do so many things on this map and pick so many civs as well. Lots of viable, different kind of strategies. Like you could see some sort of fast industrial. You could see some really quick rush. You could see something boomy with a stagecoach. Just so many options on Deccan. Always entertaining map.
Yeah. I've always felt like Deccan has produced sort of really interesting 1v1 games, and I've not been proved wrong in this tournament. We've seen a lot of, in fact, some of the best games were on Deccan. We saw that quite long, particularly long, actually. He's over there, Wicked Cossack, I can see him. He played against Reese. That was a really, really good game on this map, and we've seen a number of other really great series as well. But we will be getting into this very shortly, and we will pick civilizations. And Deccan seems to be a map that no one dislikes or likes too much. We've this tournament seen Deccan not being picked or vetoed.
Well, among top players, yeah. But generally speaking, I think Deccan has sort of a bad reputation. Probably because most people play 3v3 on Deccan, which is arguably sort of cancer, right? But it's like, in 1v1, I think it's very interesting.
Yeah.
At least balanced like someone did. I guess Gaia rebalanced Deccan.
I don't think Deccan was touched. New England was rebalanced
Well,
by
the
Gaia.
hunts must have been tweaked a little bit because I think on RE you get sometimes some bad hunts.
Maybe.
Sure.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, the version of Deccan we've got is by no means perfect, but it seems like it spawns pretty consistently, especially for a RE map.
Yeah, it's one of the most consistent RE maps for sure. But yeah, it's a very interesting one. It's also like you can do so many things already in H1 with the crates, like so many options with the trading post, the market, the whatever you see gives you, like manors or something like that, or shrines.
Looks like the game has been hosted. Will be starting very shortly. The Lumberjack versus Diarouga. Just to reiterate, for those who haven't been here all day, they're wearing earbuds, playing the game sounds, and possibly some music as well. And then over the top, they've got their headphones, which are playing the white noise. Kaiser, you were wearing them.
Yeah, I was.
What was the white noise like?
Was fine. I mean, it's I could still hear a little bit of the sound, but not too much. So it was just definitely okay. And if you listen to music, you definitely don't hear anything else but your game sound and your music.
I mean, I
didn't,
tested
so.
it. You can hear, like, sometimes, like, casters are casting. Like, you can hear people saying, like, oh, it just sounds like muffled nothingness. And people would stand on the other side of the room from me and yell, whatever it was at me, and I had no idea what they're saying. So, it's not like you can hear.
No, it's more like
anything.
when there's something funny going on in the game, like, I don't know, treasure contention or something, and like people are reacting or making noise, then you can hear it and feel it as a player, which is kind of funny.
Yeah. German's locked by Mitoe by the looks of it on Deccan here. He has to pick first. He won the previous game.
I respect that. I mean, I did it myself, so I think it's a pretty solid pick.
Worked out pretty well for you.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to go for a saloon like I did, but just the fact that you have that 5k gold mine in base and the early TP being granted every game is just already very nice for Germany.
That's true. You do get that massive. It's not like you can complain about 200 wood start on Deccan.
Yeah, more like 400 wood or whatever it is.
Yeah, exactly.
So always hunting dogs, and most importantly the TP for Germany, and yeah, that 5k gold mine is just really good. You're not really using the livestock though. You're not really gonna get too much livestock as Germany on that map, but it's not necessarily a huge deal as long as you enjoy your TP and your 5k gold.
Mitoe locked in as Germany. Will be enjoying his 5k mine. And indeed, the would start, as we're saying. Diarouga having a good thonk. He has to think this through. It's an important match for him.
Yeah, I could see...
And it looks like he's made a selection. The hand's on the mouse there.
He's maybe just crawling around, like, trying to figure out which cities he's going to play. I think we know that Diarouga doesn't like Germany. He considers them to be really strong. To be fair, most players at the moment think Germany is very strong. And so he's probably trying to find a good pick on Deccan against it. And looks like it's going to be India.
Selected India. I'll take India.
So
it will be Germany versus India.
Again, yeah. Another Indian counter pick into Germany.
And they're now just going to check their decks.
Check their decks. All right. Gotta be sure you have that Palatine Settlement card in your deck. Deccan.
Okay, Kaiser. Sure.
Yeah, whatever, Kaiser.
Yeah. What's it like being called Kaiser? That's not your name, but everyone's calling you it.
Well, I've been called Kaiser so much online, even in real life, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
It would be more weird to be called by my real name, actually, I feel like.
By these particular people. I know what you... I've got this thing at home where my like direct family that I lived with as a child call me William. And if anyone else calls me William, that's very unusual. Right? People call me Will. But if my family were to call me Will, that would be very weird as well. So,
right.
you know a group of people that know you as Kaiser, and there is that. But the game has been hosted up again. Looks like Palatine Settlements has been selected, or whatever it is that Mitoe has decided to put in his deck. I doubt Palatine Settlements. I think the break there was for Diarouga to figure out his India deck.
Yeah. Maybe just nothing, just, double checking. We'll have to see if there's anything funky in Mitoe's deck. Thuggies are definitely really good in this matchup. And really good overall anyway, so we might still see him go for that, but...
Yeah, we saw a bit of Thuggy action when you played, and it's interesting because turns out Thuggies can two-hit Seaboy on EP.
Right. That's actually the thing, yeah. Although, in my game against Prince, not really, because he had the British Consulate, which means it's 3 hits again.
Right.
But without that...
That's really strong versus India. Versus Thuggies, rather.
Yeah, but then against the Sepoy Rush, you can kill like 2.5 Sepoys with 5 Thuggies each volley. So it's pretty... Like in 2 volleys you can kill 5 Sepoys, it's quite big.
Let's get into this. Deccan will be the next map here. The matchup is, as we said, Germany versus India. We're now greening in. And let's hope for a good map here. The admin will let us know should we need to rehost or anything like that. New subscriber, thank you very much. Zyphorus86 coming in there. If you're going to subscribe, I would recommend doing it during the game so you get a lucky dip on a treasure, because I'll read out the strong ones because that's fun. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get into this. We're starting on Deccan with Mitoe. The seed 3 versus Diarouga, the seed 6. But this is probably going to be a much more even series than those seedings would suggest. I think Mitoe actually... not afraid, but concerned about playing Diarouga. He considers him a strong opponent and has a lot of respect. And, I think the story of this tournament is indeed that whatever you're seeding, it doesn't really matter. We've seen some very strong performances from lots of players here. But Mitoe spawning on the right-hand side of the map there. Looks like we will be having an admin read.
Yeah, the coin mine, the second one I think is missing for Diarouga.
And
let's see.
Diarouga. Well, no chat message just yet. There it is. Diarouga missing a mine. Okay. So we'll see if Diarouga wants the re. I expect him to want the re. It's not like, you want a particular crate start or you find 90 wood or anything like that.
Yeah, I think we... Or maybe they couldn't see it. Maybe we just could see the chat, like there was maybe no star.
Ah.
Oh, maybe Diarouga.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Diarouga would like the restart, so...
That's it then.
Let's try this again. I joined too soon and got kicked.
Yeah, that's really rude of Mitoe. Why don't you play against him?
Well, it wouldn't be a fair series. I'd destroy him.
Oh, you're underestimating yourself, I'm sure.
All right, then. Let's get back into this. Nothing's changed, so it's just a case of hosting up again and pressing all the buttons. Wave, everyone! You're on camera. Everyone's at the pizza van. They're getting their pizzas. These lucky few have actually gotten a pizza and
too busy eating to actually wave at the camera.
Yeah, exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2 in a best-of-5 series between Mitoe and indeed Diarouga. This is the 4th series out of 5 that we'll be casting today. Spawning on the top of the map in the color teal, we do have Mitoe. This is one of his strongest civs. I expect Mitoe to perform here, playing it on Deccan, and indeed a good map for Germany because you'll always get that trading post. You always get that high wood start, and that is indeed what we have here. Explorer, though, did he get a treasure? What was he up to? Explorer's taking his time to... he crack shot.
He didn't actually use the crack shot because you can shoot that
the monkey quite easily.
Twice.
Okay, and good job he saved it, right? Because comes across 90 wood immediately, gonna get that crack shot recharging, and then I expect build that TP sort of ASAP.
Oh, but that actually the left one is not that far, but I don't think you could see that. But yeah, I think Mitoe's gonna miss the XP as a result.
As a result of delaying it slightly, perhaps. Let's take a look at Diarouga. Here he is on the bottom of the map, playing as India. Really good map for India. Of course, 2 elephants. They can start scouting those herds right away. Mitoe got quite lucky. He found those 2 water buffalo very close to his TC. And
the mine again, but for Mitoe this time.
Looks like another admin re. Mitoe, though, this might be the first instance of Mitoe taking or continuing Diarouga extra mine.
Are you ready?
All right.
And Mitoe's going to play that out. Probably because of the wood treasure in his base there, and he probably doesn't think the mine will be super important. Fair enough.
Yes. Are you ready?
I respect that.
That's pretty brave, actually, as Germany, right?
Food. No.
Well, he's not missing any resources himself.
Yeah, I guess. But still, like some extra gold wouldn't hurt him.
Right. His opponent has an extra mine, and he's happy to play it out by the sounds of it there. But, yep, we're going to continue. Wood treasure, 1 tiger left.
So, Diarouga hasn't been chopping any wood. He didn't even bother actually getting the 50 wood in his base, which you would usually do when you want to, queue villagers more easily. But he doesn't want to queue villas, wait, no, he's got a house, though.
He's got 2 villas in queue.
He's got...
Should we take
he didn't chop wood, right? Because you get so much wood.
Right, so he doesn't need to. Villager now coming forward to place the aggro fort. But you're expecting him to do what then?
Diarouga?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, just age up. He doesn't actually need to chop wood, which is going to make it much faster for him to age.
Right, and now he's going to gather wood.
And instead of getting that 50 wood in base, he just went for the... What are they? Water buffaloes. So that he's got 6 of them. Although Mitoe did get 2. But still, pretty good for India. A nice XP boost. And it looks like Diarouga is going to want to take a TP soon. Or maybe not, actually.
The elephant's postured that way.
Or maybe he's just going to get that coin treasure and then build a TP. He doesn't really have the wood right now anyway. And Mitoe's spotting the aggro in the middle. So he can see that India is aging up pretty early. It's already, that foundation is not at the lowest stage of building, if you see what I mean. So he knows that India is aging up pretty fast, and he's probably going to be able to adapt.
Can see the construction, right?
Yep. And there's also a relevant treasure here, 10% infantry HP, which is huge. Mostly really interesting for India, but not really in a position where India can take it easily. But it's also good for Germany if you can take it, of course. It's good for anyone. So that might come into play later.
Yeah, Mitoe's had a really nice start there. So that wood treasure, food treasure here as well. And as you said, he's got the basically a whole card sitting in front of his base. So of course, he's guarded by delinquent thugs, which will be tough. but can grab that later on. Diarouga, though, will be up very shortly. And he's quite next to a big treasure. Lots of thuggies there. Do you think that could be a problem later? Should Mitoe, bait the Guardians into attacking the Agrafoot?
Always, yeah. As India always on Deccan, you have to pick it up yourself. Like, you use your 2 sepoys and your elephants to actually take the treasure. Because why not? I mean, it's 380 XP. It's not like it's bad.
Can those Guardians and 2 sepoy take it on? It seems like a lot of thuggies.
Well, your elephants auto-upgrade when you hit colonials. So they have, like, you see now 375 HP. You can stun 2 of them. So, yeah, I think you can. And also the Agra shooting at the same time. And it's definitely better than like waiting for your opponent to come and trigger the Treasure Guardians and then losing like 1k HP in your Agra fort for no reason. So I really hope Diarouga will take it.
Let's talk about their game plan then, Kaiser. What do you think is on the cards then? India up very quickly, Sepoy in queue, and Mitoe got his barracks down off of the 400 wood he aged up with and starting to train crossbows.
Well, Diarouga's got a unit shipment on the way. I think it's actually the Snowww. No, it's just 5 sepoys. Okay,
10
so
sepoy,
that's just a good old sepoy rush. And Mitoe's going for 3 sets of wagons, but he's got a barracks, so he's going to be able to build crossbows. And on this map, the sepoy rush is much stronger because you can see it's not even 5 minutes, and he's got already 12 sepoys, 11 sepoys actually working.
Yeah.
And the crossbow's a little bit out of position, maybe. A little bit too close to the sepoys, dangerously close. And some vills also a bit exposed, so that's looking really scary for Mitoe at the moment.
Yeah, he's got 6 vills in the TC, but the crossbow's going down quickly. He's not decided to call Minutemen there.
He needs to be careful with his set of wagons, but now he's putting them back in. Sepoy is still going to die quite quickly to TC fire. And I think there might be 8 crossbows on the way, I'm not sure. Mitoe's got a lot of pop.
Yeah, he's got all his vills on the food there. He's not afraid of the sepoy. Being keeping as many vills as he can working. He's not overreacting. He's not belling up every single villager. He's very composed here. In fact, only the settler wagon's working, which he can't die in a single hit. And there's the 8 crossbow, which he's going to need to force these sepoy away out of his base. And just Mitoe keeping his cool. Like he's totally fine here, and he's not overreacted. He's doing very well.
Yeah, he probably didn't take the best trade with the first batch of crossbows, but at the end of the day, he's alright, and that's what really matters.
4 Sour coming across the map, though, and crossbows. But there are 4 pikemen in the barracks, and that's what he's going to need to handle these Soa, but they're going to have to pop very, very soon. He does have the resources for Minutemen. The pikemans have arrived, and that will be what he needs, going straight into cover mode.
That's really good for Mitoe. He's able to hold without... I mean, he shipped 1 unit shipment, but he's also shipped 3 settler wagons, while Diarouga committed to ship 2 of them.
$28.14 coin shipment from LAN Control. Thank you very much for the support. We do really appreciate it. Go ahead, Kaiser.
Well, yeah, I mean, Mitoe shipped only 1 unit shipment, while Diarouga used both of his unit shipments, so it's always good to be in that spot, right? And there's 3 settler wagons just working, and the economic population is even at the moment. Did Mitoe actually lose vills? I feel like Mitoe should be ahead with the 3 settler
Mitoe's not lost any villages, despite that sepoy pressure. He really did keep his cool. He's
probably idle though, because he doesn't have that many. He's got only 11 vills plus the settler wagons, of course, but only 11 regular vills, and that's kind of so strange.
Diarouga switching gears here. He's not gonna. He's still training units, obviously, but foreign logging coming in. Consulate.
Yeah, and I think we're just going to see 700 gold next for Mitoe, because he's got a couple villagers on gold. He's adding a stable. Oh, wait. Okay, no, it's 700 wood, actually. But after 700 wood, we're going to see 700 gold, I think. I don't think he's really planning to build Ulans in colonial against India, going for pure sepoy, right? So that's probably just an age up.
Mitoe adding in a stable and a second trading post here. How do you feel?
Yeah, that's interesting, the second trading post. I guess he feels that he might not have a shipment ready if he just goes for 700 gold now and ages up directly, so he might want that second TP to make sure he's got a shipment.
Sawa's coming in though, but crossbows and of course the pikemen nearby are going to force them away. Diarouga trying to get a cheeky raid, but no village is going to go down there. But he's very much shifted now. He's got his consulate going down. The market's just come up as well, and starting to get in civil servants, which is that really nice upgrade. for him there.
Yeah.
So not... Yeah, go on.
Just one thing I wanted to talk about that we didn't talk about it, but Diarouga is usually a very defensive player, and he plays really safe. In this game, I think he actually tried to surprise Mitoe by going for something really aggressive, which is really not his playstyle. But it looks like it didn't really pay off, and as a result, I think Mitoe is in a good spot. But now we see Diarouga adding a wall next to his Agra Fort, which means that he's probably just going to age up, I think, because he's afraid of the push, so...
Right, looking to get up to the next stage. He's going to start that treasure now, though. Going to pick himself up the 380 XP.
Right. Which is really nice.
And you think 600 coin going to come next. He's nearly at the next shipment. That 300 XP going to push him over the edge. Looks like he's sort of macroed for mostly on food there. Let's take a look at text being researched. We've got coin coming in from French consulate.
Yeah, that's something Diarouga likes to do. He's going to use that for the 500 gold from the French consulate and just age, which is all right.
I thought we would see the Ottoman consulate and this tech would be Vils, but no, he's going to send the coin there. He is perfectly macroed to age up then. This is on point.
Basically, it means that he can ship only one shipment, which is 300 export, and still get coin crates to age up. Yeah. So he will still have this 300 export for later. I mean, some of it, and the ability to switch to the Ottoman consulate for only 25 export instead of 100. And he didn't need to actually spend a shipment on 600 gold. So it's pretty nice. But Mitoe is already almost up with a shipment ready. He's edging up slow.
Mitoe going up with the marksman.
Yeah.
So looking to use that, the age fast politician is 5 seconds slower on EP compared to the RE patch. And in this particular circumstance where he thinks his opponent might be edging up as well, and he's right, Diarouga is going up to the industrial age here with the Taj Mahal. He's going to get that ceasefire ability and some coin. But Mitoe going to get 6 skirmishes basically extra out of this.
And able to train some dubs in transition, which is going to give him a lot of siege potential and a really big threat for that Agra Fort. But it's also a really kind of slow push now, just because that age up is giving a lot of time to Diarouga. I mean, Mitoe could have already 1 unit shipment on the field and be pushing. But that's still a respectable decision. I mean, he's going to be able to tech veteran dubs probably, because he's got 10 of them, which is, I think, enough to justify veterancy. And I believe he's going to ship just 8 skirms and go. I would really like him to take that treasure, because basically all his army is infantry, and he's going to do it, so that's really good. Just going to get 10% HP on his whole army, essentially.
Yeah, and that's, basically a pure infantry army.
Right.
Synergizing, so 1 thuggy left there. I'm sure he'll notice and... hello?
Oh, rip. That's actually sad. Like, he shift-clicked and it didn't work and he didn't notice it.
Okay, so... Oh, well, his Explorer can finish that off later. It's just 1 crack shot, but...
Yeah, but just now...
The 10% HP would be really, really strong, but he's forgotten about it.
Yeah.
Coming forward with a large mass of units here. 23 crossbows, 19 skirmishers, and indeed 10... Doppelsodners as well.
Look at the military population. It's really scary for Diarouga, and it looks like he's going to try to go industrial as well. So that Agra Fort is down for sure. And I'm not sure what... I think...
ceasefire is going to
300 HP on the Agra Fort just at the last second. Like, imagine he would just wait 1 second too much and then the Agra Fort would just go down.
That would really suck. Does get a batch of Sepoy out there and perhaps Discipline and Yurumi.
Yeah,
and that's what he was waiting for. He didn't want the forward spawn point to go down here, but Mitoe sort of decided to stay, and as a result, he's now got a bunch of Yurumi on top of him there. Which are
not going to do good against Yurumis, but there's 3 Ulans as well, just blocking, and I feel like there's just so much stuff for Mitoe, it doesn't matter too much. Yurumis are just going to get cleaned up, and then there's only a few Sepoys, I mean a bunch of Sepoys, and the Agra Fort is maybe being repaired. It's being repaired, but it's going to go down again really quickly, I think. Like, Mitoe is not scared about the Sepoys just going in. Some players will just go back here or hit and run, but Mitoe knows he has to force it.
3 Mahouts come out though. He did get a bit of siege on the aggro to cancel the repair, though. Mahout's on top of the skirms and crossbows. The Doppelsodden is trying to get into position to handle them, but they're on the front here, taking big volleys from the disciplined Sepoy, and they have not managed to kill any of the elephants. There's still 3 Mahouts here at pretty much full HP, 1 very low, but actually that's going to be what he needs.
GG.
That's handled all of the units there for Mitoe. It's not a good spot.
Well, that was a huge Mahout crowd. No vet doppels was kind of disappointing for Mitoe here and hurt him a lot, I feel like. And imagine a 10% HP on infantry might have just been enough. I don't know.
Mistakes were made there. God, and imagine if he got the aggro fort down, none of these shipments could have popped so far forward.
Yeah, that's and 2 more Mahouts coming. So I think that's just over. I mean, you know, at this point, how do you lose as India? He's got much more stuff. He's got more eco. Germany's going to get 1 unit shipment. It's not going to matter. And I think
2 Mahouts following this up.
Yeah.
This is just like Muscuss on steroids. It's like an absolutely Sepoys and Mahouts here. Just continuing to gather. Going to go back into the TC. They're trying to keep the Vils out as long as possible just to maximize his next batch. He really needs to do that. A couple of Minutemen come out, but that's not going to be enough. Big batch of war wagons, though. Okay, so he's got it. He managed to get a final war wagon in, got it up from 4 to 5 by keeping the Vils on, squeezed it out, and he's going to be able to handle these Mahouts with the war wagons. Although the Mahouts targeting a lot of Vils, he's losing a lot of Vils here. He's gone 5 Vils, 6 Vils there.
And look at the batches coming here. Like it's just so many Sepoy on the way, and I don't think Mitoe can do anything about it. Sure, he can keep kiting forever, but then what? He's not gathering any resource right now. He has literally 0 villager on resources, and yeah, even he's got some gold left in base, but he's got no food. I mean, it's just totally over.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Mitoe, is it? He's got a couple of war wagons, kiting them the best he can. But as you said, no one gathering any resources.
Yeah, and Diarouga can just send a few Sepoys.
Skirmisher pop, though. 7 skirms do come out, and he needs the skirms. These are the really important units versus the Sepoy there. As long as he can keep them alive. Let's switch on over to military units here. 7 skirms and 8 war wagons. They're only Sepoy, so he can sort of kite them all day long, but they will catch up with the skirms eventually.
Yeah, there's also some Sepoys coming to flank here, and there's reinforcements crossing the map, like some redcoats. And, you know, like
skirms are handled.
I think Mitoe is just gonna resign now.
Wow, that went wrong quickly for Mitoe.
It's how it goes, right? Like,
and Mitoe does resign, bringing the score up to 1-1.
Yeah, that was sort of a throw, I think. Like Mitoe was in a really good spot, and then suddenly just turned around, just 1 pop of units, and yeah.
Yeah, just the Mahouts really cleaned him up there. You know, he was sieging down this aggro fort. The ceasefire came out. Do you think he should have just, like, pronto got the hell out of there? Or he stuck around, right?
I think he did get the hell out.
Yeah, he sort of stood there. He wasn't in a hurry to leave the aggro fort, it seemed.
Yeah, he should have probably, but honestly, I would have just liked him to go for war wagons, because when you see so many Sepoys, Dops are nice for siege and stuff, but it's still Dops against Sepoys, right? And war wagons can kite, they can DPS the Mahouts, while Dops, they just die to the Sepoy. So you have less siege, but a better unit composition, and I feel like that's what Mitoe should have done, maybe.
Right.
But it was a really good game either way.
What do you think of the slow age there? Do you think it just delayed it too much? Could he have been pressuring that aggro fort much sooner and, you know, got it down or be at the doors of Diarouga before Yurumi or Mahouts could even, you know, actualize and be a thing?
Yeah, I feel like it's a kind of matchup where you shouldn't waste time and you should just go straight to Fortress when you have an opportunity and just really push quickly before that kind of stuff. Like 300 HP on the aggro fort. Imagine if you just fast age, the aggro fort would have been down, and that would have been a big deal. So, yeah, I would have liked the fast age, but I know Mitoe also likes a slow age sometimes, then I think that's respectable. But the biggest problem was the Dops. Not having any war wagons.
Look at that fight, Kaiser. That's
insane. Like, what a throw, man.
And imagine
if
he'd finished that 10% HP treasure as well.
Yeah.
Not so good. Mitoe there, it looked like it was going well, but well done to Diarouga. Picks up his first victory in the series, evening the score out to 1-1. Let's head on out and get into game number 3. Looks like we're setting up for quite an even series here. This looks like it'll be a lot of fun. But Diarouga must pick first, and the map will be New England. And if we take a look at the Civ selection screen, pretty sure that this was a map selected by Diarouga. Yes. So going into this map, Diarouga should be feeling confident. This is a map that he explicitly wanted. He picked it. And it's another water map similar to Baja, California. Maybe we'll see him try something water-focused, something wall-focused like we saw. That didn't work out so well for him on Baja, but Mitoe was very well prepared with his China. But Mitoe cannot play China anymore, right?
Right. And it looks like Diarouga is just locking China in. So, yeah, he does have a plan, apparently. Because, I mean, we haven't really seen people just, like, pick New England and just lock China like that.
That was fast. China and Otto will be the Civs played by the looks of it there. Unless the flags are...
No, I think Mitoe is saying he needs a minute to think, actually.
Okay.
So I'm not sure why there's an Otto flag, but...
I'm not sure why there's an Otto flag either.
Well, he could go Otto for sure.
It seems really out of character. I don't actually think I've... Okay, it's changed back to a 1. I was going to say, I don't think I've seen Mitoe play Ottoman.
Yeah, it's not exactly the kind of Civ Mitoe is a fan of. I don't think he would go Otto, even though it's a really good pick on New England. It's not really his style. And I don't actually know what he's going to pick.
I don't think Mitoe knows what he's going to pick. Look at him in the chair. He's rocking back and forth. He's having a good think.
Right. I could see Spain being strong here. I think Spain does just fine against China overall.
Yeah, but you know as well as I do, that's not what he'll pick. He is, you know, Spain is not a Civ Mitoe is comfortable or familiar with.
I've seen him play Spain before, even in tournaments, I believe.
Really? I wouldn't have thought he'd go for it. I'm still dubious.
Mitoe is still a versatile player, and he sometimes gets out of his comfort zone to just get a good pick. So we'll see. I'm honestly not sure what else he would pick anyway. He could just, I guess he could just stick to Germany. That's a decent matchup.
Yeah, this seems like Diarouga's put a lot of thought into the maps here. Picking New England seems to have really stumped Mitoe.
Yeah, we've actually had a talk with Diarouga during the break, and he told us that he practiced that matchup in the game 1 in Baja, California, so he knew it would be probably Ports against China, and he wanted to go for that water boom and stuff. So yeah, he's ready for it.
What, did you see the Civs? I didn't catch it.
I didn't actually see.
Okay, we'll have to wait like the rest of the stream then.
Yeah.
There are some notes over there. If anything, if those are interesting, by all means let us know. But
well, that's just a tournament record of both of these players. So
yeah, and I don't think Mitoe's ever beaten Diarouga in a tournament before. This could be the tournament.
I don't think they've actually ever met in a tournament before.
And that would be why he's never beaten him.
Right. But I mean, none of these players have actually beaten each other. Yeah. Unless there's one I don't remember. But
China versus Japan.
Oh, Japan. That's a very interesting pick. It's usually considered to be a China-favored matchup. So it's kind of a strange counter pick from Mitoe. But then again, he's probably got an idea of what he's going to do there.
Lumberjack Mitoe versus Armag Community Diarouga.
Right.
China versus Japan. I don't know. What do you think? Mitoe's expression seems like he's
thinking hard. Yeah.
It looks like he knows what he's doing.
Are we sure that he logged Japan?
Yeah, it's on the screen. It's on the overlays. Right. Let's join the game and find out, shall we?
Yeah, sure.
No. You have been removed.
I do. Thank you for getting kicked, but I could join.
I can.
Diarouga needs to rejoin.
So tell us then, why is this usually China favored? What makes you say that?
Well, I'm saying it because people say it. I mean, you know, I'm not like an actual T80 Civ player, right? But
yeah, it's funny having you cast this.
Right. But it's just that essentially the Chinese FF, we know it, right? It's quite fast. It's quite scary. It's pretty hard for Japan to punish China in H2. And it's also pretty hard for Japan to hold the FF. And there's also the option of going industrial as China that we could see in this Portuguese against China game. And having a strong industrial is nice against Japan because you might have to stretch to a little bit of late game if they wall up really hard. So let's just say that China has the tools to deal with Japan in pretty much every age. Even colonial pressure is actually an option for China in this matchup, I think.
Interesting. Yeah, I really think my point about Spain, Mitoe's just not a Spanish player. And I don't think it's something he's super comfortable with, even though it makes a lot of sense. Spanish is, very good on New England, and it just makes a lot of sense. I think Diarouga's done his homework. He's thought, what civs does China play? Does Mitoe play? Does China play? It might as well say that, because you say China, you think of Mitoe. But Spain is not one of those civs that Mitoe plays, and I think Diarouga's, he knows what he's doing here. He's thought this through.
Yeah, and he also knows that there's not going to be any China mirror, because Mitoe can't China anymore.
We're getting into this, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to game number 3 in a best-of-5 series between Mitoe and Diarouga. This is the 4th series out of 5 that we'll be witnessing today. The next series will be Tabben versus Hazza, and the winner of that will qualify for the semi-finals. But let's take a look at Mitoe. He's playing as Japan. I know Japan is a civ that Mitoe has played a considerable amount, certainly in the past, and perhaps now as well.
Yeah. Mitoe is definitely really comfortable as Japan.
And gonna pause there as the game sort of sets up and all of the units are positioned on the map there.
Yeah, that's
Mitoe,
actually an excuse to just macro their crates.
Yeah, well, he didn't though. We saw him. He didn't macro any crates, which is interesting.
Yeah, I guess Diarouga is missing a gold mine there.
Okay, they're gonna rehost anyway. Yeah, that's fair. I can see on the map already that this is not a fair map.
2 against 3 gold mines.
But he paused the game. If both players agree to it and start macroing their crates, that's quite funny, actually.
Yeah.
Mitoe didn't do any kind of crate macro, anything like that.
Well, it would be great if we could actually lock the game when it's paused, right? If you couldn't actually interact with the game when it's paused. Don't think that's possible.
That would be better, yeah.
Yeah, that would be very good.
Let's pause and agree to micro or no micro during pause.
Yeah, I guess then you're gonna micro, right?
Okay. Gentleman's agreement. They will micro in the pause. And fair enough, they want to pause and they agree to that, that's fine. They're avoiding the lag at the start of the game. No lags in the chat, please. I'm excited to see this matchup. This is like a really unusual one for New England.
Yeah.
We don't often see this.
Like, you've got that big TP line, which none of these civs are really a fan of. I mean, if anything, I guess China would get TP line, but it's not like they most likely will. There's a water, which is maybe not going to come into play. I mean, it's kind of, an unusual matchup on New England. Going to be interesting.
Let's get into this. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 3 in a best-of-5 series between Mitoe and Diarouga. Let's see how this goes. We'll start with Mitoe. We'll take a look at his POV spawning on the top of the map, although we will be pausing by the sounds of it for 15 seconds. So
so that we are going to be able to micro our UI, right?
So I'm not sure how interesting this will be, but...
whoops. Someone unpaused?
The game is now paused. They both paused at the same time, right. Okay, this is what they want to do. They want to wait for 15 seconds or so whilst, there's a bunch of lag at the start of the game. That's just sort of how that works.
I need coin. I need wood. I need food. No. Yes.
Diarouga going a bit nuts there. Sure.
He's just like counting down to 0, which I'm not sure is necessary, but
sure.
Well.
All right, well, here we go. Coming across by the looks of it immediately, a 70 food treasure there, and off to a nice start. The Cherry Orchard wagon, as you can see in the back. This is really funny. It's a LAN tournament. And
just one thing, though, about the map. I know that the admin resigned, but isn't it like really still favored in terms of hunts?
I need food. No. Yes.
I see pretty much 3 hunts for teal and 1 for...
Right, we'll leave that decision to the admins.
All right.
But spawning on the south of the map in the color red, we do have Diarouga playing as the Chinese here. I'm not certain I've ever seen him play China before, but he's doing that here. He's going to build a trading post up in the top and use his scout to sort of find the remaining sheep on the map, which are actually sort of behind him. He's missed 2 sheep here, here, and here, but still out in the open to get.
Yeah. There's not that many relevant treasures. I mean, there's of course the native. There's a lot of native warriors on New England, but there's a nice 90 food. And then there's like a huge coin treasure and a bear, tame bear, which is not like super relevant. But they're actually basking for a TP.
That's interesting. Japan doesn't often do that.
No, Japan doesn't, but Mitoe does. Mitoe has his style of Japan.
This is a really nice start for Mitoe. He's going to pick himself up another 90 food treasure there. And actually, given that there's quite a lot of livestock on this map, it's actually pretty good for Japan. You know, get that boost to the shrines.
Yeah.
He's going to be aging up pretty quick here.
It's probably better for China even, just because they can fatten the livestock, which is probably more relevant than getting a little bit of a boost. But yeah, it's nice for bosses for sure. And that trading post is really interesting. I think we're gonna see some 300 wood action from Mitoe. Oh, he doesn't have 300 wood in deck. Okay, he's maybe gonna go for double 3 boats. He's shipped the 3 boats once already.
So I clicked on the China deck because China and Mitoe.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go look at Japan.
Yeah, he's got 3 fishing boats on the field now, and I feel like he might ship them twice because he's done that before in tournament, and that would be why he's got a trading post, right? That could be very interesting.
He's going to pick up 90 food as well. This guy's on fire with the food treasures. This is really good for him, actually. You know, Mitoe knows this matchup, or he knows China very well, right? It's a civ that he's spent hours and hours, or hundreds of hours playing. So perhaps he's okay playing Japan into them. He knows all the timings. He knows what Diarouga can pull off, and because he knows it so intimately, perhaps that's why he's happy to sort of build a trading post and send 3 fishing boats twice. He's anticipating something slow from Diarouga, perhaps.
I feel like he's aging so fast that he's not actually going to ship the 3 fishing boats a second time because he's. Well, I mean, he's got, how much is that? 70 and 90 and 90. It's like 250 food in H1.
Yeah, it's a lot of food.
It's insane. So he's going to age up super fast. You can see he's already close to halfway up, and Diarouga is just going to start aging. So it's pretty good start for Mitoe. Despite getting a TP, right, which slows him down a bit, but still aging up really fast.
Yeah, so the TP's like almost free in a way because that age up was so quick. What do you think he's got in mind then? This is quite strange to go for the TP. They just play standard Japan but with a trading post instead of the consulate.
And I mean, you do get your 3 boats earlier, so it's very similar to getting a TP and shipping your 3 villages or your 3 CDBs or your 2 settler wagons or something like that. So yeah, why not? But he didn't go for the consulate, which means that he's probably not really playing it super slowly, like you could see with the Kami and the consulate, but more like some sort of timing. Or I could see Mitoe being sort of aggressive, like maybe some colonial Ashinagi kind of stuff, but we'll have to see what he wants to do.
Yeah. Looks like, though, consulate is now going to go down during transition. It's got enough vills on food to maintain that village production, but everyone now on wood going to pop down the consulate and perhaps a couple of shrines after that as well. But Diarouga, he's going up to the next stage now.
And they're actually going to age at the same time because Mitoe didn't set any villager on the Wonder while Diarouga set 4 villagers, which is standard. So we're going to see an FF from Diarouga, just really standard China FF. And Mitoe, well, that consulate, it feels like he might just club down the trading post. Like just train these Yamabushis.
Go with the Japanese and get the clubs.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Maybe.
has edged up with the food there. And you're expecting 700 gold ASAP from Diarouga. Let's take a look at his deck. He's got quite a lot of industrial age potential in the China deck here, as well as both Manchu and Iron Troops.
Yeah, missing a couple unit upgrades to just get these mercenaries and the hand mortars as well, and the Fuch one, which is the Japanese frigate, pretty much. So not getting this territorial army combat and that kind of stuff. Like, but yeah, we see the Japanese consulate. So Mitoe is not going to get the 3 boats from the Portuguese consulate. He's just going to get clubs, I guess, and just get the TP down.
He's got shinobis in queue.
Oh, shinobis. That's interesting. I wonder why.
Perhaps to... I don't know why. Mitoe's playing by his own rules. He's doing what he wants.
Right. But I just wonder what they're going to achieve now, because...
Shinobi Namaru's out, 4 of them.
Well, they're really strong. I mean, they can even go stealth mode, which is actually really underrated and really, really useful in some cases. But right now, I'm not sure what they're going to do. But we'll have to see what he does with them.
The Boneng, apparently, and Azamk, I like the names of the explorers there, will be able to continue placing down shrines. And perhaps he's trying to deny the trading route. Perhaps he expects Diarouga to, more aggressively take TPs, and the Shinobis here are, supposed to be stopping that. But wow, that's quite an aggressive sounding noise for an archer.
Yeah, they do shoot some sort of grenades or whatever.
Yeah.
And they're actually a siege unit because of that. So they get countered by like Minutemen and that kind of stuff, I think.
Yeah, 23 siege attacks, actually very respectable.
For an archer, yeah, it's definitely good.
Yeah, they're sort of like ninjas, good at taking down buildings. So, okay, that's what they're for, right? They sort of perform both roles. They're similar to the Yambushi. They're going to be able to siege, and they're going to be able to stop China from building, although he is building one down here.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to siege as fast as clubs, not nearly as fast as clubs. They're also more expensive than clubs, but they are arguably more useful in fights. So that's probably why.
That's true. They sort of last longer. They don't. Their sort of sell by date is a bit. They're more useful later on in the game. A couple of pikes now coming out, as well as the Chokanu that he got from the Wonder, coming forwards here to start sieging down the shrines. Looks like the archers going to go and distract the Shinobi by the looks of it. That's sort of where they're heading.
But yeah, here we see the point maybe of having the Shinobis instead of the clubs, is that Mitoe is actually not going to be scared of these 3 Chokanus. They can't match the Shinobis. They're way weaker.
Right. But the Chokanus do have more range. They got 16 range. The Shinobi on 14. And it is a LAN, so it looks like Diarouga, if he's careful...
They do have more range, but they also have a worse animation.
And slightly more speed.
And the Shinobis are faster, exactly. So so these Chokanus are just going to die, in fact, which is not ideal for Diarouga here. And he's going to lose his TP anyway. And the Explorer, though, is pretty scary, right? I mean, that dude is just like... Like, what the hell? Critical 35. Like, just dealing 35 damage, like, killing already one of these. But not actually going to get the snare, because they're faster.
But Iron Flails will get the snare, and it doesn't look like those Shinobi along for this world. The Cav coming out there.
He's going to try to escape some of them and put them in stealth mode so that they can survive, but he's not going to be able to, because Diarouga is also doing a good job of maybe one of them is going to escape in stealth mode.
Yeah, he's straight into stealth. Okay, well done to Mitoe. That's quite a fun play, but the Explorer's nearby. I guess he's busy building the trading post, so he's not going to scout him out. But Diarouga starting with 1,000 wood here and now chucking down a consulate. He's going to be able to get all his villages up, and indeed there's the War Academy as well. So he's, I think, well positioned. It's looking good. 1,000 wood setup is really, really nice for any kind of industrial or fortress.
Look at that now, the boat just popping. I was going to talk about it. Diarouga, kind of pretty lucky actually that this boat did spawn, because it was really close to the shore. But it is spawning, and it's going to get a nice volley on these ashes. So these ashes are just dead. And meanwhile, securing the stagecoach. So, and more units getting shot, but gonna escape. So yeah, Mitoe went for a really greedy FF, shipping twice 4 VOs and then 600 coin.
Yeah, and now it doesn't look like it worked out too well. The Shinobi sort of got caught and died. All they managed to do was kill a TP, which has been rebuilt now. And look, he's starting to siege down this final TP. A couple of Quang Pikes mixed in is going to make short work of that. And he's already got the Stagecoach. So Diarouga in a really nice spot. He's got the water control with the Fakan. And he's going to have a 4 TP Stagecoach. Oh, here we go, though.
Two,
Whatever these are, yeah. Attacker boots.
I think they're pretty much Galleons. They're not super strong, but it's 2 of them, and there's land units as well. You can't actually fight warships with land units, but if the warship is not focusing your units, then you can fight. And Mitoe is actually gonna...
He's gonna try
He's gonna go in the mid mode, because then they use their siege attack and not their ranged attack.
Oh,
which is very
right.
smart. I actually told him that not long ago when he's using it.
And
so.
Diarouga is going to get out of there. Clubs, though, they are going to get executed by Arquebusier, but the Fakan going to be going down very shortly.
But it's very, very slowly dying, actually, because these boats have only 35 attack, which is ridiculously low.
Yeah, very low, but they have... there's 2 of them, and they do have quite a good number of HP. But, yeah, first one down. I wonder if the Fakan's broadside will recharge in time.
I wonder which boat actually wins that. But since there's the Nagis, Diarouga is going to have to go back, and the infantry is going to help. So at the end of the day, Mitoe will have the control of the pond. Yeah. And he's going to be able to train units out of that warship, I think.
It's like
they can train units, yeah. So
they can train units, yeah. That's why the fight's taking so long.
Yeah.
So this is like a barracks and a stable combined. This is a really nice boat for him.
Right, he can just train units directly from there. It's sort of like a daimyo a little bit. And also going to very, very slowly get that training post down.
Okay. But Japan, you know, he's looking good on eco, 53. Just needs to be able to start contesting this Stagecoach, and then he'll be looking, you know, pretty solid. But lots of Arquebusier out. He's got a couple of Nagis mixed in. But here come the Meteor Hammers and Iron Flails, and that I think will be enough to stop these Nagi getting straight onto the Arquebusier there.
Although there's more Nagis of flank coming in, I think that's going to be really good for Mitoe here.
Yeah, but also a couple more China Cav coming in as well. The Fakan seems... Oh, we see I
think Mitoe's got it though, because the Ashes are just going to help a lot at killing the Cav, while the Chengdaos are not super helpful right now. If Mitoe can just pull back his Nagis, and I think that's just a clean up.
Attacker Boon goes down.
Yeah, but meanwhile the army is getting cleaned up, so
it's okay.
That did force 2 war junk shipments, and I believe only one of them actually spawned.
Really?
He didn't move his flag. Look where the flag is.
That's a really dumb place for a flag, Diarouga.
So only one of them spawned, and. So it's really not too bad for Mitoe, right? I mean, there's going to be one Caravel, basically. He can even probably kill that Caravel with Yumis if he gets enough of them. And
he's going to go for this.
He's
going to try that on. I mean, Diarouga could sail it away, and that's what he's going to do.
Yeah, but the Nagis could just stay on the other side. Unfortunately, Mitoe not going to kill it, but it's very low HP. It's got only 18 range, which is not even more than Yumis. So it can just get killed by even just 5 Yumis here.
Oh god, Diarouga is probably going to be seething. He's the kind of guy that would be.
Oh, that Chengdao pop though, and the reinforcements at the same time. If Minutemen are cold, that can be really scary for Mitoe, I believe.
Yeah, Changdao on top of the Nagis, running them away there. Up in the top, a couple of other Changdaos, and the Iron Flails and Cavalry just handling all of the Yumi there. Naginata trying to get away. Changdao coming from all sides here. Does get another on 2 separate Cav units. He's snared there. He's going to have to drop back 1 and drop back 2. Really good job with the Cav there. Gets the snare again, and he's realized he's going to have to commit to that fight.
Oh, nice micro from Mitoe here, just pulling. Diarouga not really paying attention, and just most of the anti-Cav going on the left. But yeah, it's still a pretty good trade for Diarouga here. But I don't know. It's a really close game, right? The eco is close as well, because Diarouga's got the full control of the Stagecoach. But then again, Japan is also Japan, and at some point it's going to be really strong, because the units are getting out of control. Just one thing I wanted to say, by the way, is that the 5 Yumis did kill the war junk.
The war junk, yeah.
So that's pretty fun.
Quite a scrappy game. It doesn't look like Mitoe is able to really make a dent in the TP line just yet, but as you say, you know, good eco from the shrines and villages, and of course the unit upgrades really do start stacking up quite quickly now. Coming forward there, a couple of Changdao, but he's not afraid of them, going to sort of pull back there.
And let's keep in mind that Diarouga had to cut some unit upgrades. Like, he's going really heavy on territorial army, right? He's mostly going for arquebusier and Shengdao, but he doesn't have the territorial army combat card in deck. While Mitoe has a fair amount of upgrades. He's got Way of the Bow, he's got Close Combat, and the Nagi HP, which he already sent. So his Nagis are really tanky right now.
Looking good. And now
so
he's starting to, his military unit population now 66, pardon me, that's his economy, 53 to 41. He's got enough units on the board to really start making his way onto the route. And this is the first time all game that Mitoe is able to start forcing these TPs down. Diarouga coming forward, he wants to sort of stop the TP being destroyed, but gives Mitoe an opportunity to start a fight here.
He's got a Merc shipment on the way. Yeah, there you go. The
Manchurian Cavalry Archer coming out of the forward TC of Diarouga.
So yeah, that's why he was so low on score and he had like nothing for a while, just because the Manchus were on the way, and they're going to be super helpful against the Naginatas here. But then again, there's so many Ashes, not really anything to deal with the Ashes right now, and I don't know if the Manchus are going to be enough here. I think Mitoe's got this, probably. Also killing some villages. And these kinds of trades are just pretty good for Japan, I feel like. Although, Diarouga did get a third town center up on the other pawn, so that's also something to take into account.
Yeah, 3 TCs is pretty good. It's going to take some time to pay off, but it is going to secure some map control.
Mitoe actually getting cleaned up. I didn't really expect that, but
looks like the Manchu did a lot of work there.
Yeah, they're still pretty strong, of course.
And Mitoe, he's now up against China with 3 TCs and still 4 TP Stagecoach. He's not able to push into that just yet. Did get it down quite low, but hasn't taken it out.
Yeah, I'd say that one last fight was really bad for Mitoe, and it looks like Diarouga is maybe ahead now. Also, Mitoe's got like 1k gold left on his top gold mine, and then he has to find more gold, which Diarouga is already using. And this little skirmish here is pretty bad for Mitoe. It's just basically giving free kills. So he has to pull back, but yeah, you know, Diarouga gonna be like just scaling pretty well with 3 town centers.
Yeah.
Although at the moment, Mitoe is ahead in eco, so he has still a window to just like remass more than Diarouga and
got
try to push out.
Respectable army there with 10 Yumi about to pop as well. Lots of Nagi, although they are on top of these Manchu, which is not really where they should be.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on actually.
Yeah, they're a bit sort of out of position there, Mitoe, bleeding out.
So many infantry coming in now, but why did he just waste all his Nagis before the infantry would come and join?
I think that was obviously a mistake there. He wasn't intending to do that, but has a good number of disciplined Yumi and starting to get those. Well, not way at the boat, but here we go.
And getting close combat for the Ashes as well. Oh, Iron troops are so good, and I don't think Mitoe can deal with that, but he has to fight because he's out of gold. And I think that's why he's trying to force a fight. It's just... But then again, the Yumis, well, they're Yumis, right? So... And he needs to switch his Wonder. Mitoe's Wonder is still on the melee unit stuff, but he needs to have it on range unit boosts. Because the Yumis are not that strong at the moment, in fact.
Yeah, a couple of cab left. They do go down now, and now the Yumi will be able to escape. But the Iron Troops really something to be afraid of. And still Manchu left in there. Big
batch of Nagis, man.
Huge batch of Nagis coming out, though.
Oh my god, that's going to be hard for Diarouga to deal with.
This is so back and forth. Here we go.
Yeah, it's insane, actually. I'm just going to stop saying who is ahead because
you're embarrassing yourself. Yeah. He just needs to take down these the Changdao. He needs to take down the Manchu. He's got the archers in the back trying to achieve that.
This choke is really good for Diarouga here with the Iron Troops and the TC just blocking. It's very close, but I guess Mitoe is out of coin now, but he can still spam Yumis.
5 Naginata shipment coming in.
And yeah, I mean,
but there's...
Diarouga's probably out of unit shipments at this point, right? While Mitoe can still spam a lot of unit shipments just because it's Japan and he can ship them twice. And it looks like we'll see.
Yeah, he may be out of coin, but remember, he does have those. Well, he's got a fishing boat, and also the shrines can gather gold as well, which they are toggled to there. But Diarouga, he, with the TC placements, he's got basically the whole map and all of the remaining coin, 900 in there and 1800.
5 meter hammers. So it looks like there's still unit shipments for Diarouga. Maybe he's got the 4 iron flays as well, so he can still spam some units.
Okay, He's actually very heavy on military units there.
And the dock going up.
Yeah, in the pond.
Wants to get full control of the pond, and Mitoe gonna deny it.
For the time being, does kill that villager, yeah. But one will be replaced pretty soon. I wonder if, here's the other 2 fishing boats. If Mitoe needs coin, perhaps he can garrison, villages. He's going to build a dock there. Perhaps garrison villages in a fishing boat and take the mine on the pond.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. I'm not sure he's going to think about it because he's pretty busy actually fighting there. I mean, since it's been like 5 or 10 minutes of just fighting all the time in the middle. So I'm not sure he's going to actually think about going on that gold mine, but it would be really nice for sure.
Fighting under the TC here. Lots of China Cav, more Nagis coming in, a few clubs, but not really very much anti-Cav at all, just a couple of Ashes. Not really ideal for Japan up against all this Cav.
Still not a single upgrade for China, while Japan has the HP and the close combat, so I think...
And the economy still much further ahead for Mitoe, despite...
Stagecoach, yeah, still quite ahead.
I think with...
And Mitoe actually had to ship the orchards, which is unfortunate.
Okay, so, has to slow down a little bit there. He's sort of looking for that. By the looks of it, Orville's on wood. This could be a bit of a lull for Mitoe as he's setting up the rice paddies.
Yeah, he should switch some to food for sure. Like, he's got the cherry orchards now, but he doesn't have gold because, he doesn't think about that gold mine there on the island. But then again, Diarouga is also going to run out of gold eventually, although he still has more than 2k gold left.
Yeah, he's pretty good for gold, actually, for the time being. I don't know, Mitoe's going to have to hold out. I was going to say, these even trades, these back and forth kind of thing, this is favoring Mitoe just because he's, got the bigger eco.
The better late game,
yeah, exactly. And if the longer he drags it out, the better for him.
Especially with his deck, yeah.
With this lull, with, constructing the rice paddies, now starting to go down, there could be an opportunity for Diarouga to push in and do some lasting damage here. But it looks like he has gotten a rice paddy down. He's got lots of villagers gathering food again. And that switch will almost be over, and he can start getting back to unit production and all that good stuff. And he doesn't have to deal with Manchu or any mercenary shipments or anything like that anymore.
It's just going to be standard Chinese units now, and without any upgrade, except repelling volley, which just came in, and which is quite good, but it's not going to match Way of the Bow Yumis, and if it actually ships Way of the Bow, which I think he will ship next probably, and all these upgrades. But I don't think Mitoe can actually push into that. He has to go back. And there's also a dock up, so you never know when there's going to be a warship popping or something. So he has to
and he's
pull back
got
there.
a Fakan in queue. Or is that a war junk? I'm not sure, actually. I suppose we can check the China deck. And it's one of these bad boys. It's a Fakan.
Yeah, it's a big one.
It's a big frigate-style boat coming out.
Yeah, and that... Well... I mean, Mitoe didn't ship the flaming arrows yet, right? So he could still ship flaming arrows and deal with the warship. Although I'm not sure it would be enough, probably not. But
this has been a very interesting game, very, very even. Let's take a look at the coin situation. Less than 700 coin now. Fakan on the board,
and gonna get the broadside off and kill one Yumi apparently. Not too much done, but it's just annoying now. Mitoe has to dodge this pawn.
Mitoe. Yeah, he does. But look at the eco on the water now, really starting to expand out onto the fish and improve that eco.
Oh, nice.
Going up quickly, 91 to 58 there. Although a lot of these shrines are gathering very slowly. They're not on hunts. They're just sort of... But that's not accounted for in this graph.
Yeah.
But I think either way, we should stop focusing so much on that. Mitoe is clearly ahead economically. Here's the attack coming in.
He's ahead economically, but he's never really able to push out, and it could be a problem. Diarouga is gonna run out of food rather soon. He's got one hunt left next to the gold mine, but yeah, he's low on gold. He's low on food. He's actually out of gold right now. So that's pretty big. Diarouga's gonna have to switch to rice paddies now, and he's not ready for it. He doesn't really have the wood for it, so he can still set his TPs to coin, but
Mitoe not really much in production here. Diarouga also not too many military in production. Bit of a fight in the center there, though.
Yeah, Mitoe should spam some Yumis now. He's got the macro for it, and I think now he's got some Yumis in queue. And what is that card? Oh, he's got Yumi attack instead of Way of the Bow, which I'm not sure I like, because Way of the Bow is just better, I think.
Right. But still, he's getting upgrades in here, whilst Diarouga, you know, lacks them in the late game. Did get Repelling Volley in, but how good is that really versus what?
Versus that unit composition, it's not super good. It helps against Ashes only, and there's not too many of them.
Yeah. And remember, Diarouga, he's still... Oh, well, this is a big push coming his way. It's a lot of China Cav and Changdao's there.
Yeah, and the racks going down, thanks to the frigate, is actually going to be a big deal. If it does go down, because it's actually blocking the Cav. So if the racks goes down, it's going to free a pass for the Cav to just surround the Yumis. 7-hand mortars, okay, yeah, that's a second boat. Isn't that kind of...
2 for Khans.
Overkill.
Wait,
like.
he just wants a nice base. He can retreat his units to it and just continue to siege and not be threatened. And Mitoe can't really go near him, even if he loses quite a number of units, because these Khans are just so strong. He's very safe next to the pond here.
Yeah, he would need like so many flaming arrows, and then there's still the hand mortars to deal with. But that position is not too bad for Mitoe. It's not really in the range of the boats, and he does have a stronger army, I think, when the boats are not actually shooting.
Yeah.
So Mitoe's doing sort of okay here, but it's pretty hard to say with the boats and the broadside all the time. It's just... it looks like Diarouga is going to come out on top, actually. I don't know, man. There's more Yumis also on the way.
Yeah.
It's really hard to say.
And now he's out of gold, and look, Rice Paddy's now coming down for China, so he's not creating as many units. He's going to have to really make that switch. Lots of vills on wood, but Mitoe's already done all of that. Big batch of Nagi coming through.
But they can still go in the... He should garrison them in the warship. He's going to let them die, but he could just let them go in the warship, so I don't really get it, but... that's going to be a big swing here.
He's going to lose them, and the hand mortars are there as well. And look at these villagers as well. Lots of stuff being threatened, but the Nagis are going to go down. Well, actually, no, they're not. There's still loads of them.
Yeah, well, they tank so much. He's still on the HP, so they got 500 HP basically, which is ridiculous. And looks like Mitoe is just fine. Look at the scores now. There's a little bit of a gap, and he's raiding as well on that rice paddy next to a stagecoach, and that's
this is looking
really
like
good.
Looking like the tides have turned here. Mitoe is going to be able to push out very, very soon, and I wonder if he's training anything to sort of handle these boats. But once he does, he's going to be able to push back out. He's got all of the rice paddies up and running. His opponent doesn't. And look at this, even Royal Mint coming in for Mitoe.
I think Mitoe might want to age up to Industrial at this point because he's just cleaned up, and I don't know, I feel like Industrial would be a really nice
it looks like that's on his mind. He's got, 1,800 food there.
Yeah, but he's training Flaming Arrows, so probably not, because if he didn't train these Flaming Arrows, he would be aging just now. But 3 Flaming Arrows is not going to cut it, and they are a little bit out of control here.
They are.
But the Yumis are actually kind of scary. And the Flaming Arrows still do a lot of damage to boats, I think. They have a 7 times multiplier, which is a bit like a Culverin. Like, you can see how much damage it dealt to that, whatever this boat is called.
Yeah, the Fukan. He focused the
Wajang.
Oh, the small one. He focused down the Flaming Arrows, though. And for the time being, then Diarouga will be okay to remass. He'll be okay to get these villies working on the rice paddies again. These boats are a safety net. He's got a very low HP boat and 1 half HP boat.
And look how many fishing boats Mitoe's got. His max vills, he's on 75 vills. He's got 18 fishing boats. He's got 18 shrines, even if they're not on hunts. And yeah, Diarouga has a stagecoach, but he's on 52 vills, which is not impressive. And I feel like Mitoe is not able to win, but he's constantly ahead, I think.
Diarouga doing very well to stay in.
Yeah, he's controlling the pond really well, for sure.
Lots of Nagi coming forward.
By the way, why did he ship Royal Mint and not Way of the Bow? I think he forgot that he didn't ship it, because it's such a good card.
He'd see it, right? Like, you click on the things and you can see what cards you haven't sent. He's a smart guy.
I know Mitoe, and sometimes he's like, wait, I shipped that card. And in fact, he didn't, but...
Okay. No, he's not got that yet. He's still shipping upgrades, though.
Oh, Diarouga resigning,
Diarouga resigns there.
GG.
And Mitoe does take game number 2.
Yeah, I guess it is over, right? Yeah, he's got only one veil at some point.
Yeah, they're having a discussion. You guys can't see it, but
Then
Diarouga is
again-
wondering why you only got one caravel.
Yeah,
Well,
you can't have your flag there.
Yeah,
Like, it's not okay.
That was that's. I don't know. You kind of shouldn't expect to get both boats if your flag is there. Diarouga, I think, should know better.
Yeah, especially since New England has been in the pool for quite a while, and you know you should set your flag in the middle of that.
In a big,
bigger
yeah,
part,
like
you
here,
know,
like in a big open expanse of water where there's
Or-
room for all the boats to spawn.
At least not right on the shore, right? Because that's pretty much what it is. It's literally in these little plants there.
Yeah,
So
it is.
yeah. Anyway, regardless, it was a very good game, I think.
Yeah,
really back and forth.
That was a really, really good game. 29 minutes, actually. And now Mitoe's on match points.
Yeah, right. That was such a tense game, man.
And look at that, Mitoe's economy just sort of, the gap widening and widening over time as he...
Yeah,
where
look
do you
at the
think...
villager graph. It's actually impressively clean from Mitoe and kind of sloppy from Diarouga, which is what made the difference at some point, probably. But sorry, I cut you. You had a question?
I was going to say, where do you think it went wrong then? Okay, not maintaining a bit of villa production, going idle there.
He had 3 TCs and he was still not really making villas from 1 TC at some points.
Should be seeing like a more
He
intense age up, increase in vills. But
he could have been at 100
sort
vills
of,
probably.
Do you think he just let Mitoe go on the water?
I think he just forgot about it because, you know, when you play LAN for like 20 minutes and there's just no action on the water, you just sort of like forget about it and just focus so much on that point of the map where there's so much fighting going on.
Where you're really invested in all your infrastructure is and exactly. Okay,
Right.
let's head on out. Let's get into the next game there.
Do you see that flaming arrow, by the way? I guess it's too late, but...
Oh, there's it's too late now. That's quite funny.
Going across the pond, yeah.
Okay, next map will be High Plains. This is a choice of Mitoe, and Mitoe's on match point, so he's going to feel pretty confident, or pretty pleased, actually, that the next 2 maps, even if he loses this one, High Plains, he's got another one of the maps that he picked, Fertile Crescent. So High Plains and Fertile Crescent, I think he's going to feel quite pleased about. But it's interesting, he picked High Plains, but not a Spanish player.
No, but I think Germany is just so good here because it's not like you're going to raise Stagecoach as Germany, but you can beat pretty much any civ that goes for like ATP stuff like Ports or Spain. And we don't actually see if Mitoe already picked it, but I'm quite sure he's going to be Germany. Like, he selected it, and I just agree so much with that pick. Like, I think it's just strong. And we know Diarouga doesn't like Germany, so that's just a smart pick from Mitoe, I think.
Yeah, Germany has been selected for Mitoe. Let's see what Diarouga will go with. He's considering.
Yeah. I guess he could go still for ATP Spain or something like that. It's not like it loses to Germany, but Germany just does fine against pretty much anything on this map. Could see Braids though, I guess. Germany can't really Stagecoach against Braids, and you have lots of hunts, so...
Makes sense.
We'll have to wait and see.
Look, Tom in the chat saying a bath is probable from Mitoe. Sec bath,
Probable
indeed.
bath, yeah. So, looks like Diarouga is decking at the moment.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Whilst Mitoe has gone to the loo, or the bathroom, rather. We've seen some really odd matchups this series.
Yeah. Well, China against Poles, I think we've seen that a fair amount of times, but China against Japan is not something we've seen a lot recently, especially not in New England, but it was really entertaining, right? Probably more entertaining than just Apis guns shooting at boats. I mean, it's fun, but, you know, all this action, you wouldn't have that in an auto game, probably.
Mitoe's back, it would seem. The score is 2-1. It's now on Diarouga to select his civilization.
Yeah, that's a big pick for Diarouga. He can't.
We should update the overlays.
Oh,
Germany has been selected by Mitoe.
That's That's brave of Diarouga. It's not a bad pick, but I know Mitoe is really strong in this matchup. He will know how to punish Portugese ATP stuff, and Diarouga is going to have to hold the pressure, the early fortress pressure. Mitoe's probably going to do something like a naked FF and just be really aggressive on the second or third on center.
Patia 42, thank you very much for the subscription. Yeah, looks like it will be Germany versus Portuguese there. Let's get into this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 4 in a best-of-5 series. Match point for the toe. 1 point to the Ruga. Let's see how this goes. Starting with Mitoe, playing as the Germans on high plains here. Spawning on the top of the map. In the color teal here. 100 wood start for Germany. Won't be getting that trading post, but in base there has a coin treasure. That is a 40 coin treasure, and he has another 30 coin treasure just to the top of his base, as you can see on the minimap. We'll see where the explorer decides to go, probably for those treasures.
Which is nice, because I'm pretty sure Mitoe will go for a market, and having the coin is really nice. You just need to set all your set of wagons to wood and just chop.
I need wood. I need food. No.
And directly get your hunting dogs, and that's just really nice.
Yeah, but both players looking to pause.
Okay, never mind.
Because apparently there's a bit of lag even in LAN at the start of the game as all the stuff spawns on the map, and they want to avoid that by the looks of it.
Diarouga actually backherding.
Let's take a look at Diarouga.
Backherded his bisons, unfortunately for him.
Ah.
So he has to place that house a little bit far so that he can herd with the villager. Actually, never mind. He's going to send another villager.
Yeah, still a bit awkward.
Yeah, kind of like already too much walking time, I guess. But he's fixing it. It's going to be all right. And so, yeah, Mitoe is just chopping, so he's going to drop down his mark. He's actually going to go for a tip. He's getting 95 wood, so he's going to go for trading post. And
it is a 200 wood stat. Mitoe.
That is so good against an ATP Civ, right? Like, he might be able to take 2 TPs just thanks to that.
Okay, and so Mitoe going to be quite pleased with that. He's going to get his trading post down right away, but it is, very delayed. It's not like it's an early trading post. 200 wood obviously still much better. It's not going to help him get that first villager shipment too much faster than usual, but again, against ATP, as you say, Portuguese, let's take a look. Yeah, he's got it in the deck there. This is, as you say, quite nice.
It's just nice, yeah. And it's still a 300 food start. So Mitoe might be able to even age up 17. We'll have to see about that. I'm not sure. He might idle and go 17, or he might go 18. But it's definitely good for Mitoe either way.
50 wood to Diarouga.
Yeah, and that's also going to be nice for Diarouga, because when he ships ATP, which he will, it's on the way already. Well, having the 50 wood will help him get his first advanced trading post up. What else do we have on the map?
Not interested in that straight Ogie
much
here.
Stuff, yeah. Not much stuff next to Mitoe, but here we have a 130 food, which none of the players have scouted yet. But I think Mitoe will find it now. Oh, Spyglass from Diarouga, but maybe Mitoe is gonna see the native settlement, and then he's gonna get line of sight, and he's gonna find the treasure, I guess.
Not, but he's going for 70 coin first. Don't think he's seen that.
I think we're gonna have a treasure contention, probably. I'd imagine Mitoe is gonna find the treasure now. So.
All right, here we go. 130 food treasure, the sunflowers.
He's gonna spot it right now, and who's gonna start it? That's gonna be huge.
Yeah, he's going for it. He has no idea the spyglass.
That's really good for Diarouga, yeah.
Gonna take those out, but he's not crack shotted yet. The Guardians.
I don't think Mitoe actually has a crack shot. He's used it on the 70 coin, but Diarouga does, and he's just gonna steal it. And fortunately for Mitoe, Diarouga is aging already, so it's not like Diarouga is gonna age earlier, but it's denying the fast age for Mitoe, because he would have liked to have 130 food now. He's gonna have to idle because he doesn't get it. Not idling too much though.
ATP in from Diarouga though, and sort of baiting him to follow Ulan Wannabe, this man here. Because he's looking to build trading posts, but if he's chasing the Explorer, perhaps not. Okay, he's going to build that first trading post, going down. And Mitoe's up very late. Portugal already, 60% age there, and Diarouga, Mitoe, he's only just clicked up. He's really quite far behind in age time.
Yeah, he is, because Portuguese are pretty fast, and Mitoe did get the TP. But he's chopping hard, and I don't think Diarouga is going to be able to deny that second TP. I'm pretty sure Mitoe will drop a second one now, because he knows it's much more important to get that second TP than getting a market, which is just rubbish at this point. You want to deny the ATP.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Mitoe's doing. He's dropped a second TP in the center of the map here. Diarouga, he's not going to be pleased. Yeah, he's walking in there, not going to be able to build that, but he has got a villager building this TP. On the left, Mitoe here, 700 wood on the way, going to place his TC. He's finally gotten up.
Yeah, and ATP for 3 TPs is not bad, but it's not excellent. It's just, you know, it's pretty good for Mitoe to just deny 2 TPs already. And behind that, I'm pretty sure Mitoe will just naked FF and just like raise to H3 and be really aggressive. And we see a forward barracks for Diarouga, so it looks like he wants to at least some IFF to take the control of the TP line.
Wait. Right. Sorry, I got confused for a second.
No problem. Yeah, there's 3 settler wagons on the way for Mitoe. He's gathering his 400 wood, but he doesn't have any extra wood gathered. So I doubt it's... I think he's just going to get like market upgrades and just age. He's getting steel traps right now. Doesn't have placer mines yet. It's pretty hard to get when you build a second TP in transition. But I think it's just going to age up. And we'll see how Diarouga can deal with that, because Diarouga has to make units in Colonial to get the stagecoach, and that's going to slow down his fortress time, and the early fortress pressure is going to be really tough to hold. Maybe Diarouga might just stay Colonial, we'll have to see.
4 pikes coming out. As you said, he needs to make units to take down these trading posts. That's what he's doing here. He's got a stable going down as well in his base at home. And crossbows in queue at the barracks now as well.
Villager gonna die.
Yeah, villager goes down.
That's unfortunate for Diarouga, yeah.
Nicely done from Mitoe, being very cheeky with those 2 Ulans. Does pay off.
Gonna pick up the Explorer now, which I'm gonna try to pick it up. Yeah, 1 crossbow popping just gonna get picked. Yeah,
baiting those pikes away from, you know, the siege.
And buying time with his Ulans so that he's even going to get 1 extra XP pass. Maybe it's going to be close, but yeah, he's going to get it. So that's just...
Well, very nicely done.
Yeah,
yes,
getting that extra XP is huge. Like.
That 1 final pass before the TP goes down with those 2 Ulans, and now they've moved on into the town center of Blue. Going to try and bell up those vills there. 700 gold now on the floor for Diarouga.
And meanwhile... Mitoe's Explorer picked off already 1 pikeman and almost a second one, so Diarouga paying for that TP basically. And another villager gonna die here. Oh, Mitoe he's gonna finish it. And meanwhile, what do we have from Mitoe? 700 wood. He could have gone for 700 gold.
Come forward though. Do get the poke and are going to be caught by 3 husks, but
no,
only 1 that 2 do get away there.
Well done by Mitoe, I think. Actually going to finish the Ville as well. Yeah, kind of a little bit sloppy from boss players here, but...
But he does get the Ville, so it's not too bad there.
Does get the Ville, but loses his Ulans, but meanwhile he's edging up, and he didn't even need to ship 700 gold, which means he's going to have a barracks and a stable and some houses. So he's going to be set up for his early fortress really nicely here, and I don't think Diarouga is going to ever be able to punish that age up. Like, he's got 9 pop-off units on the field, and that's it, right? So he's going to get the stagecoach, but Mitoe's probably going to immediately get it back when he pushes in fortress. So yeah, looking pretty good for Mitoe overall.
Yeah.
Look at the shipment progression though, like two more shipments for Diarouga. Although that's partly because Mitoe is stacking a shipment, but still.
He's up to the Fortress Age though, so we'll be able to start sending that.
Strehas gonna try to idle a little bit, might kill, gonna kill Vil.
Just nice. An ordinary Vil, yeah. But Pike's starting to siege down the other TP, and it won't be long now before Portugal has that 5 TP stagecoach, or at least can build one. An iridescent dragonfly worth 50 coin. Nice. Thank you very much for the subscription there.
And Diarouga is gathering everything for his age up. So that's sort of slow. because he went 600 wood to grab the extra TPs and maybe research Stagecoach. But you kind of want to have Stagecoach already in Colonial so that you can use the resources from the TPs to age up. Like, for example, set all your villas on food and set the TPs on coin and just age. But Diarouga wasn't able to do that, so his fortress time is going to be sort of late. And he's getting Stagecoach just when he's going to age, so...
yeah, it isn't now. Just going to Rambo down these pikes with the Ulan.
Yeah.
Fair enough, nicely done.
Yeah, not going to be able to deny the TP, though. So Diarouga has 5 TP Stagecoach, so he has an absolutely huge eco right now.
Yeah, and Diarouga shipping Colonial Militia, Kaiser.
Yeah, which is pretty smart, I think, when he's got so many shipments anyway, and when you research Stagecoach, you get extra XP as well.
That's true.
So that's just probably a good card. Gonna help him a lot to hold the early fortress push. Oh, 1k gold from 1k wood, 1k gold from Mitoe.
Okay, very greedy start here from
going for
Mitoe.
Falconets in base. He's got an artillery foundry, which is gonna give some time to Diarouga, so I'm not sure I like it. But we'll see what he can do with his Falconets.
Yeah, but it's going to be unexpected. I don't think the artillery foundry is known. And it makes sense, though, right? Because especially now that his opponent's got the Colonial Militia in, and dealing with these really tanky trading posts, you need some really high-hitting, high-damage-dealing siege units.
I wonder if he actually noticed the Colonial Militia, though. But the Yolan's going to find the TC, but getting caught, Mitoe not reacting in time. So that's a good catch for Diarouga here.
Yeah, Zolan's going to go down.
And it's 4 skirms also walking there, but they have to go back really quick because there's the Hussars. Mitoe's just kind of wasting his units here, so he has to be careful because he can't really miss his window now. He's going to be really behind in eco, so...
Yeah.
And he needs to cover this Falconet, so
make those Falts work. He really needs the Millicav and as many units as he can get. 3 cannons out, though. Let's switch on over to the military units tab. And all he's got is 5 cav and 2 skirms to cover them, and only a skirm and a Ulan in queue there. These...
I don't think this Falconet play is going to pay off. He's really... Now he needs to wait even more. It was already kind of slow, but he needs to wait even more because he needs to be sure he can cover them. And he saw there's some Hussars on the field, and there's actually like 11 Hussars, and they're going to be upgraded to veteran anytime. And yeah, he needs something to cover that. He's going to need war wagons, but he also needs skirms because you need to snipe the dragons, so it's just pretty hard. Or
you need everything.
Yeah, Mitoe...
He needs units.
Right. And Diarouga might even go for Curvins, so... Diarouga is the kind of person who usually like directly drops down an artillery foundry whenever he sees you training Falconets, so I think we'll see Curvins quite soon.
No.
But not yet.
Yeah, no artillery foundry in queue just yet, but Mitoe has destroyed the first trading post on the Stagecoach route, now pushing forward with his Falconets. He's got a respectable mass of Ulans now, just the 3 war wagons for the time being, creeping towards that trading post, Kaiser.
I think there's MAMs on the way for Diarouga, though, because he shipped 1k gold and spent it. So,
okay.
Colonial Militia pop, maybe the MAMs popping at the same time, or is it... the Falconets and packing, they should just shoot at the Minutemen, I think. And the MAMs, a bit late.
Oh, this worked out okay. He's gotten out of there. I mean, the melee units are toast, but the Falconets are safe. They're away, although being chased down by some Mamelukes.
But the Minutemen are just, like, doing so much damage to the war wagons, and... Yeah, I mean,
he's got them alive.
Just holding.
I feel like that worked out in the end, just because of the man pop.
Yeah, right. Diarouga is just holding, and yeah, it's a victory for him because the longer he holds, the best it is. I mean, he's making vills from 3 TCs and he's got 5 TP Stagecoach, so his economy is going to be absolutely nuts in the next minutes, and Mitoe really needs to do something about it. And that's why I feel like this slow build wasn't necessarily worth it. He's also building an arsenal now, but I don't know how that's going to help him. He really needs to get units out at this point.
Cavalry cuirass coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's maybe... I guess he had a lot of wood left over, perhaps lost some units that he wasn't expecting to lose, and had wood for houses that he then didn't need to spend on houses, and thought, okay, I'll just make a
yeah, though he's still chopping with like 10 vills and wood. So
okay, sure.
I don't know, that's kind of... I mean, Mitoe usually plays Germany really accurately, and here I feel like he's playing a little bit random, but Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to come back in this game, but we'll see what he can do.
He's
the MAMs are still here.
He's up against, you know, 3 TCs and 5 stagecoaches. It's, you know, if Mitoe needs to make something happen very soon, and it's looking very tough with Mamelukes out.
Although that's a lot of Ulans.
It is a lot.
Not that much anti-cav.
They do have cavalry cuirass as well.
Yeah, but this choke is bad. Mitoe can't fight here.
But he's doing it. Cannon setting up.
Yeah, the MAMs are gonna block forever here.
Cannon's creeping forward.
Yeah.
But this with the stagecoach in the way and these blocked by the Ulans, it's going to be hard. But some good volleys on these Castadors. They are really weak to cannon fire. But now all the Ulans have gone.
These volleys, man, are actually insane. But it's not enough regardless. But yeah, it's the end of this game. It's game over.
Kaiser's calling it by the looks.
Yeah, I mean, what does Mitoe do here besides pulling back his one war wagon? It's not really going to do much.
29 military population there, and so much eco for Diarouga.
He's got 2 skirms though.
That push had to work, but it didn't.
Yeah, it really didn't. And so Diarouga is sitting on his eco and his map control, because look also how much food he's left. He's got a bison hunt next to his TC, and then a deer hunt, and another bison. He's actually got 2 bison hunts and a deer hunt, and so many coin mines as well. So
yeah, and this time, you look at all those stagecoaches on gold. 3 villagers at a pop coming out for Diarouga. He's looking really good. Now back into third-person perspective. Outpost coming down from Mitoe. He's desperately trying to secure some map, but this, if we hadn't seen the GG before, this looks like the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, he's using his villagers to tank, because he really needs the extra tank here, but it's in the long run it's not going to help him. So, and that's just too much stuff for Diarouga. So
Mitoe's playing it out though. It is an important game for him, and he's not totally dead yet. So he wants to play it. You never know what can happen.
Of course. But it's hard to believe he's going to come back from this position. But he's trying.
21 Castador, 15 Goons and 5 Huss up against not very much from Germany here. Ulan's coming in around the back. They do get onto the skirms, but there's enough Dragoons nearby that they should be able to handle that pretty quickly. Hussars on top of the skirmishers, and GG coming out from Mitoe. Diarouga does take game number 4, evening the score out to 2-2. We're going to see all 5 games in this series.
Right.
Mitoe looking a bit dejected there. Fingers a bit happy. Look at them. Look at them go.
Yes. I think he's had a really good early game, and he feels like he kind of threw maybe again. Just the Falconet stuff was not... It didn't work. It just didn't work.
Damn. All 5. This is exciting. Yeah. But we do have Fertile Crescent coming up, and Diarouga has to pick first. So, that's a map that Mitoe picked. He picked Fertile Crescent, and he does get the counter pick for his Civ as well. So Mitoe does have quite a reasonable advantage going into this final series.
That's true, actually. And he's lost the 2nd time with Germany, so he can still pick it in this game 5 if he wants.
That is true.
I don't know if he really wants to after losing twice with them, but he has the option to pick them, so... and we see the villager graph as well, just eventually, like Diarouga losing quite a few villas early on, but eventually just out-booming really hard.
That is that though.
And it's that window here in the military population graph. Oh well, too late, but there was a window where Mitoe didn't really abuse the fact that he was up. Mitoe was up 2 minutes before Diarouga to fall rest, which is really big, but he didn't really abuse that window. But that was a nice defense from Diarouga with the MAMs and the MAMs Minutemen pop and the veteran Hussars. Just a big mass of cav, really hard for Germany to deal with it, especially when you invest into Falconets.
We're about to see game number 5, the final game in this series, and I think both players, obviously both players want to win this, but...
Yeah. They both want to face me now, so they're fighting for me, I guess.
You would say that. You.
Oh, sorry for that. He's lacking Russia, so that would be a really good opportunity for Mitoe to counterpick with Germany again, if he wants to. It's a pretty good Russian map.
Will Germany be played 3 times in a row? Iroquois.
That's good. That's good. Is that me? No, it's you. Okay.
Okay. All right. It will be Russia versus Iroquois. Thank you very much, Hansen4332, for the subscription there. Looks like they're just going to check their decks, and then we will get into this series. But shall we take a look around the Fertile Crescent? Another subscription, Many Lippo. Thank you very much. In fact, Dorj, you're gifting 5 subs to the community. I suppose we ought to see them through. Thank you very much for that. That's going to help us get to our sub goal of 500. We really appreciate it. We really hope we can reach 500 subs by the end of the New World Championship. That would be really, really good. And we hope we can break 2,000 viewers as well. That's what we're really hoping for. Cizé, you have been selected. Shall we take a look around the Fertile Crescent? A pair of rivers divides the Fertile Crescent into 3 sections. Your settlement is positioned on the outskirts of the central plain and is faced with a decision. The center represents a solid strategic position, but offers no trade and little in the way of resources compared to the surrounding east and west. Influencing all 3 regions, as well as 2 separate trading routes, is tough. You can't be everywhere. Absolute control over the Fertile Crescent is exceedingly challenging. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're just about to get into game number 5. The score is 2-2. The winner of this next game does take the series. And indeed will play against Kaiserklein, who I'm casting alongside with right now. And the winner of that series will determine their spot in the semi-finals. Let's get into it. It will be Russia versus Iroquois. Spawning in the color teal, we do have Mitoe on the top of the map. There he is. But I expect they'll pause the game again.
Yeah, for sure.
Just to get rid of that lag that we've been seeing.
Or maybe not.
Or maybe they've forgotten to this time, which I kind of prefer. Just get into the action right away.
Oh, Mitoe's not actually queuing a Vil. Like, his Vils are bumping around on the coin mine, and not sure what happened there, but he's gonna queue a Vil now.
Okay, bit late on that villager, but ultimately has now got that Vil in queue, and going to send that explorer out to the side of the map there, whilst the Travois counts the other side. Going to come across a wood treasure. That's pretty nice for him.
Did he actually just use his convertibility, or?
No, he got the lion.
Oh, yeah,
he got a lion in his base. Shall we take a look though at Diarouga playing as Russia? Here he is, going for a market start by the looks of it there. Explorer comes across coin treasure, 50 coin there by the looks of it. It is.
Yeah, he might just go for a market with it, because it looks like he really wants that treasure, like he's microing it and stuff. So yeah, he's got a market, and he's going to chop some wood, which is going to make him a little bit slower, but having a market is just really nice for Russia in H1. Meanwhile, Mitoe is definitely going to go for a TP. He's got that 200 wood in the bank. Going to miss the first XP. Not really going to get his villagers any early, but he will be able to potentially age up fast to Colonial. So that's pretty good for him. Or even just age slow and have just so much more XP in H2 anyway.
Yeah, Iroquois with, this is almost like our repatch.
Yeah, I've actually been saying that on the forums, but this does feel like our hero kind of.
Right. Obviously not quite as good, but still, you've got the trading post, and that seems to be what a lot of Sips
And you do get
want.
extra food crates, so he's going to age up pretty fast as well.
Right. Well, that's true. I suppose that is a thing that Iroquois have going for them now.
Yeah. Well, he's probably going to be able to age up 15 with a TP, which is a standard hero age up as well.
Shall we take a look around the map, though, and see what are the hot points? Where are the big treasures? Certainly here, 90 wood in the middle of the map. Mitoe is sort of on top of that, but actually slightly above him. Diarouga going for geological ore veins. And they're just...
not as good as 90 wood, right?
No, I'll give you that one.
Not quite as good. So that's pretty nice for Mitoe. And that's also pretty much the last relevant treasure on this map. There's, like, the next treasure is 65 coin, which is not exactly exciting. So Mitoe can be pretty pleased with it. He's got 140 wood in H1, while Diarouga just got some coin, I think, and nothing else.
He's going to go for the 65 coin now.
Oh, but Diarouga is going to find it, though. He's found it now, and he's probably going to steal it, or try to steal it. Then again, it's not a huge deal. It's not a very impactful treasure at the moment. Who's going to get it?
That one's close. I think Diarouga...
yeah, he's got it. Mitoe didn't get the snare. He could have killed that explorer maybe, but he wasn't able to snare. So Diarouga is just going to run away, and that's pretty good for him.
Mitoe up to the colonial age, though, going up with the messenger, going to be aging fast.
Yeah, right. So that's going to shut down any sort of front base ideas from Diarouga. Like, he has to build his blockhouse in base. He's going to pull 2 villagers forward, but I can tell you, as soon as he will see the fast age, he's just going to turn back.
They'll just turn
straight
around
into his base. Like, no way, I'm not going to do that.
Okay. So it looks like you know, they are coming forward because that might be something interesting to do. But as soon as which we're about to see,
watch them turn back. Like.
No, he's okay. War hut down there.
Wait, if he does go for a front base,
that is he going to do it? He's doing it. Here we go.
That's interesting. That's brave.
Brave. Okay.
I don't know. There's Kenyas on the way, right? So, is it gonna go up in time? He's pulling another Ville, so maybe with 3 Villes he can.
3 Villes.
It's gonna be close. I guess he will get the blockhouse up, yeah. But then he still has to handle the hero mass, right? Like. With the TP, he's got 2 TPs actually, so he's gonna be able to spam so many unit shipments. But the blockhouse does go up, so alright. I was wrong on that.
Okay, so gonna place the blockhouse all the same. Gonna get a quick herd on that, and the village is gonna stay nearby, fair enough. Diarouga though, now up to the colonial age. 4 Kenya horsemen coming out, they weren't shipped to the forward war hut.
That's maybe smart actually. Like, why would you ship 4 Kenyas into a blockhouse? It's kind of useless. But by shipping them in base, he's actually not telling Diarouga that he has the Kenyas. So maybe Diarouga is going to be more aggressive than he would. Like, oh, look, he's got 2 TPs. He might stagecoach. I'm going to try to push his war hut. And then, in fact, there's Kenyas. And maybe, oh, look, I'm going to drop a second blockhouse. But in fact, there's Kenyas. But no Musk popping. Going to defend that. Maybe.
Yeah.
The crack shot, though, just doing so much damage to the Musketeers.
Kenyas don't want to be fighting Musks, though. Is going to try and finish that blockhouse with the villagers on the side. Their Tomahawks coming out. 6 Tomahawk shipment there.
Big button crossing the map, though. He didn't pop the big button at his war hut, which is huge.
Yeah, he needs those units in the fight, but they're not here.
The 3 Villes went down, though.
And the blockhouse is not finished.
Diarouga is on 11 Villes. And imagine if Mitoe has his 5 more Tomahawks as well. But still, he's going to... This is really scary for Diarouga.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to take that blockhouse out. This is a big deal. It's not finished. He's going to get the extra damage in. Tomahawks now trying to fight off the Cossacks. Units in queue. 10 Strelets inside the blockhouse, but they're not here yet. But the blockhouse goes down.
The Cossacks taking so much damage here, and that's going to be probably just 7 Aenas next for Mitoe. He lost his Explorer, though. It's kind of a big deal. He lost his Hero Explorer, which makes his army much weaker, and he's not going to be able to crack shot anytime soon, but...
4
Cossacks
do come out, but up against Tomahawks.
He kind of needed the Strelets.
And Strelets there as well.
That's a good pop, though.
A really nice pop from Diarouga. Despite losing the blockhouse, this is a good deal for him. He's going to be able to take down those Tomahawks, the Cav and the Strelets combined. But here comes Aena. 7 Aena and 5 Tomahawks coming out to even this up. Very scrappy, but back in it here.
That's close. That's very close. 5 marks, but the Musks are not very good against Aenas, so I feel like Mitoe just needs to millimote his Thomas on top of the Strelets or something like that.
Yeah. Russia's still okay by the looks of it.
It's quite close, yeah, but let's keep in mind
5 ANA.
Let's keep in mind Russia lost 3 villas and half a blockhouse, which was being built. So
that is true.
The 3 villas is big. Like if you look at the eco, Mitoe is 6 villages ahead.
That he is. He's leading economically, and the war chief now back up again. And the last Strelet does go down, but Strelets, 13 Strelets pop out here.
Oh, the crack shot is gonna come in. Nice split from Diarouga though, splitting the Strelets.
6 ANA.
6 ANA, okay.
This is just nothing but military unit shipments.
He's actually
batch of 10
back,
Strelets.
yeah.
And this is still very, very even. It seems just trading blows and unit shipments just arriving to and from.
I feel like Mitoe doesn't even
need. They're gonna disengage here. Mitoe gonna get back and stop that fight.
Right. I think he didn't need 6 ANAs. I think he just could have sit back and just get stagecoach. Because look at the scores. Russia is on 43 score. It's Russia, but still, that's really bad. And
muskets coming out. Not so good from Mitoe walking into the Strelets.
Yeah.
But he's ultimately out. They do have quite a lot of speed. Coming back in again.
He can't take that fight. He has to go back.
Mitoe losing a lot of units there. He's going to try and abuse the extra range, though. He has 16 range, and the Strelet's only 14.
Yeah, but the setup animation is really bad for ANAs.
That is
can't
true.
really do that. So
let's take a look at the stagecoach.
Still, though,
he's not going to be able to upgrade that anytime soon. He's gathering wood now, but probably for a longhouse more than anything else.
Diarouga is on 14 vills still. He has made only 3 vills, and it's the 3 vills that he lost. He just replaced the 3 vills he lost. And he didn't make any more villages in Colonial.
Yeah, losing
while Mitoe is on 29 vills now with the 5 vill shipment, so 13 villager lead. And potentially a stagecoach going to follow as well. So he doesn't actually need to push that. He doesn't care about that blockhouse. All he needs to do is just, like, mass, you know?
Yeah.
Get 600 wood on the field, add some Kenya, and then push again in a couple of minutes, and he's going to be totally fine.
Diarouga sending 700 wood. He's got his market down already, so off that wood can get steel traps and possibly placer mines as well. I wonder if he'll like to invest in more trading posts or a trading post. But certainly the first thing he's going to do is slam down a blockhouse, finally get a second one up. Imagine if he'd had a second one up. It was so close to being finished. And this game could be so much better for Diarouga had he had that second building firing. Ayana now coming forward.
Yeah, and that's probably the result of Mitoe not showing his Kenyas. Diarouga trying to build that second blockhouse, you know. But anyway, yeah, again, gonna deny it. He might want to just build it a little bit more behind so that it's not in line of sight of the war hut. Because Mitoe is just gonna keep denying it. And one more vill going down, so...
21 vills, and Mitoe's 32 with the 2, not quite stagecoach, but certainly trading posts.
I think it's
very strong position it looks like Mitoe is in.
Yeah, I think it's just gonna 600 wood next, get stagecoach and a stable. He kind of needs a stable against Tridats. Oh, Mitoe trying to go in again. And Diarouga built a TP.
Stable coming down from Diarouga.
Oh.
Switching to Cossacks now.
So probably going to see 700 gold now from Diarouga.
Start training Cossacks with it.
And
he didn't get his steel traps. He's still only on hunting dogs here.
Yeah, what about Mitoe? He's got hunting dogs. He can't really get more than that.
Yeah, well, it's Iroquois, isn't it?
Yeah, you can get the wood upgrade, but not in this kind of game.
600 woods is now on the floor, though, for Mitoe, and I expect now we will see that stagecoach come in.
Yeah, he's building a stable, I guess, right now. I saw 200 wood drop. Yeah, he's building a stable in a weird spot, actually, on the left. And probably stagecoach as well on the way, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it would make sense with the wood shipment, right? But just posturing, he probably knows he's ahead.
Oh, and actually Mitoe getting that wood upgrade we are talking about, which is pretty greedy. But if you plan to stay in Colonial for a long time, it's really fine to get that upgrade, because you're going to chop a lot of wood as hero. You're not going to get any coin. Like, Mitoe is on 0 coin, and he's not going to get more than that.
0 coin.
Yeah. And he actually had coin, so it means that Mitoe, I think he bought some wood with the coin. Like, he just mined enough coin to buy 100 wood and nothing more.
Actually make it useful.
Probably.
A 2-resource game then. Cossacks coming in on top of the villagers here. Bit of a raid for Mitoe. He's going to lose 1 villager. In fact, probably going to lose a second, perhaps a 3rd villager.
The stable is nearby, though. So, yeah, he's losing some vills, but he might catch the Cossacks at least. Still pretty good for Diarouga.
Coming forward, though, with his Strelets. And now Mitoe's away from his war hut.
Nice.
Villager goes down. Maybe he'll go for the longhouse, though.
But that's pretty good for Diarouga. I mean, killing a few wheels, like 4 wheels here, and just forcing back the army. So
Crack shot on the Strelets there.
The crack shot is so good against Russia. And,
yeah, lots and lots of low HP stuff. It is very good. Stagecoach is in though.
And Mitoe splitting one Kenya here to try and catch the Cossacks, but he's not gonna get them. They're gonna escape. And gonna join the other Cossacks. So that's gonna be like 10 Cossacks for Diarouga, or 12 Cossacks actually. And Mitoe is just gonna keep training Kenyas, I believe, but he's got a stagecoach though. Mitoe's got a stagecoach in, so he lost views, but he's again ahead in ecos thanks to the stagecoach. But eventually he will get outscaled by Russia, and he has to make something happen remotely soon.
Conservative tactics in. It's getting harder and harder by the looks of it for Roga there. 924 musketeer shipment from T90 official. Thank you very much for the host.
That's a lot.
I think we might have just broken. We were looking to get up to 2,000 viewers. I'm not sure what we're on now, but the T90 salutes in the chat there. Thank you very much. What we're watching here is the first Age of Empires 3 LAN tournament in 10 years, in fact, over 10 years. This is game number 5 and a best of 5 between the Seed 3 and the Seed 6, pardon me. And this is a very close game.
Very close game of a very close series, and the match point as well. So who's going to win that
crack
fight,
shot coming in. Mitoe.
Boyaz is in for Diarouga, so his 3-dets and Cossacks are way stronger. But, you know, Iro is actually ahead in military pop, and I think his units are better as well, so more walls going down.
Yeah, just you know, keeping the lead, right? Russia's caught up in terms of eco. I guess that just sort of happens, you know, given that he is Russia. Still no steel traps, though. But given that Mitoe has...
steel traps.
Yeah, so his eco really suffering here. But given that Mitoe has the stagecoach, he is really far ahead. I really like this decision just to place the walls down, play it safe over by his base, and really let Diarouga make the next move. It's on him to make something happen, right, after all.
Like, and for once, Iro is actually ahead in market upgrades, right? He's got hunting dogs and the wood upgrade, which is 20%, and it's quite big. Why, well, Diarouga has only hunting dogs. But, and the stagecoach, like you said, as well. So what's the next move for Diarouga? I guess he's going to try to deny that training post. And Mitoe is just going to push the front base, and Diarouga is also building a wall himself, just because, why not?
Yeah, Villager, though, does get inside the TC just in time. Strelets coming out, but are going to be on top of by Kanya Horsemen. Muskets and the Strelet army. Here comes the big batch of Cossacks coming in to get
that's a lot
into
of
position as well. Let's see if they can get top of the Aena.
Oh, he's sieging. Oh, okay, he's actually moving now.
Yeah, trying to get away from the hand combat muskets. Doesn't want to be fighting them.
That's a good positioning for Mitoe, though. I think Mitoe's got that. Like, the Cossacks are just melting. Look at the military. I think Mitoe's got it. I don't think Diarouga is winning the fight at all.
Look at this melee tomahawks and a few Kanya left in there on top of these Strelets, and a couple of muskets chasing around the Kanya. But GGWP, Diarouga will be defeated by Mitoe, and he will progress through to play against Kaiserklein, who I'm casting with next to me.
Right.
And the winner of that series will go to the semi-finals.
Just gonna meet Mitoe once again in tournament.
Once again.
Yeah.
GGWP, Mitoe. That was an absolutely brilliant series.
Yeah.
Diarouga looks a little bit dejected, a bit disappointed.
Well, that's understandable. But again, I question that for what Blockhouse against.
And there's the handshake.
Fast Age Hero.
Well done to Mitoe there. But this is by no means the end of Diarouga's tournament life. He will play against PrinceofKabul. And the winner of that series will play against the loser of Mitoe and Kaiserklein.
Right.
Diarouga did very well here, 3-2. And that was a terrible start, losing that blockhouse, and he still performed in this game. Diarouga did very well and is, you know, a formidable opponent. I think Mitoe was saying, you know, all this time that he was very afraid of playing against Diarouga, but ultimately did best him here. We will get, don't go anywhere, guys, getting on the stage. Oh, Diarouga. That's what he needs. I want to give Diarouga a hug. He looks, I just feel sad for him. But he's not out. We will see. There's Hazard. Well, we'll see an interview with Mitoe in just a moment. We're going to throw it over to Eddie Holland, I presume, but not before a quick break. Any concluding thoughts before we do that, Kaiserklein?
I don't know what to say. It was just a really good series, lots of close games, and I'm looking forward to playing Mitoe next round.
Yeah, it's going to be a great series. I'm, looking forward to seeing so much more. This is brilliant. Let's get some Mitoe thoughts, but first a break.
Moctezuma
to you, yeah. Look at his back! Stop it! This is absurd! Yes! Yes, you killed him! Yes! Oh, 2v1!
Ladies and gentlemen, we're here with Mitoe. Let's hear it for Mitoe!
Thank you. Is this on?
Yeah, that should be on. Well, okay. Mitoe, you just beat Diarouga in a very lengthy series. I think the longest one we have seen yet today. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. Pretty good at this point, for sure.
And how were you feeling beforehand? Like, were you nervous going into this?
I didn't feel particularly nervous. But I noticed that even though I didn't like feel nervous, like mentally, like during the game, like my hands were still kind of shaking. And sometimes I'd feel a little bit numb. But no, overall, I wasn't really super nervous. I kind of felt like I might lose, but I was kind of okay with that just because I felt like I can always come back tomorrow. But I was a little bit worried just about the match, just because pretty much everyone at this tournament I've beaten in other tournaments before, except for Diarouga. So it was a bit of a wild card for me, and I wasn't sure exactly how the series was going to go.
Well, I mean, during the series, it could still go every way, right? So the entire series was really close, and each individual game as well. The Japan versus China game on New England, I think it wasn't decided until the last few minutes. So definitely very close and exciting series. And yeah, I have to wonder, at the start, you picked China there on Baja, California. Were you surprised to see Diarouga going so heavy on water?
I wasn't super surprised. I mean, I know that Diarouga and Kanisi have played a lot in the past, so I was kind of expecting it a little bit once he picked Portugese, and I like the matchup, so I took it.
Ah, okay. And on High Plains then, when he picked ports and obviously went ATP, you weren't scared to go into that with Germany, who obviously really relies on their trade posts?
No, I wasn't really worried about the ATP. I definitely didn't respect it enough in this game. I thought my build order would do a little bit more against it, but it was a little bit too slow. But in general, I'm not really too worried about ATP with a civ like Germany, just because I feel like the civs that go for ATP normally don't have a lot of units very on, and Germany can have a lot of units, even in Colonial, if you really want to. But yeah, I guess my plan just wasn't the best one for that game.
Okay, well, we're going to keep this relatively short because you will have to cast after this. Right after this, we're going to see Tabben versus Hessa, I believe. But I want to ask you one more question. Tomorrow you're going to play against Kaiser. How are you feeling about that?
Oh, I'm very confident against Kaiser.
Okay, well, here's sitting a man with confidence. Let me congratulate it one more time, and we're going into the next match really soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
championship. We are about to witness the final game in the first group of this tournament between Tabben and Haza 5-4-3-2-1. Should be a good one. The winner of this match will advance to the semifinals, and the loser will be eliminated. So everything is on the table for this one.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. And I mean, how good is that to qualify on day one? So the person who qualifies here for the semi-final, I mean, they get the whole of tomorrow off. They can kind of scout out the opponents, just sort of sit down, relax, watch the games. And so, like, I feel like this is the best position to qualify in. And only one person gets to qualify on day one, and it's going to be either one of Haza or Tabben.
Yeah, absolutely. Who is your favorite to win, if you had to guess right now?
Between these two?
Yeah.
I mean, so Tabben just looked incredibly strong. I think he had probably the more convincing victory in his series. The Haza versus Snowww could have gone either way at any point. So, I mean, just based on previous performance that we've seen today, I would probably give Tabben the edge. But it's pretty hard to say. I mean, like, which way are you leaning?
You know, I actually agree with you. I think Tabben's looked really, really strong lately. I did play him last week, and I lost as well. So
yeah,
I know that he's just been getting better and better. It's hard to say exactly how good he is at the moment, but he's definitely looking strong. That being said, though, Haza, he is a strong player in his own right. Definitely could go either way. And yeah, I mean, they've got different play styles, right? Haza's more of a team player, maybe not as comfortable or consistent in 1v1, but he's got fantastic mechanics and APM. Like, he's very good at handling things all over the map. Tabben, on the other hand, a bit more strategy focused.
Yeah, that's the one thing I've noticed with Tabben. He seems to orientate everything around specific timings, and he doesn't do much of the raiding at raiding with multiple control groups. He just understands what's a really good time to attack, and he creates a really solid army and then pushes at that point, which is, yeah, definitely a contrast to Haza's play style. So we'll see how they kind of match up against each other.
Yeah, I think it'll be a good match, hopefully a close one. I believe it's best of 5, right? As well.
Yeah, should be a best of 5 as well. It's only up when we get to the semi-finals that it moves up another gear.
All right. Looks like players are just about to finish selecting the maps for this so far. Yeah. I believe you can see those at the bottom of the screen there on the stream. You can see which players have selected or vetoed which maps.
Yeah, so we've got, it looks like Pampas Sierras and Thar Desert have been banned, and Haza sticking with locking in New England. So that was a strategy I think he was using earlier. So obviously New England being one of the more unique maps in the map pool. If you with this veto system, you have the option to lock in a map. So a good strategy might be to practice a lot on New England, which seems to be what Haza's doing, and then lock it in and force your opponent to try and play on kind of a rather unique map.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be really good for him. He, of course, is a big Spain player, and Spain is quite good on that map. You've got the 4 trading posts, the pawns, and all the extra shipments that you can use that are normally maybe not so good in terms of their unit value, but when you ship warships, it's the same, and you get them cheaper, so it just makes things easier, right?
Yeah, it really suits his civilization picks. I mean, we saw Haza also picked Ottomans earlier, and he was telling me he's been playing a lot of Ottomans and Spanish are the 2 civs that you want there for New England. And so what other maps have we got coming in? We can see that Haza's actually also picked Fertile Crescent here, so he's locked that one in.
Yep. One other thing I just wanted to say about New England quickly. I'm really glad that he selected it, just because the games on New England are always super entertaining. It seems like every single game today and all other tournaments we've had with New England, the game is always like a really long one, really close, really like interesting strats coming out. And
I feel like you've jinxed it.
Oh no! Is it going to be an 8-minute game now?
Yeah, the one time. But no, you're right. It's just got so many different dynamics there with the ponds and the trading post line and the water on the right-hand side of the map that I suspect you're right, and we'd be bound to see an interesting game there. And then, to be honest, I'm just looking at the screen here. That's the most serious I've seen Haza look all day. Like he's been drinking quite a lot earlier, but he was saying he feels that it's making him more relaxed. So I don't think he's overdone it, but it seems he's turned on the seriousness now. And well, there we go. He's letting his mask slip a little bit there.
Either way, it's good to see. I think we're going to be in for a close one for sure. Looks like we have finally selected all of the maps. Or no, we're still waiting for Tabben to choose between High Plains or Florida. He does veto High Plains, so we will be getting Florida as that last map in the pool.
Right, so the final map pool, Kamchatka, Deccan, New England, Fertile Crescent, and if we go all the way, Florida is going to be our final map. And starting off with Kamchatka, that's kind of been a major theme of this tournament so far.
Yeah, no one really wants to veto it. It's like the Great Plains of ESOC patch, right?
Indeed.
And it's also a bit of a throwback towards the first big AoE3 tournament in recent memory back in 2015. The first one with when ESO Community first came out. And yeah, it's just a really solid map and usually creates good games as well. So looks like we'll be getting into it. The civs have been selected. It's going to be Haza playing Japan against Tabben's China. Thoughts?
Yeah, so I think this matchup is really close actually, hence why they're both happy to agree into it. China, for the most part, they would like to possibly get a stagecoach if they can, but that's something that's not going to be possible on this map. I expect Tabben's going to take an early trading post, though, possibly a second one. And yes, for what Harry has is going to do, I guess he's just going to be content to kind of sit back and hopefully deal with the timing that Tabben's going to put on. As we've already discussed, he's quite a timing and strategical player, so he's going to try and hit those key points in the game with the unit shipments that China can get out.
Yeah, and I really like this Japan pick from Haza as well, just because earlier we were talking about how build order focused Tabben is and how maybe Haza's maybe not as familiar as Tabben is with all the builds in 1v1. But when you pick Japan, you don't necessarily need a strict build. You just kind of, your win condition is to get to that late game safely. Yeah. And if you get there, you're probably going to win. Yeah. So you can kind of make it up as you go along, and the goal is just to survive. And your build order is not always super important. Tabben, on the other hand, China is one of his best civilizations. Definitely going to be a difficult one to win for Haza either way. But anyway, we're into the game now. Spawning in the north of the map here, we do have Tabben, the player that did knock out our #1 seed, LordRaphael, now going to be facing off against Haza's Japan. Looks like he is going to be walking towards this trading post over here just so that he can grab that up, get that XP income very early, which is, of course, quite good for China. Where's the hotkey for
so
Fog of War?
I think just spawning into a lot of these maps, there's just been a little starting lag, but it should dissipate fairly quickly. So just a small pause here by Tabben to try and dissipate that, but I believe that should be gone. Should be gone shortly. Yeah, I think we're good to.
Are you ready? Yes.
Sorry, do you know the hotkey for Fog of War? It's supposed to be Control-Shift-F, isn't it?
I believe so, yeah.
It doesn't seem to be working. Oh, never mind. It's because the game was paused, I suppose. All right, anyway. There's Tabben and his opponent spawning in the south of the map here. We do have Haza 5-4-3-2-1. And yeah, he's looking to pull out some magic with Japan against Tabben's infamous China. So it should be a good one. Dropping down that consulate. I believe it was a wood start, so we'll be getting that consulate very early. We'll help him age up a little bit earlier, as well as gives him some cheaper shrines moving into the later stages of the game here, sort of accelerate that boom.
Yeah, I used to remember when it was only maybe a year ago, whereas where starting with a trading post as China used to be really uncommon, but now it's completely switched in that every Chinese player seems to start off with a trading post, and that's just due to how important the shipments are. So China obviously going to head up to Age 3 as soon as they can, and they just have so powerful shipments that players seem to feel that it's worth it to get that trading post as early on as they can.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a bit of a trade-off. You do not have that second village, and you do lose out on a villager, but yeah, the shipment income definitely is worth it, especially now that games tend to be going on a little bit longer than they used to back in the day. Having that shipment progression that just gets better and better once you are in the fortress age and stuff like that, and once you and when it's now that it's a little bit easier to get to fortress as people are going for those greedier builds, definitely makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, they both scouted this 85 wood treasure here at the bottom, but both of them took a little break from it. Hazza seems to be circling around, and Tabben went back, but he's come back in, and actually there's no explorer nearby for Hazza, so Tabben's going to be able to pick this up pretty safely, so that's a really nice win for him.
It certainly is. One thing we do have to remember, though, China, of course, usually doesn't like to do anything until the Fortress Age, and sometimes that means you actually don't get to spend that wood until around 7 or 8 minutes. So yeah, it's a really nice pickup for him. It will help him later on, but it wouldn't be as impactful as it would have been for like Hazza, who could easily just dump that into a shrine or something.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a little bit before he can use that, but we'll see if maybe he adapts with that 85 wood. He could maybe decide to chop like an extra 100 wood or something in transition, maybe drop down a second trading post or something like that, or maybe a market even. So we'll see if he does try to do something a little bit creative in that sense. But anyway, back at home, looks like Hazza is going to be aging up. Pretty reasonable age-up time for Japan. So that's going to feel pretty good for him.
So in terms of build, what are we expecting here from Tabben? Do you think he's going to go ahead and ship the 9 Quang Pikemen and get on sieging Hazza's shrines? And sort of play it out a little bit in a semi-FF style, so maybe make another batch, or would he just ship the 9 Quang Pikemen and head on up to Age 3 after that? Or would he not ship them at all?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an option. I guess it just depends on your playstyle and stuff like that, what your game plan is. Hopefully we'll find out in a moment what he intends to do exactly. He's just started aging, dropping 4 vills on that wonder to accelerate that just a little bit. He's also switched a few villagers over to wood, so he's going to be doing something with that wood. You know, it could be like for a second village or something, then use that extra population to get that 9 pikemen really like comfortably.
Yeah.
So it's definitely an option. Could also send maybe something like, oh, I can't see the deck. Let me fix that. Could send something like 7 step riders or something, just because they do have quite good siege, and the mobility as well makes them very adept at killing shrines and hunting down those monks.
Yeah, at the very least, it does seem to indicate he's not going to go for that standard typical China FF where we just see the 700 coin coming out, then immediately aging up. So he is going to try and do something in Age 2, whether it's a bit of economy with a market, or whether it's getting that extra village, as you say, shipping the 9 Quang Pikemen. And Hazza, I guess his game plan is just going to be to see how much economy and how greedy he can actually be during the transition period. So we can see he's already up to 60 shrine pop, and he's just pretty much spamming shrines around the map. But he might have to contest with the pikemen we're anticipating pretty soon.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, Tabben did actually go for the second village, which, I mean, normally that second village doesn't really do anything for you if you're going to chop 100 wood in transition, unless you intend to send units. At the moment, I imagine that 700 gold is on the way just to advance that Fortress Age agenda a little bit more quickly, but I do kind of expect him to follow up with units as we've been talking about shortly thereafter. But we will keep an eye on him just to keep tabs on that. Tabs on Tabben. But anyway, let's switch over to shipment sent, units in queue, get a better idea of what's going on in the players' heads right now. Hazza is, of course, sending that 4 villager shipment, which has just now arrived as I'm saying it. And he's got that market. He's got some market upgrades in. No military building from him, though. Just content to continue booming, and I think he's pretty comfortable in doing so, as China, not normally the most aggressive civ in the world. And as for Tabben, he just spent his shipment, and his population is still quite low, so it looks like he is actually just going to be going for the 700 wood, at least for now.
Yeah, so he's actually going to wait to Age 3 to put on some pressure. So I think Hazard just caught a sight of the 700 coin there from Tabben. So Hazard knows he's going to be safe to try and get as many shrines up as he can in transition. And his game plan, I would guess, is to follow Tabben up to the Fortress Age. He's just going to be a bit slower, and but he should still have access to those Fortress Age units.
For sure. He can afford to be a little bit slower too. He has more ways to invest into his economy than China does. So China, you know, they prefer to be quite quick just because there's not much for them to do in the colonial age unless they want to make units. But Japan, on the other hand, has lots they can do, sending the 4 villagers, building all these shrines, grabbing those market upgrades and all that neat stuff. But he is actually, as you're saying, going to be following up quite quickly with the Shogunate, actually. Instead of the Golden Pavilion, which is what we normally see. And I really like this decision, and I know that this is a little bit of I'm a little bit biased about this wonder, but this is a really nice wonder for this type of build where you're not sending 600 wood, not making any military buildings or stuff like that, because you get the daimyo when you age up, as well as cheaper units and 300 experience. And that just makes it really easy to train units. You get that forward shipment point with the daimyo. The daimyo gives you a similar bonus to the Golden Pavilion as well, with that 10% damage aura. So this is a really nice adaptation from him for a very quick, fast fortress. And I wonder if it means he's going to try and be aggressive, or if he's just doing this because he's maybe anticipating some aggression from Tabben, as we do see the forward base in the middle here.
Yeah, I really like this, because you know if China hasn't done any pressure and they're doing a straight fortress, that they're going to hit you with a really, really hard timing in the fortress age pretty early on. So you need to make sure that you're going to be prepared for that. And so just getting the XP from this, having the ability to make cheaper units, having the daimyo come out as well, which you can train units from as well. It's just going to mean that he's going to have kind of all the ability to counter what Tabben's going to throw at him. And yeah, as you said, Tabben's actually put up a village in the middle of the map. He's got a war academy, so this pressure is already really close to Haz's base.
Yeah, absolutely. And this could have been even more pressure than it is at the moment. Like, he could have aged with the Confucian Academy for those 8 skirmishers. Opted not to, but Haz, of course, doesn't know that. So for the moment, though, I'm just going to be waiting. These bows, buying a little bit of time and getting some information on what's going on in the middle here. The daimyo actually just sitting underneath the village. I wonder what he's got on the way. Let's take a quick look at his deck. It's actually the 8 Ashigarus that are going to be coming in. 5 meter hammers, though, and the Ashigaru aren't in. And another 5 Ashigaru are going to be cut off from the back, so this could be really dangerous, actually.
Yeah, he's really caught out of position. So the Ashigarus do come in just next to the daimyo. The daimyo is going to be able to tank a lot of damage as well. It's a really, really strong unit here, and that's helping considerably in this fight. But it looks like it's going to be quite an even trade.
Yeah, just look at the meteor hammers. They're just so good. Like, only one has fallen, and almost all of Haz's army has gone down. And well, I guess about half the army. But those meteor hammers being really, really good against the musketeer-type units like Ashigaru, because they have that melee range.
Yeah, neither player felt confident enough to continue that fight. They were both sort of happy to accept they killed half of each other's army and decided, okay, we'll call a miniature sort of truce. And I mean, now Japan's doing one of the things that's so annoying, is just raiding around the map with Ashigarus, and that's going to cause a little bit of a pain for Tabben. But I mean, at the same time, Tabben's also pushing into the base of Hazard, so they're going to have to manage 2 sides of the map at the moment.
Yep, he is coming in here with those Changdao swordsmen and arquebusiers with the handful of meteor hammers to support them. Going to get right up under the town center. Minutemen going to be called. I don't think Hazard really has enough to deal with this. He does have Ashigaru and Q at the racks. Not going to pop out just yet. Here we go. But popping out sort of in the less helpful side. And those Nagi are going to be forced to retreat for the time being.
The daimyo just gets caught on the bottom side. I think Hazard's going to need to pull some vills into this. He does at the bottom, so we got about 4 or 5 vills fighting. But I mean, they're going to go down. So he's taking a big economic hit here, and I'm not sure he's even going to clean up this army. At the same time, though, he is idling Tabben in his base. He has killed a number of villagers with his Ashigarus, and he might get a few more as well. So it's not like he isn't doing some damage at the same time.
Yeah, this has definitely done a lot of damage for Tabben, though. He did kill that daimyo, of course, being huge, and a couple of villagers. That daimyo, of course, can be retrained at the shogunate later, but for the time being, that's going to make what little army Hazard does have significantly weaker, and losing that shipment point and that military building, as the daimyo doubles as, is very painful for sure. And yeah, Tabben just getting the better of this. His unit's still sitting underneath the town center. He knows that Hazard doesn't really have a lot of income at the moment, and he's just going to be sitting here trying to deny as much gather time as possible while he booms away at home. But the 9 Yumi coming and going to get caught by the meteor hammer, but not too much done.
Yeah, Hazard's mass is just too small here. Each time a batch of units pops out, it seems to be taken down. But I think Tabben's decided he's done enough damage here and is gonna spare Hazard a little bit. But I mean, I kind of agree with you in the sense that I think Hazard took a lot more damage than Tabben did.
Yeah, for sure, especially when you consider that he's just barely like held on here. And he's already starting to run low on these orchards. He can maybe send one more military shipment before that, but then he has to send orchards, which can be really painful as Japan, especially when you're struggling to get back into the game already. So he's on a bit of a clock here.
And the thing with China is they're a civ that does not lose momentum. They just continually build momentum, so they get more and more batches from the Summer Palace, and the Porcelain Tower just continues to generate resources. Whereas you mentioned with the orchards, that's one main issue Japan has, is there's always a point in the game where they lose momentum, and China's not going to lose momentum, and he already had the bigger army advantage, and it's just going to continue to grow even more. So I was just about to suggest actually a couple of walls here might be really useful to help him defend, because he's always going to be behind on army. But I mean, it might just get up in time, but is it even going to matter?
Yeah, I don't know. This army population is significantly in favor of Tabben right now, almost an extra 30 units. Just going to be pushing in, ignoring that wall for the time being. The second wall did not actually go up. So he does have an opening here to just walk right into the base, deny the gathering on this gold mine and these cherry orchards. A couple vills are probably going to go down here. One vill goes down, 2 vills, 3 vills, 4 vills go down. Oh, fifth one also goes down, so that's really painful. I mean, economically, he's still okay, just looking at it. But again, as we've mentioned, he's definitely hurting 4 units and soon going to be having to send those cherry orchards as well.
I think he was a little distracted by a raid he was trying to put on Tabben at the top side. Got a little bit done, but not too much. Tabben brought some units back to defend, so he's got some redcoats. And Tabben's now deciding to push in. I like it that he's being pretty careful, though. He's not committing to anything. He knows the number of villages that he's killed of Hazard. He knows he's done some significant eco damage. So he's kind of sizing up Hazard's army and deciding whether it's worth it to commit under the town center and actually take the risk. At the moment, he's deciding that, okay, he won't commit too much. He's just going to take the trades with the range units. So he's playing it quite safe.
Yeah, for sure. And it's working out quite well for him, as Yumi are in this little corner here, going to be helping him a little bit against the few cavalry units there is. But the skirmisher mass is just too much to deal with at the moment from China. And yeah, that's going to be the GG called from Haza. So actually a pretty clean victory from Tabben,
I would say so. That looked like a pretty confident victory from Tabben. Really well played there. And Hazard didn't look like he had kind of any moment in that game where it looked like he might be able to come out on top there.
Yeah, a little bit surprising there for sure, but well played from Tabben. Hazard was ahead a little bit in economy, but just the trades on the fights, just look at this. Like, the first fight was a little bit even, but then Hazard was forced to, send those units up towards Tabben's base instead of back home to defend. And as a result, Tabben got this really nice timing with that 11 Cheng Dao shipment, allowed him to get a really nice trade underneath the town center, as well as idle a lot of villagers, which you can see on the graph a little bit right here. And yeah, that just gave him all the momentum, as you were talking about, and China just doesn't slow down, and Tabben knows what he's doing from that position for sure.
Yeah, I think the trouble started actually when Hazard's initial crossbows got caught out of position, just a tiny bit, and his reinforcements were on the right-hand side, Tabben's army was in the middle, and his initial daimyo and the 8 crossbows were on the left-hand side. And you just can't lose momentum in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Either way, though, we are going to be jumping into the second game. Tabben will have to pick his civ first, so Hazard does have an opportunity to come back a little bit in this series. And you do have to remember that China is one of Tabben's better civs. So
I would say it's his best. Is it not his best civ, along with maybe India?
Yeah, it might be his best civ for sure. So getting that out of the way, you don't have to worry about it anymore when you're picking your civilizations and stuff like that. So
that's only a minor consolation, though, isn't it?
I'm trying to, I'm trying to help things along a little bit, but yeah, it never feels good to lose a game. But you got to look at the silver lining a little bit.
And here we go. The other civ that we mentioned, Tabben is pretty strong at is India, and so the next map coming up is Deccan. So it's a perfect opportunity to pull out the Indians. I think we've seen them being.
The counter pick, though. Yeah, India, of course, very, very good on Deccan for sure. But India, is a matchup that's been notoriously bad for India in the past. It's just really difficult for them to deal with things like a really fast fortress with early falconets or like Abus guns, because they don't have the greatest cavalry unit in the game for dealing with units that can kite as well as Abus guns.
Oh, I hadn't noticed.
So I really like the counter pick from Haza here, and it's definitely a decent map for autos as well. You maybe don't get to abuse the fact that you age up faster than other civs as much, but you do have 5 trading posts on this map, which definitely helps your economy a lot.
Yeah, and the really nice things for Ottomans here is they feel so flexible in the sense that they have a number of strategies that they can choose to do that are quite effective against India, and it's up to India to try and scout the Ottomans and find out, are they going for that Age 2 play, amassing a lot of Janissaries and Abus guns, or are they actually going to go for, as you said, the Age 3 play, bringing the falconets, bringing the Mamelukes, and you need to try and identify and scout that as soon as you can as the Indians, so you can prepare for whatever timing's coming at you.
Yeah, Tabben's definitely going to be on the reactive side of things this game, and scouting will certainly be essential. But anyway, we are going to be jumping into the game. We've had a few restarts on this map. Let's hope that the first time is golden this time around.
Yeah, I think we had one that took almost 6 times, but I'm feeling good about this one.
All right. It's, okay, we're into the game now. Looks mostly okay, I think, actually. I guess we don't actually have to check the map, do we? The admins do that. Sweet. All right, so here we are. I'll do the introductions once again. We have an admin pause, which means I think we are screwed.
Mines again, yeah, they do seem to be what's causing the trouble on this map. But that's not a problem. We'll just do a quick restart, get back into the swing of things, and hopefully the second respawn is going to be a bit more favorable on the mines.
For sure.
Now, of course, the one thing about Deccan is that the starting mine is 5k coin, so by the time you even get out to the second mine, it's actually a reasonable way into the big game.
Yeah, you do sort of have to keep that in mind when checking it, but we do want to make sure that the map is as balanced as possible, just to give each player the best shot possible at a fair game. So we'll get started again momentarily here. But, yeah, I mean, so if you had to play this matchup as a resident India player yourself, how would you approach it as India?
I think as India, you have to just be defensive and reactive. So start off defensive, and then it's up to your scouting abilities to find out. And it's not always easy to scout Ottomans, as often they send first cards such as 700 coin, which unfortunately can mean almost anything. Okay, you send 700 coin if you're going to fast fortress, you send 700 coin if you're going to mass Abus guns. So it's not always the easiest. What you're looking for is if you can find a forward base, that helps narrow things down. If you notice they age up with the tower, then obviously that signifies it's going to be a fortress age, but it's not always a simple thing to scout. But luckily, one thing you do have is 2 explorers, so it's I feel you should be able to get an adequate read at about 5 to 6 minutes if you're on top of things.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny that you mentioned that, because I was just thinking that Ottoman is a really difficult civ to scout. Like, the 700 coin can mean anything. But also, if you just look at the resources they're gathering, you're like, okay, they aged with 400 wood. They're gathering food and gold. So he's either making 1 of 3 units, Janissaries, Hussars, or Abus guns, or he's FFing. Who knows, right?
Yep, and so it's super hard to narrow down. But Haz is a smart guy. I'm sure he'll be able to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, for sure.
It'll be interesting to see if Tabben goes for a trading post, actually. I know he's a big fan of trading posts. You've got the option of, as India, either going for the yaks, which are kind of a pretty good substitute for the trading post, but not as good. So there's still the option to build a trading post here as India.
Yeah, that's a good point for sure, especially against Ottomans who like to take all the trading posts. You might want to take that just to deny it from the Ottoman player, if nothing else. But the yaks, as you mentioned, are going to be a pretty decent advantage for Haza on this map, at least for him, as or or sorry, for Tabben rather, as Haza only has the 1 Explorer. Can't do a whole lot of scouting as a result.
Oh, yeah.
And all right, looks like we are in. Let me just turn on the Fog of War and start the introduction. So even east of the map here, we do have Haza 54321, of course, as the red Ottoman player, as we've been discussing already. Going to be walking towards that trading post, dropping that down as early as possible so you can get that early experience income, get that early 3 villager shipment as soon as possible. And Tabben, on the left side of the map here, going to be playing as the Blue Indians, one of his better civilizations, as we've already mentioned. And also going to be, oh, this is sneaky. Haza actually, of course, seeing that he only has 1 scout, he decided that, well, you can usually tell that the yaks are going to spawn on the plateau here, usually on the entrances a little bit to the plateau. And so if you send your villager over there, you're going to lose a little bit of gather time, but if you do find the yaks as Ottoman, you can just compensate for it by eating it right away, and that denies the Indian player a little bit of experience income. And that's definitely a really neat adaptation from him.
Yeah, it's a really smart play. So you will always on this map have 2 yaks spawn pretty close towards your town center in the first opening there on the right. So Haza knew that he should be able to get to both of them in time. So it's fine to send the villager out, and the long-term benefit of denying Tabben the XP from the extra yaks is really useful. And actually we can see Tabben, he's not going to make the same mistake that we saw earlier on. I don't know if you caught the game with Prince playing. It took him almost a minute to place his aggro. So
yeah, I did see that.
Yeah. So we had 2 vills come out. So it looks like one was there just to build a wall, but it's always nice to send out 2 vills, even if you are going for a defensive aggro. It just helps with the placement of that.
Yeah, and this is just a really nice aggro placement too. You just completely lock down this choke point and make sure it's totally defended. And the aggro fort being a part of this wall will also give you a lot more line of sight into the middle plateau here, so you can see attacks coming a lot more quickly than if maybe you built that wall in front of the aggro. It is a little bit more exposed, but I don't think you have to worry about early siege damage from Ottoman too much. So I like that.
Yeah, I was wondering about that actually, because normally when we see India players do a defensive aggro, it is actually a bit more close to the TC, just to enable you to have a bit of town center fire, a bit of minute member. Maybe he's expecting that Haza's actually gonna go for that Fortress Age play, or maybe play a bit slower, and he's not too concerned about that.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, interestingly enough, Tabben is actually opting to hold on to his shipment, so he's not going to be sending the early wood trickle. He hasn't even selected a deck yet, despite having almost 2 shipments.
And he's stolen a trading post here from Haza. So this is really nice actually. It's gonna slow Haza down so much and buy him some extra time. Because if Haza wants to get stagecoach, and as Ottomans, you 99% of the time you want stagecoach. He's going to have to, rather than sending his Janissaries to be sieging the aggro or coming into the town center and killing villagers, he's going to buy a lot of time by forcing him to siege this trading post.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a pain for Haza to deal with, who is now dropping a Rax on the northern side of the map that was scouted by the monk, I believe. So Tabben will know that this is coming. Unfortunately for him, the aggro fort is going to be nowhere near his base to help defend against that. But that early forewarning should be more than enough to get him adequately prepared, as he does have Sepoy in queue now, just to make sure he has a few units to defend that. And I imagine those Janissaries is probably going to just be preoccupied with sieging down that trading post as early as possible, so you can abuse that stagecoach, get that extra income. And it looks like he's also going to be dropping down trading posts on the bottom of the map. No? Oh, maybe not. 700 coin actually going to be coming out, and that's going to help him accelerate this Aegis gun production a little bit from this artillery foundry once that goes up.
Yeah, so it looks like it's just going to be your standard Janissary Aegis gun in Age 2, which is a really strong strategy against India. And actually, Tabben started off by training Sepoys, so he's going to need to adapt at some point. And when he scouts the artillery foundry, I expect him to move over to mostly training Gurkhas, as the Sepoys probably not going to be super useful against the Aegis guns. I believe they actually get almost 2-shotted, is it?
Pretty close, yeah. They take 160 damage, so they have 20 HP left. So it's not ideal for them, for sure. And Aegis guns in general are just a really difficult unit to deal with as India. I mean, even if you're going for Gurkha, it's really hard to mass enough to effectively trade with them. And so he's on a little bit of a clock. He does see the artillery foundry, though, and he's going to walk forward. 10 or 5 more jams going to pop out. Probably going to dissuade him from being too aggressive there. But he knows about the Aegis guns now. He knows that that's potentially on the way. 5 do pop out, and that's going to be retreating, or the retreat signal for Tabben, sorry.
Yeah, so, I mean, he's going to lose this trading post. Okay, it's going to buy him a bit of time. He got a couple of passes from it, but it is going to go down. So he's going to need to come up with a kind of a strategy to deal with this composition. It's a really hard composition to deal with as India. You just need almost a huge mass of Gurkhas and some Sours. So we can see we've got the 4 Sour shipment coming, and that's going to help deal with the Aegis guns a little bit. But 4 Sours just by themselves is not enough to tank, which is why we can see we got the 3 Ottoman Hussars. So this could possibly be enough.
Yeah, I mean, he has no choice but to push now, it feels like, with those 2 military shipments coming in. You don't want to let that Aegis count grow, as once it hits sort of that critical mass of maybe 15 or 20, it's almost impossible to deal with it sometimes, but it looks like he's actually not going to push just yet. He does have another shipment on the way. Could maybe be something like 5 sepoys, maybe just going to wait for that for a slightly stronger timing. But it does have to be a timing. Like, he is on a little bit of a clock here.
Yeah, I'm wondering, is it Hazard who has to push into Tabben at this point, or is it Tabben who has to push out because of this stagecoach? Because I mean, the longer the game goes on, it is always going to favor India at some point.
Yeah, for sure. Here is the 5 sepoy shipment, another 5 sepoy from the Egra Fort being trained, and that is going to be go time. The Aegis guns walking forward don't actually take a shot from the sepoy, so he's just going to continue to kite back. Really good trade from him so far, but there's not a lot of infantry here to defend them right now. The Soars do manage to snare that army, and the sepoy are walking up close. These Aegis actually going to get blocked a little bit by the trading post, which might make this a little bit more difficult for him to continue kiting.
I think the trading post is beginning to help just a little bit now. It's blocking some of the Sours there, and as long as the Sours die, he can kite forever with these Aegis guns. And so I think this is actually going quite well for Hazi. He just popped out a number of reinforcements, which is just enough. And these sepoys are getting really low in number now.
Yeah, and this is really all in from Tabben too. You can see he's continuing to push forward because he knows that once he retreats here, he doesn't really have much of a follow-up, having sent essentially 3 military shipments as his first 3 cards, as he did convert that diplomatic intrigue, that 300 export shipment, into those 3 Hussars. So, yeah, I mean, that definitely did not go the way that he would have liked, and he's in a little bit of a predicament at the moment.
Yeah, some really nice micro coming out from Hazard. I was noticing on a couple of those Abus volleys, while still microing his Jans at the same time, he was splitting his Abus into 2 little box groups so he can take out 2 sepoy on 1 volley, which is a really hard thing to do when you're trying to micro the Janissaries as well.
Yeah, so especially while you're trying to kite backwards at the same time. So yeah, there's a lot going on there.
It's a lot to juggle.
Yeah, Hazard doing a really good job there for sure. But yeah, it looks like Tabben just continuing to train sepoy. He doesn't have a stable or anything yet, so he's fully committed to this heavy infantry unit right here. No Gurkha being added, no additional Soars going to be added. But he did send 600 coin, and he might potentially be thinking of going for Tiger Claws, maybe.
Yeah, Tiger Claws would actually be really nice against these Abus guns, but I was going to say, when in doubt, the thing you should always do is train more sepoy.
When in doubt, sepoy it out.
Yep, seems to work for a lot of people, and Hazard's getting confident here. He's pushing in. So if we see something like the Tiger Claws, I mean, Tabben is stacking the coin. The issue is he doesn't have the shipment available to him, and he probably needs to take down a few of these Abus guns with the TC fire. We can see he's working on that now. That might just give him enough XP to actually get out the Tiger Claws. But he's still a little ways off, and I don't think he's going to engage before the Tiger Claws come in.
Yeah, it seems like something that he absolutely needs. His army is just too one-dimensional right now. Those Abus guns would kite it far too effectively, but while he waits, he's losing houses. He's overpopulation now. He can't actually train any additional units. Frantically rebuilding those, it looks like, in the back of the base there, but those houses have really low HP, and they're just going to continue going down, and Hazard knows that he's got he's got the advantage right now. He sees only Sepoys walking into him, so he's not too worried, and he's just gonna take out that house, just safely walk away, and wait to see what Tabben can throw at him.
Yeah.
And deleting all the yaks as well.
Oh wow, he got those converted. Oh, that's a huge deal. And I should say at the same time, while throughout this, Tabben had a raid on in Hazard's base. It's been cleared up now, but for the most part, all of Hazard's villas had been idled for the past minute there. So not a complete disaster for Tabben, but he is in. He's in trouble. I mean, at this point, do you even send the Tiger Claws, or do you just age up? I mean, I'm looking at his resource distribution. He's banking 900 food, 700.
Yeah.
Do you just risk the Euromies and decide you're so far behind that you take the risk and see if you can get away with an age up, even as unlikely as it seems?
Yeah, I mean, it's true. It doesn't look like Tiger Claws would be the best thing. A list of regulars, actually.
Wow.
But yeah, the Tiger Claws don't really seem like they would be the best option here. Instead, he's going to be going for that.
He spent his resources, so they're coming out. Hazard's backing up.
Okay, here we go. Here's the big Minutemen pop coming out. A lot of units here. This is India's chance to get back into the game. He's on a really big clock with these Minutemen, but he's getting a really good trade. Town Center was also focusing the Aegis guns down earlier, so the count is actually quite low, and it looks like this is actually going to go quite well for him. Some more reinforcing Jans coming from the back, but not going to be there quite in time. Only one Aegis gun, though, coming from the batch there, and those are the units that he really needs with this composition to make sure that he can continue fighting.
Yeah, really good use of the elephants by Tabben. He was moving them behind Hazard's army to force Hazard to be focusing every single fire animation onto Tabben's infantry. And these sentries are just constantly snaring the entire army. So Hazard hasn't been able to get away. He's sacrificing his Janissaries just to enable, what is that, only 4 Aegis guns? So those are the really expensive units to escape there. So that was really nice by Tabben.
Yeah, that being said, though, there is a raid going down on the south side of the map from Hazard with that 3 Hussar shipment. He's going to get quite a few vills, idle some more, maybe deny this hunt for a little while. So that's going to be a nice pickup for him. And ultimately, that was kind of the best possible scenario for Tabben. But look at his army at the end of the day. He's got 6 Sepoy left and a lot of very low hit points Minutemen that are just going to be cleaned up very easily from Hazard. And behind this Hazard, he's got those 3 Hussars just keeping check on the resources down here, and all 5 trading posts up.
Here's 2 stagecoaches, and so that's the equivalent of 20 villages. So we can see the recalculated economic unit population looks pretty similar, but if you add 20 villages to that, then Ottoman's is just miles ahead.
Yeah, he's doing quite well for himself for sure. That Explorer just picking off Minutemen in the back of the base as well. Does go down, but does get to see a little bit of information, does find out where those villagers are, and see some of the army composition from Tabben, so that's going to be nice for him.
Yeah, so I mean, Tabben's just going to have to figure out some sort of other timing. I mean, he either needs to take down some of these trading posts, or he just needs to push the forward base. But I mean, Hazard's just playing it very safe. He's rebuilt his mass up. We can see we got probably at least 10 Aegis guns there and a lot more Janissaries. Hazard knows that he doesn't really need to push at this point, so he's just been playing it pretty passively, just kind of patrolling his top stagecoach line that he knows is a potential point of pressure from Tabben. And I mean, the longer this goes on, now it's good for Hazard, and it's up to Tabben to make the push. And I think he's decided it's time.
Yeah, it looks like he's decided that he's not going to be any stronger than he is right now with those 3 Ottoman Hussars coming from the consulate. And 10 Tiger Claws coming as well behind this, actually. So he's going to try to force this fight, make sure he gets a really good fight, and then maybe he can get back into the game. But here we go. Hazard doing some kiting. The Hussar's going to come from the back, spot the Tiger Claws, draw a little bit of attention away as those Aegis guns just pick away at that Sepoy mass. And you can already see the army count dwindling for Tabben as they go down there.
Yeah, so a lot of this army was still actually those 1 hit point sentries, so not as powerful as it looks, and there's the GG.
Yeah, well played from Hazard. Ottoman, of course, just playing to Ottoman's strengths there with the Aegis guns and with the stagecoach TPs and everything, and just, yeah, very, very well controlled game.
Yeah, that was really nicely done. I did like the move from Tabben, though, to enlist those irregulars. When you're behind, you've got to make some sort of plays to get back in the game, and getting a really nice town center and unit pop is one of the ways that you can do that. So he certainly gave himself the chance to get back into that, cleaned up most of Hazard's army, but at the end of the day, he didn't have anything to deal with those five trading posts, and so even if you clean up the army, it's just going to get replenished when you've got double stagecoach and 5 trading posts.
Yeah, it's definitely very, very strong for the Ottoman player once you have that up. And yeah, so series does get tied up. It's 1-1. And we'll be jumping into Game 3 now, so it's already shaping up to be a pretty good series.
Yeah, so what's our next map is actually New England, so that's one that Hazard locked in, and I think we can be expecting Spanish to be coming out from Hazard.
I think so. He's already used Ottomans, which is the other
civ that you can play on that map.
Yeah, so probably going to be expecting that. And you know, if your opponent can already anticipate a civ pick like that on this map, like I imagine Tabben's kind of anticipating Spain on New England, and you get to first pick on that map, it's actually pretty good for you, right? Because if you have to counter pick on that map, it really doesn't mean anything if your opponent knows what you're going to counter pick
That's
with
exactly
anyway.
right. But what would you... So having that knowledge, what does Tabben go here? Does he pull something out like Ottomans?
Right. I haven't seen Tabben play a lot of Ottomans, but it's a possibility. He could still play India again. Oh, actually has it going Aztec. Okay. Interesting.
So I would say that's quite an unexpected pick coming out from Hazard. Do you think that's just because he wants to avoid queuing into any matchup that might be predictable? So as you were saying, it's very obvious that Hazard's going to go Spain on New England, so he decides, well, hang on, if it's so obvious, probably shouldn't do it.
Yeah.
Because they're going to have planned for it, so he's decided, well, I'll throw something different into the wrench. A wrench into the works here, and pull out Aztecs, which I think at the moment is considered a little bit of a weak civilization. So certainly not expected.
Yeah, definitely unexpected. But you know, they do have some things going for them on New England. They can mix in stagecoach very easily. They're very strong on water, although they maybe don't benefit so much from warships in the pond as other civs.
Curious about that.
But they do have caravels, or not caravels, sorry. They have war huts, and war huts can help lock down those ponds, keep control of them a little bit more easily than you otherwise would. Mm-hmm. So you can definitely understand the reason for the pick.
They do also have access to the free privateer shipment, so that's
true.
It's a one-off thing, so you can't train them, but it's a mercenary shipment, costs 500 coin, and it's 3 very, very strong ships. I believe each one is probably stronger than an individual caravel. The issue with that, though, is you have to position them very carefully so they all spawn in the pond. So you do have that initial investment that you can put into one of the ponds on New England to try and take a bit of map control there.
Yeah, that's very true. A little bit of a risk to go for that, as you said, in the pond, but it could potentially be quite powerful for sure. They'll also be good if Tabben chooses to go for a heavy water civ and does try to go for that fishing economy. He will have a good way to shut that down with potentially those 3 privateers coming out.
Yeah, I mean, we can just see here the benefit of having a really, really large civ pool to pick from, and that Hazard's able to just completely switch it up and pull something out like Aztecs.
Yeah, I mean, he does play most civilizations, it's true.
Yeah, I was speaking with Diarouga earlier a little bit, and he was saying he considered, he's known as one of the best Aztec players at the moment, and he was saying he considers it so weak that he didn't actually want to play it in this tournament. Yeah. And so, I mean, Hazard loves proving people wrong, so we'll see if he can actually take a win here.
Yeah, it would be very cool to see Aztec picking up a win. But looks like Tabben is potentially going to be playing Spain against this.
So he's going for the more conventional pick. Mm-hmm. Spain is what we're expecting to see on this map. And I mean, it could just be that Hazard doesn't like mirrors. He thought maybe Tabben's going to go Spain. Don't want to queue into a Spanish mirror. So happy to take Aztecs versus Spain, which is a matchup I know that he has played a fair amount, at least in the past. I'm not sure if he's done it recently, but I know he has had experience of this matchup in the past.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting matchup too. I don't know how experienced Tabben is with Spain, so I'm not really sure what to expect, but assuming that he goes relatively standard, I mean, I don't know if he goes for ATP or not, actually, just because Aztecs are one of the better civs at controlling or denying ATP, with those Puma Spearmen being very high siege units and the forward base being very difficult to contest early on. It really means you have a lot of control over that part of the map.
Yep.
Would you like to do the introductions this time?
Yeah, sure. I can take this on.
All right.
Okay, so spawning in the top of the map in the color red, we have Hazza 5-4-3-2-1 playing as the Aztecs. And unfortunately, we have a small minor issue here with the map. So Hazza missing a third mine. So it looks like we're just going to go ahead and rehost this just to. I mean, he's feeling okay about it. It probably impacts Aztecs the least out of any civilization not having a mine. They produce mostly food and wood units, but yeah, seems that he's okay to play on.
Yeah, so we aren't going to be doing a restart, which is good, and hopefully that won't end up being super impactful later on in the game. As you mentioned already, Aztec is sort of one of the lower coin dependent civs in the game.
Yes.
But anyway, yeah, there's Hazza in the north of the map there. And in the south of the map, would you like to introduce our opponent?
Yeah, playing as the Spanish, we have Tabben. And so we got a 200 wood start, and it seems he's left both of the wood crates at the moment. We'll obviously pick up one of them at least to place a house down, but it doesn't look like he's overly keen to go for something like the trading post. In fact, he's more interested here in this 2 stray dogs, which is really nice for Spain to pick up. It's essentially the equivalent of 160 food. It just doesn't benefit your age up, but the dogs themselves will be incredibly useful, and they're just going to help you pick up pretty much every other treasure that you want on this map.
Yeah, that's going to make it very, very difficult to fight him as well as the Aztec player. And actually, Hazza doing something a little bit different this time around. He is actually going for the trading post start with Aztec, and he's chopping the extra 100 wood so he can still get that fire pit down. And in the meantime, going to be scouting scouting around his base with that warrior priest before that fire pit goes up. And this is a really nice build. It's a little bit slower than normal, but you do get a lot of shipments and momentum going in early colonial. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that, and it does also deny one of these trading posts to Spain later on. Yeah,
it's a very unusual choice, and I wonder if he's gone for that just because of the matchup. So he wants to deny the trading post. And we got a small treasure contention here.
Yeah, this is not going well for Hazza. His rifleman did get killed there, and with the additional dogs, or just one additional dog for now. Looks like he is actually going to go down to the Explorer, already below 50 HP. So that's going to hurt a lot. That's 100 XP that's going to go over to Spain very early, which is really, really nice for them, as they do have cheaper shipments than other civs. So that XP is a little bit more valuable for them than it would be for other civs.
I mean, that's the equivalent of starting off with a trading post, pretty much.
Yeah.
Just taking that 100 XP.
And that could mean that you potentially get that advanced trading post shipment earlier if that is what you want to go for against Aztec. We'll see in a moment if he does do that with this shipment that he's now received.
Do you think he's gonna go for that? I feel like in this matchup, it's probably not necessarily the wisest thing to do. As we said, can get out those Puma Spearmen. They got a really high siege, much more so than other pikemen, equivalent pikemen from other civilizations. So, and yeah, we can see Tabben's actually just saving the shipment here. So it's looking like it's not going to be any sort of advanced trading post play, and instead he's probably going to do something considerably more standard. But he is actually going to pick himself up at least one trading post.
Yeah,
just not with the advanced trading post.
Look how many units he has out here on the map already as well. Those 2 war dogs, of course, that we already know about. But he's also got the Cherokee rifleman and a tomahawk, and this is pretty awkward for Aztec because you want to forward base, right? You want to lock down those trading posts, lock down these pawns. try to assert as much pressure on the map as possible, but these units might just make that impossible.
Yeah, usually Aztecs doesn't have this. They don't have this problem, right? Usually they're the one with all, with all the converts and the kind of the mini zoo army and the natives. So this is Hazard's going to be put into a really unfamiliar position here. He's going to have to play with a war hut in base, and so it'll be curious to see how he handles that, and maybe he might even choose to do something like a warrior priest boom rather than going aggressive.
Yeah, I mean,
just because of that.
It looks like he's already adapting a little bit. He is actually going for the shaman age up instead of the messenger. I believe that is the war hut age up. And that could actually make it easier to forward base actually with that Travaux. If you can sneak it past the extra units there, you can potentially place that safely.
It builds very fast, the Traveler. Unlike villagers building the War Hut Foundation, they take a very long time. You need at least 3 or 4 villagers to even get it up at a good rate, and the Traveler should build it in a really quick speed.
Yeah, and you do leave some options open as well, like having that fast age up politician for the. Sorry, I thought the Tomahawk was going to spot the dock for a second there.
It's going to see the villager.
Yeah.
And I'm not quite sure.
I don't know.
You might know. There's only one reason that a villager will be randomly on a tree all the way over to the right side of the base. So even if he didn't see that in the fog of war, then I feel like he's got a very good indication of what that's going on. But this is really curious by Hazard. He's gonna do a mini fishing boom, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, I guess once you lose your explorer, you get denied like maybe any chance of going for that aggressive play. Maybe you just adapt into something a little bit greedier, and that is what he's going to be doing here. Actually, even potentially grabbing a second trading post with his warrior priest or war chief. Sorry, going to be walking up to this trading post socket here, and 700 wood on the floor. We'll see what he does with that. But Tabben already clicking up to the Fortress Age, as expected, with the Admiral of the Ocean Sea. So it's going to be a Caravel. And I guess we'll find out if he spotted that dock or not, if he ends up changing that rally point in the south here.
Yeah, I wonder if you even need to, or maybe you just value the Caravel's usefulness in the pond so much anyway that even if you do notice that he's going for a fish boom, you might decide that, well, actually it's going to have more value shipping into one of this top or bottom pond to help with your push.
Pros and cons to both for sure. So he hasn't changed it yet. So for the moment, we'll assume that that's probably going to be for trying to deny as much fishing as possible. But Hazza, on the other hand, got some Puma out, grabbed a second trading post, booming away. Also going for the CDB treasure, which is going to be nice for him.
Yeah, it feels like Hazzard's trying to do a little bit of everything, so I hope it all synergizes quite well and kind of comes together for him. But Tabben on his end, I feel he's just going to have a really tight timing with a classic Spanish FF. He's going to get those unit shipments out thanks to that trading post, thanks to the bonus, the natural bonus from the Spanish getting more XP quicker. And Hazard, with it, by investing all this extra resources into the dock and the fishing boats, might not quite have the size of army that we'd normally expect to see from Aztecs, and might just get steamrolled by this.
Right. I mean, you do have to keep in mind that he is not going to get the 4 Hussars, as you mentioned. So 400 wood going to pop out, not going to be very helpful in defending the base, as they do no damage to units. But the Mace going to be catching the muskets here. The Puma going to be going to the houses as well. Minutemen going to be forced to be called. Another batch of muskets coming out. But Hazza just content to maybe fight this a little bit. Doesn't actually finish the house, but he will kite back with the Mace here, try and get a little bit of extra value out of them. And for the moment, it looks like Tabben does actually hold. But 9 Mace following this up behind this. And
yeah, they might get caught out by this Caravel, though. Some of Hazard's reinforcements have to be a little bit careful. They would just rally past the Caravel here that Tabben received from his age up. And the Caravel just immediately took out, I think, at least 3 infantry units. So the Caravel's already getting a lot of value done.
Yeah, and it looks like he did decide that it was better in the pond than on the coastline there, which makes you wonder if he did actually maybe not scout that dock earlier.
Yeah, and Hazard's just having trouble getting all his army together. We've got 4 coyotes coming from behind. There's some of his army still on the right, and we got some pumas trying to run away from these lancers.
Ooh,
yeah, he's just going to take another shot here from the caravel. So his army's a little all over the place here.
Yep, and these Lancers not too afraid of the Puma either. They do a lot of damage to Puma in return, so he is going to have to retreat on the thanks to those reinforcing units. But the army composition from Spain is going to be very difficult for Aztec to deal with now that he didn't do really a whole lot of damage early on. He cleaned up those 2 muskets, so kind of got them back with the caravel. And now we're going to start seeing the Lancers and the Falconets and all these big fortress units that Aztec aren't going to be very happy to see, for sure, especially if they synergize with this caravel, allowing him to sort of pop in and out next to the war hut, keep those Falcons really nice and safe.
Yeah, it's hard to see actually how Hazard's going to be able to deal with these two Falconets. And well, actually, Tabben's sticking with the Lancers at the moment. Very effective unit against the Aztecs. They do really well against the Maysaltins and also the Puma Spearmen, as you say there. And
Yeah.
he's actually adding in muskets. Tabben seems to quite like this sort of musket cavalry composition. He seems to be making it a lot in a lot of his games.
Yeah, can't fault him too much, though, at this specific situation. Just because you do have those Falconets coming, and those Musketeers are going to provide a little bit more versatility in how you want to defend those Falconets from Haza. A little bit of a raid coming down here. Going to get
Tabben's on it already,
yeah.
though. He's trying to zone him out. We got the muskets closing in from the right-hand side.
Yeah, this could be devastating.
Yeah, there's nowhere for these coyotes really to go. They're going to take a huge number of volleys here. So really nice volley from Tabben, and he's moving his muskets up to try and get as much damage as he can now on those coyotes.
Yeah, so I mean, so far so good in these trades for Tabben, right? But we do have to keep in mind, Haza is on water. If you look at the economic population, he's doing quite well for himself with these boats. He's still got the Warrior Priest as well. He's got 2 trading posts. He might have to maybe give up this forward position a little bit with those Falconets coming soon. I don't know why I'm not on ship and send, but there's the Falconets now finally out. And that's with the caravel as well. I don't know that there's an answer to this right now, so I feel like Haza's probably just going to have to give this up.
Yeah,
that being said, though,
so he pops the Jaguar big, but he decides to go in, but then pulls out at the last moment. And I mean, that was his kind of one chance to maybe take the fight there. So he's committed now to giving up these 2 war huts, but then that means he needs to rebuild them back in base, and I mean that's 500 wood that Hazard doesn't have at the moment. So he's. Yeah, I'm not quite. I mean, he's rebuilding a war hut in the middle of the map. He's got a wall going up. He's sending out 3 villagers to build this wall. He really wants to buy time because he knows he's going to have no production for the longest of time.
It's going to be a really tough road back into this game for Haza for sure. He built this house in the middle of the map as well, which is always sad. Or like normally, you're like, my forward base is going to be fine. The house will be fine there, and then the one time you lose it is, of course, the one time you built the house there. But it looks like he is going to be trying to buy even more time. Going to go for the counter push on the side. This house likely going to go down. Maybe get some idle time on these villagers or force the army to retreat a little bit. And this could be potentially exactly what he needs to get back into it. He is, of course, nowhere near aging, though, but he is dropping down a 2nd layer of walls.
I really...
3rd layer of walls. Even he knows he has to go full Kinesi if he wants to have a chance of getting back into this game.
It's a really nice decision. If you know that you can't beat your opponent's army out in open combat, then you kind of have to just use your mobility and move around and maybe take things like base trades and just try and distract the opponent.
The Lancer is
army.
actually pulling the Falconets and a few muskets with them, so they're going to be look. He's still pulling them, so he's going to have those Falconets actually with his army when he catches it, and that's going to do quite a bit of damage here. That was a really nice trick from him, and that volley really nice. Another volley going to be picking off even more units. Unfortunately, it is going to hurt the deer towards Haza's side of the map, which is going to be super relevant. But anyway, yeah, I mean, Haza knows he's on water. He has coyotes down by the south side of the map here. earlier, so he knows that Tabben doesn't have a dock or anything on the coast. So water is kind of his win condition right now, and he knows the longer he holds out, the better it's going to be for him. But it's just like, how long do you have to hold on?
The amount of time that he needs to buy here is huge. Like, I'm thinking maybe we should be upping it to 6, 7 layers of walls. Could be enough. But
honestly, I kind of agree. Yeah, he needs more than this. He actually hasn't even finished the 3rd layer yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough. But Tabben, I mean, he did get distracted by that push. I mean, Haza lost a lot of units for it, so it wasn't for free. But time. It's the only thing that he has going for him at the moment.
Yeah, and I don't think Tabben's going to give him too much. He's patrolling around in the middle. He's going to come across these war huts, which, again, that's another 500 wood. These are not free to build. They're actually very expensive, and so Haz is going to lose a lot more production again. And it might actually force Hazard to rather than spend resources, he's going to choose to go up to the Fortress Age. And the one nice thing he has is he still has access to the Fast Age Politician. So if he wants to go up to the Fortress Age, he can actually do it fairly quickly and get access to the higher tech units. So things like Skull Knights, Eagle Runner Knights, which might help him deal a bit better with the Lancers.
Yeah, for sure. However, we were talking about how water is one of the advantages for Aztec, but giving up the map like this is going to allow Tabben to do what he's doing now, grab that stagecoach line and start getting his economy up that way. 3rd trading post is going to go down. I imagine that upgrade is going to be coming in pretty soon as well behind this, and that's just going to make it even harder for Aztec to back in the game. But this villager raid going to be a good start, although a few muskets are going to come in. It's only going to get 1 vill there, but I mean, can't complain too much, right?
Yeah, take anything you can get at this point. And
only 1 layer of walls up here.
Yeah, so Tabben isn't going to give Hazard the time. He hasn't really seen any sort of significant army from Hazard, so he's deciding, well, it's possible then that Hazard's aging, so he's going to try and push in and try and punish that.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like this war hut's going to go down pretty easily. Some more walls going down back at home, back at Hazard's base. Going to be trying to buy even more time with that as the units spend their time taking out the war hut, but it's a long road back into the game.
He's lost a lot of war huts this game.
He might lose more before the game's done. We'll see how long he decides to try and hold on here. But Tabben actually going to push into the northern side of this base right here. Going to check the gold mine in the hunt, make sure there's no sneaky villagers trying to remain gathering out here. But that is going to give Haza just a little bit more time.
Yeah.
But it feels like the amount of time he needs is getting exponentially larger, actually, the more time he buys. So I don't know that he has enough.
Yeah, and I mean, Hazard again tried a little raid at the bottom, but it was cleaned up by Tabben. He left 5 muskets there, which was really nice. So Hazard, he's finally got access to the Eagle Runner Knights. He sends in the 6 Eagle Runner Knight shipment, but I mean, look at the military unit population. We have 90 military unit population. I mean, Aztec units can be very strong with the war dance, but it's just a numbers game at this point, and Hazard does not have the numbers.
Yeah, it definitely seems that he doesn't. He's even trying to dance warrior priests right now because he knows that, like, he can't afford to not be greedy at the same time, right? Because behind this, Tabben's got quite a good economy as well. There's actually a fort going up in the middle of the map.
Yeah.
I feel like you probably don't even need that at this point, but sure.
He's just consolidating his lead, and so Tabben's now pushing in. He's probably going to wait for his falconets. I just noticed as well, hasn't migrated half of his economy to the island actually, because that's now the only gold mine he has access to.
Yeah, I mean that's a smart decision, but your town center's under threat now. You're down pretty much 50 military population, actually more than that, 60. And thankfully, these warrior priests, they can actually dance while on cover mode, so they're going to be absorbing a lot of fire from these muskets. But the falconet's just going to focus the fire pit down, so it's only going to buy a little bit of time.
Yeah, I mean, has a kind of, I mean, you kind of have to go in at this point now.
Yeah, though he's getting some good trades with these lancers here. And I think he's got Arrow Knights probably on the way as his next shipment. It's hard to say. Here we go.
Yep.
So that's actually, I think that was a big button, was it?
That's what he was waiting for. He wanted to take the Falconets out of play. So he hasn't got the kill on the Falconets, but it's forced Tabben to retreat them. So Hazard might be now more confident to take the fight without the artillery in there. He's actually getting himself into a really nice choke. So these Eagle Runner Knights are incredibly strong against cavalry.
Yeah, they're doing really well here, but there's only so far that they can run, especially now that they are snared. And there's no warships or anything here that can potentially pick up this army to save the day. And these armed units are going to get trapped. The Arrow Knights just going to slowly mosey their way on out of there with their 3.75 speed. And there's not going to be much else to back them up now that the Eagles are down. And the town center also getting precariously low on the front here. Falconets somewhere in the game. I presume they still exist.
Yeah, no, they've gone all the way over to the left-hand side of the map.
Here we go, yeah. So they're long out of the fight, but it doesn't look like Tabben even needs them at this point.
I think he's just preserving them for later. So you can see Hazard's Arrow Knights are running around looking for their intended target, but I don't think they're going to find it. And,
and as soon as these Arrow Knights go down, those Falconets will be safe to come right back in. And yeah, I mean, Hazard even fighting with villagers right now. He's really struggling. Those Warrior Priests going to join the fight. They do have pretty good stats.
Yeah,
I guess just going to be used to defend the Mace Sultans for the moment.
Yeah, he's got a good number of mace here in the back, but the amount of villagers that are having to go down here in the front to try and make this trade even remotely okay is incredibly costly. The Warrior Priests have done a good job dealing with the Lancers. I mean, there is another reinforcing batch of Lancers coming in, so they're going to have to be required to get on the front lines again. And it's really hard to retrain Warrior Priests, and he's down to, what, 1 or 2? I think that's all the Warrior Priests gone down. So I think we can expect to see the GG pretty shortly here after these Lancers clean up the mace.
Yeah, and there it is. He tried really hard to buy enough time to get back into the game, but Tabben just did a good job of just maintaining those trades all game long. Every fight he took something extra from Haza and picks up his second win.
Yeah, incredibly solid play there once again from Tabben. So Tabben is now on match point. He's one game away from qualifying and moving on to the semi-finals on Saturday.
Yeah. So we'll see if Haza can bring it back. He does. There's still definitely room to come back. But yeah, just looking at these graphs, has a head of military only for a very brief period and then just behind the entire game.
Yeah, it seemed like he wanted just to get a lot done, and sometimes the issue with Age of Empires 3 is when you want to do so many things, none of them get done. Each one doesn't get done particularly effectively.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely not a very focused plan.
Focused plan, yes.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll be jumping into Game 3, which looks like is going to be on a Fertile Crescent, actually. So potentially going to see something very aggressive this time
Fertile
around.
Crescent's coming up next, is it?
I believe so,
yep.
Unless I'm reading that wrong.
So kind of expecting more traditional trading post civilization, so it's probably now the time for Germany, possibly. Hasn't played Germany yet. I know he thinks it's a strong civilization.
He definitely does, but it's actually Tabben's first pick on the. Tabben's first pick on this map. So Tabben's a pretty big Russian player, right? And this is a pretty good map for Russia. So
we did see a Russian versus Germany early on in today's games. I can't quite remember who that was, but I do recall.
I think it was Haza, actually. Haza picked Russia into Germany.
Germany. Yes, that's right. And he did really well against Snow's Germans. And so, yeah, Russia could certainly be an option coming up. So yeah, the players are just checking on what the next map here is. So yeah, one of the main features, I guess, of Fertile Crescent is actually the resources. The hunts, I would say, are fairly low. So you need a civilization that can kind of get out there on the map and has good map control, and so you can retain access to some of those resources that are kind of scattered around the map. So it's got a fair number of resources. It's just that they're not near to your starting town, and so you do need some sort of army to be able to control those.
Yeah, for sure. No civ selected just yet, but I'm gonna call the Russia right now.
You reckon?
I'm gonna commit to that
for Tabben. Yeah, so I think that's maybe his third best civ, so that would be a nice one for him to finish it off with. And then I don't think Hazard would take the mirror. I don't think he's a big fan of mirrors, but he might try something like India possibly against that, or Germany. But
yeah, he could potentially pick India, but remember
Tabben first.
I think Tabben, did he play Russia versus India against Raphael? And I believe he won that game, is that right?
But on the same token, Hazard did an India versus Russia as India, and he won as India. So
fair enough.
Maybe that counts as the point perfectly.
So you just gotta wonder, are you good enough to win? That's the question. But it looks like he is actually gonna be picking Germany, not Russia.
Yeah.
So I was wrong all along.
That's a pretty standard pick on this map. There's a lot of prime locations to go raiding with. There's a lot of coin mines on both the left and the right hand sides of the map, which are far away from protection. So if the enemy player isn't building out outposts or just really staying on top of their army movement, having a lot of line of sight around the map, they're going to absolutely be caught out by the German raiding cavalry.
Yeah, definitely. So you do have to keep in mind, though, as you said, the resources being a little bit further away from your base. Germany wants to be in the fortress age, and if you don't play your cards right, or if your opponent does play his cards right, rather, he can maybe keep you trapped in colonial for maybe a little bit longer than you would like, which can cause problems for Germany.
Yep, so and I mean that's exactly what we saw when Hazard picked Russia into Eric's Germans. Snow or Eric, I keep switching between the two. He just never had the chance to age up to the fortress age, and that's possibly something Hazard can do even easier on this map, because there's only one safe hunt, I think, that you can actually definitely get in.
One definitely. Sometimes you can get two if you're really on top of your herding.
You can't gamble on that.
Yeah.
Ooh. And so we got Hazard's actually chosen French. So we're going to have a France versus German here on Fertile Crescent.
Yeah, this is a pretty classic matchup. One that we saw earlier today as well. And one that most people think is good for Germany, which is a little bit surprising then for Hazard to be counterpicking with it, but
I've seen Germany losing a lot this tournament.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Me having lost twice, I think, with them, right?
Yeah, it's such a it always feels good to pick Germany, but
until you lose, and then you pick them again.
Yeah,
maybe that's the meta. It's so strong that you just, if you lose with it, you can play it again, which is ideal, right? Is that how that works? That twisted logic?
I feel there's a slight fault in there somewhere. I can't quite see it, but it doesn't quite sound right to me.
All right. Anyway, gonna be picking the French here against the Germans. We'll see what Hazard has in mind, as I think a lot of people have traditionally said this is quite a good matchup for Germany. But maybe it's sort of what we were just talking about, where France is potentially quite a bit stronger in colonial than Germany, and if you can force them to stay in colonial, you could be in quite a good spot potentially on this map.
Yeah, so I don't know if you saw the Kaiserklein versus PrinceofKabul game earlier today. So
I saw the last minute of it.
Yeah, so what actually happened was Kaiserklein played as the French against Prince's German, and he just played super aggressively. His first Age 2 shipment was 3 Hussars. So he started 3 Hussars, and then just kept spamming in more Hussars. He dropped double racks in the center of the map and then just kept making muskets. And at no point did it look like that Prince was able to get up to the fortress age. So we'll see if Hazard and Tabben maybe watch that game, and we'll see if they try something similar, or
if one of them anticipates maybe something and tries to change it up. Who knows?
Yeah, we'll have to see here. So I'm just going to quit on out of this one and rejoin.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure. I feel like I had something to say. It's instantly gone now. Hang on.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I was going to say, actually. That's sad.
It'll come back to you at some point.
I'm sure it'll come back to me in the early game, maybe. just watching the civs. And I'm pretty sure it was something to do with the matchup, but for the life of me, it's just gone for now. Anyway, we are going to be restarting this game, it looks like. Finally, everyone back in the lobby and ready to go. So hopefully we will be good to go this time around. No more restarts. And yeah. Hazza, got to make something happen this time.
He does. He's down 1-2, so this could potentially be the final game for Tabben and the final game for today. Or if Hazza's able to pull out a win here, we'll take it to the final match point and see if he can make himself the one to advance on to the semi-finals.
Yep. All right. We are back into the game, just saving the recorded game very quickly. Just looking at the map again. I think it might be okay this time, but we'll wait for the final call on that. In the meantime, we will take a look at the players. I did not check the mines, I did check the hunts when I said that, so fair enough.
So, I mean, it's such an important match here.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot on the line.
And the mines, this is one of those matchups where the mines do really matter. So it's not like the last one where we saw as Hazza playing as Aztecs, he wasn't overly concerned if he didn't have a mine or not. As Germany and France, you are very concerned if you have a mine or not. I mean,
for sure.
Especially as Germany, your mine's gone within 6-7 minutes. You're wondering where all the coins got to.
And you're really thinking about moving out already into the hazardous unknown. Yeah,
exactly. So these players do need their coin mines to play effectively. So hopefully the next spawn of this map will enable both players to have access to sufficient coin to be able to do the strategies they want to do.
Yeah, for sure.
So what are you kind of expecting from Hazza and Tabben in this matchup? Do you think they're gonna play it aggressive, or are we just gonna see a standard semi-FF as you'd probably anticipate from a France versus German?
I feel it's gonna be aggressive.
It's gonna be aggressive.
I think it's gonna be aggressive.
So. I do hope so.
I think Hazza normally, from what I know of him, when he's behind, he usually likes to be as aggressive as possible. Sometimes like pull out something completely off the wall that you don't really expect. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see him go for something similar like that 3 Hussar shipment that we saw earlier in the day, and just try to get Tabben outside of his comfort zone. You know, like we were talking about how strong Tabben is with build orders earlier, and we've seen how effectively he's been pulling them off. If you disrupt that build order, force him to adapt, maybe that puts him in a rough situation, and you can get an advantage that way. So we'll see if that is the plan for Hazza. But anyway, spawning north of the map, we do have Tabben leading the series 2-1, playing as the Blue Germans. Going to be a coin start for him, so no early trading posts going to be coming out most likely. And on the other side of the map there, we do have Hazza, of course, playing as the Red French, having counterpicked into this matchup, and we'll see what he has in mind.
Oh, wow. Check out the middle of the map. They've both found the best treasure.
No.
Hazza's not reacting just yet. He's not reacting, so Tabben's going to pick this up. He's going to get the shot, and he gets the XP, and he gets the 90 wood, and he takes no damage on his Explorer, whereas Hazza has to... he's already down to 231.
Yeah, that's got to feel real bad for Hazza for sure. Tabben didn't even take time to look around his base, just decided, I'm going to walk straight towards Hazza's base and just try to catch him trying to do something. And it paid off big for him, and as a result, he's going to get a very easy early market for himself. No trading post or anything like that, but you can't complain, you know, when you get that market pretty much for free, so...
Yeah, and I believe Hazza was kind of relying on that 90 wood. We can see his hunting dogs is coming in slightly later than Tabben. He was gambling on getting that wood in, so that has affected his build order ever so slightly. But he's adapted right back. At least he's picking up a 40 coin treasure here, so that's something for him to work with.
Yeah, for sure.
This could be an issue, though, in that Tabben has found Hazza's Explorer once again.
Yeah.
And now that Hazza already took all that damage, Tabben is just going to keep following him. And Hazza's, he's a long way from his base, so he can't return to safety that quickly. And
yeah, I mean, he has the native scout around, so he does have options to get away. He's going to pull away right now. The Explorer just going to sprint to catch up there. But taking off all that dead HP is going to make it very difficult to take any more treasures that he might have to use more than a crack shot for.
Yeah, plus, I mean, Tabben's roughly still heading in the same, sort of the same side of the map, so Hazard's got to be very careful about getting up his trading post. He's going to have to, they're going to bump into each other again. This is really unfortunate for Hazard, but Tabben's staying on top of this Explorer really well, so he's going to have to pull back the native scout. He's going to have to do the pull trick once again.
Yeah, although it looks like Tabben is actually going to go back. That crack shot did recharge, so he will be picking up that 50 coin for himself. The geological survey, probably not going to be super useful for Hazard here. Probably not going to pick that up. But he did scout the 100 food back here. Maybe just not feeling comfortable enough to go for that with Tabben around and with low HP, but that will be something he can potentially go for that Tabben might not spot later on.
And once again, like Hazard must be fed up of seeing this Explorer.
Yeah.
And this time he's just kind of accepted it. He's just sort of decided, right, well, you know, I'm not getting a trading post. I'm not even going to try and pull this Explorer away.
Look at the age up time from Hazard as well. He's actually going up with 15 CDBs, which is very unusual. So this has been a really unfortunate start for him. And, you know, Explorer is going to go down, so no trading post or anything like that going to come up for him. And, yeah, at this point, things are not looking great. He's going to have to get creative for sure if he wants to get back into this game.
Yeah, but that is something Hazard can do. He's a creative player, so we'll have to see what he does with that. We'll have to see if he still makes an aggressive play, or if he realizes due to the fact that he's aging up so late. I think it's going to be over 5 minutes as France, which is almost unheard of on the EP patch.
Yeah, it's really painful actually. Tabben, like, he's going to be up twice as fast almost. Well, that's probably not the right way to describe that, but he's going to be up quite a bit faster.
Yep.
And yeah, he's going to have a lot of pressure, a lot of tempo, especially like you get those 2 Ulans very quickly, right, with your first colonial shipment, so you can apply pressure right away. And yeah, it's going to be rough.
And you know what? I'm thinking maybe even Hazard's going to have trouble getting a trading post at all, because those 2 Ulans, the really fast 2 Ulans you mentioned, I think Tabben might just park them next to this Explorer as Hazard tries to revive them.
You can even see Tabben's actually keeping his Explorer around next to Hazard's. He's ready to snare him when he revives and then bring the Ulans in afterwards. So he's definitely thinking about that. The native scout is coming in to try to revive that, but it is going to get spotted by the Explorer, going to get snared. He might have enough time to get away if he controls this well before the Ulans get here, but they are very close to arriving. And actually the Explorer not reviving just yet, wasn't quite 100 HP, so not even actually going to be able to revive it, just going to be forced to leave it on the floor there.
Yeah, I mean, that's really nice that Tabben chose to stay there. I mean, he could have moved his Explorer around and picked up other treasures around the map, but he just understood that getting the trading post up for Hazard is such a big deal that actually it's worth it for him just to stop that from occurring.
Yeah, looks like 2 barracks is going to come down from Hazard, and he's still chopping a lot of wood. Looks like he's not sending villagers, as the population doesn't really seem to support that. So there's going to be 700 wood coming, I imagine. And we're going to be going for a very old-school build with the dual rack Strosso Pike. But the Ulan's coming in, getting 1 CDB. Not going to be able to deny the second barracks, but they are going to kill both CDBs.
Yeah, still a really big pickup by Tabben, and possibly a third
one going to go down.
So great coats isn't in yet. He was actually researching steel traps, and that's
wow.
That's it.
That's it. Hazard advances, Tabben advances to the semifinals of the New World Championships.
Yes, so we've got our first semi-finalist here, and we can see on the screen Hazard. Good chap goes over to shake Tabben's hand.
Yeah, having a good laugh there. He knows that it was all in good fun, right? But yeah, congratulations to Tabben. Well played today for sure. Taking out Raphael and Hazard is no joke.
And so who expected that then? Seed 8 is the first one to qualify.
Yeah, definitely a very good performance from him.
And to think the people who voted on the seeding were the top 16 top 16 players of the tournament. So it just goes to show how well how well we all know each other, which is it's not well at all apparently. But yeah, huge congratulations to Tabben. He's certainly impressed. I think, well, certainly impressed both us and a lot of people today. So he's looking super dangerous.
Yeah, looking very strong. But Hazo's not out yet, right? Like he can still make it. Raphael and Eric or Snow will be playing tomorrow, I believe, and then he will play the winner of that to see who else advances to the semifinals. So not the end of the story for Hazo yet.
Yeah, no, he'll still have a good chance. He already beat Eric once, and and
Raphael looking a little bit rusty as well. So, you know, anything could happen tomorrow, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. I think that'll just be the theme of this tournament. To be honest, in that I don't think anything's really going to be too predictable, as we just saw here. Tabben qualifying, and yeah. So I think that probably wraps it up from us. I think we're going to have a winners interview with Tabben, just to get his thoughts on qualifying for the semi-finals.
Yeah. So we'll see you guys shortly.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the couch. We're joined by Ryan and, of course, Tabben. Tabben's jacked, man! Firstly, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Seed number 8, you've made it to the semi-finals, which seems like it's a while away, which is starting on Saturday. How do you feel? Damn.
It feels quite unreal. Like me and Hassa, we just realized that we're actually playing today, like a few hours ago. So yeah, it's quite unreal to be in semi-finals already.
Yeah, you must be really, really happy.
Yeah, it was a tough series. Yeah, and it's been a long day. So yeah, I'm very, very, very pleased with this result.
It's been a very long day, right? It's quite a long day of streaming. I think the uptime has been pretty good, but ultimately we've had some really brilliant games today, and we've had quite a lot of progress on the subscriber goal there. That we're aiming for 500 after all. But Tabben, let's get some thoughts from you about the games. That was a really, really tense series.
Like, one thing on my mind, what was happening in the China-Japan game? Like, what were you thinking when you were in his base? Because there were some times where we could clearly see that there was nothing that was going to come out to stop you, and you just kind of kept pushing the advantage, and it just felt like did you know that there was no more surprises left? Like, what was going through your mind when you were putting the pressure on in that game?
I was basically scared that I would commit under his town center and like die to villagers tanking plus a shipment or something. So I wanted to be like a little bit careful and not overcommit, just poke and try to pick off as many villagers as possible.
Yeah, you did a fantastic job of that. Like you were pressuring when you needed to pressure, and you were pulling back when you needed to. It was really awesome.
Yeah, that was quite intense. There was a lot of multitasking because he was raiding meanwhile, so I wasn't always looking in his base and wasn't always paying full attention. So that's why I wanted to be like super careful that I could pay full attention when I wanted to commit.
Definitely.
I must admit, I wasn't watching the series too much. I don't have actually. I think I'm going to lean on Ryan here for questions.
I got another question. Well, what about the Ottoman game? Like, how did you feel in that game?
That wasn't good.
Felt tough, man.
Yeah, I was like, I thought that I could overrun his forward base early, but then I think I sent an awkward 600 wood shipment that just slowed everything down, and then he had enough stuff to just kite. Like, he had enough Jans that he could just melee them whenever I came close with my cavalry, and then he kept kiting backwards. And I felt like it was over for quite a while, but I kept like trying to come back with the colonial militia.
Yeah, that colonial militia pop was really hype. Yeah, I thought for sure that was like a possible turning point, but
yeah, but
I think
still,
you just couldn't get back on the TP line or something like this.
But yeah, I felt like I didn't have enough of a game plan to counter what he was doing, and I didn't scout his approach soon enough. If he was going for fast fortress or if he was going for colonial.
Yeah, I mean, well, you played incredible throughout the series, obviously, and I keep calling you the rising star because I didn't even know you existed a year ago when I was playing, and now you're in the top 8. Now, what is he now? Top 4? I mean. At a minimum.
Top Thor now, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. It feels a bit unreal, to be honest. Like, I was basically expecting that, or it felt very likely that I would have to play another group game tomorrow. But yeah, so it feels really good.
It's fantastic. And you've done a lot of prep, I assume. It seems like you're always either playing or thinking.
Yeah, I feel very like would you say well-rounded? Is that a thing to say? Yeah, like I feel like I can pick a civ that I usually don't play, but I feel like it fits the situation. Like Spain is usually a civ that I don't play, or it's a civ that I don't play usually, but I felt like it's the best civ on New England, and it's also pretty good against Aztecs. So that's why I felt comfortable playing it this series.
That's fantastic. I mean, all your practice is clearly showing, so it's a fantastic job. I mean, looking forward to seeing you in the semifinals and enjoying the day
it's going to be fun.
Sure.
Yeah, I think that rounds it out. I'm going to be joined by, I think, Zach in just a moment to round out the stream. But yeah, congratulations, Tabben.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you play again on Saturday.
Yes.
And I think a lot of people are rooting for you, so best of luck.
I'm looking forward to play.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
Well, then I think that ends the interview, so great.